Chapter 1. The Divine Role-Playing System. Wait, have I truly traversed dimensions? Dunn gazed through the glass window at the iconic Stark Industries headquarters in New York, letting out a resigned sigh. This building, situated in Midtown Manhattan, adjacent to the Hudson River and Hudson Yards, was the renowned industrial hub of Iron Man from his previous life. For 3 consecutive days, Dunn had struggled to digest the reality of his transmigration. Indeed, he had crossed over into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, no less. Initially, he had anticipated this experience with great enthusiasm, particularly the prospect of entering the Marvel film world. However, upon arrival, he discovered the awkwardness of his own identity. He was not a superhero. He had not mutated. He possessed no wealth. Yet, in a curious twist of fate regarding the Marvel events he was familiar with, he was revealed to be the cousin of Tony Stark, his father being related by marriage to Tony's father. His father, a mysterious figure of Chinese descent, had vanished many years ago, while his mother had tragically perished in a car accident in the same year that Tony's parents met. Their demise. Dunn's current role was that of a historian specializing in Chinese history. Through the memories intertwined with his original body, he learned that his profession was somehow linked to his missing father. "Hey, Dunn, you're daydreaming again," a middle-aged man's voice interrupted him from behind. Dunn turned to see his superior, Nathan. Nathan Smith, the senior executive of the Chinese History Research Institute, continued, "Dunn, here is this year's financial budget. You must expedite the signature from Stark Industries. We have a significant project at hand." But he paused, a mysterious smile crossing his face. "If the funds are secured, you'll be appointed as the project lead. This time for sure." Recalling the memories of his predecessor, Dunn recognized that Nathan was once again attempting to deceive him. Within this research institute, his primary role had become to solicit donations from his cousin Tony. A yearly sponsorship of $5 million was mere pocket change for Tony Stark. However, the previous Dunn had been gullible, regularly falling for Nathan's schemes. Each time the funds arrived, the so-called project had nothing to do with him. Now that he had transmigrated, he was determined not to be manipulated by Nathan any longer. Approaching Nathan's desk, Dunn picked up the budget report, glanced at it, and exclaimed, "This year's budget is set at $10 million? Do you think my cousin is a billionaire? Oh wait, he actually is. Do you believe my cousin's money falls from the sky? Well, perhaps it does. The wealth amassed by arms dealers certainly seemed to appear out of thin air." Nathan stared at Dunn in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his audacity. The former Dunn would never have dared to speak so boldly. Nathan's expression darkened as he replied sternly, "Dunn, watch your tone. I'm your superior. The Institute's sponsorship has always been covered by Stark Industries. Even Tony does not question it, and you have no right to challenge that. Ha." Dunn scoffed dismissively. He had no objections to Tony's support of the Institute, rather. It was Nathan's tendency to treat him as nothing more than a tool that irked him. If there were a day when Tony was no longer present, he would undoubtedly be cast aside in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Tony's fate has long been predetermined. Nathan, upon noticing the disdain etched on Dunn's face, felt a surge of anger. "Dunn, if Stark Industries sponsorship does not arrive within 3 days, you might as well resign. Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Dunn chuckled, amused by Nathan's theatrics. The other clearly sought his assistance in securing sponsorship, yet dared to threaten him. Nathan was perplexed by Dunn's unusual demeanor today. He found the contempt reflected in Dunn's eyes particularly irksome, but he bellowed, "Get out. Now. Immediately." Dunn scoffed, ready to abandon the budget report and storm out. At that moment, a figure in the corner of his eye caught his attention, a figure from the report. 2012. Dunn was jolted, memories of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's 2012 flooding his mind, that he distinctly recalled that in this year, Thanos crafted the Mind Stone into a scepter and entrusted it to Loki, who, along with the Chitauri army, opened a wormhole to invade Earth, intent on seizing the Tesseract. That it was also the year the Avengers first assembled, comprising Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Thor, and the Hulk, a historic battle known as the Battle of New York. This monumental conflict was fiercely arduous, with Tony nearly meeting his demise in the desolate expanse of space. Even the ancient sorcerer, Wong, situated 20 blocks away, was unable to escape its repercussions. He, an ordinary individual thrust into this realm, felt like mere fodder, a statistic in the casualty reports broadcasted on the evening news. Gazing at the budget report on the table, Dunn felt a tumult of emotions. He had traversed to this world just 3 days prior, barely reconciling with the reality of his displacement, and now faced the imminent threat of demise. Nathan, observing Dunn's frozen state, softened his tone. "Dunn, I'm sorry. I should not have lost my temper with you. You must understand, I have always regarded you as one of my own." Dunn snapped back to reality, casting a sidelong glance at Nathan, and replied coolly, Thank you very much. With that, he stepped out of Nathan's office. At the moment the door closed behind him, Dunn fancied he heard the sound of Nathan shattering a coffee cup. Yet, he paid it no heed. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Clinging to the last vestige of hope, he intended to approach Tony's cousin for an Iron Man suit to ensure his protection. Once outside the research facility, Dunn retrieved his phone to call Tony's cousin. Unfortunately, the call could not be connected, a common occurrence for the original owner. Undeterred, he dialed Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, affectionately known as Pepper. The call connected swiftly. Hi, Dunn. I have received the email from the Research Institute. Please give me a moment. I am inundated with documents to handle. I apologize. I have another call coming in. Dunn was taken aback. Having not uttered a single word before the call was abruptly terminated. Standing on the street, feeling somewhat disoriented, he could only reassure himself. Well, there's no rush. There are still a few days until 2012. I have time to prepare. Lost in thought, he pondered his next steps. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air above the street, nearly shattering his eardrums. A hammer soared away, whistling through the atmosphere. Goodness, is Thor here as well? That must mean Loki has acquired the Tesseract and is preparing to open the portal. Dunn thought, a sense of dread washing over him. This was it. He truly believed it was the end. There was no way he could partake in their battle. Surviving would be a blessing beyond measure. Dunn remained astonished by the flight of the god of Thunder's hammer. An emotionless electronic notification resonated within his mind. Beep. System is activating. Activation successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the god-level role-playing system. Chapter 2. The self-cultivation of an actor. Dunn instinctively halted his steps, captivated by the voice that resonated within his mind, a wave of excitement washing over him. It was the system. Yet, he found himself puzzled. The system bound to him was called the Divine Acting System. Acting? Did it intend to transform him into an actor? Dunn furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, the voice in his mind echoed once more. Ding. The system has successfully loaded and is now integrating. System explanation. The host can utilize points to purchase templates of mythological figures in the system mall for role-playing. The system will reward the host based on the similarity of the portrayal. Upon achieving a 100 similarity, the host can summon the mythological figure. Upon first activation, a novice gift package is awarded. Please check the inventory for details. After this proclamation, Dunn beheld a transparent light panel materializing before him, displaying his fundamental attributes. Host. Dunn current template. None similarity. 0 current level. Intelligence 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, Stamina 1, Energy Projection 1, Combat Skills 1. Base level is 1, maximum is 7. Click to view detailed description. Points. 0. The attribute panel appeared rather unremarkable, even somewhat rudimentary. Yet it did not deter Dunn from harboring a flicker of anticipation for the future. He gazed at the foundational values for a moment before delving into the detailed descriptions. After perusing the information, Dunn felt a wave of exasperation. He realized he was essentially a weakling. According to the power classifications of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he would be outmatched not only by an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but even by an ordinary office worker. Nevertheless, recognizing that these were his initial attributes, Dunn understood he had ample room for growth. Above the attribute panel were 3 menu tabs: System Mall, Inventory, and Income Record. The System Mall showcased the avatars of various mythological figures from Chinese heritage, ranging from Pangu to the Earth God, encompassing a vast array of characters. The higher the status of a figure within the mythological canon, the greater the points required to acquire their template. In the bottom right corner of the System Mall, there was also a points display, mirroring the 0 from the attribute panel. Dunn stroked his chin thoughtfully. He murmured to himself, by accumulating points to purchase mythological templates and enhance the portrayal similarity, rewards could be obtained. Intriguing indeed. His gaze then shifted to the words Income Record, prompting the light panel to retract and reveal a new interface. On this page, apart from a series of black lines, there was no useful information to be found. Dunn felt perplexed. Just as he contemplated exiting the Income Record interface, a message appeared on the screen, accompanied by the auditory reading of the information in his mind. Ding. 1 point of resentment value from Nathan. Ding. 1 point of resentment value from Nathan. The continuous stream of income information flowed across the light panel before him while resonating in his mind. After some contemplation, Dunn finally grasped the nature of the point system. This revelation was not particularly difficult for Dunn to accept. He initially thought the system was prompting him to recharge. After understanding how to earn points, Dunn finally shifted his gaze to the inventory. Opening the inventory, he was greeted by numerous storage slots, among which glimmered a golden chest, radiating a divine light. As Dunn focused on the golden chest, a prompt appeared beside it, asking whether he wished to open it. After a moment's hesitation, he declared inwardly, yes. In a flash of light, the golden chest in the inventory sprang open, revealing a transparent card that replaced the previously displayed metallic chest. Item: Mythical Character Template, Sun Wukong Experience Card. Item description: the host can extract the card through thought to don the attire of Sun Wukong, temporarily gaining a portion of his power. Note: the experience card cannot assess similarity and does not grant corresponding rewards. Upon reading the item description, Dun gained a general understanding. In this Marvel Cinematic Universe, where deities roam, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Marvel Universe is characterized by a stringent hierarchy. Without the requisite level, one is often ineligible to participate in certain events. Dun had no desire to be embroiled in grand affairs. He merely wished to elevate his level swiftly to prepare for Thanos' infamous snap. After all, he could not guarantee that he would not be reduced to ashes upon the first snap. He was unwilling to gamble or place his hopes on Doctor Strange's 1 in 14 million success rate. Everything depended on himself. Fortunately, it was still 2012, granting him ample time to prepare. As long as he could transcend the realms when Thanos arrived, the snap should not affect him. If his strength proved sufficient, he might even confront Thanos to extend Cousin Tony's life. Thanks to the system, Dun felt considerably more at ease. Just as he was daydreaming about the future, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, and, upon seeing the caller ID, paused momentarily. It was his narcissistic Cousin Tony. "Hey, hello, cousin," Dun exclaimed with excitement, as he had been an ardent admirer of Tony in his previous life. Tony, momentarily taken aback, noted that his cousin had never addressed him so casually before. However, there was no time for such thoughts. Tony spoke with an undeniable authority. "Dun, where are you right now? Can I say I'm out shopping?" Dun replied with a smile. From the memories of the original owner, he knew that although Tony was not particularly fond of him, he did take care of him. Tony Stark said, "Leave New York immediately, right now." "What is going on?" Dun felt a sense of panic at the authoritative tone. Tony's voice suddenly grew somber. "Phil is dead, killed by Loki. New York might be in grave danger." Dun was momentarily stunned and asked, "Who is Phil?" Without further explanation, Tony continued, "Call Pepper. She will arrange a helicopter for you." Before Dun could utter another word, the call abruptly turned silent. He lamented, "Who is Phil?" Suddenly, he recalled that it was the director of the Bureau of Unusual Affairs, who had orchestrated Agent Coulson's fake death to ignite the competitive spirit between Tony and Captain America. This indicated that part of Loki's scheme had succeeded, and the Chitauri army was poised for action. Dun retrieved his phone to call Pepper, but this time, he could not get through. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and a robust figure clad in a crimson cloak soared through the air, shouting. Shortly after, a hammer whizzed past in pursuit. Chapter 3. The Chitauri. Dun calculated the time, contemplating the recently whizzing hammer of Thor, and made a resolute decision. He would not wait for Pepper's call. He would find a way to leave New York himself. As long as he could evacuate the city, Loki's incursion with the Chitauri would not reach him. Once he amassed sufficient strength, he could return without hesitation. Such ostentation was better left to his cousin Tony. Without delay, Dun set off towards Grand Central Station. Suddenly, he remembered an heirloom left to him by his father, stored in his office at the China Historical Research Institute. Leaving New York, he could forsake everything else. But that relic was indispensable. Resolute, Dun turned on his heel and retraced his steps to the China Historical Research Institute. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Nathan, hands on his hips, reprimanding a colleague. "Hey, Dun, you're just in time. I was looking for you," Nathan greeted with a professional smile upon seeing Dun. However, Dun had no time to engage with Nathan. He needed to vacate New York swiftly. If he lingered too long, a portal would soon appear above Stark Industries. Dun approached, intentionally bypassing Nathan without a glance, heading straight for his office. The professional smile on Nathan's face froze in disbelief. He had extended an olive branch, only to be treated as if he were invisible. How could he endure such a slight? With gritted teeth, Nathan shouted, "Dun, do you not hear me speaking to you? Stop right there." Dun continued his forward momentum, and just as his hand reached for the doorknob of his office, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Nathan's resentment value, 124. Dun was taken aback. He had done nothing to elicit such a level of resentment. He quickly checked his attribute panel. Indeed, a change in his points appeared in the tally section, now amounting to 148. Upon reviewing the income record, he found it exclusively comprised Nathan's resentment. This instance had yielded the highest value yet. Just when he had been fretting over the slow accumulation of points, Nathan's outburst was a fortuitous windfall. Dun halted his actions and turned to face Nathan. "What is it? Do you wish to fire me again? Go ahead." Nathan was momentarily taken aback. He had habitually wielded this threat against Dun, but he only dared to bluff. He could never truly dismiss Dun, for that would jeopardize future sponsorship for the China Historical Research Institute. However, Nathan was perplexed. The once naive Dun had, in recent days, undergone a remarkable transformation. exhibiting a newfound intellect. Nathan suppressed his serious demeanor, softening his tone as he said, "Oh, my dear Dunn, I apologize for pressuring you too hastily." Dunn shot Nathan a sidelong glance, hands nestled in his pockets, and replied with keen interest, "You do, indeed." Ding. Nathan's resentment value, 88. Nathan, Dunn chuckled. Although not as bountiful as before, it was certainly an improvement. Nathan took a deep breath and continued, "Yes, I am truly sorry, Dunn. I should not have rushed you. Please forgive me." Dunn replied, "I shall not accept your apology. You may as well dismiss me." Nathan was momentarily bewildered. How could he demand an apology yet refuse to accept it? Ding. Nathan's resentment value, 168. As Dunn listened to the notification in his mind, he felt a surge of joy. Earning points by confronting Nathan proved to be quite exhilarating. He mused that if not for his current physical weakness, he would relish the opportunity to see just how much resentment he could accumulate by besting Nathan in a physical altercation. Nathan, sensing a hint of panic, stepped forward and grasped Dunn's hand, exclaiming, "Oh, Dunn, how could you think this way? This research institute is your father's legacy. How can you utter such words?" Dunn disregarded Nathan's theatrics, for he had once again heard the notification sound. It was evident to him that Nathan's display was nothing but an act. Watching Nathan's performance, Dunn freed his hand and stated, "You understand now. I shall take a few days off, and we will discuss this upon my return." With that, Dunn turned and strode into his office, slamming the door behind him. Ding. Nathan's resentment value, 155. Dunn chuckled softly as he approached his desk. Were it not for his urgency to leave New York, he would not have minded becoming a merciless point-earning machine, thoroughly bewildering Nathan in the process. Arriving at his desk, he bent down and opened a drawer, rummaging through some paper documents until he uncovered a small wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered an irregular metal fragment adorned with mysterious engravings, the purpose of which remained unknown. After securing the small box, Dunn closed the drawer and exited his office. As he swung the door open, he found Nathan standing by, attempting to ingratiate himself, saying, "You must be exhausted, Dunn. I grant you a few days off. Take your time to rest, and you are always welcome to return." Dunn glanced at him and retorted while stepping outside, "I shall return only when you relinquish the supervisory position to me." Ding. Nathan's resentment value, 199. Nathan, now seething with rage, gritted his teeth, glaring at Dunn's departing figure as if flames were emanating from his eyes. The other personnel in the Institute's foyer were equally stunned into silence. They had never witnessed such a version of Dunn. As they observed Dunn's ability to provoke Nathan to the point of swelling fury, they silently applauded him in their hearts. "What are you all staring at? Get back to work," Nathan bellowed, angrily striding toward his office. Dunn emerged from the research institute, his heart fluttering with delight as notifications of income echoed in his mind. In a mere moment, his points had surged to over 1,000. Although he still could not afford the templates of mythical figures, the gap was steadily narrowing. Clutching the small wooden box, Dunn navigated towards the central train station at 42nd Street, guided by the memories of the original owner. As he crossed an intersection, he was startled to witness dozens of military green Humvees barreling onto the street, American soldiers armed to the teeth pouring out. Their weapons were aimed skyward, and throngs of pedestrians began to flee in panic, engulfing the city in a wave of terror. A sudden tightening sensation gripped Dunn's chest as he turned to glance at Stark Industries headquarters. A brilliant beam of light shot skyward, coalescing into a portal in the sky. Was it truly 2012? Dunn's gaze remained fixed on the portal, from which an overwhelming swarm of Chitauri began to emerge. They had indeed arrived. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dunn noticed that the entrance to the 42nd Street station had been completely sealed off by military vehicles, rendering his escape from New York impossible. He needed to return to the research institute quickly, seeking refuge in the safe room until the chaos subsided. Otherwise, when the Chitauri forces landed, they would indiscriminately take lives. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous crash resonated ahead as a Chitauri soldier plummeted nearby. Chapter 4, Troubles Abound. A gunshot rang out behind him, striking the Chitauri in the head, fired by the American soldiers entrenched at the central train station. With his heart racing, Dunn hurried towards the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, knowing there was a sturdy room designed for storing important items, which could serve as a safe haven in times of war. The battle had commenced, far beyond the involvement of someone as inconsequential as himself. Against the tide of panicking crowds, Dunn dashed towards the research institute. Countless pedestrians, arms over their heads, scrambled for shelter, seemingly unprepared for the day when alien invaders would truly descend upon Earth. It felt as if the world was coming to an end. As Dunn ran forward, an uncountable barrage of blue beams descended from the sky, detonating vehicles and igniting flames that soared into the air. In an instant, the street was reduced to ruins. Dun realized with dread that the path ahead had been obliterated. The Chitauri's weaponry was far superior to Earth's current technology. Finding a cover, he crouched behind it to analyze the situation. Progressing towards the Research Institute's safe room was becoming increasingly unrealistic. Without the ability to fly, he could only hope that his cousin Tony would swiftly close the portal. However, the portal had already opened, and the endless stream of Chitauri descending indicated that Thor was engaged in a fierce battle with Loki atop Stark Industries. The scepter remained in Loki's grasp. This was merely the vanguard of Loki's forces. When the remainder descended, the council would surely unleash an even greater catastrophe. If Dun's traversal indeed brought about an imperceptible butterfly effect, then this firecracker, had it not been sent into the portal by Tony's cousin, would have exploded above New York City. In such a scenario, Dun felt that his chances of survival were nearly non-existent. He felt helpless, as if fate were entirely beyond his control. However, he soon recalled the novice gift pack bestowed upon him by his system, which included an experience card for the mythological figure Sun Wukong. In a moment of desperation, he would have no choice but to utilize this trump card. After a brief analysis, Dun resolved to seek refuge in a nearby shop, hoping that his traversal had not triggered any butterfly effect. Rising to his feet, he glanced around and dashed towards the nearest store. Yet, after only a couple of strides, a massive airship appeared, gliding through the street like a fish, leaving destruction in its wake as walls crumbled and shadows loomed over Dun. On either side, numerous Chitauri emerged, some clinging to the walls of skyscrapers, while others pierced through glass, infiltrating the buildings. In the blink of an eye, countless blue beams ignited, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions and screams. Dun gazed in astonishment at the enormous airship that sailed above him. Had it not been for Tony's cousin gifting the Chitauri a rocket, one could only imagine the dire consequences for Earth during this assault on New York. Shaking off his thoughts, Dun continued to sprint forward. Suddenly, 5 or 6 Chitauri landed on the street, drawing energy guns from behind and opening fire on the panicked pedestrians. Cursing his misfortune, Dun noticed one of the Chitauri had aimed their weapon at him, forcing him to roll onto the ground and seek cover behind an overturned car. Yet, he knew that the vehicle would offer little protection against the energy gun. As he fell, he prepared to summon the system to utilize his novice gift pack. Bang! Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted behind him. Dun hesitated for a moment, only to discover a man in black standing atop a car some 10 meters away. An arrow quiver slung across his back and a black bow in hand. It was Hawkeye, Barton. Dun sighed in relief. Had it not been for Barton's timely arrival, he would have wasted his trump card. As he stood up, he saw Barton leap down from the car, scattering the pedestrians on the street while shouting, "Get to safety. Do not linger on the streets." With that, Barton bolted down another street. Watching Barton depart, Dun returned to the street, his gaze falling upon the fallen bodies of 6 Chitauri, a sense of revulsion washing over him. He collected the energy guns they had discarded, stowing them in his system's inventory. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such valuable items. Just as he finished gathering the energy guns and prepared to enter the shop across the street for shelter, a colossal green creature barreled towards him. Instinctively, Dun raised his hands to shield his face, only to feel as if he had been struck by a truck, propelled backward through the air. In midair, Dun was astonished to discover that the one who had collided with him was none other than the formidable Hulk. He had been struck down by the Chitauri's airship, narrowly brushing against him. It was almost unimaginable to conceive the experience of being directly hit by the Hulk. Dun crashed into a car, coming to a halt. Feeling his insides churn, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. Not far away, the Hulk had created a crater upon impact, hardly pausing as he propelled himself off the ground, shattering the pavement and leaping onto the walls of the adjacent skyscrapers. With bare hands, he seized a Chitauri soldier and mercilessly reduced him to a pulp. Countless fragments of debris cascaded down, leaving Dun momentarily speechless. Indeed, he was a force of nature. Dun managed to rise, rubbing his chest, feeling slightly better before he resumed his advance towards the storefront ahead. Yet, scarcely 3 steps taken, a brilliant beam of blue light struck the ground before him, detonating it with a thunderous roar. The shockwave hurled Dun several meters away. Cursing under his breath, he felt utterly powerless, acutely aware of how insignificant an ordinary person was in this chaotic world. Covering his mouth and nose, he waited for the dust to settle before rising once more. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from above. 3 more Chitauri soldiers, brandishing energy weapons, began indiscriminately firing into the street. Countless screams echoed as people fled in terror, clutching their heads. Infuriated, Dun initially considered drawing the energy weapon he had just acquired to confront the Chitauri, but the relentless onslaught had left him exasperated. In his heart, he silently chanted, "Emulate Sun Wukong." In an instant, he felt a dense layer of golden fur sprout from his arms. An inexhaustible strength surged from the depths of his being. A radiant armor began to materialize upon him, and in his hands, he wielded an iron staff. Twin celestial wings burgeoned at a visible pace, soaring towards the heavens. His feet donned cloud-stepping boots, shimmering with golden light. One Chitauri, noticing Dun's transformation, raised his weapon and fired a shot at him. As Dun reveled in the changes occurring within his body, a blue beam struck him. It should have easily pierced through, yet it bore no effect. The other two Chitauri, observing that Dun remained unscathed, aimed their energy weapons at him as well. Chapter 5. Taste the might of Sun Wukong. Boom. 3 beams of blue energy simultaneously struck Dun. However, he felt as though he were merely being tickled, devoid of any pain. These energy blasts posed no threat to him. Dun sensed an endless reservoir of power within him, capable of obliterating realms with a mere gesture. This revelation stemmed from the strength coursing through his body. He even perceived that within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Sun Wukong's abilities, be it strength, speed, or any other attribute, undoubtedly reached a 7th level, the pinnacle of power. Infuriated, Dun realized he might have to reluctantly employ this trump card. After feeling the power coursing through his body, he gazed at the 3 Chitauri ahead, a sly smile creeping across his face as he declared, "You've had your fun. Now it's time for me, old son, to show my prowess." With that, Dun raised his iron staff, flickered on the spot, and swung it fiercely towards the trio of Chitauri. Bang! With a single strike, the 3 Chitauri were reduced to dust, their energy weapons transforming into mere scraps of metal. Truly formidable. Seeing the sheer might of his strike, Dun felt a stirring within him as clouds of energy began to rise beneath his feet. He soared into the air as if performing the act was the simplest of tasks. Riding the clouds, he ascended towards the rooftop of Stark Industries, where a portal powered by the Tesseract awaited, ensconced in a pure energy barrier that could not be breached without Loki's scepter. Dun was uncertain if his strike could disrupt the energy veil, yet he felt compelled to test it. After all, unlike the Council, who disregarded the lives of countless New Yorkers to unleash a formidable explosive, this butterfly from another realm wished to avoid any unforeseen calamities. In the blink of an eye, Dun arrived atop Stark Industries. At that moment, Dr. Selvig had just regained consciousness, his expression one of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. He could not recall how he had arrived there, only vaguely remembering an Iron Man soaring in, crashing against a pure energy veil, which had sent him hurtling away. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Selvig prepared to rise, only to suddenly spot a figure not far off, brandishing an iron staff, raised high as it came crashing down upon the device that activated the portal. In the next instant, Selvig was swept away by a white shockwave, once again losing consciousness. Dun glanced back at Selvig, who was flung away, feeling an excruciating pain in his hand. His strike had failed to breach the energy veil. Indeed, the 6 elemental stones, born at the dawn of the universe, were as formidable as legend suggested. At that moment, a notification echoed in Dun's mind. Ding! The experience card belongs to a weakened version. It cannot penetrate the elemental stones activated in this dimension. Pay 10 million points to unlock the mythic template of Sun Wukong. Dun was taken aback, so that was the case. However, he had no choice. He was still a third short of the 10 million points, possessing only 1,000. Unable to break through the energy barrier guarded by the elemental stones, he resolved to seize Loki's scepter instead. Dun turned his cloud and flew towards the observation deck of Stark Industries. After Thor and his brother Loki had inflicted harm upon one another, Loki's scepter remained on the observation deck's walkway, untouched. At that moment, Selvig had yet to regain his senses and had not informed Natasha about Loki's scepter, which could close the portal. This was an opportunity. Thus far, Director Fury was still buying time for his small team. The explosive had yet to arrive. Dun landed on the observation deck's walkway, extending his hand to draw Loki's scepter towards him with a powerful pull. A faint, chilling sensation enveloped him as Dun nodded in satisfaction, preparing to ascend to the rooftop. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "Hey, don't move. That is my scepter." Dun turned to find Loki, adorned with 2 imposing horns, standing 5 meters away. At that moment, several bolts of lightning flashed across the clear sky, prompting Loki to glance back and demand, "Hand it over." Dun remained still, sensing a green shadow leaping towards Loki, colliding with him and shattering the glass as they tumbled into the penthouse lobby. Loki, slammed against the wall, fell to the ground, seething with anger before springing back to his feet. The Hulk, with fists pounding the ground, charged at Loki once more. "Enough. What do you all think you are? I am a god, you fool. You, an ant, shall not dare to humiliate me." Mid-sentence, the Hulk seized Loki by both legs, wielding him like a club and smashing him into the ground, creating several large craters. Dun, observing this familiar scene, couldn't help but applaud the Hulk's ferocity. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. The Hulk's rage had not subsided. His gaze was fixed on the scepter in Dun's grasp. With a mighty roar, he turned Dun into his next target. Oh no, Dunn exclaimed, hastily employing a spell to shrink himself and the scepter to the size of a fly, narrowly evading the attack. Once the Hulk lost his target and fell from the observation walkway, Dunn reverted to his normal size. However, at that moment, numerous colossal airships emerged from the portal in the sky, threatening to burst it open. The Chitauri army had commenced a full-scale assault, arriving earlier than Dunn had anticipated from his memories. He soared upwards, first retrieving the scepter into the system's space, and with a powerful incantation, his body began to swell. In an instant, he transformed into a golden figure, towering like a giant, level with the surrounding skyscrapers. Gripping an equally enlarged iron rod, he leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Feel the might of the great sage." The hill-like iron rod stirred a fierce wind as it ascended, causing nearby buildings to sway under its force. On the street not far away, Tony Stark had just dispatched a Chitauri when he spotted a golden monkey brandishing an iron rod of considerable girth and swinging it towards the portal in the sky. Alarmed, he inquired, "Jarvis, what is that?" Jarvis replied, "It appears to be a mutant hidden in New York, resembling the mythical figure Sun Wukong from Chinese folklore." Sun Wukong? Tony Stark paused, taken aback. Their conversation was transmitted through wireless earpieces to Captain America, Hawkeye, and the others. A collective gasp arose in the wireless channel. Sun Wukong? Just then, Nick Fury's voice cut through the commotion. "Stark, do you copy? A missile is heading straight for you. How long until impact?" "No more than 3 minutes. It carries a nuclear warhead capable of leveling the city center." Stark promptly commanded Jarvis to redirect all power to the thrusters and ascend into the air. At this moment, Dunn, having struck down several colossal airships, landed on the rooftop of Stark Industries. He was poised to close the portal. Chapter 6, The Butterfly Effect. In the airspace outside New York, a fighter jet carrying a nuclear bomb pressed the red airdrop button. Immediately, a missile was ejected from the aircraft, hurtling towards the heart of New York City. The pilot shouted from within, "The nuclear bomb has been released. It will detonate in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, above the Stark Industries headquarters, Dunn was preparing to extract the scepter to close the portal. The Chitauri army was far from Earth, and without the portal, there was no immediate concern of their arrival. Just as he was about to retrieve the scepter and seal the portal, he suddenly spotted his cousin Tony leaving the combat zone, heading towards the outskirts of New York. Dunn paused for a moment, instantly realizing the implications of this development. Tony's appearance had precipitated the entire sequence of events. The Council had ultimately launched a nuclear missile. Thus, he could no longer close the portal, for doing so would result in the nuclear bomb detonating in the center of New York City. At that moment, it seemed likely that the entire city would be reduced to rubble. Uncertain whether his cousin could complete this final heroic act, he relinquished the scepter and awaited Tony's return. In his previous life, Dunn had been deeply moved by Tony Stark's actions. Now, as his cousin, he felt immensely privileged. Dunn glanced up at the portal, then looked down at the numerous Chitauri below, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. He feared the potential for further complications, uncertain whether his arrival as a butterfly in this timeline would yield disastrous consequences. On the ground, Dunn chose to disregard the ongoing chaos. After all, the slaughter would never cease. As long as Tony succeeded, everything would eventually be resolved. Time ticked away. Finally, a small dart appeared in the distant sky. Indeed, Tony Stark was approaching, bearing the missile towards the building beneath him. "What a remarkable cousin I have," Dunn thought, feeling a surge of pride as he retrieved the scepter, ready to close the portal. On the ground, Steve Rogers delivered a powerful shield strike, knocking a Chitauri soldier to the ground, only to be struck by an energy beam that sent him sprawling. Thor Odinson, witnessing this, swung his hammer, sending a car flying and toppling the Chitauri assailants in the vicinity. After locking onto several more Chitauri with his hammer, he approached Steve, lifting him up and asking, "Are you ready to continue the fight?" Steve, gasping for breath and enduring excruciating pain, replied, "Of course. Are you planning to take a nap?" Seeing Steve still able to joke, Thor caught his returning hammer and leaped back into battle against the Chitauri. The conflict on the ground raged on. In midair, Tony Stark, carrying the missile, had formulated a plan. He spoke into the radio, "Since I cannot close the portal, I shall take this nuclear bomb with me and ensure our mutual destruction." Steve pressed his Bluetooth earpiece and exclaimed, "Do not do this, Tony." Tony Stark replied, "I have made up my mind. It shall be so." With that, he deactivated the wireless headset. Inside the suit, Jarvis stated, "Stark, your energy levels are insufficient for a retreat." Tony glanced at the energy readings and resolutely asserted, "Save it for the turn, Jarvis." Jarvis then inquired, "Sir, shall I place a call to Miss Potts?" As the words left his circuits, Pepper Potts' image appeared on the helmet's display. Tony regarded the photo, hesitated momentarily, and finally said, "Very well." At that moment, aboard a plane departing New York, Pepper Potts anxiously watched the news. The broadcast depicted the city under siege by the Chitauri. The military had arrived, yet it was evident they were overwhelmed. The populace placed their hopes on a newly emerged faction led by Tony Stark. As Pepper observed the unfolding scenes, her heart raced, consumed by worry for Tony's survival, oblivious to the phone behind her lighting up. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. spacecraft, Nick Fury and Level 9 Agent Maria Hill were intently monitoring the live feed, anxious for updates from New York. Tension permeated the air. For a nuclear detonation in the heart of the city would result in the loss of millions of lives, marking it as one of history's most catastrophic nuclear disasters. At this juncture, on top of Stark Industries, Dunn was counting down the seconds, awaiting his cousin Tony to deliver the colossal device to the Chitauri, so he could close the portal. He sensed that his own time was running out. Once the experience concluded, he would revert to his original form. Without power, he would be as vulnerable as any ordinary Chitauri soldier. "Come on, cousin," Dunn muttered, placing the iron rod aside and gripping the scepter tightly, his palms beginning to sweat. He could empathize with Natasha's feelings when she had wielded the scepter to shut the portal in a previous life. A misstep could result in his cousin being exiled into the cold, desolate void of space, left to fend for himself. The weight of such a life-or-death choice was truly agonizing. As Dunn watched Tony approach, he extended the scepter toward the energy shield. A tremendous force resisted him. Yet it was clear that entry was feasible this time. He turned back to glance at his cousin, only to realize with alarm that Tony's armor seemed to be slowing down. His cousin's speed was now lagging behind that of the incoming missile. What was happening? Inside the suit, Jarvis' voice resonated once more. "Sir, energy consumption is too rapid. We cannot provide the power necessary for a turn." Tony was taken aback, feeling as if the missile was dragging him forward, a sense of dread washing over him. Without the upward force to change direction, the nuclear device was bound to detonate in the city center. It was over. Tony closed his eyes in despair, unwilling to accept the possibility of failure. The missile surged forward, unwavering, destined to collide with the industrial building within mere moments. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed before Tony, revealing the armored monkey he had previously noticed. "Tony, halt. Leave the rest to me," a voice resonated within Tony's mind. Astonished, Tony exclaimed, "Jarvis, is that you altering your voice?" "It is not I, sir," Jarvis replied. Without hesitation, Tony ceased his movement, hovering in midair as he watched the missile whiz past. Although he could not discern the speaker's identity, the voice felt oddly familiar. Just as the missile was about to strike the industrial edifice, the massive monkey swung a rod as thick as a hill, akin to a baseball bat, propelling the missile into the portal. Chapter 7. The Space Stone. The white missile, resembling a baseball, left a trail as it soared into the celestial portal. Dunn exhaled a sigh of relief. His gamble had paid off. Fortunately, the missile was set to detonate on a timer. Had it been triggered upon impact, the consequences would have been dire. After striking the missile into the portal, a cloud of vapor erupted beneath him, lifting him to the rooftop of the industrial building. At this moment, physicist Eric Selvig had regained consciousness. As he steadied his instruments, he spotted Dunn's appearance. Without ceremony, Dunn struck him unconscious again, brandishing his staff to pierce the energy shield and touch the elemental stone. With a hum, the continuous energy was severed, and the blue beam vanished. Inside the portal that had been opened in the sky, which was once shrouded in darkness, a blinding light akin to the sun illuminated the scene before the gathered onlookers. The nuclear bomb detonated, exploding in outer space. Countless Chitauri on the ground, deprived of their energy supply, collapsed instantaneously. The battle concluded in an outcome beyond imagination. The ground troops could finally function normally. In the face of such extraordinary combat prowess, they felt, for the first time, the insignificance of humanity. Tony Stark descended to the ground, making his way towards Steve and Thor. Hulk emerged from the rubble, gazing skyward. Natasha and Clint, from another corner of the block, also turned their eyes to the heavens. At that moment, the portal slowly began to close, restoring clarity to the sky. Tony Stark looked up in awe, sighing. "Did we win?" Steve smiled. "Yes, we won." Thor remained silent, fixated on the industrial headquarters. After a moment, he swung his hammer and descended into the air. Tony wished to follow, but his energy was insufficient for flight. At this juncture, Natasha and Clint approached one another for support. Natasha looked at Tony and inquired, "Who is Sun Wukong?" Tony shrugged. "I don't know him, but Jarvis mentioned he is a deity from the east, much like Thor. So, he is a divine being from the east. Thankfully, we had his assistance this time." Clint Barton exhaled deeply, settling onto the ground, utterly drained of energy. Natasha inquired, "Why did you suddenly hover earlier? Were you not concerned he might refuse to assist us?" Tony, recalling the incident, replied, "Ah, indeed." His voice struck a chord of familiarity. "And he knows me." A hint of pride graced Tony's expression as he uttered the last sentence. At that moment, the voice of Nick Fury, the gruff director, crackled through the wireless earpiece. Tony, based on the intelligence I possess, you have a cousin, a man of Chinese descent. He appears to be employed at the Chinese Historical Research Institute. Inquire whether he knows of Sun Wukong. I wish to recruit him. Tony was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens! I had forgotten about my cousin. Excuse me." With that, Tony Stark strode towards his industrial building. He had not walked far before fatigue overwhelmed him, leaving him feeling as if he might cough up blood. Without his energy-depleted suit, he was rendered powerless. It seemed imperative to upgrade my armor. Meanwhile, atop Stark Industries, Dunn sealed the portal and observed the tesseract within the apparatus, emanating a chilling vapor. This was one of the 6 elemental stones, specifically the Space Stone. This gem granted its wielder the ability to teleport to any location, enabling the instantaneous opening of portals. Once Thanos acquired it, he would traverse effortlessly between Titan and Earth. Such an artifact was indeed entertaining. Dunn reached out to grasp the blue tesseract, and with a mere thought, he secured the Space Stone within his system space. Rather than allow Thanos to gather them, it was far wiser to possess them himself. The lives of half the universe would take Thanos an eternity to conquer. And without one of the Infinity Stones, his ambitions would remain thwarted. Upon securing the gem, Dunn heard a countdown echoing in his mind, indicating the experience was nearing its conclusion. 59, 58. At that moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, heralding the arrival of a figure cloaked in red. Thor materialized on the rooftop, observing the absence of the tesseract. Gripping his hammer with determination, he declared, "That belongs to Asgard. You cannot claim it as your own." Dunn, still donned in the guise of Sun Wukong, chuckled, "Come, try to seize it from me." Enraged, Thor raised his hammer skyward, summoning a formidable lightning bolt that struck Dunn's head. Surprisingly, Dunn felt no pain. Rather, it resembled a refreshing electric bath. However, realizing that his presence had instigated a significant butterfly effect within the Marvel Universe, he quickly devised a remedy. He aimed to restore the narrative to its original course, striving to minimize the changes he had induced. Thus, amidst the tempest, he gasped, transforming into a cloud of ashes, while a tesseract, crafted from monkey fur, fell to the floor with a thud. Thor, taken aback, had merely sought to reclaim his rightful property, intending only to intimidate Sun Wukong. He never anticipated that the Monkey King would be so fragile, reduced to mere ashes by a lightning strike. How could he be weaker than a mere mortal? At the very least, a mortal leaves behind a charred corpse. Thor gazed at the scattered ashes, his expression one of exasperation. Just as he had triumphed in battle, he had inadvertently harmed a comrade. If word of this spread, he would be vilified, akin to Loki, the malevolent god. With a furrowed brow, Thor suddenly recalled that Loki still lay unconscious in the penthouse hall, and a smile crept across his face. Yes, it was my brother Loki who did this. He is certainly capable of such deeds. He stepped forward to retrieve the fallen tesseract, finally feeling a sense of relief before leaping down to the penthouse lounge. There, Loki remained sprawled on the floor, deep in slumber, while Dunn, having transformed into a gust of wind, had stealthily departed, arriving at the base of Stark Industries. As soon as he regained his footing, the countdown concluded. His attire, once reminiscent of the Monkey King, vanished, replaced by his previous garments. Upon checking his inventory, he discovered that the Space Stone remained, which brought him a modicum of comfort. Just then, Dunn's phone rang. He pulled it out to find it was his cousin, Tony Stark, calling. The thought of his cousin's concern for his well-being, following the recent battle, made Dunn feel that his earlier actions were justified. Even an explosion was worth it for such familial bonds. However, as soon as Tony answered, he inquired, "Dunn, you must know the divine being Sun Wukong of Huaxia, right? Please introduce me. I wish to meet him." "Curse you, cousin. What concern is this? It's all a facade." Dunn abruptly ended the call, seething with frustration. Chapter 8. Confrontation at the barbecue restaurant. Tony Stark was about to speak again when he realized the call had been disconnected. Puzzled, he asked Jarvis. Jarvis replied, "Sir, it appears your cousin has hung up." Tony remarked, "I am aware of that. I wish to know why he terminated the call." Jarvis noted, Stark, burdened by his heavy armor, shook his head in resignation, soon recalling, I remember now. When I notified Potts to leave, I couldn't reach him. He must be blaming me for not escorting him out of New York." Jarvis affirmed, "Sir, your analysis is indeed the most logical." Tony sighed. The incident unfolded so abruptly. Who could have anticipated the presence of extraterrestrials? "I hope my cousin does not harbor resentment towards me for my oversight. I care for him deeply," Jarvis assured, "Sir. He will understand your predicament." At that moment, Steve Rogers caught up, supporting the weary Tony. "Are you all right?" Tony draped an arm over Steve's shoulder, stating, "I can't walk anymore. Will you carry me upstairs?" Steve rolled his eyes at Tony's request. Tony then added, "There's a Turkish barbecue restaurant 2 blocks from here. I've never tried it, but I'd like to." Steve remained silent, while Clint Barton, who had just arrived, interjected, "Tony, the situation isn't resolved yet." Gasping for breath, Tony replied, "Then let us go later." Natasha Romanoff then remarked, "Isn't Loki on the rooftop?" Tony nodded. "Thor is watching over him. Come, let us head to the elevator." The group boarded the elevator and swiftly ascended to the penthouse hall. Loki awoke groggily, extending his hand as he attempted to ascend the stairs. Just as he shifted to sit on the steps, he sensed a shadow stirring behind him. Momentarily taken aback, he turned to find himself encircled by a group of individuals, each bearing a fierce countenance. The six-person assembly glared at Loki with an expression that suggested they were intent on his demise. Realizing escape was futile, he adjusted his posture and remarked, "If you don't mind, I would like to have a drink." Tony retorted, "Dream on." While the six captured Loki, Dunn had already returned to his residence in New York. He turned on the television to monitor the ongoing news coverage. Despite the city's devastation, this confirmed incident of an alien invasion showcased the heroism of a team known as the Avengers, providing not just solace, but also a cause for celebration for many. It was truly reassuring to know they existed, a comforting presence amid chaos. "I love you, Tony." "Yes, it was the captain who saved me. And I am genuinely grateful to him." Wherever these heroes appeared, explosions seemed to follow. Dunn felt somewhat in the dark, frankly. The knowledge that they lived among him made him feel insecure. The city's destruction needed to be rebuilt by the Avengers, but where had they gone? And that adorable fuzzy monkey, how charming. Without it, he feared New York would have been doomed. Where could they possibly be? Dunn observed the interviews on the news, where individuals expressed their opinions, his face betraying no emotion. Compared to the two incidents led by Thanos, this seemed trivial. Thanos was the most formidable adversary he had encountered. A being of unparalleled strength, ranking at the pinnacle of power. He pondered whether he could elevate himself to such heights before Thanos made his next appearance. Realizing he must devise a strategic plan for his future. At that moment, Dunn's phone rang again. It was his cousin Tony calling. He answered with slight irritation. "What is it?" Tony Stark immediately began with an apology. "I'm sorry, Dunn, my cousin, I neglected you once more. I swear it won't happen again." Dunn could hardly hold a grudge against his cousin, for he was his idol. Clearing his throat, he replied, "This better not be a recurring theme." Tony cheerfully inquired, "Where are you now?" "We're at a barbecue restaurant enjoying some grilled meat. Should I have Happy come pick you up? You still have the leisure to eat barbecue?" Dunn responded, somewhat incredulous. "Come on, Happy is already on his way," Tony insisted. Dunn reluctantly agreed. "All right, I understand. I'll change and wait for him downstairs." After ending the call, Dunn changed his attire and made his way downstairs. He was quite familiar with Tony's driver and bodyguard. Upon reaching the ground floor, he barely had to wait before Happy arrived in a luxury vehicle. As the window rolled down, Happy shouted, "Hey, Dunn, no time to explain, get in." Dunn paused, waving his hand. "Isn't this a car for kindergarten?" Happy Hogan laughed heartily and said, "Tony is waiting for you at the barbecue restaurant. And he mentioned he wants to introduce you to some new friends." Dunn was aware of who these new friends were, so he refrained from asking further questions and promptly got into the car, following Happy to the barbecue establishment. The restaurant Tony referred to was not far from Dunn's residence. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the venue. Upon entering, Dunn was greeted by the sight of several familiar faces from his past life. They were seated around a table, enveloped in a solemn silence. Dunn's unexpected appearance stirred Tony into action first. He stood up and waved, "Come, Dunn, sit over here." In truth, aside from Tony's cousin, he recognized the other 5 individuals, yet they were oblivious to his identity. Consequently, apart from Tony's warm welcome, the others merely regarded Dunn with curiosity. Noticing the group's aloof demeanor, Tony remarked, "Don't you all want to know who that Sun Wukong is? I've brought in an expert. He is a researcher at the Huaxia Historical Institute, so feel free to ask him anything." At the mention of this, Natasha was the first to inquire, "Where did Sun Wukong go?" Sol, feeling anxious, worried that his misstep of striking Sun Wukong with lightning might be exposed, hastily began to chew on a piece of roasted meat. Dunn cast a glance at Sol, saying, "I saw on the surveillance that a bolt of lightning struck Sun Wukong. By the way, didn't my cousin leave any traces on the rooftop?" Tony froze, gazing at Sol. "Did you kill our ally?" Sol quickly waved his hands. No. It was Loki. He is the god of mischief. He transformed into my likeness and killed Sun Wukong." Dunn chuckled, observing Sol's performance before him, noting the poor acting. He added, "Loki is merely the god of mischief. Can he also wield lightning?" Sol's face turned a shade of crimson. Chapter 9. The Conclusion Ding. "You have received 188 resentment points from Thor Odinson." Oh, Dunn suddenly heard a notification sound in his mind. His remark had provoked such considerable resentment from Sol. It seemed that accumulating points was as simple as causing social embarrassment. After all, as long as he himself did not face humiliation, that was sufficient. A group of people stared at Sol, eager to hear his response. Tony pressed one hand on the table and placed his other hand on his hip, looking at Sol and saying, "Indeed, does Loki also command lightning?" Sol, with a flushed face, replied, "Of course, he does. He may not know much, but he does know that." At this moment, if he could place the blame on his brother, he certainly would. After all, what kind of brother would he be if he didn't? It didn't matter if Loki had a multitude of problems. It wouldn't bother him. Dunn seemed to read Sol's thoughts and remarked, Loki is indeed meant to take the blame. Ding. You have received 188 resentment points from Thor Odinson. Sol looked at Dunn, his earlier coldness replaced with a warm smile as he stood up, saying, Dunn, please sit down. The barbecue at this restaurant is truly exceptional. As soon as Thor's words fell, Dunn heard the echo of his resentment in his mind. If not for the system's reminder of this grievance, Dunn would have genuinely believed that Thor was quite familiar with him. Taking a seat beside Thor and cousin Tony, Dunn gazed at Thor, the god from Asgard, and smiled, inquiring, when do you plan to return? Upon hearing Dunn's question, Thor promptly replied, we will return to Asgard as soon as possible. Loki must be judged by my father. Tony nodded in agreement, stating, tell Odin that Loki should be imprisoned for 1,000 years, or I shall march on Asgard. Thor shot Tony a disapproving glance. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, Steve turned to Dunn and said, as a specialist in the history of China, you should be quite familiar with it. Do you believe that Sun Wukong could be killed by Loki? Dunn then turned to Thor and asked, can a god die? Thor replied, of course, gods can die. There is no deity in this universe that is immortal. Once they're finished, Dunn looked at Steve and remarked, you heard that. Gods can die. Let alone the gods of China. Steve remained silent, seemingly still skeptical. Clint Barton suddenly interjected, but he is so powerful. How could he not withstand a bolt of lightning? I don't believe it. Natasha, do you? Natasha also shook her head, glancing at Dunn with an alluring smile. Young man, based on my years of intuition, I sense you are not being entirely truthful. Dunn, unfazed by Natasha's charm, remained indifferent. Among all the characters in the Marvel Universe, his true affection lay with Scarlet Witch. Though he found himself entangled in a romance with a robot, having traversed into this realm, he aimed to keep other matters aligned with the original timeline. But Scarlet Witch was a pursuit he must secure. Ignoring Natasha's alluring gaze, Dunn stated, the Institute for Chinese Historical Studies is still in the preliminary stages of researching the deities of China. The emergence of Sun Wukong is undoubtedly an anomaly. Tony interjected, didn't you invite him here for assistance? The others turned their attention towards Dunn, their expressions mirroring Tony's inquiry. Dunn firmly asserted, absolutely not. With no further leads, Tony conceded, all right, let us not discuss this any longer. Let us enjoy some barbecue. Dunn nodded, at which point Bruce Banner leaned in, extending his hand. Hey, Dunn. I'm Banner. Nice to meet you. Hulk. Dunn shook his hand in return. Bruce paused momentarily, and upon retracting his hand, he realized that he was still struggling to adapt to Hulk's existence within him. He had introduced himself as Banner, but felt the intense scrutiny of Hulk, unable to suppress his growing anger. Ding. Resentment level from Bruce Banner, 272. Dunn glanced at him, his heart swelling with delight, as Hulk indeed seemed to be the source of Bruce's distress. However, he dared not provoke Banner, for if Hulk were to emerge, this small team, having just tasted victory, would face the ire of the public. Tony, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards his cousin, deftly shifted the conversation, saying, Thor, when we descended earlier, the council expressed their desire for you to leave the Tesseract behind for our analysis. Might you consider relinquishing it? Thor replied firmly, that is out of the question. It is an artifact of Asgard, and you mortals will glean nothing of significance from your studies. Tony, upon hearing this, was filled with an impulse to challenge Thor once more. Dunn, aware that the Tesseract remained at the industrial headquarters, noted that it was transformed using the hair of Sun Wukong. He pondered how long it would sustain its form and urged Tony. Loki's visit is predicated upon its existence. You must return it swiftly to avoid further entanglement for Earth. Thor acknowledged, Dunn possesses the most prudent insight. Rising from his seat, Thor declared, I have had my fill. It is time for us to depart. Tony and Steve stood as well, inquiring, how will you return to Asgard? Thor smiled slightly, replying, via the Bifrost. It seemed that the others were somewhat perplexed by the concept of the Bifrost, yet Dunn was well acquainted with it. The Bifrost serves as a bridge connecting Asgard and Midgard, vigilantly guarded by Heimdall. By simply communicating with Heimdall, Thor could activate the Bifrost. As Dunn reflected on these matters, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Perhaps this was indeed Asgard's most blissful epic. Their fates were steadily coming to fruition. As the gathering concluded, Dunn chose not to accompany them in bidding farewell to Thor, expressing his reluctance to part from friends. Thor accepted this sentiment. When the Bifrost was activated, leaving behind a charred mark upon the ground, Tony beheld the radiant arc enveloping Thor and Loki as they ascended into the heavens, remarking, that is hardly environmentally friendly. Steve chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.S. spacecraft, Nick Fury concluded his discussions with several council members and stepped outside. Level 9 Agent Maria Hill inquired, Director, what shall we do moving forward? They have all dispersed, some to distant places. How shall we handle such situations in the future? Fury, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distant sky with his one eye, stating, "They will return." "Are you confident in this?" Maria Hill pressed. Fury, unwavering in his resolve, responded, "Indeed." Maria Hill, puzzled by the director's unwavering confidence, asked why. After a moment of silence, Fury replied, "Because we need their return." Hill nodded slightly at Fury's retreating figure before turning to attend to her own responsibilities. At this juncture, within the halls of the Asgardian palace, Thor escorted Loki before Odin's throne, joyfully announcing, "Father, I have brought Loki and the Tesseract back with me." Odin nodded slightly, extending his hand as the container housing the Tesseract floated into his grasp. Upon opening the container, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the Tesseract to vanish, leaving behind only a solitary hair. Odin's smile gradually faltered, giving way to a look of perplexity. Chapter 10. Odin's doubt. Thor continued to regard his father on the throne with a look of eager anticipation. He eagerly anticipated his father's commendation for bringing back Loki and the Tesseract to Asgard, believing that no one was more deserving of the throne than he, Thor Odinson. However, after an extended wait on the platform, he found himself still devoid of his father's praise, leaving him perplexed. He lifted his gaze to meet his father's eyes, only to find Odin's smile had frozen, a wave of anger gradually enveloping his features. "Father, what troubles you?" Thor inquired. Odin remained motionless, striving to maintain his composure as he replied, "Thor, come here." Thor rose and ascended the steps, his confusion deepening as he approached the elevated throne of his father. As he drew nearer, he noticed Odin extending a hand towards him. "Father, do you wish to reclaim my hammer?" Odin retorted angrily, "I want a hammer." Thor chuckled, "Father, that phrase carries a different connotation in Midgard. Please, do not jest." Odin, irritated, demanded, "Where is the Tesseract?" Thor hesitated, responding, "The Tesseract? Did I not just present it to you?" Odin asserted, "You handed me a hair." Thor countered, "Father, that phrase also bears another meaning in Midgard." Listening to Thor, Odin felt an overwhelming urge to reduce his son to pulp. He pointed to his palm, stating, "You gave me a hair? This is the Tesseract?" Thor stood bewildered, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. He lowered his head, glancing at Odin's palm, where indeed lay a single golden hair. Loki? Could this be the work of Loki? Thor instinctively suspected his brother. Odin flicked the hair from his hand, commanding, "Bring Loki here." Shortly thereafter, Loki was ushered into the Hall of Gods. Thor stepped forward, seizing Loki by the collar and hurling him towards Odin's throne. "Huh, Thor, do not assume I am powerless against you." Loki scrambled to his feet and addressed Odin. "Father, I was merely aiding Midgard's evolution. It was Thor who thwarted my grand design." Recognizing his brother's attempts at evasion, Thor approached, grabbing Loki and delivering a fierce blow. "Enough. I am the prince of Odin's city." Thor struck his brother without mercy, yet Odin could no longer bear to witness the scene. He extended his hand, pushing Thor aside, and turned to Loki, asking, "Loki, where is the Tesseract? Why can I not sense its presence?" Loki hastily replied, "Father, how should I know? After my failure in Midgard, the Tesseract has remained in my brother's possession." Thor interjected, "Father, do not listen to his lies." Suddenly, Loki's eyes widened with surprise. "Brother, you haven't lost the Tesseract, have you?" Upon hearing Loki's words, Thor advanced, but was met with a transparent barrier erected by Odin's hand. Loki, brimming with pride, declared, "Father, we ought to confine Thor. I merely utilized the Tesseract to aid Midgard's evolution, whereas he lost the Tesseract. Such a blunder is most unbecoming of Asgard." Odin raised a hand, interrupting Loki, and with his remaining eye, scrutinized him. After a moment, he inquired, "Loki, are you deceiving me?" Loki quickly replied, "Father, how could I ever dare to mislead you?" Odin slowly nodded and turned to Thor. "Thor, have you yet to learn responsibility and accountability from mortals? Do you wish for me to cast you down to Midgard once more?" Thor responded, "Father, Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Ah yes, Father. I encountered a deity from the east in Midgard, Sun Wukong, who has indeed interacted with the Tesseract." Odin's gaze fixed on Thor, momentarily taken aback. "Sun Wukong? Is it truly him?" Thor affirmed, "Yes, indeed." "Are you acquainted with him?" Odin, with a weary expression, remarked, "How could he possibly be in Midgard?" Thor shook his head. Odin then stated, "I understand. You both may withdraw." "Father?" Thor was taken aback, puzzled by his father's sudden silence upon mentioning Sun Wukong. "Leave," Odin insisted, appearing quite fatigued. As the transparent barrier before them vanished, Thor bowed slightly to Odin and then escorted Loki out of the hall. Odin watched his sons depart, his gaze penetrating the temple's threshold, pondering aloud, is the integration commencing? Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, Dunn awoke from his soft slumber, immediately hearing a notification chime in his mind. Ding. Negative energy from Thor Odinson, 188. Ding. Negative energy from Thor Odinson, 169. Ding. Negative energy from Thor Odinson, 158. The system's notifications echoed for a full 2.5 minutes before ceasing. Dunn chuckled, realizing that Thor had likely endured a severe reprimand from Odin, hence the surge of negative energy. The loss of the Tesseract was indeed a significant blow to all of Asgard. It would be quite extraordinary if Odin did not chastise Thor for such a folly. Dunn, however, was unconcerned about Thor's current predicament. After all, he was a god, and no ordinary adversary could claim his life. Conversely, he found himself in a perilous situation within this Marvel universe. He must grow stronger, even if he could not attain the prowess of Sun Wukong. He at least aspired to become a deity akin to his cousin on Earth. Dunn accessed the system to review his points. Thanks to Thor's wave of negative energy, his score had risen to 5,639. In the system store, one character template had transformed into vibrant color, Lu Dongbin from the 8 Immortals. The panels for the other 7 Immortals were conspicuously absent, as if they had never existed within the system. After some contemplation, Dunn decided to purchase this character template. After all, Lu Dongbin was a deity, and even within this Marvel universe, he should possess some means of survival. He clicked to purchase. Dunn successfully acquired the character template of El Dongbin and proceeded to examine his inventory. Mythical figure, El Dongbin. Character description, one of the 8 Immortals. Ensnared by the tribulations of love, unable to ascend to the celestial ranks, his dual swords lost among mortals. Gazing at the system panel's succinct yet suffocating introduction, Dunn silently declared, "I shall embody El Dongbin." No sooner had the words left his lips than he noticed a flowing white robe adorning his form, transforming him into an ancient attire. He leaped from the bed and approached the mirror, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this ethereal aura about me?" Chapter 11. The item of destiny. Dunn found himself at a loss for words to describe his current attire. Beyond the ethereal quality, he could not articulate his feelings. The image reflected in the mirror bore no resemblance to the person he once was, yet he instinctively recognized it as himself. At that moment, as he took on the guise of El Dongbin, he felt no additional sensations aside from this newfound appearance. Staring blankly at his reflection, he adjusted his long robe. Ding. Similarity increased by 1%. Oh, the voice resonated in his mind, jolting him into realization. His recent action had inadvertently completed an imitation. He was becoming more like El Dongbin. Thus, Dunn began to ponder before the mirror, contemplating how the true El Dongbin might react. However, after several attempts, he achieved no further progress, aside from the initial adjustment of his robe, which had garnered a 1% increase in similarity. Dunn inquired mentally with the system on how to enhance his similarity. The system remained silent, seemingly engulfed in contemplation. Undeterred, he pressed on with his questioning. At last, the system responded, "To embody the target character, your actions must align more closely with the character's traits. The higher the similarity, the greater the chance of acquiring the character's abilities." Is that so? Dunn nodded slightly, gaining some insight. Yet, he felt a tinge of helplessness. His understanding of El Dongbin's character was virtually non-existent. He knew merely that he was a mythical figure from folklore. To portray him convincingly posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, Dunn recalled the system's description of El Dongbin, particularly the mention of his tribulations in love. Could he perhaps delve into this aspect? Feeling he had struck the right chord, he stepped away from the mirror and reclined on his bed, resting his hands beneath his head, murmuring, "Enchantresses, come forth and wound me. Use your sweet words to ensnare my heart. I yearn to experience the tribulations of love." Ding. Similarity increased by 1%. Another 1% increase? A glimmer of joy surged within Dunn. If this pace continued, he could manage it. He then began to eloquently speak of romantic affairs. Yet, he soon realized this approach bore no fruit. The mental notifications of similarity had ceased. What was happening? Why had the increase halted? Dunn felt quite disheartened. Consequently, he reviewed his attributes panel. System store, inventory, income record. Host, Dunn. Current template, El Dongbin. Similarity, 2. Current level, intelligence 1, strength 1. Speed 1. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Points, 699. Dunn stared at the system panel, momentarily lost in thought, as he noted the recent changes. 2 new skill slots had appeared, one for active skills and one for passive skills. Though they remained unfilled, they seemed to herald something significant. This should be reserved for hints regarding skills once the true character panel was revealed. However, Dunn was still unaware of when he might acquire such skills. Perhaps, as the system indicated, he would receive rewards once his similarity reached a certain threshold within the character template. Contemplating this, Dunn leapt from his bed, eager to find a paper fan. He was uncertain whether such an external adornment could enhance his similarity, but felt it was worth a trial. After searching his home for quite some time, he was disappointed to find no paper fan in sight. Reluctantly, he set aside the notion of dressing up and ventured outside to the nearby department store to purchase one. Upon arriving downstairs, however, he realized that his phone lacked any mobile payment applications. After all, it was merely 2012. Furthermore, apart from his bank card, he possessed not a single cent in cash. Am I really this impoverished? Dunn muttered in disbelief. Has my cousin really not given me any money to spend? Is he even my real cousin? After voicing his frustrations, Dunn scanned his surroundings and noticed a bank at the street corner. Withdraw some cash. Thankfully, he had inherited part of the original owner's memories, including the bank card's password. Otherwise, he might have faced a day of hunger. As he retrieved his bank card, he made his way into the bank at the corner of the street. At that very moment, within a car parked on the street, a young couple anxiously observed the bank. No, what's wrong? I can sense you wish to speak. But please refrain from doing so now. Benny took a deep breath and said, I believe we should abandon this. Krell turned to Benny. Benny, it is too late to say that now. Please, Krell, we are not entirely certain. Krell interrupted, I am quite certain. You are not. The two began to argue, each trying to persuade the other. Ultimately, Krell's perspective prevailed as she fixed her gaze on Benny, declaring, I am certain, Benny. That thing falling before us is a sign that we must take action. What makes you think this sign points in the right direction? Benny inquired, looking at Krell. Krell replied immediately, it's you. Benny fell silent for a moment. Krell continued, because you can activate it. She took a deep breath and added, Benny, we always say we should live a better life. Rather than waiting for opportunities, we must create them. This is our chance, Benny. Benny nodded slightly, looking at Krell, hoping she was correct. Krell, wishing to instill determination in Benny, affirmed, I have always been right, such as when I chose you. Upon hearing this, the uncertainty in Benny's eyes transformed into resolve. Benny's gaze ignited with fervor as he cast a passionate glance at Creel, hastily donning the prepared headpiece atop his head. Creel followed suit, adorning himself with a violet headpiece. Once they were both attired, they embraced and exchanged kisses, a gesture of encouragement. Benny exhaled deeply, retrieving the salvaged Chitauri energy gun from the trunk, and made his way toward the bank's entrance at the street corner. The thoroughfare was nearly desolate, devoid of any passers-by. As Benny and Creel approached the bank's glass doors, Benny pushed them open without hesitation. He raised the energy gun and, without uttering a word, fired a shot directly at the bank's emblem, creating a gaping hole in the wall. He then aimed at the nearest bank employee's desk, shattering it to pieces. After executing these acts, Benny shouted to the crowd engaged in their transactions within the bank, everyone, leave. I do not wish to kill. Dunn turned to regard the unexpected intruder with a hint of astonishment. He suddenly recalled that on the 5th day of the Battle of New York, individuals wielding alien technology would emerge to plunder banks. Yet, he was taken aback that such an event had transpired earlier within his timeline. As he observed the crowd fleeing in panic, he remained stationary, believing he should approach the robbers with civility, persuading them to relinquish their weapons to him for a lucrative opportunity. After all, such a situation should not fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. Thus, Dunn advanced toward Benny, who was armed with the energy gun. Chapter 12. Hydra's hit. Well, Dunn's disguise remained that of Dong Ben, which already seemed rather unconventional within the bank. However, upon witnessing the robbers burst in and fire without hesitation, all thoughts turned to escape. Who would dare approach them? Only Dunn would take such a risk. Benny, wielding the alien weapon, shouted at every individual, leave. All of you, depart. I do not wish to kill. The crowd scrambled in terror, and Benny exchanged a glance with Creel as they surged toward the bank's counters. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before Benny. Instinctively, he drew the energy gun and pulled the trigger. Boom. A blue beam surged forth from the gun's muzzle. Dunn, intending to engage with civility, was taken aback as Benny offered no opportunity for discourse. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he might have become a mere puddle of blood. Benny's shot missed, and he stared in horror at the unfamiliar figure before him, a stranger with a Chinese visage, uttering, "Who are you?" Dunn noticed that, despite Benny's words, he did not lower the energy gun nor respond. Instead, he lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that struck Benny's gun directly. Bang! The impact sent the weapon soaring into the air before it crashed heavily to the ground. Perhaps by a stroke of sheer coincidence, the energy gun began to charge, and with a flash of electricity, it unleashed a new beam of energy, narrowly missing Dunn. Dunn quietly breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped forward. Upon merely touching the energy gun, he swiftly absorbed it into his system space. Benny, gazing at the man clad in a traditional white robe from Huaxia, was rendered speechless as he witnessed the seemingly magical disappearance of his energy gun. Beside him, Creel, realizing their bank robbery scheme had failed, shouted in alarm. "Who on earth are you?" Dunn, with a hand casually behind his back, replied, "I am Dong Ben." Ding. From Benny, a resentment score of 163. Ding. From Creel, a resentment score of 199. A smile graced Dun's face as he looked at the young couple who had unwittingly provided him with their negative energy, merely offering them a slight smile in return. Observing their expressions of shock, Dun rose to his feet. With his right hand still behind him and his left hand lifting his robe, he departed the bank. Ding. Similarity increased by 5%. Dun paused, puzzled, pondering whether sparing these two individuals could indeed yield a boost in similarity. His system was rather unique, requiring the embodiment of character templates. However, he had little recollection of El Dongbin's persona and could only improvise. To his surprise, without needing to exert much effort, he had already garnered a 5% increase, truly a delightful outcome. Dun contemplated that after withdrawing some money from another bank, he must return to the Huaxia Research Institute to delve into the study of mythological figures from Huaxia. In his view, the more one comprehended the character template being portrayed, the faster the increase in similarity would occur, a virtuous cycle indeed. Benny and Creel exchanged bewildered glances as they watched Dun's retreating figure, both aware that the tide had turned against them. Creel turned to Benny and urged, "Let us hasten our departure from this dreadful place." Benny, suppressing his fear, rose with Creel's assistance, and together they stumbled out of the bank's entrance. However, the moment they emerged, a voice called from the side, "Raise your hands." Police. Startled, both Benny and Creel instinctively raised their hands. Meanwhile, Dun discovered that his account held little money, realizing that the original owner had lived in dire poverty, only receiving occasional sponsorship from cousin Tony when the Research Institute provided him with some bonuses. Now, those funds were nearly depleted. The original owner was a pitiable soul, and Dun, having traversed into this existence, felt the weight of that misfortune. Fortunately, during this outing, he had stumbled upon a usable energy gun. Previously, he had also found 4 energy guns belonging to the Chitauri, but after that explosive incident in the portal, those hidden assets had become inoperable. Yet now, someone had managed to activate one, suggesting that the value of this gun could potentially multiply several times over. As Dun walked towards the Huaxia Research Institute, he daydreamed about finding a black market to sell the gun. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "How could I be so foolish? If that person was able to activate one energy gun, might they also be able to activate the others in my possession?" The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The method of activating this energy weapon is rather unique, far beyond the current technological capabilities. If Benny or Creel were to assist in activating the entire collection of energy guns he possesses, their value would multiply exponentially. This thought stirred excitement within him. While relying solely on these few firearms to usher in a life of affluence seemed implausible, it was certainly preferable to repeatedly seeking financial assistance from his cousin Tony. Prior to acquiring the system, Dun believed that depending on his cousin for a decade or even a lifetime would pose no issue. However, circumstances had changed. He now harbored aspirations of becoming someone who could stand alongside Tony. With this in mind, Dun turned and sprinted back towards the bank. Just a few steps away, he witnessed Benny and Creel being forcibly ushered into a black sedan by a bald man in a suit. After the couple climbed into the vehicle, the bald man proceeded to the driver's side and opened the door. As Dun observed this scene, a realization struck him. He recognized the bald man as an agent of Hydra, known as Hitwell. Hydra had long since infiltrated the authorities, and numerous high-ranking officials were members of this insidious organization. Currently, Tony, Steve, and the others remained oblivious to Hydra's pervasive infiltration. Dun rushed forward, but was a moment too late. Hitwell had already driven away, turning the corner and leaving the bank behind. How dare they rob me? While Dun initially wished to avoid entanglement with Hydra so soon, especially given his still nascent development, he recognized that to double his assets, he could not afford to remain passive. He flagged down a taxi on the roadside and pointed toward the black sedan, instructing the driver to follow that vehicle. The driver appraised Dun with a curious glance, then noticed the gathering crowd at the bank entrance, swiftly grasping the situation. "Oh, sir, are you attempting to be a hero?" Dun looked at him quizzically and replied, "Is that a problem?" The driver advised, "Sir, you must be new to New York. Let me share something with you. The city has just endured an alien invasion." Dun stared at him in disbelief, shouting, "Just catch up to that car." The driver, somewhat perturbed, pressed the accelerator while saying, "You don't believe me? But there really was an alien invasion. Fortunately, this city has an Avengers team." As Dun listened to the driver's ramblings, his gaze remained fixed on Hitwell's black sedan ahead. Chapter 13. Hope emerges again once the black sedan turned onto the next intersection. Dun lost sight of his target entirely. He slapped the seat in frustration, exclaiming, "Why do you have to talk so much?" The driver appeared innocent, lowering his head as he replied, "I merely wish to inform you that New York has just experienced a battle, and the underworld is in turmoil. Since you've just arrived from Huaxia, it's best not to intervene." With a sigh, Dun opened the door and exited the vehicle. The driver attempted to call after him, but ultimately only opened his mouth without saying anything. Suddenly, Dunn recalled that after chasing for a block, the driver hadn't even charged him. When he turned back, the driver had already driven off into the distance. Ding. Similarity increased by 5%. As Dunn listened to the sudden chime resonating in his mind, he momentarily froze. He was uncertain about the criteria upon which the system had based its judgment. Consequently, he promptly examined his attributes panel. Host, Dunn. Current template, El Dongbin. Similarity, 12. 10% of similarity achieved. Unlocking 10% of El Dongbin's strength. Extraction in progress. Current level, Intelligence 1, Strength 1, Speed 1. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Points, 783. Dunn noted a new development on his attributes panel. In the similarity section, an additional note had appeared. The two previous unlocks had culminated in the simplest of achievements. Once the colon following extracting ceased to blink, Dunn felt a surge of power welling from deep within his being. This force coursed through him as if a seasoned fitness instructor had meticulously attuned to his physical prowess. Remarkable. Dunn gradually embraced the transformation, involuntarily expressing his thoughts. His current physical condition surpassed his previous state by leaps and bounds. The 10 versions of himself from before would likely be no match for his present self. This was a formidable confidence rooted in the very sinews of his flesh. Dunn was thoroughly satisfied with his condition. As long as the similarity continued to ascend, he believed that even a mere inheritance of El Dongbin's full capabilities would suffice for him to thrive in this realm. Compared to becoming a formidable figure like Sun Wukong, Dunn found this tangible progress quite commendable. Just as Dunn prepared to retrace his steps, a black urban SUV suddenly screeched to a halt before him, blocking his path. Two burly men in black suits emerged from either side of the vehicle, each brandishing a handgun aimed directly at Dunn. Hey, don't move. My gun might misfire. One of the men warned as he approached Dunn, circling behind him to press the muzzle against the back of his head. The other man promptly shackled Dunn with a silver bracelet. After the recent extraction of power, Dunn was no longer an ordinary individual. The two men before him, though appearing robust, were merely slightly stronger than the average person. In Dunn's eyes, they were hardly a challenge. However, he chose not to resist or attempt to break free from the handcuffs, having surmised their identity. They were likely ordinary agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. He wondered if they were summoned by Hitler after a botched surveillance. Following the two men, Dunn entered the vehicle, guarded closely as it started moving. Once the car was in motion, he inquired, "Who do you work for?" One of the men chuckled, replying, "Am I supposed to tell you that I work for God?" The other man, gazing at Dunn, asked, "Why were you tracking our agent?" "Hitler?" Dunn probed cautiously. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Dunn realized he had not misjudged the situation. Hence he chose to remain silent. He had almost given up on locating Hitwile, yet it appeared that the latter had now set his sights on him. This was rather inconvenient. If he could find Hitwile, he would subsequently be able to locate Benny, and upon finding Benny, he could activate the concealed energy weapons, which could then be sold for a handsome profit. After all, there were plenty of gangs in New York, and once the money was made, let Cousin Tony and Steve deal with the aftermath. And not to forget their good neighbor, Spider-Man. Dunn closed his eyes and reclined comfortably in his seat. Adopting an expression that suggested further inquiries would be futile. One of the imposing figures in black shot Dunn a glare and remarked, "When you meet Hitwile, you will behave." With that, the two men fell silent, recognizing Dunn's lack of resistance and deciding against employing force. However, after half an hour, one of the men retrieved a piece of black cloth from the car. Without seeking Dunn's consent, he proceeded to blindfold him. The man warned, "Do not attempt to remove it, otherwise I shall shoot." Dunn merely smiled, conveying an understanding of the established rules. Not only did he abstain from resisting, but he also complied willingly. Yet, Dunn could sense that the vehicle had transitioned from the clamor of the streets onto a relatively secluded path. Within a couple of minutes, the car began to tilt forward. Thus, Dunn deduced that they must have entered an underground parking facility of a tall building. 5 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt, and the two men in black swiftly opened the doors and exited. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Dunn could not discern the speaker's identity from just the voice, so he tentatively inquired, "Hitwile?" The person outside seemed startled by Dunn's utterance of the name. After a few seconds of silence, one foot stepped onto the vehicle, and a hand reached in to tear away the blindfold from Dunn's eyes. Before him stood a man, not quite bald but resembling one, unmistakably Hitwile. Dunn smiled faintly, as if greeting an old friend, and cheerfully said, "Hi, Hitwile." Hitwile regarded Dunn with suspicion. "Do you know me?" Dunn replied, "Of course. I know your ancestors back to 8 generations. Ding." From Hitwile emanated a sense of resentment. 233. Hitwile thought to himself, "What a peculiar individual." Immediately trying to gain an advantage. With a scowl, Hitwile stated, "I am not in the mood for jokes." Dunn retorted, "Neither am I joking. I truly know you. Otherwise, do you think I am pursuing you for what reason? To engage in some sort of romantic relationship? Ding. From Hitwile came an even greater resentment. 255. Goodness. Dunn had not anticipated Hitwile's resentment would be so substantial. The more Hitwile reacted, the more Dunn felt invigorated. Thus, he looked at Hitwile earnestly and declared, in fact, we have known each other for quite some time. After all, you are my dear friend. Ding. From Hitwile's resentment. 199. Chapter 14. Imagination. Hitwile's gaze upon Dunn gradually turned icy. He was utterly perplexed as to why a person with such an unmistakably East Asian visage, seemingly of Han descent, could articulate English so fluently and with such an infuriating demeanor. However, Hitler did not wish to squander time. He ordered Dunn to be taken to a secluded chamber and secured to a table, subsequently dismissing all others. Do not think of wasting my time. I have no inclination to investigate your background or your origins. Depart from New York, or I shall confine you indefinitely, Hitler threatened. In Hitler's view, this enigmatic figure from the East might have inadvertently witnessed him capturing Benny and was now attempting to extort him. After all, he was affiliated with Hydra, a clandestine organization that remained a well-guarded secret within both the upper echelons and SHIELD. If threatened by such an individual, the only recourse would be to eliminate the threat. Yet, at that moment, elimination was not the most prudent solution. It was imperative to ascertain the intentions of the man before him. Thus, when Hitler feigned a willingness to release Dunn, the latter lost interest in extracting any semblance of animosity from him. Have Benny meet me alone, Dunn stated directly. Hitler's pupils constricted sharply as he replied. You know that is impossible. Dunn smiled faintly. Not at all. Anything is possible. A notification chimed in his mind, indicating a 3% increase in similarity. Following this auditory cue, a latent power within him surged to life, akin to the sensation of being recharged. The chains binding him to the table now seemed as flimsy as paper in his presence. Nevertheless, Dunn refrained from resorting to violence. Recognizing that this might be a secret SHIELD base, and he wished to avoid drawing the ire of Nick Fury, that formidable figure. Hitler scrutinized Dunn in silence for an extended period, making no gestures towards summoning Benny. After 3 minutes, a burly man clad in black entered the room, holding a sheet of paper, which he placed before Hitler, whispering a few words in his ear before exiting. Hitler, fixated on the paper, lifted his gaze to Dunn, querying. You have no records of exit. I could notify the authorities to have you deported. You want to do that? Dunn replied with a smile. Hitler appeared momentarily taken aback, asking, I want tea? On what grounds do you base this assumption? Dunn shrugged, initially inclined to reveal that Hitler was a Hydra operative and that he possessed comprehensive knowledge of their internal structure. However, he only knew this man was a member of Hydra, and the identities of others eluded his memory. Furthermore, Dunn felt apprehensive about exposing all timelines prematurely, fearing he could not maintain control over the situation. His cousin Tony had yet to mature, Steve had not secretly practiced Thor's formidable techniques, and Doctor Strange was still in the operating room. These superheroes had not yet reached their potential. Should he accelerate everything, the tempest stirred by his butterfly effect would surpass the capabilities of the current superheroes to resolve. After contemplating these matters, Dunn altered his stance and stated, I am well aware of your intentions regarding Benny. Should you expel me, I shall disclose your motives to Nick Fury. By invoking the name of Director Egg, the overseer of the entire espionage organization, Dunn wielded considerable leverage. He harbored doubts about the current Hitler and the Hydra lurking behind, who he believed could not rival Nick Fury. Indeed, upon hearing Fury's name, Hitler became noticeably cautious, tentatively inquiring, Are you one of Nick's operatives from Huaxia? Dunn maintained his composure, inwardly amused by Hitler's self-assumed identity, which spared him the need for elaborate explanations. Thus, he nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, you are correct. Hitler, upon receiving Dunn's affirmation, adopted a more serious demeanor, abruptly rising to pace the confines of the small room. Dunn observed this peculiar behavior, refraining from speaking. After a considerable time, Hitler ceased his pacing and resumed his seat, asking, What do you know? Dunn squinted, signaling for clarity. Reluctantly, Hitler specified, I mean regarding Benny. Dunn replied, I believe I possess knowledge that surpasses what you think I know. Ding. From Hitler emanated a resentment of 200. Irritated, he shot Dunn a glare, retorting, Do not engage in stand-up comedy with me. Your identity has yet to be confirmed here. I shall report this and investigate your true identity. With that, Hitler stood to leave. Dunn recognized that this fellow was attempting to deceive him, aware that he preferred to keep his findings hidden from Fury, as it was merely a threat. Hence, Dunn remained unmoved, adopting an air of indifference. Ultimately, Hitler reached the door without observing any unusual behavior from Dunn, and he turned back to reclaim his seat across from Dunn. Dunn then inquired, "Now, may we engage in a proper discussion?" With his hands crossed on the table. Hitler scrutinized Dunn and asked, "What do you desire?" Dunn responded, "Have Benny come to see me?" and added, "Alone." Hitler furrowed his brow in thought, nodding toward the camera in the corner. A few minutes later, a burly man in black entered, escorting Benny. Hitler rose and warned, "No tricks in here," before stepping outside. The man in black promptly closed the door behind him. Benny stood bewildered, quickly recalling who Dunn was, instinctively taking a step back and stammering, "Is it really you?" Dunn beckoned Benny forward, saying, "Come here." Unwilling to approach, Benny felt that the man before him, with his Eastern features, was formidable, an apparent gentleman but undoubtedly a violent individual. "What do you want?" Benny retreated a step, widening the distance. Seeing Benny's hesitance, Dunn raised his hand, effortlessly removing the chains, and pulled Benny close, forcefully striking his head against the table. With a resounding thud, when Benny lifted his head, blood streamed from his nostrils like a fountain. "Oh my God! Are you a devil?" Benny exclaimed. Dunn seized the opportunity to collect some of Benny's blood and store it in his system inventory. This was merely a small-time thug. Apart from the blood, Dunn could find no other means to unlock the Chitauri weaponry. Once he had completed his collection, the door was suddenly burst open. Sybil rushed in, shielding Benny behind him, and glared at Dunn, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 15, Nick arrives. Ding. 189 resentment points from Benny. Ding. 299 resentment points from Sitwell. Dunn chuckled softly, shrugged his shoulders, and resumed his seat, presenting an air of calm as if to say, "Do not be alarmed." Sitwell, observing Dunn's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He had brought Benny back with the intent of utilizing him to investigate how the energy weapons were activated. Instead, Nick Fury's men had assaulted Benny upon arrival. If they had struck harder, a mere agent could easily have killed an ordinary person. This could jeopardize their grand scheme. Such an affront could not be tolerated. Naturally, Benny himself was even more distressed than Sitwell. He had merely stumbled upon an alien weapon and had followed his girlfriend's suggestion to rob a bank. What kind of people were emerging? After observing that neither of the two took further action, Dunn spoke. "All right, I just wanted to give him a good thrashing to vent my frustrations, as he frightened me during the bank incident." Sitwell, of course, did not believe him. "He frightened you?" Dunn insisted, then turned to Benny, "Apologize to me." Benny, utterly bewildered, thought, "You were the one who frightened me during the bank incident. Now you're chasing me down for an apology? Are you certain I frightened you?" Yet, looking at Dunn, Benny had no choice but to cover his nose and reluctantly utter, "I apologize." Dunn replied with a satisfied him and said, "All right, I forgive you. Goodbye." With that, he made to leave the room. Sitwell glanced at the chains Dunn had severed and shouted, "Are you just going to walk away like that?" Dunn turned back and asked, "Do you intend to offer me a meal?" Ding. 166 resentment points from Sitwell. Sitwell drew his handgun, aiming it at Dunn, warning, "Don't move. I now suspect you are not with S.H.I.E.L.D." Dunn stepped forward, disregarding the weapon in Sitwell's hand, and grasped the muzzle of the gun. With a gentle squeeze, he crumpled the barrel. Dunn glanced at the handgun before meeting Sitwell's gaze, stating, "You may not believe me, but you cannot doubt Phil Coulson." With those words, Dunn turned and opened the door, departing under the watchful eyes of the agents in black and Sitwell. Sitwell stood frozen, his mind racing. Upon hearing Dunn's last statement, it felt as if his brain had momentarily short-circuited. Phil Coulson was alive. Hadn't he been killed by Loki at the onset of the New York battle? Could it be that Nick Fury had resurrected Phil and tasked him with assembling a new team? Was this man with the East Asian features a new agent of that team? With just a firm grip on the gun barrel, one could easily become a super agent. Hitweiler surmised he understood the reason behind the young man's pursuit. Perhaps it was merely a matter of pride after recently joining S.H.I.E.L.D., seeking to assert himself. At that moment, Hitweiler deemed the news too crucial to withhold from the upper echelons. The Hydra initiative might need to be accelerated. Dunn, donning the visage of El Deng En in a flowing white robe, felt no trepidation regarding the surveillance in the vicinity, once in seclusion. He could abandon the guys without anyone being the wiser. He meandered through the underground parking lot until he finally located the exit. The burly men in black, tasked with monitoring, made no effort to impede his departure, as they had received Hitweiler's instructions. Upon exiting the underground parking, Dunn did not cast a backward glance at the iconic buildings nearby, fully aware that this place would soon be abandoned. Seeking Hitweiler here would soon be in vain. He hailed a taxi and began his journey home. Along the way, he contemplated combining Benny's blood with the energy gun to observe the reaction. Yet he hesitated to attract attention and postponed the experiment until he was safely at home. The results of the experiment confirmed all of Dunn's hypotheses. Remarkably, all 4 energy guns activated upon contact with Benny's blood, and he discovered that each weapon contained a purple crystal core, likely the source of their power. Selling 5 intact energy guns on the black market would undeniably yield a substantial profit. Dunn felt the thrill of impending wealth. While it may not rival that of his cousin Tony, living a life akin to that of a typical affluent gentleman seemed well within reach. As he reveled in these aspirations, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Nathan. Reluctant to answer, he remembered the Chinese Historical Research Institute, a labor of love from his father, which he could not simply abandon despite his disdain for Nathan. Thus, he reluctantly picked up the phone. Nathan's voice came through immediately. "Ah, Dunn, it seems you've rested enough. When will you return to work?" Dunn replied, "Do you live in the last century? I've only taken a 2-day break." Nathan insisted, "I understand, but Dunn, it's time to come back. There is a significant project that only you can handle." Dunn retorted, "Stop with the nonsense." Nathan continued, "Oh, dear Dunn, how could I deceive you? You need to come to the Institute promptly, for your cousin Tony is here with me. I must hang up now to prepare a cup of coffee for Mr. Stark. Hurry." With that, Nathan abruptly ended the call, his excitement palpable. Dunn stood momentarily stunned, contemplating whether Tony had sought information regarding Sun Wukong from the Institute after failing to extract it from him. "Cousin, if you had simply asked, you'd know I'm not the same as before," Dunn mused as he changed his attire and descended once more. Upon arriving at the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, Dunn was greeted by the sight of an opulent limousine parked in front of the entrance. "Cousin, you have indeed arrived," he thought. As he pushed open the grand doors of the Institute and stepped inside, he immediately heard Nathan's obsequious voice. "Mr. Stark, these are our findings. There is evidence indicating that certain individuals within Huaxia possess unique abilities. Some can control fire, while others can manipulate water. However, they are exceedingly discreet, and locating them will require time." At that moment, Tony Stark noticed Dunn's entrance. He abandoned the loquacious Nathan and approached Dunn, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Hey, cousin, you're finally here. I've been waiting for an hour." Dunn inquired, "What brings you here?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from the corner. It was I who summoned him. Dunn turned to find Nick Fury, the founder of the Avengers. "What brings this old rogue here?" Fury rose and walked over to Dunn, stating, "So, you are Tony's cousin?" Tony Stark stood beside Dunn and remarked to Fury, "Indeed, he is my cousin. Is he not as handsome as I?" Fury continued to scrutinize Dunn, seemingly awaiting his own acknowledgement. Dunn, aware of Fury's cunning nature, offered a slight smile and nodded. Fury then said, "Your father was instrumental in establishing the Huaxia Historical Research Institute. It seems he had prior knowledge." Dunn promptly interjected, "I apologize, but when my father founded this institute, I had not yet arrived in New York. I was unaware." Fury frowned and glanced at Tony, who nodded in affirmation. "Yes. My cousin had not yet come to New York. I can attest to that." Dunn smiled faintly, knowing these were the facts and feeling no apprehension about Fury's inquiries. As long as he was not captured for dissection, Dunn was resolute in keeping his secrets. Fury continued, "Dunn, to my knowledge, your father is registered as missing rather than deceased." Upon hearing this, Dunn narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Tony, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that Dunn's father is still alive?" Fury nodded at Dunn, saying, "There is reason to suspect so." Dunn chose not to respond, understanding that Fury, with his shrewdness, had ulterior motives in making such claims. Indeed, Fury could not contain his impatience and proposed, "Dunn, help me locate Sun Wukong, and I will assist you in finding your father. We could collaborate." Dunn immediately rejected Fury's proposition. This left Fury, who had previously felt confident in his negotiation, momentarily stunned. Ding. Fury's resentment reached 388. Goodness. Such strong resentment, surpassing even Thor's. Fury regarded Dunn with confusion. "Do you not yearn for your father?" Dunn firmly replied, "I do not." Ding. Fury's resentment soared to 399. Nick Fury found himself in a state of confusion, his eyes wide as he stared at Tony Stark. "Did you not mention that your cousin shares a strong bond with his father?" Tony hesitated before responding, "Yes, indeed, they do have a close relationship. However, one must also understand that in Chinese tradition, a father is often portrayed as a strict figure. My cousin longs for his father, but does not wish to seek him out. Is that not a contradiction?" As he spoke, Tony Stark exchanged a knowing glance with Dunn. Dunn's situation bore many similarities to Tony's, thus he could empathize with him. Nick Fury began to regret inviting Tony as a mediator. Nathan interjected, "Dunn, locating Mr. Dunn is a responsibility we all share at the Research Institute. How can you claim disinterest?" Dunn shot Nathan a glare, prompting Nathan to swallow the remainder of his words. Nick Fury approached Dunn, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "Your father is connected to a spy operation from over a decade ago. His disappearance is linked to the Red Room." Dunn squinted at this revelation. He was uncertain of Nick Fury's motive for divulging such information at this moment. Yet it was evident that the news held a degree of truth. Dunn's reluctance to cooperate did not equate to a lack of desire to uncover the whereabouts of his original father's fate. After all, a significant portion of Dunn's current memories belonged to the original owner, and the emotional bond between him and his father remained intact. According to the director's words, his father had a rather intricate relationship with the espionage organization behind Natasha. After withdrawing his hand from Dunn's shoulder, Nick Fury prepared to leave the Institute. Fully aware of how to exploit human nature, Dunn perceived Nick's sincerity but was unwilling to concede too easily. Noticing Nick Fury's intent to depart, he inquired, "Do you know how to play mahjong?" "What?" Nick Fury paused, momentarily taken aback. Tony then draped an arm around Dunn's shoulder, saying, "Mahjong? That quintessential game of your culture? Are you certain you were referring to mahjong?" After hearing Tony's remark, Nick Fury remained puzzled about Dunn's intentions, replying, "I know a little." Dunn continued, "Were you not searching for Sun Wukong? Finding him is relatively easy, but he is not the most agreeable individual. He enjoys playing mahjong above all else. If you cannot play, even if you locate him, he will not pay you any mind." Tony was momentarily stunned, resting his chin on his hand. "Oh, I see. Well, I can play too." Dunn shot Tony an incredulous look, silently questioning his expertise in anything beyond technology. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing him and turned his attention back to Nick Fury. "Oh, I can play too, and I am quite skilled. I have a Chinese friend who claims to be a gambling king," Nick Fury boasted hastily. Dunn replied, "Then shall we have a game? Let us give it a try." Nick Fury and Tony Stark exchanged glances, steeling themselves as Nick replied, "Of course. Perfect. I happen to have a mahjong set in my office. Let us set up a table," Dunn exclaimed. Nick Fury, Tony Stark. Dunn then looked over at Nathan, saying, "I know you have some knowledge of the game. We are missing one, so you'll have to step in." Nathan was exhilarated. Sitting alongside the illustrious New York hero Tony to play mahjong was a privilege that would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. He promptly arranged for a table to be set up, and as soon as Dunn produced the mahjong tiles, he eagerly brought over 4 chairs. However, once the 3 were seated, Dunn remarked, "The essence of mahjong lies in the stakes involved. When someone calls Dien Pao," Tony interjected, "Dien Pao, I understand that." Nick Fury, feeling slightly out of his depth, asked, "What is Dien Pao?" Nathan, well-versed in the history of Chinese culture, elucidated the concept at length. Nick grasped the idea and exclaimed, "Just call it Dien Pao, that's my forte." Dunn then suggested, "Since it is Dien Pao, let us wager $100 per call. That seems fair, doesn't it?" Tony countered, "No, that is too little. Let us make it $10,000. Nathan trembled at the thought, questioning the necessity of such a substantial wager. Nick Fury stood up, saying, "Excuse me, I must interrupt." Tony, however, held him back, proposing, "How about $1,000 instead? I truly don't understand why you Chinese prefer such complicated games over playing cards." Dunn chuckled, realizing that in Tony's eyes, mahjong was indeed more intricate than his machinery. This was a genius with an intellect of 7. Nonetheless, at the card table, Dunn would not assume the role of cousin. He saw this as an opportunity to win some pocket money. Nathan, nervously handling the mahjong tiles, had already contemplated withdrawing from the game. Yet, upon realizing that all 3 opponents were novices at mahjong, he felt confident in his ability to navigate the game. Thus, he encouraged himself, believing today was his chance to strike it rich. The more he shuffled the tiles, the more exhilarated he became, stating, "A self-drawn tile is equivalent to all 3 players calling Dien Pao simultaneously. You all understand that, right?" Chapter 17, The Instrument of Earning Points. Dunn chuckled. Having discerned Nathan's ulterior motives, he likely remained oblivious to the fact that, when it comes to mahjong skills, he could not compare to a native Chinese like Dunn, who had earned the title of the gambling sage from Jiangnan before his time travel. After rolling the dice, Nathan said, "Mr. Stark, you draw first from this side." He opened a gap to deal Tony Stark 4 tiles. Tony playfully swatted Nathan's hand and said, "Don't touch. I've heard that luck plays a significant role in your culture. Keep your hands off my tiles." Nathan chuckled awkwardly, retracting his hand. All right. Once the tiles were drawn, Tony Stark excitedly arranged his hand, staring at the tiles without knowing which to play. Nick Fury, sitting next to Tony, urged, "Play already." After a moment of hesitation, Tony finally decided and tossed out a tile, declaring, "Wealth." But just as he released it, he reached for another tile and said, "Oh, sorry. I made a mistake. I still have one more." Nick Fury quickly responded, "A move is irreversible. You can't do that." Tony feigned indifference, yet Dunn, sitting above Tony, began to regard his cousin with newfound respect. Dunn held 3 tiles of wealth, while Tony would only possess 1, yet he put on such a show. Clearly, he was trying to bluff the other 3 players. What a clever trickster he was. However, Dunn did not afford Tony any further opportunities for performance, leading him to social demise. He pushed forward 3 wealth cards, revealing them and proclaiming, "Triplet." Ding. From Tony Stark, a wave of resentment totaling 300 emerged. Haha. Dunn felt an overwhelming joy within, as it indeed proved effortless to harvest resentment while playing mahjong. His score had surged significantly in just a short span. Play could continue. After retrieving the cards, Nick Fury interjected, gazing at Tony and inquiring, "Do you not still have a wealth card? Is there a mistake in these tiles?" Tony stared at his hand, his fingers fumbling, and replied, "Oh, I misread it. This isn't wealth, it's a 9 bamboo." Nathan was taken aback even further. Could he truly not distinguish between a 9 bamboo and a wealth card? After Dunn declared a triplet, he drew a tail card and played an 8 bamboo. It was now Tony's turn to reveal his hand. Rubbing his hands together and blowing a breath, he reached for a tile, examined it, then glanced at his hand, saying, "Oh, I've drawn. Let me ponder which to play." Nick Fury urged, "Hurry up." Nodding, Tony picked up a 1 bamboo and tossed it onto the table. Just as Nick Fury prepared to take a tile, Dunn interrupted, "Pardon me, I must declare a triplet." Ding. From Nick Fury, a wave of resentment totaling 188. Ding. From Nathan Smith, a wave of resentment totaling 288. Surprisingly, Tony's cousin exhibited no resentment whatsoever. He revealed 2 1 bamboo tiles from his hand and claimed the tile Tony had discarded. Tony chuckled. "Does this mean it's my turn to reveal again?" No wonder Tony's cousin bore no ill will. He was aware of the additional turns he could take, such as mahjong, if you do not play a tile. It is still preferable to not drawing any at all. Nathan remained speechless but nodded at Tony, stating, "Indeed, Mr. Stark, it is your turn." Tony reached for another tile, and Nathan cautioned, "Mr. Stark, do not play just any tile. You might easily trigger a discard. If I cannot play useless tiles, how am I to win?" Tony disregarded Nathan's counsel. Nathan desired victory, yet was perpetually denied a favorable draw. It felt as though fate conspired against him. He was anxious, 3 of a kind. After surveying his hand, Tony played another tile. Nick Fury seized the opportunity, extending his hand to draw a tile. However, just as his hand reached halfway, Dunn interjected, "Apologies. I must declare a triplet." Ding. From Nick Fury, a wave of resentment totaling 166. Ding. From Nathan Smith, a wave of resentment totaling 200. Dunn's heart soared with glee. Even without winning money, merely feasting on the resentment of these 2 players was a significant gain. After casually discarding a tile, it was once again Tony's turn. This time, upon drawing his tile, Tony swiftly played another 3 of a kind. Ding. From Nick Fury, a wave of resentment totaling 199. Ding. From Nathan Smith, a wave of resentment totaling 268. Dunn was momentarily taken aback. How was it that he had received resentment points without any action on his part? At that moment, Nick Fury, noticing Dunn's inaction and lack of intent to draw, turned to Tony and asked, "Do you even know how to play? Did you not have 2 3 of a kind? Why did you play a 3 of a kind earlier?" Nathan remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Stark. 2 cards certainly constitute a winning hand. How could you dismantle it?" Tony, glancing at his cards without raising his gaze, replied, "What? Are you 2 better players than I?" He chuckled, lifted his head, and declared, "Like my cousin, I maintain a remarkably steady poker face. Prepare yourselves for defeat." Nick Fury, feeling somewhat exasperated, observed Dunn's reluctance to engage, and finally reached for a card, only to draw yet another worthless one. After weighing his options, he discarded it. Seeing Dunn's hesitance brought Nathan immense joy. He quickly revealed his cards, and upon feeling a promising hand, exclaimed, "What a splendid hand." He then laid down his cards and tossed a 2 of dots onto the table. Upon seeing the 2 of dots, Dunn halted his action and declared, "I'll take that." After retrieving the 2 of dots, he concealed his cards and proclaimed, "I'm ready to win." Nathan was momentarily startled and asked, "So soon?" Dunn merely squinted in silence. Tony resumed the game and inquired, "Cousin, what do you need? I can play it for you." "No." Dunn firmly rejected. He was determined to win on his own merit and would not take advantage of his cousin. Today, he had finally seized the opportunity to showcase his skills. He needed to ensure Nathan felt the sting of defeat. Additionally, the presence of Director Egg, a rather cunning individual, hinted that his appearance here was far more than a mere collaboration. If he truly realized that he was playing the role of Sun Wukong, this individual would undoubtedly speak of lofty nationalistic ideals. Cousin Tony was indeed the type to do so, bound to this vessel for the sake of saving the galaxy. He had no choice. After a round of play, it was finally Dunn's turn to reveal his cards. He reached out, felt the cards, and held steady, quickly identifying the card he needed. After picking it up, he slapped it onto his table and announced, "I win by self-draw." Nathan, incredulous, craned his neck to examine Dunn's cards, only to discover that he had indeed won. Ding. Nathan's frustration registered at 189. He was dumbfounded. In terms of skill, he had always been the foremost expert in the research institute. Yet, Dunn's fortune today seemed exceptionally favorable. Nick Fury, seated opposite him, wore a similarly bewildered expression. He could not comprehend how Dunn had suddenly self-drawn, and thus asked, "You didn't use magic, did you?" Chapter 18. The charming cousin Tony as Nick Fury spoke. His frustration did not go unnoticed. Ding. Fury's frustration registered at 266. Dunn smiled subtly and replied, magic? If I possessed magic, would I still be working at the Institute? Surely, I would be a superhero instead. Tony interjected. Oh, cousin, I think being a superhero is incredibly cool. I'll gift you a suit of armor one day. Dunn was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that cousin Tony would bring this up. If appraised at current market value, Tony's mark armor would cost no less than $100 million. To offer such a suit so casually displayed Dunn's significant standing in his cousin's eyes. However, Nick Fury appeared to harbor considerable reservations. He glanced at Tony and remarked, Tony, I believe you cannot assume everyone is a superhero. It would be wise for your armor to be reserved for your own use. As Tony shuffled the cards, he remarked, there is no need for such alarm. If we were to follow your line of thought, I should refrain from developing war machines for your use. In my perspective, we ought to forge an Iron Legion, so that when others invade, we are not left so defenseless. Tony, Nick Fury interjected forcefully, things are not as you perceive. You cannot control everything. Seeing the escalating tension between the two, Dunn quickly interjected, game time. Let's not discuss state matters. Indeed, Nathan chimed in, let us play mahjong first. Once Tony arranged his cards, he dialed Pepper. As soon as the call connected, he instructed, transfer $100,000 into my cousin Dunn's personal account. Dunn was momentarily taken aback. Cousin? Tony nodded towards Dunn while seemingly explaining to Pepper, I'm playing mahjong with my cousin. I lost $1,000 in one round. So I'm initially wagering $100,000. That is settled. After concluding the call, Tony hung up. Just as Dunn laid down his cards, he received a text notification. Indeed, $100,000 had appeared in his personal account. Hearing the notification sound, Tony grinned, cousin, remember to report your taxes. He then turned to Nick Fury and Nathan, saying, now, let us get him some chips and continue playing. Damn it, Nick Fury grumbled, pulling 10 $100 bills from his pocket and tossing them onto the table. Nathan, visibly exasperated, reached into his own pocket but found he could not even gather $1,000. Done, he said, your salary is $20,000 a month. Let us just deduct it from your wages. Ding. The resentment from Nathan Smith hit a peak of 188. With a stiff resolve, Nathan replied, all right, I'll pay you back when I receive my salary. Despite his words, he harbored a different plan. He knew Dunn was merely experiencing a stroke of luck. Once Nathan found his rhythm, it would be his turn to dominate. By then, the other three would owe him money rather than the other way around. Dunn, noticing Nathan's expression, chuckled. Now, let us proceed. They dealt the cards, played the game, and listened for the winning hands. After yet another round, Dunn concluded with a resounding victory, having won again through self-draw. As he pushed his winning hand forward, ding. The resentment from Nathan Smith surged to 399. Ding. Nick Fury's resentment also peaked at 399. Curious about his cousin's feelings regarding his victories, Dunn inquired, cousin, are you not at all resentful about my winning? Despite his reputation as a playboy, it was rare for his cousin to exhibit such generosity towards him. As Dunn accumulated resentment points, he also gathered Nick Fury's cash. With a darkened expression, Nick Fury stated, I'm running low on cash. Tony replied, my cousin accepts bank transfers. Nick Fury's expression grew even darker as he reluctantly picked up his phone to transfer funds to Dunn. Nathan, sweating profusely, stammered, I'll stick to salary deductions. Tony interjected, that's not fair, Nathan. You should also do a bank transfer, or I'll replace you. I wonder how many people in your research facility know how to play mahjong. Nathan was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushed as he grappled with indecision. To withdraw now felt unsatisfactory. He had only played a couple of rounds and had already lost $2,000, leaving meant forfeiting any chance of recouping his losses. However, if he stayed, he would have to transfer funds directly, and if the losses continued, he might struggle to pay next month's mortgage. Dunn interjected, indeed, Nathan. If you wish to cease playing, let us have Ellie join us. She is quite adept at mahjong. As Nathan pulled out his phone, he replied, no need. I will transfer. He was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to outplay Tony the Tycoon. When the transfer notification from Nathan arrived, so too did a surge of resentment. Ding. From Nathan Smith, resentment value, 399. No need to be so courteous, Dunn chuckled, yet Nathan's expression darkened ominously in response. The game continued unabated. Dunn was determined not to let this flock of sheep escape easily. After a few rounds, he triumphed through self-draws, leaving the other three players bewildered. Nathan and Nick not only provided dollars, but also generated an incessant stream of resentment. After several rounds, Dunn noted that his score had soared to an astonishing 16,818. Terrifying indeed. Furthermore, he observed an intriguing phenomenon. Regardless of how much resentment Nathan and Nick Fury accumulated, the maximum value never exceeded 399. This perplexed Dunn. Was this a threshold? While Dunn pondered this anomaly, Nathan, in a fit of frustration, leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Let us go again." Again. His eyes were ablaze. Beside him, Nick Fury withdrew his hand from the table, stating, "I'm done. Losing continuously is rather dull." Tony chimed in, "It's quite entertaining. I haven't even scored a cannon yet." Nathan insisted, "Let us play one more round." He was unwilling to conclude the game. He still harbored hopes of recovering his losses. After these rounds, he had unwittingly bid away his mortgage for the following month. Tony remarked, "First, transfer the stakes of this round to Dunn." As Nathan reached for his phone to initiate the transfer, he discovered his account had been depleted. "Dunn, may I owe you for now?" Nathan pleaded. Tony immediately offered, "How about I lend you a little?" Nathan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Yes, that sounds great." After a moment's thought, Tony shook his head. "Never mind, we're not that familiar, and I would need to request permission from Pepper. Let us call it a day. I've had a splendid time." Nick raised his hand as well. "I'm done too." Nathan felt a pang of disappointment, akin to a deep internal wound. Tony looked at Dunn, declaring, "Cousin, you still owe me 43,000. Ha ha. Dunn laughed heartily. His cousin was delightful, albeit excessively self-absorbed. Such a remark might lead one to think he had emerged victorious. Chapter 19. The vulture Nick Fury rose, glancing between Tony and Dunn. Realizing that he would likely be eating dirt for the next month, he resolved never to follow Tony's lead in such ostentatious displays again. Engaging in such high-stakes mahjong was enough to drive anyone mad. After standing, Nick turned to Dunn and said, "Now that we've played mahjong, shouldn't we discuss some serious matters?" Dunn smiled faintly and said, "Let me tidy up the table." Tony directly seized Dunn's arm and said to Nathan, "Hey, Nathan, we have something very important to discuss with Dunn, so you can handle the cleanup." Nathan felt 100-fold reluctance. Not only had he lost a significant sum of money, but now he was also left to deal with the aftermath. How unkind. However, while he could disregard others' words, he could not ignore Tony Stark, the generous benefactor of the Chinese Historical Research Institute. "All right, Dunn, you accompany Mr. Stark," Nathan said, though his thoughts were already in disarray. Ding. A wave of resentment from Nathan. 399. Dunn chuckled and replied, "Then it's a burden for you, Nathan." With that, he followed Tony and Nick Fury into his office. Once inside, Nick locked the door behind them. Dunn sat on the inner side of the desk while Tony and Nick occupied the outer side. Nick got straight to the point, saying, "Dunn, we need to locate Sun Wukong, as I intend to assemble the mightiest Avengers team." Tony added, "Indeed. I have a great affinity for that Sun Wukong, and I feel he knows me." Nick replied, "Who does not know the illustrious name of Tony Stark?" "No." Tony pondered for a moment and said, "I mean more than mere acquaintance. I sense a familiarity with Sun Wukong." Dunn paused momentarily, then hurriedly poured 2 glasses of water from the tea bar and handed them to Nick and Tony. Indeed, at that time, the cannonball, in Tony's original plan, was supposed to change its trajectory and be sent through the portal. Yet, the outcome was that the energy was insufficient to achieve such a feat in the final moments. It was Dunn who noticed the impending danger and intervened, despite having concealed his identity. He still spoke to Tony as if he were a cousin due to the urgency of the situation. This sentiment was easily recalled by Tony, a prodigy of memory. Upon reflection, after listening to Tony's explanation, Nick turned to Dunn with curiosity, asking, "Could Sun Wukong's appearance be related to your father?" Dunn was slightly taken aback. Seeing Nick's line of thought, he nodded and said, "It is not without possibility." Nick inquired, "Did your father leave you anything special?" Dunn immediately thought of his small wooden box, yet his expression remained unchanged. Nick continued, "For instance, notes, weapons, stones, anything rather uncommon." Dunn slowly shook his head, feigning a lack of such items. Nick sighed lightly and said, "If you remember anything, please reach out to me. It may be the key to finding your father." "All right." Dunn nodded vigorously. After Nick finished speaking, Tony took the initiative to ask, "Dunn, could that Sun Wukong be your father?" Dunn quickly shook his head. "Impossible. Sun Wukong is a deity in Chinese history, and even if my father revered deities, he wouldn't change his surname." Tony concurred, "Oh, it seems that way." Nick appeared deep in thought. Tony remarked, "Could it be that your father is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong?" Dunn gazed at Tony, a wry smile crossing his face. "Cousin, you are a staunch believer in science. Do you truly believe that?" Tony replied, "Initially, I was skeptical, but ever since I met Thor, my perspective has shifted." Dunn, resigned, acknowledged that everything here had indeed materialized, leaving no room for disbelief. After a brief exchange among the three, Nick Fury, realizing he could not acquire the intelligence he sought from Dunn, decided to take his leave. Dunn accompanied Tony as they bid farewell to Nick, both standing in the underground parking lot, silently watching the black city SUV fade into the distance. It was not until Nick's vehicle had vanished that Tony crossed his arms and said, "Dunn, you actually know the origins of Sun Wukong, and you should be aware of his whereabouts, correct?" Dunn stared at Tony, swallowing hard. Tony continued, "From the audio recordings captured by J.A.R. R-V-I-S. I deduced your position during our previous conversation. You were in close proximity to my headquarters. Dunn was speechless. His cousin, with the aid of the godlike J-A-R-V-I-S, was indeed unparalleled on Earth. Tony said, "You have witnessed everything. Or to put it differently, I believe Sun Wukong's existence is closely tied to your presence." Dunn was taken aback. His cousin was exceedingly astute. He had done nothing to conceal the truth from everyone. Yet he could not deceive his cousin. Truly, a genius on par with Thanos. Once one's IQ surpasses 7, they ascend to a level of brilliance that is almost divine. "Cousin, your imagination knows no bounds." Dunn lowered his head. Fortunately, he aspired to be an actor, and this was a test of his skills. Noticing Dunn's reluctance to admit anything, Tony placed a hand on Dunn's shoulder and said, "Cousin, if you are facing any difficulties, feel free to confide in me. I will shoulder the burden with you." "Thank you, cousin." Dunn understood him well. Despite his playboy demeanor, Tony possessed a profound sense of responsibility. Moreover, based on the original storyline, Tony would develop anxiety after the battle in New York. It was only after he destroyed dozens of suits that his anxiety began to alleviate, a reckless behavior that only he could engage in. Acknowledging that Tony's anxiety was justified, Dunn resolved to assist him, at the very least, to prevent such extravagance. When Thanos arrived, dozens of suits might not constitute a significant fighting force, but it was certainly preferable to allowing Tony to snap his fingers. Henceforth, Dunn would endeavor to find some capable allies for his cousin. Perhaps Vision. Regardless, Dunn was not particularly fond of that robot, and furthermore, to pursue Wanda, he must first overcome this robotic obstacle. Cousin, from now on, allow me to worry for you. You can continue to revel in your playboy lifestyle." Dunn mused to himself. Just as he contemplated this, Tony Stark's phone rang. He answered without hesitation, putting the call on speaker. Pepper's voice resonated through the speaker. "Tony, there's a recycling company that has been authorized by the government to collect Chitauri debris. The person in charge, Adrian Toombs, wishes to meet you." Dunn was taken aback and exclaimed, "The Vulture?" Chapter 20. Damage Control Department. Tony Stark was listening to his assistant's description when he suddenly heard Dunn's remark. He instinctively covered the phone and inquired, "What did you say?" Dunn quickly shook his head, signaling that he had said nothing. Tony then resumed, holding the phone to his ear. "I'm quite busy and lack the time for this matter. You can handle it entirely on my behalf," Tony stated. Pepper Potts interjected, "Oh, Tony, I fear you misunderstand my point. This item recovery company has somehow obtained government authorization and now demands that we cease collecting the alien artifacts." Tony paused in surprise, saying, "The Chitauri were driven away by us, the Avengers. It is only fitting that we oversee the inventory of the spoils left behind by our enemies. When did we require federal government permission for that?" Pepper replied, "But the reality is that federal agents have already stepped forward to advocate for this recovery company." Tony contemplated for a moment and declared, "Then let us establish a damage control department under Stark Industries, in conjunction with the military, to compel them to withdraw. Otherwise, we shall consider it an act of espionage. Given our influence in the military, I believe this can be accomplished." Pepper cautioned, "This could lead the federal government to breach their agreement with them. Might they retaliate against us?" Tony scoffed, "Let them come. I welcome it." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Dunn looked at Tony and said, "Cousin, you are already so wealthy. Why pursue this?" Tony placed his hand on Dunn's shoulder and replied, "Nephew, my motivation is not financial. Sealing technologies that do not belong to this era may not be a bad thing. At the very least, we cannot allow them to fall into the hands of the unscrupulous." "Do you know Adrian?" Dunn asked, somewhat astonished. Although the Vulture resided in New York, his influence was considerably less, and only the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man had had significant dealings with him. Tony surely wouldn't know him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked. "What did you say?" After hearing Dunn mention the Vulture's name, Tony regarded Dunn, withdrawing his hand, and said, "I do not know Adrian. But the fact that he swiftly incited the federal government to obtain recovery authorization indicates that he is not an ordinary individual. When the Chitauri came, he did nothing to help. Now that we have driven them away, he seeks to recover materials in the name of the government. Do you think he is a good person?" As Dunn listened to his cousin's insightful analysis, he silently gave him a thumbs up. No wonder he idolized Tony. Even without complete information, he could make the most rational judgments about human nature and promptly established a damage control department to counteract the situation. His intelligence and resourcefulness were truly remarkable. "Cousin, you articulated that brilliantly." Dunn couldn't help but praise. Tony, feeling pleased, shook his head with a grin. "Of course. Why else would I be the cousin and you the nephew?" After a brief pause, he added, "Remember, if you hear any news about Sun Wukong, do not inform Nick Fury immediately. Tell me first." Dunn uttered a sound of acknowledgement and inquired, "Why?" Tony replied, "You are my cousin. If you have any news, you must tell me first. I'm prone to jealousy." Dunn responded with a smile, while Tony laughed heartily as he walked away, saying, "Remember, you owe me 43,000. As you would say in our homeland, brothers must settle accounts clearly." With a resigned smile, Dunn watched his cousin disappear into the distance before returning to the Institute of Chinese Historical Research. Upon entering, Nathan promptly blocked his path. "Hey, Dunn. Have you mentioned the sponsorship to your cousin?" he asked. Dunn merely grunted, wishing to avoid Nathan's conversation. Nathan continued to trail beside him, insisting, "This year's budget really needs to be increased. I believe Mr. Stark wouldn't mind this small amount. What do you think?" Dunn halted and replied, "The managerial position will be given to Ellie. I will agree to that proposal." Ding. Nathan Smith's resentment. 399. Upon hearing Dunn's words, Nathan's expression darkened. Reflecting on the substantial loss of money he had just incurred, his gaze towards Dunn grew increasingly frigid. At this moment, Dunn had long since moved past any grievances with Nathan. Confronting him was merely a means to garner some resentment points. Whether to stay or leave was no longer within Nathan's control. It solely depended on Dunn's own plans for the future. Bang. Dunn returned to his office and slammed the door shut, leaving Nathan standing bewildered at the entrance. Nathan realized that the Dunn who once fixated solely on projects had vanished. The individual before him was now beyond his influence. Bowing his head, he returned to his tasks, prioritizing preparations for next month's mortgage. Once Dunn observed the shadow of Nathan retreating, he sat down at his desk and retrieved a wooden box he had carried with him. This was an heirloom left by his father, and aside from its unusually hard texture, it bore no peculiarities. Square and modest in size, the box displayed only the distinctive grain of wood and lacked any features that could be magnified for study. Dunn was at a loss regarding its name or purpose, yet he could not casually dispose of it or hand it over for research. What kind of person was his father? Why did his disappearance lead Nick Fury to suggest a connection to the Red Room? Dunn could not fathom the reasons, nor did he possess even the slightest clue. Consequently, he decided not to burden himself with such questions. He stored the wooden box away and pulled out his phone to tally the winnings from his recent mahjong games. After counting, a broad smile spread across his face. He had won a staggering $12,000 from mahjong alone. Initially feeling the need to struggle for a living, he now realized that such concerns were unnecessary, and thoughts of selling the 5 alien energy guns were rendered moot. He would find an appropriate opportunity to gift them to his cousin. After all, his cousin had promised him a suit of armor to play with, and it wouldn't he do to accept it without reciprocation. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, the chair beneath him suddenly creaked ominously, snapping a support and startling Dunn. Damn it! Dunn hastily rose to his feet, intending to push open the door and request that Alice bring him another chair. However, reflecting on the dire financial straits of the Research Institute, an idea struck him: online shopping. The chair he had been using was the most dilapidated in the entire establishment, and now that he had come into some wealth, he felt compelled to indulge himself. After a fervent search online, he selected a luxurious massage chair priced at $6,000. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the order, then clocked out for the day, deciding to revel in the vibrant nightlife of New York City. Chapter 21. A bar in New York, renowned for its stark economic disparities, has inspired one of the most famous adages: if you love someone, send them to New York. If you hate them, send them to New York. Here, wealth affords one a life of regal indulgence, while poverty can render the city a veritable hell. Dunn pondered why the original occupant's father had ventured so far to establish a research institute here, clearly not for leisure. During the original occupant's time in the city, his visits to bars could be counted on one hand. However, now that Dunn had traversed into this existence, he was determined to experience the pleasures that the original occupant had missed. After all, he was wealthy. Perhaps even a delightful encounter awaited him. Dunn had contemplated remaining chaste until he met Wanda, yet he held a personal boundary. He would yield only if temptation proved irresistible. Upon exiting the Research Institute, Dunn hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to any bar of his choosing. The driver, taken aback by such a request, promptly complied. As Dunn gazed out at the city's skyline, he marveled at New York's beauty, even amidst the ongoing renovations in certain streets that hinted at a burgeoning vitality. This city remained one of the most dynamic in the world. After approximately an hour's journey, the vehicle halted near a narrow alley. The driver gestured towards the alley, exclaiming, "Hey, there's a bar down there, owned by a Chinese person." Dunn was momentarily speechless. Though he too was of Chinese descent, he was keen on meeting American women, and visiting a local bar owned by his compatriots felt akin to a rabbit devouring its own burrow. The driver concluded, "No need to thank me. That'll be $40. Reluctantly, Dunn handed the driver a $100 bill and alighted from the cab, deciding that since he had arrived, he might as well enjoy a drink. As he ventured into the alley, Dunn soon spotted familiar Chinese characters ahead: a bar. The entrance was ajar, and upon glancing at the sky, he noted that it was likely not yet open for business. Approaching the door, he peered through the glass and confirmed the absence of patrons. pushing the door open. He entered the main hall and discerned a figure standing behind the bar, diligently polishing the shelves. The silhouette appeared to belong to a woman. Clad in a black leather jacket, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of delicate fragility. The sound of Dun's polished shoes echoed on the floor. The woman behind the counter paused momentarily in her actions and spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice. "Sir, we have not yet commenced our operations." Her American English was somewhat unrefined. Dun smiled faintly and replied in Chinese, "I understand. I can wait until you start serving before ordering a drink." The woman abruptly turned to him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you from China?" Dun assessed her in return. She appeared to be around 22 or 23. Her skin pale and seemingly delicate. Her features were exquisitely refined, akin to a perfect masterpiece sculpted by an artist's chisel, although her bust was rather modest. Dun mentally rated her. Her beauty rivaled Wanda's, yet she fell short in the assets department. He took a couple of steps forward and seated himself on a high chair at the counter, inquiring, "Yes, which part of China are you from?" The girl asked. "And you?" Dun nonchalantly replied, "I hail from the bustling city of Teeling." The girl scrutinized him and remarked, "You don't seem like a Northeasterner. Your voice doesn't have that accent." Perhaps it was due to his prolonged stay here. She asked, "So where are you originally from?" As Dun scanned the bar, he noted its decor was neither distinctly Chinese nor urban. He had never encountered such an unusual style before. It felt as if this place was not meant for drinking. "What is your name?" the girl inquired curiously. "Dun," he replied, then looked at her expectantly. "And you?" "Chi Fong," she answered. Dun quietly repeated her name. She is quite a rare surname, even in China. Chi Fong's expression briefly faltered as she gazed at him, finally revealing a more relaxed demeanor. "Are you truly from China?" Dun was momentarily at a loss for words, wondering if she had always doubted him. Chi Fong nodded. "Not exactly. I merely thought you might be of Chinese descent. But you seem to have lived here since childhood, until I heard you speak just now." Just as Chi Fong had mentioned, the surname Chi is indeed uncommon. Even in China, only someone with a profound understanding of Chinese culture could discern that Chi was a surname from just hearing it. Dun chuckled softly. "So now we are friends?" With that, he extended his hand. Chi Fong hesitated for a moment, but then reached out, giving his hand a light shake. "What would you like to drink?" she asked, her demeanor warming considerably, reminiscent of an old friend encountered in a foreign land. Dun pondered for a moment before responding. "Anything is fine." Chi Fong smiled and asked, "Are you here to seek romance, or perhaps to drown your sorrows after a heartbreak?" Dun was taken aback by her directness. He slightly parted his lips, paused, and finally said, "What do you think?" As she contemplated, Chi Fong slowly replied, "I guess you are here to drown your sorrows. Perhaps the alien invasion in New York has destroyed your home?" Dun chuckled and shook his head. Chi Fong continued, "Ah, I see. You must be here to drink away your troubles because your girlfriend was caught up in the chaos of the New York battle, making it impossible for you to be together, right?" Dun's eyes widened in surprise, yet he shook his head once more. Chi Fong paused for a moment and inquired, "You can't possibly be here seeking a romantic encounter, can you?" Dun snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Bingo!" With a huff, Chi Fong shot him a glance and remarked, "It's true what they say. Handsome men are often bound to be scoundrels." Dun was left speechless. This illustrated the stark contrast between Eastern and Western women. Unlike his cousin, who had enjoyed the company of many beauties without any repercussions, Dun found himself at the receiving end of personal attacks before anything had even begun. Fortunately, Chi Fong wasn't his target, so he remained indifferent. Turning away, Chi Fong retrieved several bottles from the liquor cabinet and suggested, "How about I concoct you a blue fairy?" Dun quickly declined. "Please don't. I am quite superstitious." Chi Fong laughed heartily. "Oh really, in this day and age, you still believe in such things?" Dun chuckled in response. "I must. Otherwise, how would I have ended up here?" By here, he referred not to a mere bar, but to the Marvel Universe. If not for the whims of fate, what else could it be? However, from behind the counter, Chi Fong seemed to discern another meaning. Chapter 22. Stephen Strange. Once Dun finished speaking, Chi Fong cast him a flirtatious glance and teased, "Well, it appears you possess quite the charm." Dun hesitated, realizing she had misunderstood him, yet he chose not to clarify. After all, the bazaar had already transpired, and acceptance was all that remained. Chi Fong smiled at him, her bartending skills evident as she skillfully prepared a drink. Soon, she presented him with a glass of dreamland. The vibrant hues of the cocktail, swirling and distinct, indeed bestowed upon Dun an ethereal sensation. He smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Chi Fong paused her work, resting her hands on the bar, and encouraged, "Give it a try?" Dun raised the glass to his lips, taking a gentle sip. It was bitter at first, but soon a sweetness danced upon his tongue, as if his taste buds had been awakened by a deluge. A medley of faint flavors erupted in his mouth, a truly enchanting experience. Dreamland? Dun adjusted his grip on the glass, scrutinizing it with newfound interest. Chi Fong smiled and asked, "Is it to your liking?" Dun nodded in affirmation. Just then, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him. He did not turn to look, instead focusing entirely on his drink. However, Qifeng's expression brightened as she greeted the newcomer. Mr. Strange, have you finished work? Were today's surgeries successful? Dun, initially indifferent to Qifeng's familiar tone, suddenly turned around upon hearing her address the newcomer by his surname and profession. Before him stood a tall, slender man, seemingly in his 30s, impeccably dressed and exuding sophistication. It was none other than the familiar figure of Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. This was the very individual who would, in approximately 5 years, ascend to the status of a sorcerer. Astonishingly, he had just entered Dun's line of sight, a guardian of Camartage following the Ancient One, capable of exchanging blows with Thanos himself. How marvelous it is. Dun mused that life's encounters are indeed unpredictable. Alas, the current Stephen Strange does not recognize him. As Stephen approached the bar, he remarked, "Ah, dear Qifeng. A glass of whiskey, please." "Damn it, I've performed 3 surgeries today." Qifeng exclaimed. "Oh my, 3 surgeries." Stephen replied, "My hands are nearly numb. Hurry, add ice." "Wait a moment." Qifeng turned to prepare his drink. Noticing a young man at the bar staring at him, Stephen stroked his chin and inquired, Do you recognize me?" Dun waited for the young man to settle into the high chair at the bar before extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Strange. I had an appointment for your surgery, but it was unsuccessful." "Ah." Stephen grasped Dun's hand and turned to Qifeng. "See, my reputation truly precedes me." Releasing Dun's hand, he sized him up and said, "No matter, now I know you. But I presume you no longer need to schedule an appointment with a doctor?" Dun chuckled and nodded. Stephen then addressed Qifeng. "To express my apologies, his expenses tonight will be on me." Dun was taken aback and quickly uttered a thank you. In Dun's eyes, before Stephen Strange ascended to the status of Supreme Sorcerer, his life was remarkably lavish. However, after becoming the Supreme Sorcerer, even purchasing a hamburger required him to share the bill. One wonders if the present Stephen would have made the same choices had he foreseen such an outcome in Greenwich Village. After Qifeng prepared a glass of whiskey for Stephen, she presented it to him, saying, "This is my new friend, Dun. It's his first time here." "Hello, Dun." Stephen took a sip of his drink and nodded at Dun, who promptly inclined his head in response. Observing Stephen, still a neurologist, Dun felt a sense of disorientation. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Doctor Strange and Scarlet which serve as intermediaries between the real world and the multiverse. Stephen's magic might be linked to the powers he would eventually master, yet at the very least, this man is upright and worthy of friendship. However, the current Stephen is particularly arrogant, and with the protection of the Ancient One over his fate, his life could be described as quite smooth sailing, until the fateful car accident commenced. But that is a story for another time. Dun had no intention of broaching that subject. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Strange, what are your thoughts on the alien invasion incident from a few days ago?" Stephen chuckled. "Oh, it's all fabricated. I am more inclined to believe this is a ruse concocted by the federal government." Dun widened his eyes at this conclusion. Qifeng interjected, "How could that be? The area near Grand Central Station and Stark Industries has been utterly devastated. It cannot simply be a fabrication by the federal government." Stephen Strange responded, "I refuse to believe in aliens. The federal government constantly speaks of unidentified flying objects. They merely seek funding, don't they, to ensure we pay more taxes?" Dun let out a sound of surprise as he gazed upon the unfamiliar figure of Stephen Strange before him. Had he not been aware of his identity, he might have doubted the authenticity of this man. It was unexpected to learn that before becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen was an ardent materialist. Yet, given his years of elite education culminating in his role as a neurologist, it was hardly surprising. Had he not faced such overwhelming challenges and subsequently been reborn through magic, he may have truly been lost to despair. Indeed, life is often replete with surprises. The most materialistic individual has now transformed into the current Stephen. Dun had no intention of correcting Stephen on this matter, for his stubbornness was formidable. Establishing a good rapport was paramount, and emotional intelligence played a crucial role. Looking at Stephen, Dun remarked, "Mr. Strange's perspective is indeed accurate. I share the same belief. There are no extraterrestrials. The federal authorities merely seek to extract more taxes from us." Stephen extended his hand for a high five, exclaiming, "Great minds think alike." Dun immediately reciprocated, affirming, "Absolutely." Qifeng watched in astonishment as the two quickly bonded, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Don't you watch television?" she asked, exasperated. No. Dun and Stephen replied in unison. After their exchange, they shared a hearty laugh, leaving Qifeng utterly bewildered. Just as they were reveling in their banter, the bar door swung open once more. Dun curiously turned to glance over, spotting a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a sorrowful expression, trudging in with heavy steps. The man found a table for himself and called out to Qifeng, "Brandy, please." Chapter 23. The preparation for the snap. After his request, the middle-aged man cradled his head in his hands, staring despondently at the table. Stephen cast a couple of glances his way before returning his focus. It seemed he had witnessed such scenes far too often in this bar and had grown numb to them. After responding to the man, Qifeng quietly inquired, "What is going on today? Why is everyone arriving so early?" Dun's gaze remained fixed on the middle-aged man, unyielding, until Qifeng returned with a glass of brandy for him. She waved her hand in front of Dun's face, and when he remained entranced, she chuckled. "What's up? Do you know him?" With a slight smile, Dun noticed the man lift his head to look in his direction, prompting him to quickly turn away. Once Qifeng returned to the counter, Dun asked softly, "Do you know him?" "Of course," Qifeng replied with a grin. "He is a renowned electronic engineer in the scientific community, though he is certainly not as wealthy as Mr. Strange." Stephen took a sip of his whiskey, saying, "That's just the way it is. Those who study electronic engineering don't earn as much as doctors. That's reality." Qifeng sighed. "Indeed, people inevitably fall ill. Yet machines do not comprehend the value of life." Stephen replied with a smirk, "That's precisely why I chose to become a doctor." Dun then inquired, "What is his name?" Qifeng responded, "Adrian Toombs." Dun nodded slowly, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, it was him. Earlier that afternoon, while in the company of his cousin Tony, he had overheard Pepper mention this individual. He never anticipated crossing paths with him here. This man was a notorious supervillain within the Marvel Universe, a distinguished electronic engineer renowned in scientific circles, who had crafted his own flight suit. However, in this era, Tony overshadowed him significantly, rendering him almost insignificant by comparison. Moreover, he was perpetually at odds with Stark Industries, a rather vexatious character. Yet, his primary adversary was Spider-Man, leaving little room for his cousin to intervene. Dun remarked, "He appears to be in a rather foul mood." Qifeng nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, he is indeed displeased. When I served him brandy earlier, he mentioned feeling duped by the federal government." "Duped by the federal government?" Stephen Strange looked at Qifeng. "Haven't we all been misled by them at some point?" Qifeng, upon hearing this, replied, "Let us not delve into that topic. I am not an American." Stephen reassured her, "Fear not. The government merely provides us with a reason to express our frustrations. Those politicians are hardly virtuous." Dun observed Stephen and discerned not only his arrogance but also a hint of youthful idealism. It was hard to fathom the substantial transformation that awaited him in the future. Nevertheless, he chose not to engage in that discourse. His primary focus was on mitigating risks for his cousin. In truth, Adrian Toombs was not inherently antisocial. He had been coerced onto this path by the pressures of life. Dun held a high regard for this man's abilities. He had managed to develop a flight suit at minimal cost. If such a talent could be swayed to join the righteous cause, how much assistance would that provide when Thanos arrived? At the very least, he could serve as a backup for his cousin Snap. Dun was on the verge of establishing a reserve team for the Snap, and this vulture seemed perfectly suited for the role. With that thought in mind, Dun turned to Qifeng and said, "Please, fetch me a bottle of brandy." Qifeng appeared momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "Are you not going to finish your dreamland?" Dun drained his dreamland in one gulp, replying, "I am off to invite that gentleman for a drink." Stephen Strange then addressed Qifeng, saying, "Give it to him. I'll cover the bill." With that, Stephen produced a $100 bill and placed it on the table. He then turned to Dun, "I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Enjoy your drink." Dun was momentarily stunned. He had planned to invite Stephen for a shower and a massage after resolving the vulture's situation. It seemed their bond had yet to deepen, and now he was departing so soon. Yet, noticing Stephen glance at his luxurious watch, it was apparent he was pressed for time. Dun replied, "Very well, next time, it shall be my treat." Stephen patted Dun on the shoulder and made his exit. Qifeng produced a bottle of brandy and handed it to Dun. "Thank you." Dun expressed his gratitude as he took the brandy and approached Adrian. At the small round table, Adrian took a hearty swig of brandy, lightly tapping his glass against the table. "Hello," Dun greeted as he drew near. "Good day, Dr. Toombs." Upon hearing Dun's words, Adrian lifted his gaze. "You know me?" Dun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that everyone seemed to relish posing such a question. Perhaps his behavior had been rather peculiar. Thus, he elucidated, "Yes, I had the pleasure of meeting you at a technological competition organized by my school." "Oh, so that is the case." Adrian nodded in acknowledgement. Dun, holding a full bottle of brandy, noticed that Adrian's glass contained nothing but ice, and stepped forward, inquiring, "May I offer you a drink?" Adrian hesitated, his expression turning cautious. "No, thank you. You are still a student. Allow me to treat you." With that, Adrian gestured to Qifeng, "Bring me." Dun interrupted him, asserting, "I have matters to discuss with Dr. Toombs, so it is only fitting that I treat you." As he spoke, he filled the empty glasses on the table with liquor. "Please have a seat." Seeing that he could not decline, Adrian relented and took a seat. Dun filled his glass to the brim, settled down, and filled his own glass as well, saying, "Dr. Toombs." Adrian interjected, "You may call me Adrian." We are not in school here. Oh, thank you, Dunn replied. To what stage has your research on the flight suit progressed? Buzz. Upon hearing this, Adrian's eyes widened in surprise. You actually know that I am researching flight suits? Dunn smiled. I have heard you express your desire to soar through the skies like a bird in your lectures, hoping to realize this dream one day through electronic engineering. Is that not indicative of your research on flight suits? Adrian paused for a moment, then laughed heartily, masking his embarrassment. Ah, yes, indeed, I have mentioned that. But I lack my own laboratory, and thus, it remains merely a concept. I see, what a pity. Dunn was skeptical of these words. Adrian had already begun collecting scraps from the Chitauri, which brought him perilously close to his first revenge against Stark Industries. The flight suit must have been well underway, merely waiting for its debut. Dunn regarded Adrian, raised his glass, and smiled. To drinking. Chapter 24. Seeds of Hatred After Clinking Glasses with Adrian Tums. Dunn inquired, how much do you think it would cost to bring this concept to fruition? Adrian stared blankly at Dunn, reflecting before responding. Perhaps 1 million, maybe 10 million. I am uncertain, but it could require even more. Ah, I see. Dunn finally comprehended why Adrian's future appeared rather bleak. Researching flight suits was exorbitantly costly. His flight suit could not even compare to his cousin Tony's full-body armor, yet it demanded such a staggering amount of funds. What a burden. Fortunately, he would not have to traverse that path in the future. Dunn was not adept at any money-making ventures. But thankfully, he had a cousin who was neither foolish nor lacking in resources. Dunn looked at Adrian and said, if you have commenced your research on flight suits, and should you require financial support, do not hesitate to call me. As he spoke, Dunn approached the counter to request paper and a pen from Chifeng, scribbling down a telephone number to hand over to Adrian. Adrian felt a flutter of excitement. He had contemplated enhancing the flight suit, yet financial constraints had held him back. The prospect of a patron arriving at his doorstep was exhilarating, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. However, Dunn's support was not given unconditionally. His greater ambition was to transform this supervillain into a less antisocial individual, preparing him as a reserve for his cousin, Tony. Gazing at the number, Adrian pondered before asking, may I inquire about your identity? Dunn chuckled. I am the head of the strategic department at Stark Industries, responsible for formulating strategies for the company. In a moment of bravado, Dunn exaggerated his claim. The funds would undoubtedly come from Stark Industries, as he was devoid of financial resources himself. And this endeavor was ultimately for his cousin's benefit. He certainly could not allow his cousin to bear the costs alone, especially when he was scraping by with meager earnings from playing mahjong. Upon hearing Dunn's declaration, Adrian's expression immediately stiffened, though he masked it well, offering a faint smile. He tucked the note into his pocket and replied, thank you, I will consider it. Adrian neither accepted nor outright declined the offer. Dunn, disappointed not to receive the desired affirmation, resolved not to abandon Adrian just yet. After all, Adrian's current predicament stemmed from a lack of funds and being toyed with by the federal government. He had merely encountered a formidable cousin. Dunn continued, Dr. Toombs, but Adrian interrupted, turning toward the entrance of the bar as a tall, middle-aged man entered. Adrian waved to the newcomer, saying, Hi, Norman, over here. After calling out, he looked back at Dunn and added, I sincerely apologize, but a friend has arrived, and we need to discuss some matters privately. As Dunn observed Norman approaching, he realized he did not recognize the man and was unaware of his identity. He addressed Adrian, then I shall not intrude any longer. Please do not decline this bottle of brandy. With that, Dunn left the remaining half bottle on the small round table and returned to the bar. He noticed the seeds of resentment already taking root in Toombs' eyes. Who is that? Norman inquired, taking the chair Adrian had just vacated. Adrian glanced at Dunn's retreating figure and replied, a student I once saw during a lecture at school. Norman nodded slightly, showing little interest, and then asked, has the federal government truly torn up our contract? Adrian confirmed with a nod. At that moment, Dunn, standing at the bar, could no longer hear the conversation between the two. Unfamiliar with the man named Norman, he speculated that he might be a potential sponsor for Adrian. Perhaps this Norman was a businessman. Dunn hoped that his words would serve to dissuade Adrian from placing undue trust in the promises of merchants. He recalled that Adrian once reminisced about the catalyst for his vengeance against society, which was a certain businessman. This merchant ostensibly offered Adrian support, yet his true motive was to acquire Adrian's pivotal technology. When Adrian refused to comply, the businessman covertly reported him to the National Security Bureau, accusing Adrian of clandestinely developing war machines that posed a threat to national security. Consequently, Adrian was apprehended and imprisoned. Dunn truly wished that this individual would not stray down such a perilous path. What are you contemplating? Inside the counter, Chifeng noticed Dunn's somber demeanor and inquired. Dunn slightly shook his head, replying, it is nothing. I merely feel rather insignificant, unable to control anything. Isn't everyone like that? Even Thor assisted New York in overcoming its crisis, yet ultimately, it was the collective strength of many that vanquished those extraterrestrial foes, Chi Fong encouraged. Dun nodded in agreement. Acknowledging, you are absolutely right. I should not be so fixated. Abruptly, he asked, do you know the person who was conversing with Dr. Thomas? Chi Fong glanced over. Scrutinizing the middle-aged man's appearance, after a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. He must be here for the first time. I have not encountered him before. Dun shrugged it off, reasoning that as long as the individual was neither a gangster nor a supervillain, there was little cause for concern. Especially since those who could trouble Tony were now beyond his resolution. Weakness, after all, is the original sin. Nodding, Dun ordered another drink, a Dreamland cocktail. Chi Fong remarked, are you hoping for Steven to cover your tab? You've already exceeded your limit. She gestured towards the brandy Dun had just sent out. Dun smiled faintly. Producing $100 bill, is this sufficient? Absolutely. Chi Fong exclaimed, surprised by the young man's wealth. Dun chuckled. The remainder can be considered a tip. Let us regard this as the beginning of a friendship. Thank you. We are friends now, Chi Fong replied warmly. Dun smiled faintly, since we are friends. Might I ask a favor of you? Chi Fong, accepting the money, responded confidently, please, go ahead. Dun said, to nurture our friendship, how about you bear me a child? Ding. Chi Fong's resentment peaked at 399. She shot Dun a fierce glare. The jest was far from amusing. Dun laughed heartily. It seems we are friends, but not yet close friends. Chi Fong rolled her eyes at Dun. Is this how you maintain relationships with your good friends? How would you know? Dun feigned surprise in return. Ding. Chi Fong's resentment dwindled to 368. Dun, unfazed by his image, simply sought to accumulate points. It was far easier to do so from strangers, but with Chi Fong, the risk was evidently much lower. Chapter 25. He could not comprehend. Chi Fong was taken aback by the sudden revelation of Dun's character. Initially, she had presumed him to be a somewhat reserved individual of Chinese descent. However, upon deeper interaction, she discerned that Dun was undeniably a quintessential example of a typically reserved, yet fervent Chinese man. Apart from his unusually clear eyes, he bore little distinction from the friends she had previously known. Fueled by anger, Chi Fong prepared a glass of Dreamland for Dun, then began polishing the glass. Ignoring him entirely. When does the peak traffic begin? Dun inquired, attempting to strike up a conversation. Chi Fong replied, it will take another hour for the crowd to grow. However, as you can see, my establishment is quite small, accommodating at most 20 or so patrons. Dun nodded, then asked, will there be any beautiful women coming? Ding. A wave of resentment from Chi Fong. 299. Humph. Chi Fong rolled her eyes dramatically, choosing to disregard Dun further. She had hoped to forge a genuine friendship, but she realized her initial impression of him had been overly generous and required reevaluation. As the two exchanged banter, Adrian Tumuz, seated in a corner, rose alongside the middle-aged man named Norman. Chi Fong stepped out from behind the counter, asking, Dr. Tumuz, are you leaving? Dun turned his attention to Adrian. Ah, yes. Adrian replied, picking up the bottle of brandy Dun had gifted him. Please hold on to this for me. I'll come by tomorrow to enjoy it. With that, Adrian turned to Dun, patted him on the shoulder, and said, thank you, young man. I'll treat you to a drink another time. Dun smiled and nodded. Adrian then stated, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye. Dun replied, watching as Adrian and Norman exited the bar. Just as Chi Fong placed the brandy away, she noticed Dun turning to leave and hurriedly called out, aren't you going to wait for your target? Next time, for sure. Dun replied without looking back. As Dun reached the door, he paused, observing Adrian and Norman just a few steps away outside the glass. Once they had moved a bit further, he stepped outside, seeing them venture deeper into the alley. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow. In order to avoid detection, he transformed himself into the likeness of El Dongbin. Though this ability was not particularly combative, it proved effective for disguise. After walking deeper into the alley, he overheard Adrian and Norman arguing around the corner. Damn, this is beyond my control. How could I have anticipated that Stark Industries would sway those people? Adrian exclaimed. You promised me. You said establishing this recycling company would allow me to earn $300 million. Now I've already lost $5 million. You must find a way to rectify my losses. What can I do? Tony Stark is at the height of his power. Even the federal government is beholden to him. What do you expect me to do? Since they breached the contract, we cannot be blamed for being ruthless. Adrian, go reclaim what we are owed. I have a friend at Stark Industries. If I provide him with some money, he can sell me information about their waste collection. Once I obtain the intel, you can go and take it back. If you cannot retrieve it, you must compensate for my losses. Damn it. Damn it. The middle-aged man named Norman cursed a few times. Dun listened to these words. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he could not discern Adrian's expression, yet he could imagine the turmoil within him at that moment. Adrian was blessed with an enviable family, a devoted wife, and a lovely daughter. If financial compensation were to come into play, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his family's plight. The choices life had presented him left him ensnared in a passive predicament. Dunn sighed in resignation and turned to leave. He had already foreseen the outcome. All he could do now was inform his cousin to prepare thoroughly and not become a target. Even the smallest loss would affect his cousin. And he could not allow Adrian and Norman to succeed. Just as he turned, his foot inadvertently kicked a wine bottle, producing a clear clatter that echoed through the air, causing Dunn to freeze momentarily. "Who's there?" Norman's voice rang out, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Dunn was not fearful. Without his flight suit, Adrian posed no threat to him. He simply wished to remain undiscovered. However, fleeing now would be futile. Thus, he leaned against the wall, lifted his robe, and feigned an act of relieving himself, a spontaneous reaction. Dunn felt that since awakening the supreme role-playing system, his acting skills had notably improved. Just as he was about to enact his charade, the figures of Norman and Adrian appeared at the corner of the alley. Dunn hastily concealed himself and, speaking in Mandarin, exclaimed, "What the hell? Why are there people here?" Norman and Adrian paused, exchanging glances, puzzled by the foreigner. Dunn inquired, "Are you here to relieve yourselves as well?" He continued in Mandarin. Though Norman and Adrian did not comprehend, they could decipher the tone and looked at Dunn, questioning, "Are you Chinese?" Dunn feigned ignorance, replying, "What are you saying?" Norman frowned and said to Adrian, "Does he not understand our words?" Adrian nodded, "I believe so." Norman added, "Yet he seems to grasp everything we say. Let us kill him. There's no one around." Adrian argued, "He appears to be here merely to urinate. We cannot kill him, as it would only bring us trouble. What if he understands our conversation?" Norman glanced at Dunn, a smile creeping across his face. "What an actor this guy is." Adrian proposed, "I have a way to test him." He then called out to Dunn, "There's $100 behind you." Dunn was at a loss for words. This fellow was indeed clever. However, he had to pretend he did not understand. He replied in Mandarin, "What did you say? Is your mother about to give birth?" Adrian chuckled to Norman. "See, he truly doesn't understand." Norman acknowledged with a sound, then addressed Dunn, "You have $10,000 beneath your feet." Dunn was speechless, looking at the two with a puzzled expression, asking, "Did your mother have a miscarriage?" Norman's demeanor began to relax, and with a cheerful tone, he said, "Oh, he indeed does not comprehend. Let us spare him." With that, Norman and Adrian turned into the alley and continued onward. Dunn, meanwhile, turned to extract his phone, dialing a number. Chapter 26. Chi Fong's unique ability. Dunn placed a call to Happy Hogan, the driver and bodyguard of Tony's cousin. Following the establishment of the damage control department by Tony's cousin, the majority of the responsibilities had been delegated to him. When the call connected, the sound of Happy Hogan's voice resonated in Dunn's ear. "Hello, dear Dunn. What brings you to call me?" Dunn bypassed pleasantries and stated directly, "Hasn't your cousin established a new department? Are you not in charge of it?" Happy Hogan hesitated on the line. "How did you know?" "I just found out myself." Dunn replied, "I need to tell you something. There's a possibility someone might attempt to seize your achievements. Be vigilant in the coming days. Who would dare to take from us?" Happy Hogan instinctively inquired. After pondering for a moment, Dunn answered, "I'm not entirely certain yet. Just ensure your protection is robust, and I shall inform you if I receive concrete information." He refrained from mentioning Adrian's name, wanting to afford Adrian an opportunity. After all, in this realm, villains seldom escape unscathed, ultimately facing their demise, except for the unfortunate Tony's cousin. With a serious demeanor, Happy Hogan said, "Thank you, Dunn. I will relay this matter to Tony." Dunn quickly interjected, "Please refrain from informing him just yet." Happy paused, asking why not. Dunn explained, "I do not yet possess the latest information. I merely overheard discussions regarding this matter. Wait until I can confirm it before you tell him." "Understood," Happy Hogan acknowledged. Once Dunn hung up, he promptly organized a team to bolster surveillance. After all, the remnants left by the Chitauri were coveted by many, warranting precaution. Having concluded the call, Dunn found himself at the entrance of a bar. Evaluating his attire, he decided to enter for a drink. Curious whether Chi Fong would have an affinity for a hanfu-clad individual and whether she might be moved to offer herself in kind. Upon entering, Dunn noticed the bar had already filled with 6 or 7 patrons, each seated and nursing their drinks. Chi Fong was preparing a cocktail when she caught sight of a man in a white robe from the Han Dynasty, her eyes brightening momentarily. However, upon closer inspection, terror washed over her as she exclaimed, "How could it be you?" Dunn was taken aback, yet he found it hard to believe that Chi Fong recognized him. Thus, he queried, "What? You know me?" "Stop joking, Dunn. I recognize you," Chi Fong insisted, her astonishment unchanged as she set down her mixing glass. "How did you manage this?" Dunn was utterly bewildered. His disguise was a system-level one, not easily discerned by ordinary individuals. What was Chi Fong's background that allowed her to see through it? Approaching the bar, Dunn took a seat and urged, "You must tell me, how did you recognize me?" As he spoke, he reached out and grasped Chi Fong's hand. She hesitated, pulling her hand away as she replied, "I didn't recognize you that much. It's just that your attire is quite. She contemplated for a moment, but failed to find a suitable adjective, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. Dun then asked, is there a mirror? Qifeng momentarily paused, retrieving a compact mirror from her bag beneath the bar. What do you need the mirror for? Dun inquired, accepting the mirror and scrutinizing his reflection. To his astonishment, he bore no resemblance to himself. The image mirrored precisely that which he had seen at home. The disparity between his visage and that of El Dongbin was stark. Yet, how could Qifeng discern the truth? It was utterly astounding. He returned the mirror to her, asking, do I truly appear unchanged in your eyes? Qifeng nodded affirmatively. Dun, pensive, regarded her with a hint of anxiety. He had always believed his disguise could deceive everyone, but this sudden revelation left him apprehensive. If he were to act excessively while masquerading as El Dongbin, and someone were to recognize his true identity as Qifeng had, he would find himself in a precarious position. The thought was terrifying. Fortuitously, he had encountered Qifeng today. He could use this opportunity to refine his act. I'll have a dreamland cocktail, Dun requested, hoping to calm his nerves. Qifeng shot him an exasperated glance, whereout Dun's eyes widened in disbelief. But I saw you using this, that, and the other to make it. Aren't those all here? He gestured toward the bottles on the shelf. Cocktails have a life of their own. They can only be produced in limited quantities each day. Do you think this is Erguo too? Qifeng retorted. Dun dismissed her whimsical explanation with a shake of his head, rising to leave, feeling disheartened by the lack of drink. It was hardly welcoming, especially when he had hoped to cultivate a deeper connection with her. Just as he was about to depart, Qifeng called out, are you giving up so soon? Dun hesitated, turning back to her, realizing her words seemed to perfectly address his unvoiced concerns. Was their connection so uncanny? He blurted out, I never said I was giving up. You're not planning to close, are you? Ding. Qifeng's resentment level, 399. She stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Did you misunderstand? I meant, don't you want another drink? Dun exclaimed in realization, slapping his forehead. All right then, I'll have a new one. Qifeng waited for Dun to take his seat once more before she commenced mixing another cocktail. At that moment, a tall youth with flamboyantly dyed red hair occupied the bar stool beside Dun. As Qifeng presented the freshly concocted cocktail to Dun, the youth reached out and snatched it away. This martini must be your specialty, right? Let me have a taste, he declared, preparing to lift the glass. Dun instinctively pressed down on the base of the glass, asserting, you seem rather impolite. Hey, are you sure you want to contest this drink with me? The youth retorted, refusing to relinquish his hold. Release it. Dun's tone turned serious. Qifeng interjected, addressing the youth, that drink isn't suited for you. I can prepare a fresh one. The young man defiantly glanced at Qifeng and proclaimed, I simply adore this drink. I can tell that this martini is infused with affection. Can we cease this tedium? Qifeng regarded him and replied, must you be so dull? The young man turned to Dun and remarked, shouldn't you appreciate my kind of charm? With my high nose and fair complexion, am I not more appealing than him? Dun, having never encountered such arrogance, retorted, release it, or I shall count to 3. Allow me to count for you. 3, 2, 1. The moment the young man spoke, he exerted force, seizing the martini. Enraged, Qifeng grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it over the young man's head with a resounding crash. Chapter 27. This is exhaustion. Bang. The bottle shattered, and the young man let out a pained cry, relinquishing his hold on the glass and clutching his head, exclaiming, you wretched creature. Dun, initially reluctant to intervene, was provoked by the young man's insults and swiftly delivered a powerful slap across his face. The force of the blow sent the young man crashing into 4 high stools, toppling them over before he fell to the ground. Do you dare strike me? The young man shouted as he scrambled to his feet and bolted for the exit. Dun, uninterested in his departure, felt he had been rather lenient. Fortunately, Qifeng was not his girlfriend. Had she been, Dun would have surely inflicted a more severe injury upon the young man. Once the young man left, Qifeng urged Dun, you should leave quickly. He is not someone to be trifled with. Dun inquired, what makes him so formidable? In terms of connections, he has his cousin Tony, Nick Fury, and even knows Hitler. Now those are individuals to fear. What could a mere youth accomplish in this Marvel universe? Qifeng replied, his father is a boxer and the head of the largest gang here. If you provoke him, he will not let it slide. Dun initially believed Qifeng was referring to the gang leader himself, only to realize that she was merely speaking of a henchman's son. This revelation diminished his fear. Moreover, Dun noticed that when Qifeng spoke, she seemed more concerned for him than for herself, which struck him as peculiar. Dun said, I am leaving. What will you do? Qifeng responded, unfortunately, I know his father, and he won't cause me any trouble. What? Dun gazed at this seemingly ordinary girl, finding it hard to believe. You certainly know an impressive number of people, he thought, beginning to doubt Qifeng's true identity. Qifeng continued, the moment he entered. I noticed him, but I find him insufferable, so conceited, I cannot stand him. Dunn nodded, still hesitating to depart. After riding a few stools, he observed the spilled martini and sat back down, sipping from the glass once more. Seeing that Dunn was unwilling to leave, Chi-Fong remarked, "His father is a martial arts expert. Though he is aged, he remains formidable. Are you truly certain you do not wish to depart?" Dunn savored another sip, reflecting for a moment before asking, "How do you know that I lack fighting skills?" Chi-Fong bit her lip gently, gazing at Dunn as she inquired, "Are you attempting to assert your dominance?" Dunn laughed heartily, downing the remainder of his martini. "Why not?" Ding. The similarity increased by 10%. Listening to the prompts resonating in his mind, Dunn found himself amused. He never anticipated that declaring his intentions in pursuit of a romantic interest could yield such a significant enhancement. It rather resembled the persona of L. Dongbin, the romantic. Previously, during his encounter with Hit Weir, his efforts to play a role only garnered a meager evaluation of around 3%. Now, astonishingly, it had surged to 10%, a pace that left him somewhat astonished. This was surely leading him down a path of becoming a notorious rogue. Similarly, after the prompts had sounded, he immediately sensed subtle changes within his body. First and foremost was the surge of strength permeating every fiber of his being. If a tiger were to charge into the bar at that moment, he could effortlessly subdue it with a single strike. This newfound strength instilled a profound sense of confidence, gradually elevating him beyond the realm of the ordinary and nudging him towards the extraordinary. Chi-Fong regarded Dunn once more and said, "You should leave, truly. They won't trouble me. But you fear that your bar might descend into chaos, don't you?" Dunn discerned the true concern that plagued Chi-Fong. She covered her mouth, giggling. "You've seen through me." With a smile, Dunn reassured her, "Rest assured, should they dare to come, I will ensure they face the consequences. In the meantime, you can browse online for some new tables and chairs." Chi-Fong understood Dunn's intent, exclaiming helplessly, "You are quite full of yourself." "This is confidence," Dunn replied, as he began to retrieve his phone. "I'll make a call. I am certain I can resolve this." With a subtle smile directed at Chi-Fong, he dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, and a deep male voice emerged on the line. "Who is this?" "Hello, Hit Weir. It's the guest from your establishment the other day," Dunn cheerfully reminded him. Ultimately, he had chosen to call Hit Weir, not for any other reason, but because he felt it prudent to expend some of Hydra's strength if possible. Involving Tony's cousin or Nick Fury would only squander their precious time. "Is it you?" Hit Weir paused for several seconds. "How did you obtain my number?" "That is of no concern to you. I must inform you that a violent incident is likely to transpire at a bar, which could jeopardize the safety of our organization," Dunn stated bluntly. Upon hearing Dunn's words, Hit Weir chuckled derisively. "Our roles differ significantly. Why should I cooperate with you?" "Very well, then," Dunn replied, covering his mouth with his hand, lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper, "Long live Hydra." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. On the other end, Hit Weir was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he recognized the familiar voice. "Is there someone from Nick Fury's side?" Hit Weir pondered, realizing that his organization was indeed growing increasingly formidable. The young man with the features of a Han Chinese, though not particularly likable, was undeniably a competent agent, possessing remarkable physical prowess. Having such an ally was truly a stroke of fortune. With excitement, Hit Weir tucked his phone away, rising from his office chair. He pressed the intercom on his desk and instructed his assistant, "Please summon Valente and Benny. I have urgent matters to discuss with them." After the telephone call concluded, Hitweiler settled back into his chair, propping his legs upon the desk. Shortly thereafter, the door to his office swung open, and two young men clad in black uniforms saluted him, addressing him as Sir. Hitweiler instructed them to proceed to a bar where one of their associates awaited further instructions. "Our associate?" Benny glanced at his companion, Valente. "Is it that Chinese individual who pursued us the other day?" Hitweiler confirmed, "Indeed. I have verified that he is one of ours." Benny felt a twinge of apprehension towards Dunn, particularly after their last encounter had left him bloodied. Though reluctant, he steeled himself and inquired, "Very well, which bar shall we visit?" Hitweiler hesitated, contemplating for a moment before realizing he had neglected to mention the name of the establishment. At that moment, Valente, recalling Hitweiler's reference to the Chinese individual, suddenly asked, "Is it a bar owned by a Chinese person?" Hitweiler urged them, "That must be it. Hurry." Chapter 28. To maintain dignity after arranging everything, Dunn gazed at Chi-Fong and smiled faintly. "Just wait and enjoy the show." Chi-Fong retorted, "Enjoy the show? This is my bar, my labor of love. I feel as though I must have owed you a debt in a past life for you to come here to collect." Dunn laughed heartily and asked, "Are you suggesting we are adversaries?" "Get lost." Chi-Fong shot him an irritated glance. "Who said we are adversaries?" She regarded Dunn with genuine annoyance, unsure of whom he had contacted. Finally, lowering her voice, she muttered something incomprehensible, but judging by Dunn's demeanor, it seemed sincere. "Are you truly not leaving?" Chi-Fong asked earnestly. Dunn nodded. I will mention a name that will cause you regret, she warned. What name? Dunn inquired, momentarily taken aback. Kingpin. Have you heard of him? Initially, Dunn didn't recall that name, but he recognized who it referred to, the most formidable mob boss within New York's underworld. Although he appeared late in the Marvel timeline, his existence was undeniably significant, as he stood as one of the most formidable adversaries to the superheroes. Chifong continued. That young man's father was once a fighter for Kingpin, highly skilled and influential, a ruthless killer without a hint of hesitation. Dunn chuckled dismissively. Merely a henchman for a mob boss. I know Thor. Does that make me arrogant? Am I swelling with pride? Dunn glanced at the clock on the bar. Noting that only 3 minutes had passed. Bored, he decided to tease Chifong further, posing an intriguing question. May I ask you a curious question? Chifong, exasperated, chose not to dissuade him from lingering. She simply wished to observe how Dunn's situation would unfold. Dunn continued. Why is death referred to as a deity rather than a ghost? Chifong paused, contemplating before shaking her head in uncertainty. Dunn explained. Because calling it a ghost of death seems rather undignified. Ding. The grievances from Chifong are palpable. Chifong is truly at a loss for words. Even at this moment, there remains a sense of humor. Conversely, Deng En is in high spirits, reveling in the mental influx of points. And thus inquires, you say the celestial beings in the sky are referred to as Xian, but why are those in the sea only called Wang? Chifong is momentarily taken aback, contemplating the matter, and indeed realizes the truth in his words, yet she finds herself unable to provide an answer. Deng En continues, look, the Dragon King and Sea King are all titled Wang. Now genuinely intrigued, Chifong asks, why is that? Deng En replies, because, if they were called Xian, it would seem rather inappropriate. Ding. The grievances from Chifong escalate. She gazes at Deng En, torn between laughter and embarrassment, and concludes that Deng En is undoubtedly a quintessentially reserved, yet flirtatious man. His methods of amusing women are akin to those of a rogue. You truly are a sight to behold, Chifong pouts. What do you mean? Deng En is initially perplexed. It's all quite a performance. Chifong laughs at her own jest, only for her cheeks to flush shortly thereafter. Deng En glances at her, his gaze drifting downward, and lets out a sigh of admiration, noting how she could save on fabric. Chifong, momentarily stunned, rolls her eyes at Deng En, exasperated by his relentless teasing. As their banter continues, 7 or 8 youths clad in black leather jackets appear at the bar entrance, exuding an air of menace, each wielding a baseball bat. Chifong, upon spotting them, hastily emerges from behind the bar and raises her hand to halt their advance. Harry, step aside. The leader of the group is the very individual whom Deng En had dispatched moments ago. Now emboldened by the presence of his comrades, he pushes Chifong aside, declaring, this is none of your concern. We merely wish to have a word with that lad. What is there to discuss? You are not welcome here. Please leave. Or I shall. Chifong steps forward to block Harry once more. This time, as Harry attempts to shove her aside, a flash of white intervenes. Standing protectively before Chifong, it is Deng En. Grasping Harry's outstretched wrist, Deng En admonishes, young man, one should know how to maintain one's dignity. Fuck. Boys, take him down. Harry commands as he struggles to free himself from Deng En's grip. However, he overestimates his own strength and fails to escape. Meanwhile, his own companions, rather confused, direct their swings at Deng En but inadvertently strike Harry instead. Ouch. Ugh. After a flurry of blows, Harry finds himself on the brink of unconsciousness. The 8 of them, wielding their bats with precision to avoid vital areas, leave Harry questioning his very existence. He feels as if he has become a mere shield in Deng En's hands, devoid of will, reduced to a tool for absorbing harm. For the first time, fear grips Harry. Amidst the beating, he cries out, quick, go fetch my father. His companions, now paralyzed with shock, realize that every strike intended for the white-clad youth has landed on Harry instead. Their movements are so swift that they are barely perceptible, yet they have not harmed the target even in the slightest. Upon hearing Harry's shout, several individuals immediately withdrew from the fray and rushed out of the bar. Dunn had been anticipating Harry's father. To be frank, he held little interest in a character like Harry. Although this young man's background was entangled with Jean Bing, there was still a considerable distance between them, rendering any collection of him devoid of any sense of accomplishment. In fact, regarding him as merely a reserve for signaling his cousin seemed somewhat excessive, as these individuals realized they could not grasp Dunn's garment. A palpable fear began to settle among them. They understood that if the altercation continued, it would lead to dire consequences. Thus, they abandoned Harry and fled the bar. Don't leave, Harry cried out, realizing his companions had forsaken him. Unable to extricate himself from Dunn's grasp, he fell to his knees and pleaded, brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly understand my mistake. Call me Daddy. Dunn remarked with a smile as he regarded Harry. Ding. Harry's resentment registered at 287. Dunn chuckled. Go on, shout it. Daddy. Harry grimaced, enduring the ache in his wrist as he complied. Good son. Dunn praised, loosening his grip on Harry. As soon as Dunn released him, Harry sprang back a few paces and pointed at Dunn, declaring, just you wait. I've been waiting. Bring more people over. Dunn gestured with his hand, encouraging Harry to summon others. He was rather dissatisfied with the pace of accumulating points. If Harry truly gathered a crowd, it would provide Dunn a splendid opportunity to amass even more points. Wouldn't that be delightful? With points, he could explore the system shopping mall. Chapter 29. The new changes in the system panel. Dunn roared with laughter at the sight of Harry clumsily retreating from the bar. Ding. Similarity increased by 10%. Dunn felt a surge of joy. The similarity had risen once more, and by such a substantial margin, it delighted him tremendously. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The conditions for unlocking skills have been met. The active skill, Sword Control, Beginner, is now unlocked. Sword Control? Upon hearing this, Dunn's excitement nearly made him tremble. This was a skill he had long fantasized about. It was exhilarating. Without his cousin Tony's battle armor, he could now soar freely, akin to a vulture whose lifelong efforts had finally earned him a suit for flight. Dunn had merely enhanced his similarity slightly, yet he had been rewarded with such a precious ability. Unbelievably joyous. In his exhilaration, Dunn began to examine his attribute panel. Host, Dunn. Current template, El Dongbin. Similarity, 35. 35% of similarity achieved. Unlocking El Dongbin's Sword Control, extraction in progress. Current level, Intelligence 1, Strength 1, Speed 1. Active skill, Sword Control. Passive skills, none. Points, 20, 100. Redeemable for 2 skill points. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Dunn was filled with astonishment and delight. The system panel had undergone subtle changes. He noticed an additional note beside the points. Previously, when points were low or non-existent, such annotations were absent. Currently, the points have accumulated to an impressive 20,000, which seems quite normal. He had always thought that points were solely for purchasing character templates in the system's marketplace. But now he discovers that points serve other purposes as well. Glancing at the current level section, Luo Sheng suddenly comprehends the utility of these points. The so-called skill allocation should pertain to these enhancements. With only 2 points available, Dunn surveyed his 20,000 points, hesitated for a moment, and allocated them entirely to speed. As he pointed at the plus sign behind speed in the void, Dunn observed the speed stat in the system panel elevate to speed 3, while his point total instantly diminished to 100. However, Dunn felt no discernible change. It seemed he had not experienced any enhancement in speed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. System? Dunn mused, feeling that his points must not be squandered. He needed clarification from the system. Since my points have been allocated to speed, why do I not feel any difference? Host's current level signifies merely your initial value here, the system responded. This indicates that when you acquire an item or certain skills, your current level restricts the potential you can harness. Dunn appeared to struggle with the concept. It resembled a form of possession or qualification. Only by surpassing the level restrictions could one truly unleash the power of learned skills. For instance, the system had already unlocked El Dongbin's swordsmanship, but his current level limited him to a maximum of first-level prowess. Once he maximized his speed, he could fully manifest the swordsmanship he had acquired. After hearing the system's explanation, Dunn finally grasped the situation. Understanding this method of enhancement, he realized what he must do moving forward. Accumulating points from every acquaintance might become his most significant task in the future. While Dunn was reflecting and gaining further insight into the system, Chi Fong approached him and steadied him. Seeing that Dunn did not appear injured but seemed somewhat dazed, she quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" Dunn snapped back to reality, retracted the system, smiled faintly, and replied, "Of course, how could they possibly harm me?" Noticing Dunn's gaze returning, Chi Fong urged, "We should leave quickly once Harry's father arrives." "You won't be able to leave at all. He is a fighter, a true fighter. There's no rush. I wish to spar with him," Dunn declared confidently. With the similarity percentage now at 35, he felt unafraid even of Harry's father, a so-called fighter. After all, El Dongbin's abilities were quantified through divine means. What could an ordinary person compare? Not everyone has been like Steve, who has used genetic enhancements. Dunn remained steadfast, but Chi Fong grew genuinely anxious this time. She exclaimed, "Look at you. Ever since you arrived, chaos has reigned here. You're not welcome, so leave." "Hey." Dunn looked at Chi Fong, feeling hurt by her words. Yet, he quickly discerned that she was speaking in jest. She merely wished to avoid confrontation with a fighter. "I shall not depart. That lad named Harry is evidently spoiled by his family, neglected by his guardians, and thus I shall extend my assistance to them." Dunn remained resolute and unmoving. Chi Fong, feeling truly helpless, abandoned Dunn and approached other patrons in the bar, bowing in apology to each one. She ushered out all those who intended to linger and, disregarding Dunn's objections, hung a closed sign before locking the bar's door. "Dunn, Observing Chi Fong felt a mix of anger and amusement. He was uncertain whether her actions stemmed from concern for him or a fear of potential damage to her establishment's furnishings. Regardless, after Chi Fong's decisive actions, Dun found himself at a loss. He conceded, "Very well, I shall take my leave, just unlock the door." Chi Fong replied with a scoff, "Regretting now? It is too late." Just as she prepared to draw the final curtain, she suddenly sensed a tremendous force pushing against the door. The door appeared to buckle inward. And then, with a resounding crash, the glass shattered, scattering towards her. Chi Fong instinctively raised her arms to shield her face and felt a force lifting her off the ground. Dun, witnessing this, hurried forward and caught Chi Fong. Suddenly, another loud bang echoed as the bar's door was violently struck, the frame hurtling towards Dun and Chi Fong. He swiftly pulled Chi Fong behind him and kicked the door frame aside. At that moment, a frail figure appeared at the entrance. As the dust settled, Dun discerned that it was a middle-aged man clad in training attire, his face adorned with a scruffy beard and features reminiscent of the recently departed Harry. With this singular observation, Dun could ascertain that this man was indeed Harry's father. "Have you struck my son and now wish to flee?" the middle-aged man declared, stepping into the bar and fixing his gaze upon Dun. "Young man, do you comprehend where you stand?" Dun chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I am fully aware, but are you?" The man paused, narrowing his eyes, and declared, "Break your own legs. Today, for Xiaofang's sake, I shall spare you." Chapter 30. The world of diminished combat power. As Dun watched the middle-aged man stride towards the center of the bar, he sensed no tangible aura from him, yet felt an undeniable strength emanating from his presence. It was a sensitivity born of an awareness of power, and he could not comprehend why it was so. It felt as though the individual before him was not merely a man, but a formidable beast. Despite this overwhelming sensation, Dun felt compelled to stand his ground, especially in front of Chi Fong. To show weakness now would not only invite her disdain, but would also betray the persona he had assumed. After all, he was presently embodying Deng En. Thus, he cast a casual glance at the middle-aged man and said, "I return your sentiment. You have failed as a father, neglecting your son, so allow me to assume that paternal role." Ding. From Simmons Harlan, a grievance of 399. As Dun listened to the voices in his mind, he quickly discerned the name of the individual before him. To assert his dominance, he calmly stated, "Simmons, summon Harry to apologize and compensate Miss Chi Fong for her losses. I shall consider today's events as if they never occurred." Simmons Harlan, upon hearing his name called, turned his gaze toward Chi Fong, pondering whether Dun had learned his name from her. However, noticing her somewhat dazed expression, he became confused. Had Chi Fong not informed him? Simmons Harlan retorted, "You know my name and still dare to speak to me in this manner?" Chi Fong quietly interjected, "How do you know his name? I recall not having told you." Dun disregarded Chi Fong's words, maintaining his focus on Simmons Harlan. "I do not repeat myself. Tell your friend Harry to come and apologize." Ding. A wave of resentment emanating from Simmons Harlan registered at 399. Dun realized that this middle-aged man harbored an extraordinary temper, explaining the intensity of his animosity. Simmons Harlan glared at Dun, his fury finally boiling over. He nodded slightly at Chi Fong, saying, "Chi Fong, you see, I have been quite lenient. Yet he shows no appreciation for my forbearance. Mr. Harlan, please do not harm him. He has only recently arrived in New York and is unaware of your reputation." "His misunderstanding with Harry is trivial," Chi Fong pleaded, stepping forward in an attempt to dissuade Simmons. However, this time, Simmons Harlan no longer directed his attention toward her. As if he had made a significant concession, it was now time for him to collect his due. Simmons surveyed the bar, addressing the silent patrons who remained. "If you do not leave now, you may find it impossible to depart." As he uttered this statement, he gradually assumed a combat-ready stance. And upon doing so, an aura resembling flames seemed to rise from his body. This display startled the patrons, all of whom were survivors of the recent superhero intervention in New York, cognizant that some among them had transformed into superhuman beings. Clearly, this middle-aged man was not inclined to remain inconspicuous any longer. In an instant, the bar's clientele chose to shield their heads and vacate the premises. Dun observed this man, now merely 3 meters away, feeling somewhat at a loss. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable, yet, in this moment of eruption, he exuded formidable combat prowess. The power dynamics within the Marvel Universe were astoundingly skewed, leaving Dun uncertain and apprehensive about being caught off guard by his own insights. Ding. The system detected an accelerated heartbeat, initiating a scan for potential threats. The dangerous target, Simmons Harlan, was identified, with current attributes as follows: Strength 1, Power 2, Speed 2, Endurance 1, Energy Projection 2, Combat Skills 2. The target significantly surpassed Dun's current level, prompting the system to present options. 1. Initiate retreat. 2. Engage in combat. Soon, a dilemma unfurled before Dun. He gazed at the options provided by the system, hesitating for a mere fraction of a second before ultimately selecting option 2. Fleeing is utterly uncharacteristic of Dun, and moreover, his escape would undeniably bring shame to Dongbin. Thus, upon selecting option 2, Dun observed a crimson light emanating from Simmons Harling, indicative of a scanning process. The system's voice echoed in Dun's mind, revealing that Simmons Harling had been marked as a dangerous target, currently in a state of weakness. He bore an old injury beneath his right rib and a fracture in his left leg, reinforced by a steel plate. This was the crux of Simmons Harling's vulnerabilities. Once engaged, Dun could exploit these weaknesses to easily subdue him. "Prepare to meet your demise," Simmons Harling declared, enveloped in a radiant red glow, a smirk gracing his lips. "Let me enlighten you about this place." Before his words fully resonated, Simmons Harling had already lunged towards Dun, delivering a swift and powerful strike aimed squarely at Dun's visage. Dun was quick to react, merely leaping back to evade the blow. However, as he maneuvered, he felt a pair of hands seize him from behind. The speed was astonishing. Dun was momentarily taken aback. Although his speed had recently increased, it paled in comparison to Simmons Harling's prowess, rendering him somewhat passive. Suddenly, Dun felt a sharp impact on his left shoulder as Simmons Harling struck him. In that instant, he feared his arm might be rendered useless. A searing pain coursing through him that was almost unbearable. Dun pondered in disbelief. What kind of peculiar individual was this? How could such a seemingly minor combatant possess such formidable strength? Was the combat capability within the Marvel Universe truly so unbalanced? In agony, Dun stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his composure. Chi Fong, behind him, desperately attempted to intercede, exclaiming, "Do not kill him. He is my friend." "And what of Harry? He has proclaimed you as his favorite person. It seems I must eliminate this boy if you're ever to be with Harry, am I correct?" Simmons Harling retorted, glaring at Chi Fong. Dun, massaging his shoulder, stood upright again. Upon moving his arm, he discovered the pain had subsided considerably, revealing his remarkable recuperative abilities. Without waiting for Simmons to speak, Dun declared, "It is still too early to plead for mercy. I was not serious before, but I am now." With that, Dun gestured for Simmons Harling to make his move. Ding. Chi Fong's resentment, 199. Ding. Simmons Harling's resentment, 299. Upon the arrival of these points, Dun heard another notification. Ding. Similarity increased by 5%. 40% similarity achieved. Fencing technique unlocked. Extraction in progress. Chapter 31. Exploiting weaknesses. Simmons Harling gazed at Dun, disbelief flickering in his eyes for the first time. His punch, though not fatal, should have shattered bones. Yet, remarkably, Dun merely emitted a faint grunt, appearing largely unfazed. The resilience displayed is truly terrifying. Observing Dun, whose trembling shoulders exuded an increasingly potent aura, Simmons remarked, "Young man, you instill in me a sense of unease." With a smile, Dun replied, "Is it merely unease?" No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward towards Simmons, resembling a flickering shadow. As he closed within 2 meters, he leaped into action, unleashing a whip-like kick aimed directly at Simmons' head. However, Simmons, displaying remarkable speed, effortlessly bent to evade the attack, failing to land his strike. Dun adeptly leaped onto a table. Yet, before he could regain his balance, he sensed Simmons pursuing him from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt again, landing on another table. A resounding crash echoed as the table he had just vacated was shattered by a powerful kick. Turning to glance back, Dun saw Simmons steadying himself, ready to charge once more. Dun was left speechless. This was merely an obscure locale, and his adversary was ostensibly just a henchman of a gang leader. Yet, the ferocity of his combat prowess was astonishing. What had the power dynamics within the Marvel Universe devolved into? It was almost unfathomable. How he wished for a card of experience from Sun Wukong. That divine strength would far surpass his current guise as Dongbin, capable of vanquishing Simmons with a single strike. A master whose capabilities were all nearing level 2 was indeed beyond his current prowess. Yet, this also indicated that Simmons' potential had been nearly exhausted. He had little room for growth remaining. This was a comforting thought for Dun. As Dun contemplated this, Simmons charged at him once more, brutally colliding into his path. He raised his arm, delivering a heavy elbow strike aimed at Dun's solar plexus. A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Simmons' mouth. He could not fathom why this individual from Huaxia dared to be so arrogant, given that his strength was scarcely a fraction of his own. For the sake of Harry's happiness, Simmons resolved to aid Chi Fong in awakening to reality. He intended to make her understand the honor of marrying his son. Here, they were the sovereigns. Just as Simmons' elbow was about to connect with Dun's chest, he suddenly perceived a flash of white before him, followed by an excruciating sensation in his right side, as though a half-foot-long steel needle had been driven into him. Subsequently, he felt his strength draining away through that needle, as if it were being siphoned from his very being. Beads of sweat began to form on Simmons' forehead as he sensed his muscles growing increasingly sluggish. It was over. His first instinct was to believe he was on the brink of death. Yet, A more profound terror gripped him when he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through the area of his left leg that had struck steel, rendering it completely numb. As though it had suddenly decided to rebel against him, leaving him devoid of sensation. All these events transpired in the blink of an eye. Simmons Harling's elbow strike missed its target. He failed to connect with Dunn and instead slammed his elbow into a round table, creating a deep dent in its surface. Following this blow, he seemed to transform into a statue, hanging limply over the table, unable to rise. Dunn had deftly maneuvered behind Simmons and, observing the current state of his opponent, chose not to strike again. The outcome was clear. He had emerged victorious, although his triumph was achieved through the system's underhanded means. A victory nonetheless. Chifeng watched this scene, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. She could not fathom how Dunn had survived, let alone subdued Simmons. To her, it seemed an impossible feat at that moment. A figure burst through the door of a nearby bar. It was Simmons Harling's son, Harry. To everyone's astonishment, he was brandishing a gun. Harry screamed frantically, "I will kill you." As he shouted, he aimed the gun at Dunn. However, before he could pull the trigger, one of two suited men who had appeared at the bar's entrance shot him. The gunshot echoed, startling Dunn. When he looked up, a spray of blood erupted from Harry's head, and he collapsed to the ground. Dunn was taken aback. He had never condoned Harry's tyrannical behavior. Yet he had never wished for his demise. Now, this life extinguished before his eyes left him feeling uneasy. At that moment, Dunn's gaze shifted to the two individuals at the entrance. One he recognized as Benny, the one capable of activating the weapons of his Itarians. Benny was the shooter, demonstrating either innate talent or prior training, as he had instantly shattered Harry's skull. Simmons Harling, witnessing his son fall, crumbled into despair. Despite the agony in his ribs and legs, he rushed to cradle Harry's lifeless body. My son, he wept, as if decades had aged him in an instant. Benny entered the bar, positioning himself before Dunn, still aiming his gun at Simmons. "Valant, assist in restraining him," he commanded. The suited man beside Benny promptly retrieved handcuffs and stepped forward, seizing Simmons' wrist. However, Simmons was in a state of utter irrationality. Seeing Valant grasp his wrist, he swiftly spun around, dragging Valant close, abandoning Harry to choke Valant by the neck. Why did you kill my son?" he demanded. Bang. Benny, a man of few words, witnessed his companion being taken hostage and without hesitation pulled the trigger, aiming for Simmons' head. In a fit of rage, Simmons used Valant as a shield, and the bullet struck Valant instead, killing him instantly. Benny, realizing he had just slain his colleague, lost control and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Simmons, who clutched Valant tightly. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out. Yet not a single bullet found its mark on Simmons, all intercepted by the Valorant he held tightly. Benny stood in shock, gazing at the wounds adorning his companion. Utterly bewildered, observing that Benny's firearm was now rendered useless, Simmons thrust the Valorant into Benny's hands, lifted Harry's lifeless body, and darted out of the bar like a gust of wind. By the time his figure had vanished, only a few words echoed back. "When I return, you shall all perish. I will leave none alive, making you regret ever gracing this world." Chapter 32. The financial might of Chifeng as Simmons bolted from the scene. Dunn took a step forward, poised to pursue. Though he harbored intentions of outsmarting Simmons and Hydra, he felt a sense of obligation. An innocent life should not be sacrificed so callously. He had to assist Hitwell in apprehending Simmons. However, just as he advanced, Chifeng grasped his hand firmly, urging him not to proceed. "But he has committed murder," Dunn exclaimed. Chifeng nodded while addressing Dunn. "I am aware, but I must inform you of something crucial. He altered his appearance prior to his arrival, and you will not be able to capture him." "Are you referring to Simmons Harling?" Dunn froze momentarily. Chifeng affirmed with a nod. Dunn, astonished, inquired, "Is his disguise akin to mine?" After contemplating, Chifeng met Dunn's gaze and replied, "It differs somewhat. It appears to stem from a mutation within his blood." "A super soldier?" Dunn instantly recognized the implication. In the Marvel Universe, the topic of enhanced individuals is inescapable. Yet he had not anticipated the extent of such beings concealed within New York alone. The father of a mere street thug had become an enhanced individual due to a mere association with Kingpin. It was unfathomable to consider the hidden powers lurking beneath the surface. Dunn glanced at the fallen Valorant beside him, then at Benny, who was already on the phone. The call connecting at that moment. "Sir, Valorant has fallen. The opposing force is formidable," Benny spoke, clutching his hair, on the brink of despair. At that moment, Chifeng, who had initially sought to console Dunn, approached Benny, snatching the phone from his grasp. She addressed the person on the other end. "I do not care who you are. Immediately notify SHIELD that an enhanced individual has surfaced here. I will provide the surveillance footage, but you must not expose my bar." Hitwell on the other end paused, then replied, "Understood. Please ensure the footage is sent to my personnel." With that, Hitwell abruptly ended the call. Sitting at his desk with his hands clasped, staring at the phone, grinding his teeth. Eventually, he dialed Dunn back using the original number. When Dunn's phone rang in his pocket, He retrieved it to find it was hit well. He hesitated, initially reluctant to answer, but ultimately felt compelled. What is happening? Why have enhanced individuals appeared? Why did you not inform me? Hitwell erupted. I was injured as well. Why else would I have summoned you? Do not forget your own responsibilities, Dunn retorted. Hitterville was utterly perplexed, pondering the nature of his responsibilities. Furthermore, how could a person bearing a Chinese visage, occupying a position within the organization, possibly outrank him? Had the higher-ups within the organization lost their senses? However, upon hearing Dunn's tone, which was decidedly assertive, he chose to refrain from further comment, merely expressing his dissatisfaction with a grunt before disconnecting the call. Qifeng accompanied Benny to copy the surveillance footage from the bar. By the time Benny reappeared in the bar's main hall, the new personnel dispatched to Hitterville had already arrived. Together, they removed Valente's lifeless body. Dunn observed their departure, gazing at the suddenly dilapidated bar that evoked a sense of pity and sighed. Turning to Qifeng, he said, I apologize. If the Federation does not compensate you, I shall make amends. Qifeng surveyed the debris strewn about, shot Dunn a glare, and replied, forget about compensation. Treat me to a meal instead. Dunn felt a twinge of guilt. Qifeng had already begun to stride toward the exit, declaring as she walked, there's a Chinese barbecue restaurant 3 blocks away. The owner is quite amiable. Please treat me to barbecue. Dunn followed closely behind, cautiously inquiring, is that truly acceptable? Without turning back, Qifeng retorted. Just don't wear that outfit. I fear Simmons might return to finish what he started. Not a problem, Dunn responded, preparing to stow away his disguise. Yet, just before he did, he heard the system notification sound once more. Ding. Similarity increased by 5%. Dunn was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his earlier demeanor had been overly sentimental, perhaps triggering the similarity rating. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to conceal his appearance. Upon reaching the entrance, Qifeng looked at the shop devoid of its glass doors, rising on her toes to pull down the roller shutter. When she turned around and saw Dunn, who had reverted to his casual attire, she was startled. How did you change so quickly? Dunn chuckled and replied, magic. It's a form of sorcery from China. Qifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Dunn, shaking her head in response. Are you a magician? I am a sorcerer. No, wait. I am a mage. Dunn said, feeling his description was inadequate, ultimately exclaiming, forget it. I am nothing at all. Qifeng let out a rare laugh, and once Dunn descended the staircase, she secured the door, and the two ventured out of the alley. Dunn was poised to hail a cab when Qifeng pressed a couple of buttons in her pocket, causing a Pagani parked by the roadside to illuminate its indicators. Approaching the car door, it opened like wings. Dunn was left in a daze. He believed that winning over 100,000 meters of gold in a single day was quite extravagant, yet compared to Qifeng, he felt rather diminished. Each of these vehicles was exorbitantly priced, evoking exclamations of astonishment. Among Dunn's acquaintances, only his cousin Tony could afford such a luxury, and he had several comparable high-end cars parked at his seaside villa. However, Qifeng's level of wealth truly astonished Dunn. Was she not merely a bar owner? How could she possess such affluence? As Qifeng entered the car, she noticed Dunn standing motionless beside it and urged, What's the matter? Aren't you coming in? Dunn, regaining his composure, approached the other side of the vehicle and nervously took a seat. He stole a glance at Qifeng, surveying the car's interior, and inquired, Is this yours? Qifeng chuckled, responding, Isn't it yours? Or perhaps it belongs to someone else. Dunn expressed his astonishment. Is running a bar really that lucrative? I would love to own a bar myself. Qifeng scoffed. A bar? If I relied on that meager income, I would never be able to afford such a car in my lifetime. Then what about you? Dunn pressed, fixing his gaze on Qifeng. Are we that familiar? She retorted. Why should I divulge anything to you? Seeing her reluctance to share, Dunn refrained from pushing further. Their relationship had yet to reach such depths. Noticing Dunn's fascination with her car's interior, Qifeng remarked, Haven't you ever been in this car before? To which Dunn immediately replied, Of course I have. I've even driven one. Qifeng, skeptical of his claim, activated the vehicle and asked, Really? Where? In Grand Theft Auto, Dunn responded while caressing the seat. Chapter 33, Little Chinatown Ding. A notification from Qifeng echoed in Dunn's mind. 399 complaints. He shot a glance at Qifeng, who was driving. He thought to himself, Can I speak the truth? I really have driven one, just not this particular model. Today, I simply wanted to indulge my hands with your car. Qifeng chose to ignore him, feeling that conversing with Dunn only served to exasperate her with his whimsical notions. As they merged onto the main road, Qifeng maintained a leisurely pace, and after approximately half an hour, they arrived at a place bustling with people. Numerous signs adorned the area, all inscribed in Chinese characters, and many faces were distinctly Asian. Dunn paused, questioning, Is this Chinatown? Qifeng parked the car at the curb and replied, Sort of, but it's relatively quiet here. Many refer to this as Little Chinatown. Dunn unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, following Qifeng across the street. The barbecue restaurant she led him to was aptly named Huaxiao Barbecue. Though not large, it extended quite a distance. Inside, the clientele was sparse, yet all possessed Asian features. Upon pushing open the glass door, a waitress exclaimed, "Qifeng, you're here." She then glanced at Dun and inquired, "Have you switched boyfriends again?" Dun was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Qifeng's reputation. It made sense. With such wealth, she could have anything she desired, certainly not lacking in male companionship. Just moments ago, he thought he might need to win her over for the sake of that car, only to discover he was merely a target in her sights. All he had to do was relax and go with the flow. Qifeng laughed heartily, sidling up to the waitress and playfully pinching her cheek with a feigned forcefulness. "Aren't you a little mischievous?" The waitress beamed with delight and quickly turned to Dun, saying, "My apologies, young man. I was just teasing." "Don't take it to heart with Qifeng. What is going on?" Dun replied in his native tongue. Qifeng, not allowing the waitress to elaborate, asked, "Is Chang here?" The waitress answered, "Chang went out for deliveries but will be back shortly. It's still early, and there aren't many customers yet. He should be arriving soon." As she spoke, the waitress pointed outside the door, and a robust man, approximately 30 years of age, strode in. His thick eyebrows appeared almost painted on. "Changgu." As the man stepped through the narrow opening, Qifeng called out. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Chang looked up and smiled. "Ah, it's Xiaofang. What brings you here so early today?" "I had no choice. The shop was vandalized." Qifeng shrugged her shoulders in response. Wang Chang's expression shifted from a smile to one of seriousness in an instant. "Who did this? Tell me." Qifeng casually pointed to Deng En beside her. It was him. Wang Chang quickly closed the distance to Deng En, swiftly grasping the collar of his shirt and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Deng En felt a jolt of awareness. Wang Chang was no ordinary person. Hey. Qifeng interjected, eager to defuse the tension. "Changgu, don't be impulsive. You might accidentally harm an ally." Wang Chang paused. "Didn't you say he vandalized your shop? How is he suddenly an ally?" Qifeng replied, "Just let him down. Go get some barbecue. Make it plenty." P.S. treating. Deng En, feeling somewhat bewildered, patted Wang Chang's wrist and said, Yes, I'm treating." Wang Chang released Deng En's collar, looking utterly perplexed. The waitress, who had been watching, was equally astonished, expecting a brawl, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. She looked at Deng En and remarked, "You vandalized my sister Qifeng's bar, and now you think treating to a barbecue will suffice? How about 2 meals? Is that acceptable?" Deng En laughed heartily. 2 meals it is." Seeing that Qifeng held no trace of resentment towards Deng En, Wang Chang genuinely felt confused. He addressed Deng En, "My apologies. I acted rashly. Please, take a seat. I'll get the fire started." All right. Deng En nodded vigorously, encouraging Wang Chang to move inside. The waitress found a spacious table with air conditioning for Qifeng and Deng En. Once they were seated, she inquired, "The usual?" "Yes," Qifeng smiled in response. The waitress acknowledged and placed 2 wet towels before them before heading off to prepare their order. As Deng En surveyed the barbecue establishment, he remarked, "Now I understand why you're so unafraid. This Changgu fellow seems quite formidable." Qifeng smiled and replied, "His name is Wang Chang. He arrived in 2001. And we've known each other for 10 years. Deng En nodded thoughtfully, recognizing their bond was quite strong. However, his focus was not on their relationship, but rather on Wang Chang's physical prowess. This was no ordinary strength. He effortlessly lifted Deng En as if he were a mere feather, comparable even to those enhanced by super serum like Steve. Although he sensed no immediate danger from Wang Chang, his instincts told him that if Wang Chang were to clash with Simmons Harlan, he would likely hold the upper hand. Qifeng seemed to understand Deng En's gaze and smiled as she said, "Changgu once had a master. He was expelled from his school in Huaxia. But he has studied ancient martial arts." "Oh," Deng En acknowledged, now enlightened. Ancient martial arts held no allure for him. After all, his abilities were divine. In their initial stages, both seemed evenly matched, yet over time, his advantages would become evident. Ultimately, this is a universe imbued with the divine. Here, one cannot survive without a modicum of survival skills. I can see that I underestimated you. Let us reacquaint ourselves. May I inquire about your name?" Qifeng fixed her gaze upon Dun and extended her hand with a sense of poise. Dun hesitated momentarily before shaking her hand and replied, "Dun, indeed." Qifeng paused, remarking, "In Huaxia, I have discovered only one individual named Dun, the son of a co-founder of the Huaxia Historical Research Institute." As she spoke, she scrutinized Dun's eyes. "Are you certain you are he?" Dun nodded, his eyes clear, reiterating, "Indeed." Qifeng continued, "Yet, I sense you are not him, though I cannot articulate why." Dun was somewhat bewildered. What kind of insight did Qifeng possess? Was she endowed with a discerning eye? Surely, she could not even perceive his translocation. Was this a phenomenon from the Marvel Universe? "Why is that?" he inquired cautiously. Qifeng replied, "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps your prolonged presence here has rendered Huaxia's secret arts ineffective against you. Indeed, Dun thought to himself, there was something amiss. Chapter 34. Baronstrack Dun was both astonished and perplexed by Qi Fang's appearance. She was an unfamiliar entity within the confines of what he had previously known. Yet this stranger was connected to many individuals he wished to engage with, such as Stephen and Adrian. Logically, such a coincidence seemed improbable. Dun had merely ventured out to gather a few blossoms, only to stumble upon a figure reminiscent of a super-wealthy vase. This was decidedly abnormal. He dared not underestimate anyone in this realm, for it was, after all, the Marvel Universe, brimming with infinite possibilities. Noticing the bewilderment in Dun's gaze, Qi Fang smiled subtly and remarked, "Are you curious about my identity?" Dun nodded in affirmation. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I would love to reveal it to you, but the time is not right. We are friends now, but not yet comrades in arms." Upon hearing this, Dun's eyes narrowed instinctively, as he began to surmise certain possibilities. "Very well, then let us find a hotel tonight and engage in a grand battle." He attempted to alleviate his awkwardness by suggesting a diversion. Ding. A grievance from Qi Fang registered at 399. Dun chuckled to himself, "If you choose silence, I shall take it as your tacit agreement." Ding. Another grievance from Qi Fang registered at 388. Qi Fang regarded Dun with a huff, saying, "I see now, you are all bravado. Your resolve may not be as steadfast." Dun was taken aback. What audacious words are those? Qi Fang pouted, feigning indifference toward him. At that moment, Wang Chang approached with several bottles of beer in hand. Setting them down as he asked, "What are you discussing so conspiratorially?" "Nothing much." Dun and Qi Fang spoke in unison. Wang Chang, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and remarked to Dun, "I've never seen Xiao Fang smile so joyfully. You are the first boy to make her laugh so many times in a single day." Dun was taken aback. "Is that so?" he queried, glancing at Qi Fang. "Do you not usually smile?" Qi Fang shot Wang Chang a glare, saying, "Which of your eyes saw me smile?" "I was on the verge of tears from frustration." Wang Chang paused, then replied, "I could tell." "It's all right if you don't want to admit it." At this, Qi Fang found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. So she simply shook her head and picked up a wine glass, filling it with beer. Wang Chang laughed heartily and said to Luo Sheng, "The skewers will be ready shortly, just a moment longer." "Not a problem." Dun responded with a smile and gestured gracefully. Once Wang Chang departed, Qi Fang, seemingly in a huff, refrained from chatting with Dun, leaving him to engage in awkward conversation alone, treating him as if he were invisible. Dun, however, was indifferent to her lack of response. As long as he could occasionally glean some of her displeasure, he was content. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Chang returned with a large platter of grilled skewers. Qi Fang quickly scooted in and urged, "Brother Chang, you should sit down and have a drink too." Wang Chang pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, since it's still early, I'll join you for a drink." With that, he sat down beside Qi Fang and across from Dun without removing his apron, appearing ready to spring into action at any moment. After filling his own glass, Wang Chang poured some for Dun as well, declaring, "As Xiao Fang's friend, you are now my friend too, so I'll drink to that." He then downed his beer in one go. Dun, somewhat speechless, swallowed hard and could only match his toast with a single drink. As they set their glasses down, just as Wang Chang was about to speak, a man entered the barbecue restaurant. Without waiting for the server, Wang Chang stood up, leaving Qi Fang and Dun behind as he approached the man. Dun paused, turned to Qi Fang, and asked, "What is happening?" Qi Fang did not respond immediately, but watched the incoming man intently before saying, "I'm not sure. Let us ask Brother Chang later." Wang Chang followed the man outside, and they exchanged a few words that seemed to escalate into an argument, culminating in the man pushing Wang Chang, who did not retaliate. Dun inquired, "Should we go out and see what is going on?" Observing their demeanor, he sensed a potential altercation. Qi Fang waved her hand dismissively, shooting Dun a warning glance. "If it comes to blows, do you really think your mediocre skills would be of any help?" Dun, puzzled, asked, "Are you implying that man is formidable?" "Not weaker than Simmons or Harlan," Qi Fang asserted firmly. Dun found himself at a loss. Were there truly so many enhanced individuals in New York? Qi Fang glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you one as well?" Dun thought to himself, "Can I really be compared?" However, he kept this to himself and turned his gaze back, choosing to disregard Wang Chang. He came here solely to accompany Qi Fang, wishing not to interfere in unnecessary matters. He aimed to offend no one among the gathered company, walking with such care that he would not even crush an ant beneath his feet. Unless one possessed strength akin to that of Sun Wukong, it was prudent to remain low-key. Dun poured another glass of wine, preparing to toast with Qi Fang. However, before she could lift her glass, Wang Chang returned, resuming his seat across from Dun. Unable to contain his curiosity, Dun eventually inquired, "Who was that person just now?" "Dr. Lister's assistant," Wang Chang replied, raising his glass. As Dun nodded absent-mindedly, momentarily distracted, he suddenly exclaimed, "What? Who did you just say?" "Dr. Lister's assistant. What's the matter?" Wang Chang was startled by Dun's abrupt question. Are you certain, Dr. Lister? Dun pressed further. Wang Chang nodded. What is there to be uncertain about? Seriously, what's wrong with you? Dun set down his glass and swiftly dashed outside. In this strange yet familiar world, he felt he had three primary objectives. First, to survive and live well. Second, to save his cousin Tony's life by preparing a backup for a snap. And third, to take Wanda as his wife. The first two goals seemed achievable with effort, as time was still abundant. However, the third goal appeared the most daunting, especially since he feared Wanda might develop feelings for the android vision. Thus, he hoped to find Wanda early to foster their relationship, yet he had no leads. His desire to maintain contact with Hitler was motivated by the hope of locating Baron Strucker through him. This connection would bring him closer to Wanda. Yet now, another associate of Strucker had appeared, Dr. Lister. Finding Lister would expedite his search for Strucker, consequently allowing him to build a relationship with Wanda, drawing the prospect of happiness ever nearer. Chapter 35. Dr. Lister Dunn rushed out of the barbecue restaurant, but upon reaching the street, the man had vanished without a trace. Feeling somewhat helpless, he lowered his head and re-entered the restaurant, pouring himself another glass of beer. Wang Chang and Chi Fong watched him with curiosity, neither daring to speak first. After Dunn downed his drink, Chi Fong finally broke the silence, asking, "What is going on?" Wang Chang nodded in agreement, encouraging Dunn to share. Yet, Dunn seemed oblivious to their inquiries, muttering to himself, "That's odd. They should be in Eastern Europe, in Scovia. How are they in New York? Oh, I forgot. It's 2012 here." Hearing Dunn's peculiar remarks, Chi Fong gently tapped her fingers on the table. Once he noticed her gesture, she asked, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Snapping back to reality, Dunn replied, "Nothing." As he spoke, he masked his thoughts by taking another large gulp of beer and reaching for a skewer. However, his curiosity persisted, and he turned to Wang Chang, asking, "What does Dr. Lister's assistant want with you? Surely, he isn't here to buy your skewers?" Wang Chang, unfazed, responded directly, "Is that a problem? The skewers I prepare are exceptionally delicious, and it is rather curious that so many people flock to enjoy them." As Dunn chewed, he remarked, "Indeed, they are quite delectable." This elicited a smile from Wang Chang, who responded, "That is certainly the case." Dunn gazed at Wang Chang, sensing that the latter's interest in him was likely not solely due to the skewers. Yet Wang Chang seemed reluctant to divulge his true intentions, perhaps still viewing Dunn as a mere acquaintance. Despite the connection through Chi Fong, Wang Chang remained somewhat guarded, a sentiment Dunn could comprehend. However, his desire to locate Baron Strack was overwhelming, prompting him to state bluntly, "May I venture a guess? Is there a specific reason why Lister's assistant is seeking you?" Wang Chang paused momentarily, casting a glance at Chi Fong before chuckling lightly. "Well, indeed." Dunn then closed his eyes in contemplation, stating, "Is it related to the recent alien invasion in New York?" Wang Chang's startled expression confirmed Dunn's intuition. His anxious gaze shifted to Chi Fong, who merely smiled at Dunn without any alteration in her demeanor, compelling him to feign composure. Dunn continued, "If this matter pertains to the invasion, allow me to speculate further. Is it connected to the weaponry left behind by the extraterrestrials?" Wang Chang inhaled sharply, raising his glass to mask his tension. "You possess quite the imagination." Dunn chuckled, mimicking Wang Chang's tone. "That is certainly the case." It was no wonder Dunn hit the nail on the head. There were few incidents that could be linked to Dr. Lister. As the chief scientist of Hydra, Dunn was well acquainted with Lister's research pursuits. Given the recent significant event and Wang Chang's formidable prowess, it was easy to surmise why Lister sought him out. Wang Chang scrutinized Dunn and then turned to Chi Fong, inquiring, "Chi Fong, what exactly is the background of your friend here?" Chi Fong, who had been observing Dunn intently, responded truthfully to Wang Chang's question. "He is a researcher at the Chinese Historical Research Institute." Wang Chang mused over the institute's name, shaking his head in disbelief. "That cannot be true. Could it be that he, like you, is—" His thought was abruptly interrupted by Chi Fong's stern glance, prompting him to silence himself. He then looked at Dunn and asked, "You seemed to rush out as soon as you heard Dr. Lister's name. Do you know him?" Dunn shook his head. "I do not know him personally, but I am familiar with his renown." Wang Chang, intrigued, queried, "What is it that you wish to learn about him?" After a moment of reflection, Dunn met Wang Chang's gaze and asked, "When did you last meet Lister?" "Me?" Wang Chang pointed at himself, pondering before replying. "You must first reveal your intentions." Dunn responded, "He seeks your assistance, undoubtedly impressed by your abilities. His aim is the alien weaponry, which is currently under the complete control of Tony Stark and the federal government. He desires your help in acquiring it, does he not?" Wang Chang fell silent, fully aware that Dunn had struck the mark. With Nick Fury's current influence, he could suppress Baron Strack from accessing alien technology, but in time, Hydra would inevitably obtain what they sought. Dunn aimed to bring future events within his sphere of control. Noticing Wang Chang's silence, he continued, "But I must advise you not to court death. Tony Stark has enlisted numerous allies this time to ensure that alien technology remains undisclosed. You are no match for the Avengers. Clenching his fist, Wang Chong, displaying defiance, retorted, "How can you be so certain that I am incapable?" Dun replied, "I simply know." Observing Dun's resolute demeanor, Wang Chong fell into silence, casting a glance at Chi Fong. Chi Fong nodded slightly and inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" After savoring a piece of meat from the skewer, Dun said, "The next time you meet Lister, take me along. I possess 2 alien energy guns that I can bestow upon you, enabling you to barter for the items or intelligence you seek." Chi Fong narrowed her eyes at Dun, as if he had unraveled her true disguise. "Why would you do such a thing?" she asked, her gaze fixed on him. Dun pondered briefly and replied, "I am in search of someone." "Who?" she pressed. "Strack." Upon hearing this name, Chi Fong subtly shook her head at Wang Chong, indicating their unfamiliarity with the individual. Wang Chong turned to Dun and remarked, "As it happens, there is an opportunity to meet Dr. Lister." He scrutinized Dun, seemingly questioning, "Where are your energy guns?" Dun set down his glass, leaned back to evade surveillance, and, as if by magic, produced an energy gun. A blue aura signified that the weapon was activated. As the energy gun emerged, both Wang Chong and Chi Fong's eyes widened in astonishment, their gaze fixated on the extraordinary weapon. After they confirmed its presence, Dun, with a flourish, returned it to his system space. Chi Fong, momentarily taken aback, urged, "Allow me to see it again." Dun stated, "When I promise to gift it, I assure you I will keep my word." "When will we meet Lister?" Wang Chong, casting a doubtful glance at Dun, questioned, for the sake of finding someone. "You would part with such a valuable item?" Dun proposed, "Shall I not first provide you with one?" Wang Chong eagerly responded, "Absolutely, yes." Dun shot him a look that conveyed, "Do you presume I am as foolish as you?" Ding. Wang Chong's resentment registered at 199. Chi Fong turned to Wang Chong and asked, "When did you arrange to meet Lister?" Wang Chong replied, "As soon as I receive news, we can schedule it for tonight." "I can call him right now." Chi Fong insisted, "Make the call." "Yes." Wang Chang responded as if responding to a command. Observing the dynamics between the two, Dun discerned that their previous interactions had been mere facades. Although losing 2 energy guns tugged at his heartstrings, the prospect of locating Wanda beforehand made it worthwhile. Chapter 36. The Spear Bureau. Even before Chi Fong approached Wang Chong, Dun had already sensed something amiss between them. Their rapport did not resemble that of true friends, otherwise Wang Chong would not exhibit such restraint. In this regard, Dun's perception proved astute. Wang Chang gestured to a waitress, who promptly closed the door of the barbecue establishment. He dialed a number and, after a brief pause, inquired, "Are the 2 energy guns activated?" "Of course. What is the location?" As Wang Chong listened attentively, nodding his head, he hung up the phone after a few moments, glanced at Dun, and said to Chi Fong, "Let's meet in Forest Hills, Queens." Chi Fong nodded slightly and turned her gaze towards Dun. Initially, Dun paid little attention, but as the conversation continued, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that Spider-Man, Peter Parker, resided in Queens. He then reflected on the events of the evening, first encountering Adrian, who had disrupted his scheme with the merchant, then crossing paths with Jean Bing's henchman, and now finding himself here. He had also witnessed Wang Chong conversing with Dr. Lister's assistant. And now he was to meet Peter Parker? Good heavens. Dun thought he had merely stepped out for a brief respite. Yet here he was, encountering one superhero after another. Was this extraordinary luck or something else altogether? Observing the peculiar expression on Dun's face, Chi Fong curiously inquired, "What's the matter? Is the meeting place unsuitable?" Dun chuckled softly and replied, "Not at all. There is a familiar acquaintance of mine there, an overly inquisitive neighbor. I fear he may interfere with my affairs." "Your friend?" Chi Fong scrutinized Dun with keen interest. Dun candidly replied, "To be precise, we could certainly become friends, but we are not quite there yet." Chi Fong's gaze shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar. Not wishing to delve further into this topic, Dun directly asked, "What time?" Wang Chang responded, "In 2 hours." Dun looked up at the clock in the barbecue restaurant and noted the midnight appointment without objection. Chi Fong then asked, "How did you acquire those energy weapons?" Dun replied, "I found them." Chi Fong's expression turned serious. "As far as I know, only 47 energy weapons have circulated outside, but only one is functional, yours. How did you manage that?" With a slight smile, Dun looked at Chi Fong and said, "If you're curious, perhaps you could trade information for it. What would you like to know?" Chi Fong immediately responded, "Who are you? What is your purpose lurking in New York?" Wang Chong regarded Dun silently before casting a glance at Chi Fong. Noting her expressionless nod, he finally spoke, "You've probably heard enough about S.H.I.E.L.D. by now, but we are agents of the Huaxia Divine Spear Bureau." Divine Spear Bureau? Dun was taken aback. He had never heard of such an organization. In the Marvel universe, he knew it did not exist. It seemed his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect, revealing hidden organizations and powers. Perhaps he had underestimated the Marvel universe. Fong nodded slightly and extended her hand. Introducing herself, I am Fong. At least this name is truthful. Dun grasped her hand gently and replied, Done. Wang Chang interjected, should I reintroduce myself? Fong shot him a glare, prompting him to lower his head and concede. All right. You two engage in high-level dialogue. I shall refrain from interrupting. Is that acceptable? Dun chuckled lightly, lifting his beer as he inquired, is your relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. one of opposition? Fong replied. It cannot be stated so simply. Just a few days ago, when we faced an alien invasion here, we contributed our efforts. We are, in fact, allies in the protection of humanity's shared home. Dun hesitated to express his opinion, as he had never heard of the Spear Bureau. The Marvel Universe is vast, and he only grasped a mere fraction of it. Believing that existence justifies its own reason, he refrained from probing further, wishing instead to avoid any conflict with the faction represented by Fong, lest it inadvertently affect his cousin, Tony. As he contemplated this, Fong suddenly remarked, according to my research, you are cousins with Tony Stark, whom you refer to as your cousin, correct? Dun met her gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. Before understanding Fong's true identity, he was perplexed by her extensive knowledge. Now it seemed entirely logical that she would be privy to such information. What is your relationship with your cousin? Fong asked. Dun pondered for a moment before responding. It's adequate. Fong continued. Ask your cousin if he would be interested in selling me half of Stark Industries shares. Excuse me? Dun exclaimed, nearly dropping his beer onto the table. Fong maintained a look that conveyed, you heard me correctly, and earnestly stated, you need not doubt my capability. I am backed by a formidable nation. Dun extended both thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, impressive. Money is not an issue. I will ensure your cousin is satisfied. After a moment of thought, Fong added, regardless of how many shares he ultimately sells us, I promise to offer you this amount. As she spoke, she held up 3 fingers. Dun could not ascertain the exact value, but it was evident it would not be trivial. May I inquire why you wish to acquire shares from my cousin? Dun asked curiously. He knew that Tony's headquarters housed a super reactor, which was not yet commercially viable, while his own small reactor held promise. How could his cousin possibly part with it? Tony had long since secured the most sensitive secrets on his private server, entrusted to J.A.R.V.I.S. Fong seemed to be somewhat behind on this information. With a sigh, she responded, the small reactor in Tony Stark's chest might be the core of future weaponry. Our nation lacks a genius of his caliber. We must find a way to share in his achievements. Dun shook his head, saying, that seems quite difficult. But I can certainly ask on your behalf. Agreed, Fong replied. I assure you that your compensation remains unchanged, and I will additionally grant you one request. What do you mean? Dun asked, taken aback. Fong's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, consider it a favor owed to you. You may propose something within my limits. Wang Chang, overhearing, couldn't help but steal a glance at Fong, uncertain of how to proceed. Dun chuckled again, no problem, it's a small matter. Fong then asked, would you be interested in joining the Spear Bureau? Dun waved his hand dismissively. No, I've grown accustomed to my laid-back lifestyle. I am not suited for any organization. Just kidding. The S.H.I.E.L.D. extended an invitation, yet you choose to attend an obscure organization like the Spear Bureau? Am I losing my mind? Chapter 37. Peter, have you bitten a spider? When Fong witnessed Dun's outright refusal, her expression darkened, and her gaze toward him was tinged with resentment. Wang Chang had never seen anyone reject Fong so bluntly. Stealing a glance at her, he noticed her on the verge of fury and hastily lowered his head to sip his beer. Fong cleared her throat and remarked, please reconsider. There is no need to respond so hastily. Although you are related to Tony Stark, you are still a citizen of Huaxia, given that your father is Huaxia. Dun did not engage Fong on this matter. While he was reluctant to join any organization, he adhered to a principle. If Fong encountered genuine difficulties, he would assist her, for she did not seem like a malicious individual. Dun stated, in exchange for being introduced to Lister, I shall provide 2 energy pistols. After all, it is I who would be at a disadvantage, wouldn't you agree? Fong smiled and inquired, what are you suggesting? Since you claim to be affiliated with the Spear Bureau, you must possess considerable capabilities. Therefore, I ask of you one more favor. Assist me in locating my father. Dun replied, I had previously conducted an investigation before arriving in New York regarding your father, the founder of the Huaxia Historical Research Institute. Regrettably, I have no information on him. Dun furrowed his brow. I apologize, but I can only offer you 1 energy pistol. Wang Chang, feeling anxious, turned to Fong and urged, we can make further efforts to search, can't we? There is no need to outright refuse Dun. He appears rather pitiable. Dun looked at Wang Chang, somewhat speechless. Was he truly pitiable? He merely wished to fulfill the original owner's wish, nothing more. Fong then said, very well. I will agree to have someone follow up. I will notify you immediately should there be any news. It's a deal? Dunn extended his hand, and they exchanged a high five. It's a deal, Chi Fong replied, albeit softly adding, such childish behavior. Dunn chuckled heartily, rising to his feet. Then let us make our way to Queens. Now. It's still early, Wang Chang glanced at Chi Fong. Dunn interjected, it's the perfect time to go. Perhaps I may encounter a friend of mine who currently attends high school. He enjoys sitting atop skyscrapers at night, lost in thought. We might just run into him. Your friend is a student? Chi Fong looked at Dunn, puzzled. You don't appear to be a high school student yourself. Dunn laughed. Just because I am not a high school student does not preclude me from having friends who are. What kind of logic is that? Chi Fong contemplated for a moment before addressing Wang Chang. Go and drive. Let us depart at once. Wang Chang, observing Chi Fong's unwavering resolve, casually remarked, Miss Chi, you weren't like this before. How was I? Chi Fong paused, looking at Wang Chang. He quickly replied, nothing, nothing. As he spoke, he stood, approached the door, pulled back the curtain, unlocked it, and stepped outside. A few minutes later, Wang Chang arrived with a black van at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. As Chi Fong and Dunn boarded the vehicle, they set off towards Queens. After the car had traveled a short distance, Dunn inquired, what do you wish to learn from List? Chi Fong glanced out the window before retracting her gaze and replied, we seek to understand how Loki activated the portal and the true purpose of that blue cube. Is that all? Dunn mused, thinking that if it were merely that, they could have simply asked him. I am aware. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Fong added, of course, we also wish to study Loki's scepter with him. It is said that the scepter can create a legion of enhanced beings, surpassing the warriors we have trained for years. Dunn fully comprehended the situation. It appeared that the Spear Bureau and the Russian spies were engaged in mutual infiltration, stealing intelligence to bolster their own power. Only a scientist like Dr. List from the Hydra could have the opportunity to collaborate with them. Ultimately, it was a matter of mutual exploitation. Dunn considered the possibility of introducing the Spear Bureau's strength to his cousin Tony, envisioning a partnership that could yield extraordinary outcomes. However, at present, all factions remained concealed. Bringing them together might result in more detriment than benefit. He decided to wait for a more opportune moment. As Chi Fong spoke, she turned to Dunn and asked, where were you during the alien invasion? Were you at Stark Industries? Did you ever see Loki's scepter? Dunn shook his head. I have neither seen it nor heard of it. He merely concealed the Tesseract. As for Loki's scepter, it had not been left behind. Considering the multitude of complexities tied to it, each beyond his current control, both he and Tony's Avengers needed to evolve. This thought prompted Dunn to remember Thor. He wondered how he was faring now. The counterfeit Tesseract, crafted from monkey hair, must have revealed its true form by now. He felt a pang of sympathy for Thor. After half an hour of traversing the streets in the black luxury vehicle, they finally arrived in Queens. This area, second only to Brooklyn, was densely populated. Wang Chang parked the car on a relatively bustling street. Shall we step out for a stroll? He asked, unbuckling his seatbelt. Chi Fong shook her head, not wanting to draw attention. In contrast, Dunn was eager. He unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and declared, now that we're here, we ought to take a look. Reluctantly, Chi Fong followed suit. Dunn was captivated by everything, as the ambience was brimming with novelty. He looked up at the buildings flanking the street, noticing the absence of Peter Parker's presence. Perhaps, at this moment, Peter had yet to be bitten by the mutant spider. The street bustled with pedestrians, as if the true essence of the day began only at night. As he walked, he pointed at the shops lining the street, exclaiming, look at the vibrancy here. Just as he spoke, Dunn collided with someone, causing them to stumble. I'm so sorry, he said, bending down to assist the individual, observing the slender figure before him. Dunn reached out to grasp the boy's arm, and as he prepared to assist him upright, he exclaimed in astonishment, Peter, you recognize me? Peter Parker paused momentarily, regarding Dunn with skepticism. Dunn chuckled heartily, helping Peter to his feet, and continued, of course I do. How could I not? Did you bite a spider? Peter Parker was taken aback, pondering, who is this? He seems so familiar. Do we truly know each other? And did I bite a spider? Am I ill? Dunn slapped his forehead, correcting himself. My mistake. Have you been bitten by a spider? Upon seeing Peter Parker, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet it was difficult to ascertain from mere appearance whether Peter had indeed acquired superpowers, hence his inquiry. However, Peter shook his head, replying, no spider has bitten me. I'm afraid I must return home. Aunt May is waiting for me. Chapter 38. He is not Lister. Peter Parker, bemused, scrutinized Dunn. After speaking, he took a small step back, maintaining his distance. At that moment, he regarded Dunn as someone perhaps mentally unbalanced. It was no wonder Dunn was so exhilarated upon meeting Peter Parker. The latter was simply irresistible. Before his own journey through time, Peter was Dunn's favorite superhero, second only to his cousin Tony. He was relatable and grounded, embodying a sense of justice, yet often embroiled in chaos. His authenticity garnered him a multitude of fans. Dunn composed himself, gazing at Peter Parker with a smile. It's quite late. Aunt May must be anxious. You should hurry home. Upon hearing Dunn's affectionate reference to May Parker, Peter regarded him with suspicion, pondering the nature of Dunn's connection to their family. Given that Dunn was a few years older than Peter, addressing May as aunt seemed natural. Noticing Peter's astonished expression, Dunn volunteered, I once worked alongside your father. My father? Peter Parker's eyes widened in surprise. You should really return home. Aunt May will be worried. Dunn wished to avoid further discussion, fearing he might divulge more than intended. Left without an answer, Peter cast a disappointed glance at Dunn, nodded slightly, and walked past him. According to the narrative Dunn was familiar with, Peter Parker's father, Richard Parker, had once been an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, Dunn's knowledge was limited to this fact, and he refrained from elaborating further, as any additional information would require fabrication. This method of partially revealing the truth would deepen Peter Parker's impression of him. After all, Dunn intended to reside in New York for an extended period, providing ample opportunity to cultivate a friendship with Peter Parker. Chi Fong observed Peter Parker's retreating figure and inquired, Is this your friend? Dunn nodded with a smile. Chi Fong remarked, He doesn't seem like it. I feel he doesn't recognize you at all. He just hasn't remembered yet, Dunn replied. Dunn glanced at the time, feeling ample opportunity ahead of them. The trio strolled leisurely, indulging in their culinary delights for an extended period until Wang Chang's phone finally rang. He picked up the call, held it to his ear, and soon after hung up. Addressing Chi Fong, There's an abandoned factory 3 kilometers from here. Let us go. Chi Fong nodded in agreement. They returned to their vehicle and drove towards a more bustling area, eventually spotting the dilapidated factory amidst the night. Parking by the iron gate, the three entered the forsaken site, which appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. As they approached a building that lacked a door, the darkness within was suddenly illuminated by the headlights of 2 vehicles, momentarily blinding them. Hey there, fellows. You truly are reliable allies, securing the goods so swiftly. A rugged voice resonated from behind the lights. Following this exclamation, the illumination softened, becoming less glaring. A tall man, approximately 6 feet in height, emerged in front of them, casting a long shadow on the ground. Dunn recognized him as the individual he had previously encountered with Wang Chang at the Huaxia barbecue restaurant. Wang Chang, catching Dunn's glance, stepped forward and inquired, Where's Dr. Lister? Just then, the door of the vehicle creaked open, revealing a tall, slender middle-aged man. This figure bore little resemblance to the Lister Dunn had known. He appeared younger, excessively thin, yet exuded a frail but potent energy. Dunn whispered to Chi Fong, He is not Lister. What? Chi Fong paused, and upon seeing Dunn nod affirmatively once more, she cleared her throat and declared to Wang Chang, Cancel it. Wang Chang, having overheard Dunn's assertion, was perplexed by the implication. Could it be that he had been interacting with an imposter? That seemed implausible. Concealing the energy weapon Dunn had provided behind him, he demanded, You are not Lister? Who are you then? The middle-aged man hesitated, halting his advance. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and stood in front of the imposing figure in black, regarding Dunn and his companions. I am indeed not Dr. Lister. I am a student. I can handle the energy weapon just as well. Wang Chang was unwilling to acquiesce, retorting, Handle it just as well? How can you prove that you represent Lister? The middle-aged man extended his hand and tossed a black object towards Wang Chang. Upon catching it, Wang Chang recognized it as a disc. He tossed it to Chi Fong and then turned back to the middle-aged man, stating slowly, My people must inspect this first. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, No problem. It can only be viewed, not copied. If attempted, the data will self-destruct. Wang Chang was taken aback by the impressive technology. Chi Fong, acting as Wang Chang's assistant, remarked, The computer is in the car. I'll be right back. Suddenly, the burly figure behind the middle-aged man drew a weapon, commanding, Don't move. Chi Fong frowned, questioning whether these individuals were indeed not affiliated with Hydra and were instead attempting to deceive them. A middle-aged man raised a firearm and gently clapped his hands. Suddenly, several small red dots appeared on the bodies of Dunn, Wang Chang, and Chi Fong. It seemed the adversary had utilized these 3 hours to prepare for contingencies. The middle-aged man chuckled, patting the shoulder of a burly figure clad in black beside him, and instructed, Go fetch the car. He then turned to Wang Chang, stating, Please understand that the plate cannot leave our sight. Chi Fong remained motionless, and when Wang Chang glanced back at her, she subtly nodded, signaling compliance. The burly man stepped forward, accepting the car keys handed to him by Wang Chang, and proceeded to the entrance of the abandoned factory. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the vehicle. Chi Fong, holding the plate, retrieved a laptop from the back seat once the car had come to a halt and began verifying the authenticity of the plate. Dunn remained silent, offering no commentary. A few minutes later, Chi Fong nodded to both Wang Chang and Dunn, indicating that the USB drive was indeed legitimate. Dunn was puzzled. Could it be that Li Site, the chief scientist of the Hydra Legion, genuinely had such a student? Now, may we have that firearm? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Reluctantly, Wang Chang tossed the energy gun he had concealed behind him forward. The middle-aged man caught it and began inspecting it under the car's headlights, remarking, "It is truly magnificent. Their technology is indeed centuries ahead of ours." As he spoke, he inserted something into the energy gun and aimed it at Dun and the others. Chapter 39, the elusive Director Egg witnessing this scene. Wang Chang addressed the familiar, burly figure in black. "Jerry, is this your method of collaboration?" Jerry, the burly man, met Wang Chang's gaze in silence. As if it were not his place to speak in such a situation, the middle-aged man laughed heartily, shifting the gun's barrel 2 inches to the right before pulling the trigger. A blue wave of light surged forth, obliterating a nearby pile of scrap metal into a shower of debris. "Indeed, quite remarkable, Mr. Wang Chang. I wish us a pleasant collaboration," the middle-aged man concluded, taking the energy gun and returning to his vehicle. As he climbed in, Jerry followed suit, and the red lights that had been lingering on Dun and the others vanished. Jerry drove away swiftly from the abandoned factory. Dun felt as though he had given away a lonely treasure. Not only had he failed to locate the true Li Site, but he had also lost a firearm. Discontented, he approached Chi Fong, observing her typing away on the computer, and remarked, "Is that all my gun was worth? A single plate?" Chi Fong clarified, "They are indeed members of Hydra." "That cannot be disputed. Li Site is the chief scientist of Hydra and rarely shows himself. I believe that is understandable." "This is not merely a matter of understanding," Dun retorted, at a loss for words to counter her. He felt he had been shortchanged. Scratching his head, he looked at Chi Fong and asked, "What does the plate contain?" "They are researching the advancements and methodologies for enhancing individuals," Chi Fong replied, her eyes still glued to the screen. "Is that so?" Dun paused, then inquired further, "Are you certain it is all genuine?" "Indeed, it seamlessly connects with the previous transaction." After explaining briefly, Chi Fong gazed at Dun and smiled. "Are you interested in participating in our enhanced human research?" "Me?" Dun immediately waved his hand in refusal upon hearing this. He held little interest in becoming an enhanced human, as he had his own cards to play. Moreover, the path to becoming an enhanced human did not guarantee a comprehensive and well-rounded existence like Steve's. There was a significant risk of failure, which could lead to death or an existence that was neither human nor beast. This was the primary reason for Dun's rejection. For now, he preferred to embody the guise of Deng En, gradually enhancing his strength, which he found quite satisfactory. Seeing Dun's refusal, Chi Fong did not press the matter, understanding that everyone harbored their own secrets, and she believed Dun had his as well. She recorded the data from the plate via video and then addressed Dun. "I promise to help you locate the real Dr. Lister, and I will not go back on my word. You can provide the energy gun once I assist you in finding him." Dun sighed and replied, "Perhaps I should just give it to you now." "Really?" Chi Fong expressed her surprise. Dun retrieved an energy gun from his system space and tossed it to Wang Chang before he directly boarded his vehicle, stating, "Let's go. I'm tired." Chi Fong observed Dun's expression, somewhat speechless, but she nodded at Wang Chang, signaling him to drive away. Dun's decision to give the energy gun to Chi Fong stemmed from 2 considerations. Firstly, acknowledging Chi Fong's genuine need, he regarded her as a friend. Regardless of the forces she was affiliated with, she represented an undeniable power that should not be overlooked. Collaborating with her, alongside his cousin Tony, would yield better outcomes, as their ultimate goal aligned with the welfare of humanity. Secondly, Dun pondered that Lister was not a minor character like Hitler, who would make appearances for trivial matters. Based on the plots he was aware of, he would not be involved in the upcoming events regarding enhanced humans, as those developments were still years away. He realized he had been too impatient. While Hydra's upper echelons might have infiltrated the council, they had yet to expand significantly, and their covert operations were executed with great skill. Given these considerations, Dun deemed it unnecessary to burden Chi Fong with a task beyond her current capabilities. Throughout the journey, Dun contemplated his next steps. Perhaps the best course of action was to wait. Upon returning to downtown New York City, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Chi Fong escorted Dun to the entrance of his building and inquired, "Will you come for drinks tomorrow?" Dun considered her question before responding, "Perhaps." Chi Fong's disappointment was evident as she said, "If you don't want to come, that's fine. The renovations will take some time anyway." Unable to discern whether her words were an invitation or a rejection, Dun sighed and turned without looking back, entering the building. Chi Fong watched his retreating figure for a while before saying to Wang Chang, "Drive." As Wang Chang gazed into the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Chi Fong's expression, tinged with disappointment. Summoning his courage, he spoke, "Miss, if you have affection for him, you should pursue it. Deng En is a commendable young man." When the earlier incident transpired, I observed him discreetly. There was not a trace of panic on his face, which is quite rare. Chi Fong replied coolly, "Drive." Sighing softly, Wang Chang complied and drove away. Deng En ascended the elevator, pressing his hand against the fingerprint lock. only to be engulfed by an unsettling sensation. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, noting the desolate hallway. Am I merely being overly sensitive? Deng En mused to himself. Upon entering his home, he was taken aback to find someone seated on his sofa, a glint of light reflecting off the top of the figure's head. Nick Fury? Deng En flicked on the light, confirming his suspicion. It was indeed Nick Fury. Why do you always indulge in such intrusions? Deng En remarked incredulously. I believe it would be prudent to turn off the lights, Nick Fury advised sincerely. How did you get in? Deng En was at a loss for words. His security door seemed like a mere toy in the presence of this man. That's of no concern to you right now. Come, have a seat. Nick Fury gestured to the space beside him. Deng En, perplexed, thought that one might mistake this for Fury's own residence. He approached and sat down next to him. Nick Fury opened a notebook on the coffee table and selected a video file, which promptly revealed footage of Deng En's earlier altercation with Simmons Harlan. Notably, he was dressed in a white robe, portraying El Dongbin. Frowning as he scrutinized the image of himself, he inquired, What is this? What do you intend to convey by showing me this? Do you recognize this man in the white robe? Nick Fury asked directly. Deng En responded straightforwardly, No, I do not know who he is. Nick Fury widened his eyes. You don't know? Are you truly from the Institute of Chinese Historical Studies? Chapter 40. The surveillance unveiled. After replying to Nick Fury, Deng En sat opposite him. Utterly baffled by Fury's uncanny ability to appear unannounced in people's homes, be it at Tony's cousin's residence, Steve's place, or now his own. Although his security measures were not as formidable as Tony's, they should have provided better protection. There were no signs of forced entry. May I ask out of curiosity, how did you gain access? Deng En queried. Nick Fury, maintaining a serious demeanor, did not respond to the question but stated, What I am about to discuss is of paramount importance. I am not jesting. Why is this young man in the white robe following you? Following me? Deng En was momentarily taken aback. With a gentle clap, Nick Fury summoned a stunning woman from Deng En's bedroom, who emerged with a striking presence. Damn. Deng En couldn't suppress an expletive. As the woman stepped into the light, Deng En immediately recognized her. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Natasha entered the living room and gracefully took a seat on the armchair, offering a gentle smile to Dunn as she spoke. Indeed. We now suspect that this individual in white from Huaxia is following you. After I accompanied you to a bar, I found a place to conceal myself. But when I stepped away to fetch a cup of coffee, I spotted him. Thus, I have reason to believe he is here for you. Are you monitoring me? Dunn inquired, turning his gaze toward Nick Fury. Young man, you've misunderstood. Nick Fury quickly responded, seemingly concerned that Dunn might feel he was under surveillance. This is for your safety. I consider you one of my own. Dunn shot a disdainful glance at Nick Fury, thinking to himself that the old man was quite cunning. It was clearly surveillance, yet he uttered such nonsense, believing one would actually buy into it? Nick Fury continued, It appears my suspicions were correct. You may indeed be targeted by individuals from Huaxia, and I suspect it could be related to your father's disappearance. Let us not discuss that for now, shall we? Dunn interjected. Nick Fury paused, staring blankly at Dunn. First, tell me how you entered. Dunn insisted on this matter, genuinely wishing to avoid a surprise attack while he was asleep one day. Ding. A grievance of 399 from Nick Fury. Ding. A grievance of 100 from Natasha. Nick Fury rose, stating, I understand your fear, but this is a necessary ordeal. We shall postpone this discussion for today. After you rest for the night, I will return. He stood, then directed at Natasha, You stay here to protect Dunn. Wait, Natasha paused, gazing at Nick Fury. Are you suggesting I spend the night here? Nick Fury looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, Do you have an issue with that? Natasha hesitated for a moment, glanced at Dunn, and suddenly chuckled. Does this mean I can do whatever I wish? A faint smile appeared on Nick Fury's lips, as long as it's within reason. Dunn listened to their exchange, feeling a sudden sense of unease. Nick Fury glanced at Dunn as he made his way out, saying, I will return tomorrow. For today, let Natasha safeguard you. Dunn found himself at a loss for words. He hardly required protection. His disguise had inadvertently drawn Nick Fury's attention. What kind of situation was this? Fortunately, when he had assumed the identity of El Dongbin, he had been cautious enough to choose a secluded spot. Otherwise, if Natasha had spotted him, he would have struggled to provide a reasonable explanation. At that point, even without her reporting to Nick Fury, the latter would have realized he was masquerading as Sun Wukong. It seemed he must exercise greater caution in the future. As he contemplated this, a sudden thought struck him. He could truly leave New York under Dunn's name, and then return as El Dongbin, thus satisfying his need for disguise while avoiding Nick Fury's suspicion. What should he do? Just then, there was a loud bang at the door as Nick Fury pulled it open and departed. The room was left with just him and Natasha. The solitary man and woman found themselves in each other's company, hesitant to turn on the lights. As time passed, it became apparent that not only would Dunn struggle to endure this situation, but he feared for Natasha's endurance as well. Dunn inquired, Sister, are you thirsty? Natasha scrutinized him and replied, I am quite curious as to why that individual has fixated on you. I witnessed his confrontation with a powered individual, and he seemed as formidable as I am. Dunn chuckled, somewhat speechless. Was she attempting to embellish his worth? Nevertheless, he chose not to confront Natasha about it. Their skills were fundamentally different, making comparison futile. In this context, Natasha's abilities appeared more comprehensive, while Dunn's expertise lay in basic combat and swordsmanship. It was likely that joining the Avengers with merely those skills would present a challenge. I'm going to take a shower, Dunn stated, avoiding further conversation, wary of revealing any vulnerabilities. Natasha looked at him and smiled slightly, suggesting, shall we go together? Sure, Dunn replied, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her impressive physique. Get lost. Natasha laughed, grabbing a cushion from the sofa, before reclining and drifting off to sleep, fully equipped and unwilling to shed her gear. You said it. Why get upset? Dunn, already aware that she was jesting, played along, though he was surprised by Natasha's innocence. This interaction led him to another realization. While rumors portrayed Natasha as a flirtatious character, his first-hand experience revealed a different truth. She was a competent agent, prioritizing her professional integrity over personal whims. Of course, there remained the possibility that he simply did not appeal to her. Upon entering the washroom, Dunn shed his clothing and turned on the faucet, allowing water to cascade over him. He observed that his skin had lightened somewhat and had grown considerably more resilient, possessing a texture akin to metal. This transformation might be comparable only to Thor's skin. Is this perhaps an enhancement of one's essence? Dunn pondered aloud, skepticism lacing his thoughts. Suddenly, his phone on the sink vibrated. At this late hour, who could be messaging me? He mused. He reached for the device, opened it, and discovered a message from Chi Fong. Dunn, are you asleep? I can't. After reading the text, he shook off the droplets on his hands and replied, if you can't sleep, you could count sheep. He hit send, chuckling to himself. Just as he set the phone down, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Chi Fong's resentment. 399. Chapter 41. Superheroes have ordinary lives. Dunn chuckled. It seemed that teasing Chi Fong over the phone could reliably yield resentment points. This was delightful. Having a friend like Chi Fong was a true joy. He appreciated friends with a bit of spirit. Buzz. The phone he had just put down buzzed again. However, Dunn chose not to respond this time, fully aware it was another message from Chi Fong, but he remained unyielding. Sure enough, within minutes, he heard the familiar notification in his mind. Ding. From the depths of Chi Fong's grievances, a laugh escaped Dunn's lips, resonating cheerfully throughout the living room. Natasha, her eyes closed in repose, was not truly asleep. Rather, her consciousness remained alert. The sound of Dunn's laughter emanating from the bathroom caused her to furrow her brow in bemusement. She found his laughter rather perplexing. Casting aside her cushion, she rose swiftly and approached the bathroom with caution. Upon reaching the threshold, she heard Dunn's laughter once more, now alone. A sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to take a step back before delivering a forceful kick to the bathroom door. Bang! The door swung open abruptly, startling Dunn, who instinctively shielded himself. What are you doing? Dunn exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden intrusion. Did he seem so desperate as to warrant such a reaction? You're not the Natasha I remember. Mind your own business, Natasha retorted as she entered, her gaze sweeping the room. She approached the narrow windowsill, drawing back the curtains to peer outside. Was it you who was laughing? Dunn, at a loss for words, replied, not me. Who else could it be? Why were you laughing? Natasha inquired, her eyes scanning his physique before she turned to leave. I laughed simply because I felt like it. Dunn replied, his expression a mix of confusion and exasperation. Truly, she was a formidable character, molded by the old Russian ways. I thought someone had invaded, Natasha added without turning. You made me anxious. You made me anxious, didn't you? Dunn retorted, glancing at the damaged door while still covering himself. Natasha casually closed the door, her voice drifting from beyond. Not a bad figure. Dunn was left speechless. Had they been engaged in unsavory activities, his modesty would have been thoroughly compromised. The thought alone deterred him from continuing his ablutions, and he hastily donned some clothing before emerging. At that moment, Natasha had returned to the sofa, reclining once more. Dunn felt an inexplicable frustration. With nowhere to channel his pent-up energy, clad in his robe, he settled quietly upon the couch, observing Natasha, who lay motionless on the three-person sofa. Natasha remained still but broke the silence. I cannot apologize for my earlier actions. I was merely protecting you. Her tone softened, reminiscent of a lover earnestly expressing affection. Suddenly, Dunn stood, letting his robe slip from his grasp to the floor. Natasha opened her eyes in surprise. He approached her without hesitation, taking a seat beside her. One of Natasha's hands clutched a cushion while the other rested on her handgun. This motion was instinctual, yet as Dunn drew closer, her grip on the weapon relaxed. She was unaware of her own willingness to lower her guard. Dunn, seated beside Natasha, placed his hand gently upon her thigh. Natasha did not react outwardly. No, rather. She did respond, but with remarkable composure. Dunn gazed intently into Natasha's eyes, his hand inching upward as he spoke. You are not my type. After speaking, Dunn retrieved his hand, picked up his robe, and proceeded to the bedroom. Ding. A wave of resentment from Natasha, 399. Ding. Another wave of resentment from Natasha, 300. Several notification chimes echoed in Dunn's mind. He felt a surge of joy. His actions were motivated not only by a desire to retaliate against Natasha, but also to acquire some of her resentment points. To his surprise, he indeed profited from it. It appeared that all women, regardless of their nature, are fond of high-quality men. Dunn thought to himself, basking in his own narcissism. In the living room, Natasha, sprawled on the sofa, calmed down after a brief moment of anger. She found it amusing that she had been outsmarted by a younger man. And with a smirk and a shake of her head, she closed her eyes once more. Soon, the incident faded from her mind. After a long day, Dunn returned to his room, feeling fatigued, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. He dreamt of finding Wanda, yet she remained indifferent to him, steadfastly choosing Vision instead. This left Dunn's psyche in disarray. Fortunately, when he awoke the next morning and realized it was all a mere dream, he breathed a sigh of relief. He retrieved a clean set of clothes from the wardrobe, changed, and stepped out of the bedroom, only to be greeted by a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. You're awake? Natasha, carrying a tray, approached the dining area and greeted him with a smile. Dunn responded and made his way to the dining area, surprised to find that Natasha had prepared breakfast for him. Although it was a simple affair of toast and fried eggs, the vibrant colors ignited his appetite. Why is there nothing in your fridge? I bought some milk and eggs, Natasha said, placing the tray down and hastily heading off to wash up. Dunn acknowledged her with a grunt and quickly followed suit, emerging within 3 minutes, astonished that she could cook. Natasha, removing her apron, smiled and replied, Isn't it just about having hands? Dunn chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Life differs from the movies. It is filled with trivial matters, and even superheroes must eat. He picked up a knife and fork, cut a piece of fried egg, placed it in his mouth, and chewed before exclaiming, This is truly delicious. As long as you enjoy it, Natasha replied with a smile, taking 2 slices of bread, placing the fried egg in between, and adding 2 slices of bacon before taking large bites. She paid no heed to her appearance, and as Dunn watched her, she inquired, Do I have something on my face? You do. Dunn nodded in affirmation. Natasha paused, setting down her sandwich to head to the washroom. Dunn quickly interjected, You have the envy-filled gaze I admire. Natasha shot him an incredulous look before picking up her sandwich once more. As they savored their breakfast, Dunn's phone rang. He placed it on the table, glancing at the unfamiliar caller ID, deciding against answering. However, after the first ring, it chimed again, leading him to suspect that it was not a misdial, but rather someone genuinely seeking him. Hello? Dunn pressed the answer button. Is this Dunn? I am Adrian Thorne, and I am being pursued. The voice of the vulture echoed through the phone. Chapter 42, The Pursuer of the Vulture. Adrian? Dunn was taken aback upon hearing the vulture's voice. He gazed into Natasha's eyes and quickly inquired, Who is chasing you? I don't know. Can you come to rescue me? Adrian's voice abruptly ceased, followed by a loud thud on the line, and then silence enveloped the call. Adrian? Dunn shouted twice, but only static remained, devoid of any response. He turned to Natasha and declared, We must go out. Natasha appeared somewhat troubled. Now that someone has set their sights on you, it may not be a fortuitous situation. This could very well be a deliberate ploy to draw you out. Are you worried about me, or about me being a threat to others like Hulk? Dunn queried, locking eyes with Natasha. He understood that she had been tasked by Nick Fury to ensure his safety, yet perhaps there was an additional layer to her concern. After all, he had not attracted the same level of attention as Hulk. Nevertheless, Nick Fury, as the seasoned director of S.H.I.E.L.D., possessed the capability to manage such matters. Natasha replied, The director did not imply that. Then come with me to save him. Once we do, New York will, in some respects, have one less adversary, Dunn urged. Natasha set her sandwich down, rose to her feet, and stated, I will accompany you. Dunn nodded. Placing his own bread aside, he had awaited this affirmation from her. Without Natasha's cooperation, he might have achieved nothing. Dunn grabbed his coat, and as he walked out, he said, Utilize your agency's resources to investigate this phone number and determine the area of its last known location. Natasha took Dunn's phone, glanced at it briefly, and returned it. Then, she fitted a small earpiece into her ear and instructed, Help me trace this phone number, 001. After she spoke, the two entered the elevator. When they exited, Natasha had already informed him, near Minetta Street, 351. Very well. Dunn realized how delightful Natasha was. Without her assistance, he could not have located Adrian's last known whereabouts in such a short span. After all, he was not omnipotent. Dunn did not own a vehicle, but Natasha did, and her motorcycle was parked by the roadside. He was unfamiliar with the model, yet it appeared far superior to a Dodge Viper. Such an impressive machine left unattended on the street. Did no one attempt to steal it? This led Dunn to seriously question the safety of New York. Natasha retrieved the keys, pressed a button, and the headlights flickered to life. "Hop on," she commanded as she mounted the bike. Once Dunn was settled, the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. As they crested the first ramp, the bike soared through the air for several meters. With a loud crash, the chassis scraped against the ground as they finally landed, sending sparks flying. "There is no need to rush. He is just an ordinary friend." Dunn's heart raced with apprehension. Fortuitously, I had anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, my heart would have leapt into my throat. Those in the know recognized her as Natasha, while others might mistake her for an audacious daredevil. Ignoring Dunn, Natasha pressed the throttle to its limits. The resplendent motorcycle zipped down the street like a bolt of lightning. In less than 10 minutes, they traversed 3 blocks and arrived at Minetta Street. The shops lining the street appeared to have recently opened, and the thoroughfare was nearly deserted. Upon reaching 351, Natasha discovered a hamburger joint, its glass entrance marred by a spiderweb of cracks. Inside, the establishment was eerily silent, devoid of patrons. Dunn dismounted and strode directly toward the hamburger shop, scrutinizing the glass door as he pushed it open. Once inside, he called over a server and inquired, "Where did everyone go?" The server, unable to discern Dunn's intentions, exhibited a hint of youthful bravado as he stammered, "They were taken by some men in black." Men in black? Dunn pondered. Which direction did they head? The server raised a trembling hand, pointing towards one side of the street. Natasha, observing the situation within the shop, cautioned Dunn, "There are cameras here." The server froze momentarily at her words, glancing nervously at another employee. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Dunn suddenly surmised something. Perhaps those who had abducted Adrian had not yet departed but were instead concealed within the establishment. He regarded the server and, raising a hand to shield his mouth, lowered his voice to ask, "Are they still here?" The server remained silent, his face reddening further. "If so, just blink," Dunn urged once more. This time, the server rapidly blinked in affirmation, making his intentions clear. Dunn then lowered his hand and said, "Very well. We'll have 2 hamburgers and a cola." As he approached the cash register, he waited for Natasha to join him before exclaiming loudly, "Oh no. I need to use the restroom." He then feigned discomfort, moving toward the left side of the counter. The hamburger shop was modest in size, leaving few places to hide. Aside from the kitchen and storage area behind the counter, the only other secluded spot was the restroom outside, which could accommodate a living person. If he could inspect this area, Natasha could block the delivery entrance, ensuring they would capture anyone lurking inside. However, as he reached the restroom door, he was met with the unsettling sight of bloodstains on the floor. A struggle had evidently transpired here, and the bright red hue indicated it had occurred recently. Yet, Dunn quickly realized that this location could not harbor anyone, for Natasha had already warned him about the surveillance cameras, and the server had merely blushed without uttering a word. This indicates that those who captured Adrian are monitoring the situation. How could one be so foolish? He swiftly exited the restroom and entered the hall, where he spotted Natasha leaning against the cash register before she promptly jumped behind it. The server within gasped, clutching his head and crouching on the floor, wailing in distress. Upon entering the area behind the cash register, Natasha soon discovered a small storage room. At that moment, Dunn also leaped inside, and together they positioned themselves on either side of the storage room. Natasha retrieved a handgun from her leg, aiming it at the entrance. Dunn then declared, "Come out. There is no escape for you. Who are you? Why are you defending him?" A slightly anxious voice emanated from the storage room. "Who are you?" Dunn inquired, advancing cautiously. Concerned that the occupant might possess a firearm, he turned slightly and gently pushed the door, which surprisingly yielded to his touch. Inside the diminutive storage room, 2 individuals clad in black were concealed. One had a chokehold on Adrian, while the other aimed a gun at the doorway. Gazing at the armed figure, Natasha gently urged, "Lower your weapon." After a moment of resistance, the assailant reluctantly placed the firearm on the floor. The other black-clad individual released Adrian, who gasped for air. Finally able to breathe freely, he hurried towards Dunn, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for coming to my rescue. You should be thanking yourself for not forgetting the number I provided," Dunn remarked, noticing only a trickle of blood from Adrian's nose, likely a result of the earlier struggle. Dunn then turned his attention to the 2 men in the storage room, demanding, "Who are you?" They exchanged glances before responding, "We are the ones who invited Dr. Tums to visit us." Their synchronized declaration was surprisingly disconcerting. "You?" Dunn thought the implication resembled Hydra, yet they did not quite fit the profile. Their appearances were more reminiscent of individuals from a different region. "Do you think I would believe that?" he questioned, directing his gaze towards Natasha. With remarkable efficiency, Natasha stepped forward, procuring a length of rope to bind the 2 men. "Aren't you going to speak?" Dunn's tone turned grave. We are members of the 10 Rings," one of the black-clad men confessed. "The 10 Rings?" Dunn recognized the name. recalling that it was the very organization that had spurred his cousin Tony into action. Moreover, in a few months, the false Mandarin from the Ten Rings would emerge, creating a myriad of troubles for Tony. Had these individuals become so restless so quickly? Yet, what purpose did they have in New York, abducting Adrian? Of course. Adrian was a PhD in electronic mechanics, closely aligned with Tony's research interests. The lingering desire for vengeance from the Ten Rings was evidently aimed at enlisting Adrian's assistance. With this realization, everything began to make sense. Natasha remarked, "I have informed my colleagues to handle this matter." As she spoke, she glanced at Adrian, who stood beside Dunn. Extending her hand, "Greetings, I am Natasha Romanoff." Adrian grasped her hand lightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for arriving just in time to rescue me. I was on the verge of being taken to Afghanistan." Indeed, Dunn mused to himself, it appeared to be the case. However, even if Adrian ultimately did not become a member of Tony's cousin's contingency, he did not wish for the individual to leave New York. It was only under his watchful gaze that he could effectively manage Adrian's fate. Once distanced, all that Dunn once knew would be rendered futile. This was an eventuality he could not permit. Yet, entrusting these two to the federal government seemed inappropriate. Handing them over to Tony's cousin might be even less prudent. They had just emerged from a fierce battle, with their sights set on matters of utmost significance. It was improbable they would concern themselves with such trivialities. While Dunn pondered, the door of the hamburger joint swung open, and a row of uniformed soldiers marched in. Natasha, taken aback by the scene, looked at Dunn and inquired, "Did you summon them?" "I did not," Dunn replied tersely. Natasha stowed her weapon and observed as the soldiers approached. The leader of the soldiers reached the counter and surveyed the situation, addressing the silent server. "Where are the three individuals?" The server pointed toward the storage room and then to Adrian, whose nose was bleeding. The leader pressed his hand against the counter and leaped over to the other side, first sizing up Dunn and then glancing at Natasha. Suddenly, he paused and saluted her. Natasha was momentarily taken aback. "You recognize me? I cannot recall your name, but I know you fought alongside Mr. Tony during the Battle of New York against the extraterrestrial forces. You are our hero," the soldier replied with great reverence. Natasha felt no joy in this acknowledgement. As a spy, she ought not to possess such notoriety. Now, it seemed many were familiar with her. She sighed softly, asking, "What brings you here?" "We have received orders regarding Adrian Toombs, who is suspected of manufacturing clandestine weapons that threaten national security," the soldier stated, scrutinizing the three individuals indicated by the server, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Adrian. "It is him." Upon hearing this, Adrian turned to Dunn in desperation. "I did not do it. Please help me. I cannot go to prison." Dunn found himself perplexed. Ordinarily, this would fall under the jurisdiction of the FBI. Why had a squad of soldiers appeared? Were the council members so brazen now? He addressed the soldier. "Whose orders are you following? Who are you?" The soldier questioned Dunn with suspicion. "I am his friend," Dunn replied. The soldier then remarked, "That is not your concern. You would do well to refrain from inquiring. This pertains to national security, and the less you know, the better." As he spoke, he raised one hand and gently gestured with two fingers, prompting several burly soldiers to instruct the waiter to open the door. They proceeded to the kitchen area and handcuffed Adrian. "No, I cannot go to prison." Adrian managed to break free from one of the soldiers and dash towards Dunn, only to be struck on the back of the head by the butt of a rifle wielded by another soldier. Adrian collapsed instantly. "Take him away," the lead soldier said flatly. Dunn was on the verge of intervening when Natasha placed a firm hand on his shoulder, cautioning him against acting impulsively, as these individuals belonged to the council. Under Dunn's watchful gaze, several soldiers first escorted Adrian away in handcuffs, followed by the two men in black. Dunn watched helplessly as Adrian was taken, feeling a profound sense of frustration. He longed to reveal everything and rescue Adrian, but ultimately, he refrained. "Why did you stop me?" Dunn inquired after the soldiers had departed. Natasha replied, "The council's members are particularly sensitive now, especially regarding national defense. If anything were to go awry with that squad of soldiers, I assure you, a missile would be launched without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Dunn was rendered speechless. Indeed, what would the council hesitate to do, especially when they dared to launch a nuclear bomb in the heart of New York City? Chapter 44. The Great Escape. In an hour, an organization that holds the fate of a nation in its grasp, even without mutants, commands due to its terrifying technological prowess. Dunn, still in the rudimentary stages of his training, knew that confronting the council head-on would yield disastrous consequences. Now, Adrian had been taken from him. The unfolding situation seemed destined to revert to familiar patterns. Once Adrian was imprisoned, he would inevitably succumb to darkness. Once he embraced that darkness, reckless actions would follow, leading to conflict with his cousin Tony. All of Dunn's meticulously crafted plans had crumbled. No, he must rescue him, Dunn resolved. Before Adrian's wife and daughter were affected, he had to bring Adrian back to prevent him from becoming a villain. After all, They were both victims of life's circumstances, and their hearts were made of flesh. Can you help me get him out? Dunn turned to Natasha. Natasha regarded Dunn with a puzzled expression, asking, I'm curious about your criteria for friendship. Adrian clearly does not seem like someone with whom you could be friends. How did you come to know each other? Dunn sighed as he walked into the hamburger restaurant's lobby and replied, he came to our school to give a talk. And during our conversation, he profoundly inspired me. We kept in touch occasionally, and that is how it happened. Natasha studied Dunn, her face betraying disbelief. However, she chose not to confront him directly, saying, I can call the chief, but I cannot guarantee he will be able to help. All right, Dunn said, resigned to wait for her update. The two settled at a window-side table, where Dunn ordered 2 hamburgers and 2 colas, waiting for Natasha's response. After making the call, Natasha remarked, he told us to wait. Very well, Dunn replied. Dunn nodded as the waiter brought over the hamburger and cola, and the two of them fell into a comfortable silence, devouring their meals. Throughout their dining experience, Natasha's phone remained ominously silent. Let us wait and see. Perhaps the council would rather err on the side of caution than overlook any suspicious individuals. Being an electronic engineering scientist, he will certainly take this matter seriously. Natasha remarked before rising from her seat. Dunn sighed softly and followed suit. Perhaps her assessment was indeed accurate, rendering any hope of rescue futile. Unless Adrian managed to escape on his own, in which case he would likely become a vengeful force against society. He should have confronted that businessman directly yesterday. He must have been the one to betray him. As the pair exited the burger joint, Natasha mounted her motorcycle once more. Just as she was about to don her helmet, her phone in her pocket began to ring. Dunn, holding his helmet, inquired, Is it Nick Fury? Natasha nodded, pressed a button on her earpiece, and asked, What is happening? How could this be? Dunn observed her expression shift through various emotions, a hint of anxiety evident on her face. Before long, Natasha ended the call and instructed Dunn, Get on. What happened? Dunn inquired as he settled behind her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Adrian has escaped from prison, Natasha replied, pulling down the visor of her helmet and twisting the throttle fully. Dunn felt as if he might be propelled into the air. The motorcycle roared back to life, speeding down the road, and though he was uncertain of their destination, he surmised they were heading to the site of Adrian's escape. Yet, he found himself puzzled. Adrian had only been gone for less than an hour. How could he have successfully fled so quickly? It seemed almost beyond belief. Although Dunn possessed some mastery over flight, it was limited, and he would be easily shot down. Yet Adrian had succeeded, implying he had long perfected his flight suit and had been wearing it all along. Clearly, the circumstances here were exceedingly difficult to alter. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at a sprawling military base. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted a man with his hand bandaged, engaged in conversation with a guard. Is that Coulson? Natasha exclaimed upon recognizing the figure, bringing the motorcycle to a halt and rushing towards him. Dunn paused for a moment, and as the man turned, he recognized him as Phil Coulson. Natasha approached Phil, her voice laced with excitement. Weren't you killed by Loki? Natasha. Phil Coulson chuckled. The director brought me back. I've been given a second chance at life. I knew you wouldn't go down so easily, Natasha said, playfully punching Phil lightly. He feigned a pained reaction, eliciting a concerned response from her. Are you all right? Phil laughed heartily, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze to the approaching Dunn. So you must be Dunn? It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Coulson, Dunn replied, extending his hand. In the Marvel Universe, Phil Coulson is indeed an extraordinary individual. He is the one who interconnected all the superheroes. Without him, Nick Fury's Avengers team could not have been assembled with such ease. Coulson shook hands with Dunn, expressing, It is a pleasure to meet you. Natasha interjected, Let us set aside pleasantries for now. What brings you here? Coulson replied, The director called, informing me that the council has misplaced a PhD in electronic engineering. All right, gentlemen, you may proceed. At that moment, the guard hung up the phone, exited the guard booth, and stood before Coulson, stating the permission to enter. Coulson nodded and invited Natasha and Dunn, Please, join me inside. The two promptly nodded and followed him. Upon entering the gate, a Hummer approached, retrieving them and driving deeper into the base. Within the vehicle, silence enveloped the three, save for the soldier in the passenger seat, who remarked, Initially, he was merely confined in a room with wire mesh, but within minutes, when we returned to retrieve him, he had vanished. The wire mesh had a significant hole, as if it had been severed by some sharp instrument. The soldier speaking was the same burly individual Dunn had encountered not long ago. Judging by his rank, he appeared to be a sergeant. As he recounted the events surrounding the escort, sweat beaded on his forehead. Such an occurrence placed an undeniable burden of responsibility upon him. Should the higher-ups investigate, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Once the soldier finished, Dunn was already convinced that Adrian had indeed been donned in his flight suit before being brought in. However, Dunn regrettably had not noticed this earlier. It was undeniable that Adrian's flight suit bore some distinctions from his recollections. Otherwise, he would not have failed to recognize it. After listening to the soldier, Coulson turned to Natasha and queried, "What do you believe was his method of escape?" "It must have been some sharp device, after all. He is a PhD in electronic engineering," Natasha casually replied. Coulson then directed his gaze toward Dunn, asking, "What is your opinion?" Phil Coulson observed Dunn intently, appearing genuinely interested in his thoughts. Natasha, intrigued, inquired, "Do you doubt my assertion?" Coulson smiled at her, responding, "Indeed, but it is not entirely accurate. Otherwise, the director would not have summoned me here." He then turned his attention back to Dunn. "Are you suggesting that he is enhanced?" Dunn asked Coulson. Coulson replied with a grin, "Yes, that suspicion cannot be dismissed. Once we see the situation in the room, we shall know for certain." As they conversed, the Hummer arrived at a two-story building, where the lieutenant was the first to leap from the vehicle. He opened the rear door, allowing the three to disembark, then gestured toward a corner, indicating, "Over there." The military base sprawled across an expansive area, yet the structures appeared less grandiose than Dunn had envisioned. In fact, they seemed rather unadorned, particularly the area the sergeant pointed to, resembling more of a makeshift shelter than a permanent establishment. It must be said that the council has truly been negligent this time. To think they could confine a well-prepared PhD in electronic engineering within such a rudimentary dwelling is astonishing. Upon arriving at the makeshift structure, the lead soldier opened the door, and once it creaked ajar, they discovered the interior was even more Spartan. On the other side of the wall, there was merely a sheet of iron mesh, beyond which lay a dense thicket. It is no wonder Adrian harbored thoughts of escape. Dunn surmised that the council had unwittingly provided the ideal conditions for a breakout. The three individuals approached to examine the situation. Phil Coulson crouched before the severed iron mesh, scrutinizing it intently before remarking, "Though it appears basic, the tensile strength of this wire is remarkably high. Observe, the cut here is smooth only in the center." Upon closer inspection, Dunn confirmed Phil's assertion. However, this did not necessarily indicate the wire's resilience. It could merely suggest the sophistication of the opponent's flight suit. After assessing the situation, Natasha adeptly slipped through the hole in the wire. Once outside, she began her inspection. Phil turned to Natasha and inquired, "What have you discovered?" Natasha replied, "This area is not lacking in ground surveillance equipment." She glanced at the lieutenant. "Did you capture any footage of his departure?" The lieutenant responded, "No." Shortly after Adrian was confined, the entire base experienced a power outage lasting several seconds, and by the time the backup power activated, the situation was already as it is now. Phil remarked, "So, you're saying he escaped in mere seconds?" The lieutenant, reluctant to concede, could only nod and affirm. "That would be a reasonable assumption." Phil looked at Dunn, a smile creeping across his face. "What do you think he did?" Dunn, well aware, pondered momentarily before stating, "Adrian Tums is a PhD in electronic engineering. He has always harbored a dream of soaring through the skies like a bird." Phil, momentarily taken aback, responded, "And so?" Dunn continued, "It is likely that he fashioned that flight suit himself, cutting through the mesh. Can it sever high-strength wire?" Phil questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Dunn countered, "You mentioned its wire." Phil shook his head. "You do not understand. This wire is specialized, 100 times more resilient than rebar." Dunn pressed, "What exactly are you suggesting?" Phil contemplated for a moment, then retrieved his phone with his uninjured hand, unlocking the screen to reveal a photograph, which he handed to Dunn. "Do you recognize this individual?" Phil asked. Dunn accepted the photo, glanced at it, and paused in surprise. "That businessman? What?" Phil hadn't anticipated Dunn's familiarity with the subject. Dunn, recovering from his astonishment, queried, "What about him?" The image depicted the middle-aged man who had shared drinks with Adrian just days prior. Dunn recalled that the man's name was Norman, although he did not know his full name, as Adrian had provided little introduction. Phil informed him, "This individual is Norman Osborn, the proprietor of a biotechnology company specializing in human enhancement pharmaceuticals. I recently discovered that Adrian has been closely associated with him." Natasha, standing outside the wire, inquired, "Do you suspect that Adrian has consumed the human enhancement serum developed by Norman Osborn's company? Is that how he effortlessly cut through these barbed wires?" Phil nodded in affirmation. Dunn appeared momentarily taken aback. The individual he had encountered previously had always struck him as merely a businessman, the informant. In retrospect, it was a grave misjudgment. When Adrian conversed with him, he was already in a position of unequal power, a fact Dunn had failed to perceive at the time. Could it be that he truly supplied Adrian with the enhancement serum? If so, it would indeed spell trouble. At this juncture, Dunn was uncertain whether he could indiscriminately eliminate all adversaries. He himself had yet to attain genuine strength. The lieutenant in the room immediately stated, "It's good to have a suspect. I will report this right away." "It is futile," Phil Coulson replied, shaking his head without elaboration. He then crawled through a hole in the wire and emerged outside the makeshift building. Gazing at the sky and surveying the surroundings, he remarked, Let us hope our opponent this time is not enhanced. Dunn followed suit, squeezing through the hole and contemplating the scene around him. It seemed only Adrian could evade such extensive surveillance and escape. He had indeed underestimated him in the past. No wonder he had earned a doctorate in electronic engineering. His skills were remarkable. Natasha turned to Phil and asked, "Have Adrian's family been placed under surveillance?" Phil responded, "I have arranged for personnel to monitor them, but he surely will not meet with his family at this time." Just then, Dunn's handheld device, belonging to Phil, began to ring, prompting him to hand it over to Phil. After a brief glance at the screen, Phil addressed the two, saying, "It's the director." He pressed the answer button and held it to his ear, soon displaying a troubled expression. Once he ended the call, Natasha eagerly inquired, "What transpired?" Before Phil could respond, the lieutenant inside the wire received a transmission through his walkie-talkie. "Jack, cease any further investigation into Adrian. Consider this matter as though it never happened and release them all." The voice from the walkie-talkie reached Dunn and the others as well. They quickly crawled back into the makeshift building. Natasha looked at Phil, asking, "What is going on?" Phil sighed and replied, "The individual who reported Adrian has retracted their accusation. A significant figure is protecting him. Adrian is exonerated, and thus, there is no longer a matter of escape." "Is that even possible?" Dunn gazed at Phil, doubt etched on his face. He was unaware of the powerful figure Phil referenced. But it seemed rather formidable. Surely, it couldn't be Norman, could it? As Phil made his way outside, he remarked, "Who said we live in a society governed by law? Even when it occurs right under our noses, we must act as if we have seen nothing." Natasha then looked at Dunn, astonished, and said, "The influential person who resolved everything. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Dunn chuckled. "What on earth does this have to do with me? I am just as curious to know who that person is." Chapter 46. Liz Tums to save Adrian with but a single utterance truly marks one as a significant figure. Yet, how could that person possibly be me? Natasha gazed at Dunn, recalling his earlier assertion that Adrian was his friend and that he must rescue him. "Is it not you?" Dunn managed a wry smile, replying, "If it were I, would I still accompany you here?" Natasha found this notion perplexing, shaking her head. "What if you are merely masquerading? You overestimate me." Dunn was left speechless. Phil Coulson interrupted their exchange, striding towards the exit while suggesting, "Let us seek out his family and ascertain whether he has returned home." The trio departed the military base, once more arriving outside the guard booth. Phil gestured towards a nearby black sedan, which promptly approached them. After boarding the vehicle, they swiftly departed for the bustling city area. Thanks to Phil's presence, they easily located Adrian's residence. They arrived before a villa, admiring the lush green lawn. The three alighted from the car and exchanged glances over the white picket fence. Natasha inquired, "Are you certain this is his home?" Phil affirmed, "Of course," and took a few steps forward, calling out across the lawn, "Dr. Tums, are you home?" Following his call, the door swung open, revealing a tall, slender girl who stood at the threshold, regarding Dunn and his companions. Dunn scrutinized her closely, confirming that she must be Adrian's daughter, Liz Tums. "Hello, Liz." Dunn greeted her warmly. Liz Tums appeared momentarily taken aback, timidly asking, "Who are you?" "I am a friend of Dr. Tums," Dunn explained, producing his phone. "He called me this morning, mentioning something had occurred. Has he returned?" He stepped closer, offering his phone to Liz. After she glanced at it, he reclaimed his device and inquired, "Has he come home?" Liz shook her head, stating, "My father has not yet returned." Dunn then said, "If he does come back, please have him call me. Just tell him I have something of great importance to discuss. May I ask, are you Liz?" She looked up at Dunn and asked, "Dunn?" Liz nodded, responding, "All right, I will remember that." Dunn retreated from the lawn, rejoining Phil and Natasha. Just then, a young cyclist approached them on the road. Upon halting, Dunn called out, "Peter, is that you?" Peter Parker looked at Dunn, astonishment evident on his face. Dunn smiled, inquiring, "What brings you here? I recall your school route lies in the opposite direction. This seems rather out of your way." Peter Parker blushed slightly, a hint of shyness creeping in as he glanced at Liz standing by the door. "Hi, Liz, I was just passing through." After finishing his statement, he turned back to Dunn, asking, "What transpired here?" Peter Parker noticed the two individuals accompanying Dunn had shifted from yesterday's visitors to a new pair today, prompting his curiosity about Dunn's identity. Dunn smiled and inquired, "Are you merely passing through here? Is your home not located in?" Before Dunn could finish his sentence, Peter Parker hurriedly interjected, "Let's not discuss this now. I must return swiftly." With that, Peter hopped onto his bicycle and quickly departed. Dunn observed Peter's retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. Phil Coulson, gazing in the direction of Peter's exit, remarked, "That young man possesses remarkable potential. I suspect he may be an enhanced individual." Dunn looked at Phil in disbelief, astounded by his keen intuition. He chuckled softly and suggested, "Perhaps you should seize an opportunity to verify your suspicion." As he spoke, he cast a final glance at Liz Toomas, nodded in her direction, and then joined Natasha and Phil in the vehicle. Once the car started, Dunn glanced back at Adrian's residence and commented, "He is home, but he does not wish to see us." Phil turned to Dunn, questioning, "How do you know?" Dunn replied, "Intuition." Phil remained speechless, redirecting his gaze toward the villa, silently hoping that Adrian would not succumb to malevolence. Dunn nodded helplessly, pondering the same concern. Should Adrian choose a dark path, he would forever be barred from becoming a member of Tony's contingency, signifying the failure of his initial objective. Inside the villa, Liz secured the door and ascended to the second floor. She opened the door to a bedroom and found Adrian standing by the window. "Father," she called softly. Adrian turned, smiling at Liz. "You have done well." "Who are they? They do not seem like bad people." Liz hesitated. "The faces of the wicked do not bear the label of villainy." Adrian's eyes concealed a flicker of anger. However, before Liz could continue, Adrian interrupted firmly. "Liz, you must go to school now. I need to rest." Liz regarded her father, noticing his demeanor had shifted from its usual gentleness, and after a moment of confusion, she exited the room. Once Liz departed, Adrian stowed away his neatly folded flight suit, then turned his attention to a bottle of green serum on the table. Lost in contemplation, memories of his conversation with Norman flooded his mind. To defeat Tony Stark, you will need not only your flight suit, but also extraordinary physical prowess. Do not forget, Tony has numerous allies, each formidable in their own right. Norman's words echoed relentlessly in his ears. Gazing at the small vial of green serum, he slowly extended his hand, uncapped the bottle, and ultimately consumed its entire contents. Dunn, seated in Phil's vehicle, pondered Adrian's situation in silence. Natasha suddenly broke the quiet, asking, "Where are you headed now?" Phil also turned to Dunn, suggesting, "Why not accompany me back to the office?" Dunn replied, "Take me to the airport. I must return to Huaxia." "What?" Natasha paused, astonished. "Are you truly returning to Huaxia?" Dunn nodded. He had resolved that remaining in New York would make it exceedingly difficult to keep his secrets concealed. Only by returning to Huaxia could he sustain his FAAD. Otherwise, should he continue to operate under two distinct identities, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to elevate his own capabilities. If he cannot even manage trivial matters, how could he possibly assist Cousin Tony when the formidable Thanos arrives? This seems implausible. I must first make a call to the director. Natasha does not hesitate to reach out to Dunn. Her inability to make decisions is not due to a lack of affection. She promptly retrieves her mobile device and dials Nick Fury. Phil Coulson interjects, "Haven't you been residing in New York for quite some time? What is the purpose of your return?" Dunn had already prepared his response and replied, "To find my father." Chapter 47. An inescapable situation. This declaration rendered Phil Coulson momentarily speechless. Indeed, if Dunn were resolute in his intentions, there was little Coulson could do to deter him. After Natasha made the call, she conveyed Dunn's thoughts to Nick Fury, who soon instructed Natasha, "Put Dunn on the line." Dunn did not reach out for the phone. Instead, he noticed Natasha activating the speakerphone, allowing Nick Fury's voice to resonate. "Dunn, are you planning to return to China?" Dunn nodded, affirming, "Yes. I have contemplated this matter for quite some time." Nick Fury replied, "You cannot return. I now suspect that SHIDLD may pose a threat to you, as your father might have betrayed the organization to come to New York." Dunn was taken aback, astonished to hear such news for the first time. Yet, the subsequent revelation left him even more astonished. Ding! Due to the host triggering a new plot, a random reward of a mythical character template has been awarded and stored in the inventory. Dunn paused, disregarding his response to Nick Fury, and summoned the system to investigate. Upon opening the inventory, he beheld a radiant golden card, resting quietly within the confines of the item slots. As his gaze lingered upon the card, its textual information materialized. Template, Sun Wukong. Description, the host may enhance similarity by embodying Sun Wukong, unlocking his abilities. The greater the similarity, the more potent the acquired powers. Condition, successfully summon El Dongbin. Dunn's heart soared with elation. He had initially anticipated accumulating points to purchase the Sun Wukong template, yet it was now granted to him outright, an exhilarating surprise. Moreover, he had experienced Sun Wukong's prowess firsthand. It was vastly superior to that of El Dongbin. However, this template bore conditional restrictions, which somewhat dampened his fervor. "Dunn?" Nick Fury, having not received a response, called out again through the phone. Dunn regained his focus and replied, "I'm here." Nick Fury insisted, "Listen to me, do not return to China. If you go back, you will never return." Dunn maintained a stoic expression, yet he understood Nick Fury's intentions. His actions were merely a means to uncover leads about Sun Wukong through Dunn. Given that the character he portrayed, El Dongbin, was also under Nick Fury's scrutiny, it became apparent why he was reluctant to allow Dunn's departure. All claims of concern for his well-being were mere facades. Dunn asserted, "Precisely because of this, I must return. I suspect you may be right. My father might still be alive, and I must find him." Ding! From the resentment of Nick Fury, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. He never anticipated that merely stating his reasoning would become an excuse for Dunn's departure. Reluctantly, he said, "Currently, things are quite tranquil in Huaxia. You can trust me that your father is not there." After a brief pause, Nick continued, "Moreover, your cousin does not desire your departure, considering that all your relatives are in New York." Dunn, uninterested in his words, interjected, "Upon my departure, I shall introduce you to a new acquaintance." Nick Fury was taken aback. "A new acquaintance?" Dunn clarified, "Who did you seek me for last night?" "That man in white from Huaxia." With a slight chuckle, Dunn stated in front of Natasha and Phil, "His name is Deng En, a friend of my father, sent to protect me." "What?" Nick Fury's voice turned sharp with surprise. Dunn continued, "Once I leave, if Deng En remains, those seeking me will not suspect that I have returned to Huaxia. You merely need to find someone to impersonate me." He offered this suggestion to Nick Fury. Nick Fury was momentarily speechless. The silence on the phone left Natasha and Phil equally stunned. They had not anticipated that Dunn's father was indeed alive and had sent someone to safeguard him. According to their current intel, Deng En was also a deity of Huaxia. What, then, was the true identity of Dunn's father? They were all perplexed. After a long pause, Nick Fury finally asked, "Are you certain you can have that man in white stay in New York?" Dunn affirmed, "Of course." Nick contemplated briefly before inquiring, "When will you return?" Dunn replied, "As soon as there is a result, I shall return immediately." "Very well." Nick Fury's voice trailed off, abruptly interrupted by Tony Stark's voice from within the phone. "What? My cousin is returning to Huaxia? How was I not informed?" The volume escalated. Nick Fury responded, "Tony wishes to speak with you." "Hello?" Tony took the phone and asked, "Dunn, why are you leaving? What is there in Huaxia? I am your only family now." "Cousin," Dunn called out, wishing to explain that he was not truly leaving, but merely pretending to do so. "Do not depart," Tony Stark insisted, then turned to Nick Fury, asking, "Who is with you?" Nick replied, "Natasha and Phil Coulson." Tony nodded and declared loudly, "Natasha, Phil, I need you to bring Dunn back to my office building. I cannot allow him to leave. That is final." With that, Tony Stark abruptly hung up, denying Dunn any further opportunity to speak. Natasha instructed the driver to Stark Industries. The driver acknowledged, and the vehicle changed direction. Dunn found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that his cousin Tony would be the one to hinder his growth. What a predicament this had become. Once the car returned to downtown New York City, it headed straight for Tony's headquarters. Although still undergoing repairs, most of the damaged areas had been adequately secured. Natasha, like a warden escorting a prisoner, firmly grasped Dunn's arm and led him directly into the building. Phil did not follow. He had his own matters to attend to and merely exchanged a brief greeting with Dunn before departing. Upon entering the elevator with Natasha, Dunn was whisked away to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Tony and Nick were already waiting at the threshold. Tony stepped forward and embraced Dunn, saying, "You are to stay in New York. You may not leave." "Cousin, Dunn, am at a loss for words," he thought, unable to confront his cousin, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Nick Fury interjected, "It is far safer for you to remain in New York. China is not a sanctuary. I have heard that SHIELD is encountering some complications, which may very well be linked to your father." "When did this happen?" Dunn was taken aback. He had little information regarding the situation in China. "It coincided with the battle in New York," Nick replied. Tony nodded in affirmation, adding, "Thus, you cannot leave. Now you understand the reasoning." Dunn sighed in resignation. Noticing Dunn's dejected demeanor, Tony reassured him, "Fear not, Dunn. I shall provide you with a suit of armor, and you will be as safe as I am." Chapter 48, Flight Suit Armor. Dunn's eyes widened. He recalled that his cousin had mentioned gifting him a suit long ago. However, with the sudden emergence of his own system, he had ceased to hope for it. It appeared that this matter had been on Tony's mind all along. Initially, he had harbored some resentment towards Tony for hindering his path to strength. But now he realized that Tony was, in fact, his savior. With this armor, he could easily emulate his cousin, remaining nearby while the suit operated independently. A true win-win situation. JARVIS, Tony called out, and a wall automatically opened to reveal a display case. Behind the glass, a suit of armor gleamed in a lustrous silver, indistinguishable from Tony's other suits, save for its lack of color. Upon seeing the actual armor, Dunn was filled with such excitement that he could scarcely speak. JARVIS, Tony called again, and the display case opened, allowing the silver armor to step forth, advancing directly towards Dunn. Tony, with an exclamation, moved to a nearby display case and retrieved a chip, approaching the silver armor to insert it into a small compartment. After completing this task, he said, "There you go. Now you can converse with it. Your voice assistant is named Tuesday." "Cousin," Dunn exclaimed, overwhelmed with exhilaration. "You may now attempt to register your voice print, Tony encouraged with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Dun commanded, Tuesday, register voice print. Sir, please state your name. A gentle female voice emanated from the armor. Dun noticed the voice bore a resemblance to the intelligent assistant. Friday, that Tony used. My name is Dun. Understood. I have now recognized your voice. Please instruct me, Tuesday, to activate the armor. Within the silvery armor. Tuesday spoke gently once more. Merely hearing that voice left him somewhat dazed. Nearby, Nick Fury and Natasha observed the scene, uncertain of what to say. The gleaming armor was a possession of Tony Stark. To whom he chose to gift it was beyond their jurisdiction. As Nick Fury watched Dun eagerly exploring the armor, he approached Tony Stark, expressing concern. Isn't this a bit excessive? He is my cousin, Tony replied, regarding Dun with admiration. Nick Fury nodded, acknowledging this, yet added, however, this armor possesses significant strategic value. Should it fall into the wrong hands, Tony smiled and countered. I am far more concerned about my cousin's safety than the loss of this suit. Nick Fury had no retort, merely nodding thoughtfully. He felt relieved that Dun was Tony's cousin, as long as he could keep Tony firmly tethered to the Avengers. He need not fear any unpredictable elements from Dun posing a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. Due to his familial connection with Tony, Dun was already quite familiar with the suit, having nearly reached a state of mental control over it. Thus, learning the operational guide proved to be remarkably effortless. In less than half an hour, Dun had fully mastered it. May I attempt a test flight now? Dun inquired, activating the suit and stepping inside. As the armor enveloped him and the visor descended, he appeared to merge seamlessly with the suit. Of course, it is already yours, Tony replied with a smile. Raising his arms, flames erupted from the suit's palms and feet, propelling him into the air. He then soared through the still unrepaired window, achieving astonishing speed and instantly reaching the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his cousin's remarkable aptitude. He had faced considerable challenges when first attempting to control the suit. Nick Fury sighed as he watched Dun vanish beyond the glass, remarking, to truly protect him, all you need is to surround him with a few people. Why, then, did you choose to give him a suit of armor? I believe we should cultivate an Iron Legion, Tony responded, so that when the next invasion of Earth occurs, we will not be caught off guard. You can leave the distribution to me, Nick Fury suggested, looking at Tony. Tony paused, glancing at Nick Fury and then at Natasha beside him. I'm afraid I'm not under your command. I answer to no one but myself. Besides, Dun is my cousin. Feeling somewhat awkward, Nick Fury acknowledged the validity of Tony's words. He may gather individuals, but he was akin to the Secretary General of the United Nations, possessing the power to assemble, yet lacking the authority to command. Care for a drink? Tony asked, noticing Nick's silence as he moved toward the bar. Certainly, Nick Fury and Natasha replied, stepping forward. Tony entered the bar, retrieving a bottle of liquor and 3 glasses. As he poured, he added, this comes at a price. As Nick Fury and Natasha sat down, they nearly toppled from their chairs upon hearing this. Tony Stark erupted into laughter. A piercing sound shattered the air, and just then, a silvery figure plummeted before the glass window. Dun had returned. How's it going? Tony Stark beckoned him. Come, cousin, let us have a drink. Dun emerged from the armor, his face alight with excitement. This suit, the latest Mark 7, officially named the 7th generation flight pod armor, was remarkably effective. It could be said that this armor served as the foundation for future iterations of Tony Stark's suits, specifically designed for combat as a heavy-duty attire. Thank you, cousin. Dun approached the bar and said earnestly. Tony handed him a glass of wine, smiling. All right, no need for formality among family, as long as you enjoy it. Of course I do. Dun took a sip and couldn't help but glance back at the gleaming armor. What color do you prefer? I could design a custom one for you, but you should forget about the red and gold. Only I can pull that off. Ha ha ha. Dun chuckled, shaking his head. This is perfect. I love the silver. Just then, Nick Fury, unable to contain himself, interjected, can we pause this discussion? You mentioned over the phone that the man in white from Huaxia is here to protect you. Where is he now? Dun shook his head. I don't know. He always appears and disappears at will. He might be nearby or perhaps hiding away asleep. I need to meet him. Help me arrange that. Nick Fury said with a serious expression. Dun replied, with such a powerful organization, isn't it easy for you to locate someone? Nick Fury's face darkened. He is far too enigmatic. I cannot track him down. Hearing this, Dun felt a sense of relief. If even Nick could not find him, it meant he was likely quite safe. In this world brimming with enhanced individuals, the more cards one holds, the better one can survive. Nick urged, don't waste time. Call him now. I'll wait here. Dun hesitated, thinking to himself, call myself? He set down his glass, shaking his head. He's the one that reaches out to me. Do you really think he's my bodyguard, watching over me 24 hours a day? Nick Fury's disappointment was palpable. Assembling a formidable Avengers team had long been a pressing concern for him. Any enhanced individual with a sense of justice could not be overlooked. Now, with the chance to recruit 2 deities from Huaxia through Dun, how could he not feel anxious? He looked at Dun's expression and said sternly, "The moment you hear from him, notify me immediately." "All right, no problem," Dun responded. Satisfied with Dun's agreement, Nick shifted the topic, looking at Tony Stark. "We must ensure that the Chitauri's technological scraps do not fall into the black market. I've received word that someone is eyeing those remnants." Tony reassured, "Rest assured. We have established a damage control department specifically tasked with this matter. The first batch of waste has been successfully collected and will soon be dispatched to Washington." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Excellent." With that, Nick rose, finishing the last sip of wine in his glass. Casting a glance at Tony as if to convey an unspoken sentiment, he then turned his attention to Natasha, implying that with his new suit, he no longer required her protection. Natasha smiled faintly, nodded slightly at Dun, and also stood up. "Are you all leaving now?" Tony Stark inquired. Shaking the wine bottle and offering, "The second drink is on the house." Dun erupted in laughter, his cousin Tony's charm ever delightful. Nick Fury and Natasha made their exit, heading toward the elevator. As soon as they departed, Dun remarked, "Cousin, are you familiar with Dr. Banner?" "Banner? Not particularly," Tony replied, pouring himself another glass and adding some for Dun, tossing a few ice cubes into the mix. "But I am quite acquainted with Hulk." Dun paused, realizing Tony was jesting, and quickly added, "I'm serious. I need to speak with him." "What do you need him for?" "Everything he can do, I can do too, and what he cannot, I can manage as well," Tony asserted, gently tapping the arc reactor embedded in his chest. "I want to enhance this suit with the ultimate artifact," Dun proclaimed, turning to gaze at the silver armor stationed before the floor-to-ceiling windows. "The ultimate artifact?" Tony echoed, momentarily taken aback, then continued. "The most powerful artifact is right here with us." "No, it resides with Dr. Banner," Dun stated emphatically, in his understanding of the Marvel Universe. If one were to rank artifacts, Thor's hammer and axe would likely place within the top 10, while Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet might secure a position in the top 5. However, Hulk's shorts would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. At that moment, Tony's armor appeared quite impressive but had yet to reach the level of an artifact. If he could somehow acquire Hulk's shorts and integrate them into his suit, he would dare to claim invincibility until Thanos arrived. "Has Banner kept something hidden?" Tony mused, eyeing Dun with suspicion. "All right, I'll make a call to inquire." "No need, just give me his number," Dun replied. Tony inquired, "Why didn't you ask for it at that barbecue joint last time?" Dun explained, "I didn't think of it then, and besides, I felt Banner was too perilous to engage with extensively. Now, however, things have changed. I need to protect myself to put your mind at ease, don't you think?" "That makes sense," Tony acknowledged, then called out for J.A.R.V.I.S., gesturing towards Dun's silver armor. "It has been transmitted to you for Tuesday." "Thank you, cousin." After finishing his drink, ice and all, Dun bid farewell to Tony. Once encased in the silver armor, he soared from the floor-to-ceiling windows into the sky. "That rascal," Tony mused, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating, "It seems this kid handles it even better than I do." Dun lay within the armor, soaring through the air while instructing Tuesday to place a call to Bruce Banner. As the call connected, the armor's intelligence system promptly pinpointed the signal source and adjusted its flight path. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable intelligence of this armor. It could seamlessly receive Dun's brainwaves, allowing for effortless control. "Who are you?" Bruce Banner's voice resonated within the armor. "Greetings, Dr. Banner. I am Dun, the cousin of Tony Stark. We met a few days ago," Dun reminded him. Bruce Banner responded with a sound of recognition. "I remember you. What can I assist you with?" Initially, Dun intended to directly request Banner's undergarments, but fearing that such a statement might provoke him, he instead opted for a more diplomatic approach. "May I invite you to dinner?" "Invite me to dinner?" Bruce Banner paused in surprise. "Indeed," Dun replied, glancing at the display screen that had locked onto Banner's exact location. With a slight adjustment of direction, he halted outside an old-fashioned house. Exiting the armor, he inserted a wireless earpiece into his ear and called out, "Doctor, do come out to greet me." Curious, Bruce Banner approached the window and, unsurprisingly, spotted Dun along with the vigilant armor. He promptly ended the call and stepped outside. Upon reaching the lawn, Bruce glanced at Dun and then pointed at the armor behind him. "Did Tony send that to you?" "You guessed correctly," Dun replied, stepping forward to shake Bruce's hand. He felt a twinge of apprehension about the potential emergence of the Hulk. At this moment, the Hulk resembled a ticking time bomb, capable of wreaking havoc upon the city with the slightest misstep. Bruce Banner chuckled wryly. "That doesn't require guessing, does it?" Dun smiled and replied, "Dr. Banner." Bruce Banner raised his hand to interrupt Dun. "You may simply call me Bruce, like everyone else." "Very well," Dun responded. "Bruce, during our last meal together, I was captivated by your knowledge of physics. I have encountered a minor conundrum in this field and seek your guidance." Bruce replied. You could simply call me or send an email. There is no need for you to come all this way to treat me to dinner. It is the least I could do, Dunn thought to himself. How else could I procure your undergarments? I do not possess a vehicle, Bruce admitted somewhat awkwardly. Among this group, Bruce was undoubtedly the most financially constrained. Dunn quickly interjected, I ordered food on my way here. Shall we eat while conversing at your place? Chapter 50. Where are my pants? Once Dunn finished speaking, Bruce Banner nodded slightly and stepped aside, inviting Dunn into his dilapidated abode. Dunn instructed Tuesday to maintain vigilance as he entered Bruce's home. Upon stepping inside, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered that Bruce's living conditions were exceedingly sparse, far inferior to his own. A desk by the window was cluttered with numerous books, and as Dunn approached to take a glance, he noted that they were all focused on anger management techniques. It seemed that Bruce Banner was indeed troubled by the Hulk. This place is a bit disorganized. Allow me to tidy up, Bruce Banner remarked while straightening the sofa as he followed Dunn inside. Dunn responded with a non-committal and inquired, Bruce, where's your bedroom? Bedroom? Bruce Banner looked up at Dunn, curiosity etched on his face. This place is rather small, and it seems there's nowhere to sleep, he remarked. Dunn shamelessly fabricated a response. I usually sleep on this sofa, Bruce admitted, but since my body has been troubled, I have ceased to care about such matters. Dunn opened his mouth, casting a sympathetic glance, yet internally, he felt somewhat speechless. He scrutinized the denim fabric of Bruce's pants, approached him, and tugged at the material. The sudden movement startled Bruce, who quickly recoiled and asked, What are you doing? Nothing. I just wanted to check if Hulk is around, Dunn said nonchalantly, though he secretly wished to see if Bruce's anger would provoke a transformation. Clearly, it did not. Although Bruce Banner had yet to master cohabitation with Hulk, his methods for managing anger proved remarkably effective. After all, Bruce possessed a remarkably high IQ, while Hulk's intellect was comparatively low. This disparity was the reason Bruce could maintain his human form for the majority of the time. Bruce chuckled ruefully. I just vented my anger. He can't possibly emerge right now. Once Dunn waited for Bruce to tidy up the sofa, he plopped down, surveying the disarray of the living space, and initiated a casual conversation based on a series of physics questions he had previously contemplated. After discussing for about 10 minutes, a shout from outside announced the arrival of their meal. Dunn feigned to stand, then exclaimed, Oh, before sitting back down. What's wrong? Bruce inquired, concerned. I feel dizzy. Just need to rest a bit, Dunn replied, clutching his forehead. You go get the takeout. I can't get up. Without a second thought, Bruce nodded and made his way to the door. As soon as he stepped outside, Dunn swiftly gathered all the pants within reach into his system space, uncertain which belonged to Bruce, relying solely on luck. He suspected the very pair Bruce was currently wearing but dared not to forcibly remove them, fearing he might inadvertently awaken Hulk. With his current strength, confronting Hulk head-on would clearly be a fool's errand. Bruce soon returned, hands laden with 2 family buckets, a large bottle of cola clamped in his mouth, and 2 meal boxes tucked under each arm. Why did you buy so much? He exclaimed, astonished. Dunn stepped forward, accepting the meal boxes and soda, suggesting, perhaps we should let Hulk out to eat a little? Bruce's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head. The two of them cleared the table and washed their hands before diving into the feast. Dunn twisted open the cola bottle, poured Bruce a glass, and declared, Bruce, thank you for alleviating my uncertainties. I toast to you with this cola in place of wine. Bruce accepted the glass, took a sip, and replied, Thank you. It's really nothing. I'm just glad to be of assistance. Dunn nodded thoughtfully and added, By the way, Bruce, have you ever considered that you could coexist peacefully with Hulk? Bruce set down his cup and had just picked up a burger when he heard Dunn's words. He looked up at Dunn with a gaze that was cold and indifferent. Dunn sighed heavily and said, I can empathize with your current anguish. No, you cannot understand, Bruce immediately retorted, putting the burger down. Dunn was aware that his words would not resonate with Bruce at this moment. Yet, he felt compelled to speak, for when Ultron emerged, Hulk would once again, as before, become a formidable adversary against Tony's cousin. This powerful ally on their side was frequently exploited due to his lower intellect, which was quite disheartening. If Bruce Banner were to merge with Hulk, possessing both wisdom and strength, they would become an unparalleled weapon. Their eventual combined state was indeed quite commendable. However, Bruce Banner had yet to recognize this truth. Noticing Bruce's change in demeanor upon the mention of Hulk, Dunn feared the sudden emergence of Hulk. With his current abilities, even combined with the external Tuesday, the outcome could be dire. Thus, Dunn hastily changed the subject, saying, I see you are searching for ways to control your anger. I happen to know someone who is a master in this regard. Bruce, intrigued, quickly inquired, Who is it? El Dongbin. Dunn thought to himself, I'm essentially recommending myself. So do you accept? El Dongbin. Although Bruce was a top physicist, he evidently lacked knowledge about the distant land of Huaxia and was unfamiliar with El Dongbin. Dunn continued, He is a deity from Huaxia, and due to certain circumstances, he is currently in New York. He possesses highly effective methods for anger management. Where is he now? Bruce asked eagerly. On the evening of the day after tomorrow at 8, go to Green Road Street. There is a small alley nearby with a bar run by Chinese people called One Bar. He is likely to appear there, Dunn replied. Why the day after tomorrow? Bruce pressed. Because it is not yet repaired, Dunn conservatively estimated. In reality, given Chi Fong's financial resources, it could be ready the next day, merely a matter of whether they wish to spend the extra money. Bruce nodded thoughtfully. All right, I will remember that. Yes. Dunn smiled slightly and added, eat quickly, it will be unpleasant if it gets cold. With that, Bruce resumed eating his burger heartily. After Dunn had his fill, he promptly suggested taking his leave. He was concerned that if Bruce discovered there were no pants left at home except those he was wearing, he might become enraged. Bruce accompanied Dunn to the door and watched as he ascended in his flight armor before returning to his room. While contemplating Dunn's words, he wiped the grease off his hands with a tissue. Noticing that some burger sauce had dripped onto his pants, he casually reached behind the sofa, only to find the spot for his pants was completely empty. Where are my pants? Bruce Banner exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 51, The Homeless Shelter. After leaving Bruce Banner's home, Dunn maneuvered his armor and began to soar through the sky. One cannot help but remark that soaring through the sky like a bird is indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. It is no wonder that the Vulture has dedicated its efforts to the study of flight suits. Such a device is coveted by all. However, the sensation of being encased within the armor is not as delightful as one might imagine. He felt that the suit designed by his cousin Tony was commendable in many aspects, yet the compartment for releasing birds was somewhat cramped. After flying for a while, he began to feel fatigued. He pondered that El Dongbin's swordsmanship might be a preferable option, as birds do not bear the weight of their entire bodies. Dunn, hovering in the air, cast his gaze downward and casually selected a tall building's rooftop to land upon. He intended to take a brief respite and examine the pilfered trousers, particularly in search of a certain artifact. Upon landing, as Dunn prepared to emerge from the armor, a shadow suddenly swept past him, a massive metallic wing soared into the distance. Instantly, Dunn's attention was captured, and the screen relayed a crystal-clear image. It was Adrian Toombs. What was he doing here? Dunn paused momentarily before giving chase. Dunn maneuvered the armor with the swiftness of an arrow, swiftly stabilizing the distance at approximately 1 mile. A range that ensured he remained undetected while keeping the target in sight. After about 6 or 7 minutes of flight, just as he felt his wings might revolt, he finally saw Adrian enter an aged building. Dunn scanned the area from above and found a suitable rooftop to descend upon, gazing down at the dilapidated structure. In front of the old building, a white cargo truck was parked, its cargo doors emblazoned with several letters. Dunn was unaware of their significance, so he instructed Tuesday to utilize its long-range vision. Soon, Tuesday's gentle voice informed him that the building bore the name of a homeless shelter. Dunn was further perplexed. Although Adrian had fallen on hard times, surely, as a PhD in electronic engineering, he would not immediately resort to such a place. Moreover, he was entering while wearing a flight suit. The multitude of inconsistencies left Dunn feeling uneasy. Thus, he requested Tuesday to search online for more information. Before long, Tuesday's soothing voice returned, stating, "Sir, it is the name of a homeless shelter established by philanthropist Martin Lee. Martin Lee was once an undocumented immigrant from Huaxia, who miraculously survived a shipwreck, and his tragic backstory garnered public sympathy, even earning him the Freedom Medal from the president." Huaxia? And he received the Freedom Medal? Dunn was taken aback. Tuesday continued, "Yes, and there is new information, but I cannot parse the hyperlink. Is it an escape? New information?" Dunn hesitated, then exclaimed, "Escape? Yes, escape." However, shortly thereafter, Tuesday's voice chimed in again. The escape attempt failed. The information is trapped in an information cocoon. Dunn sighed, realizing that even Tony's artificial intelligence was only as capable as Jarvis's self-learning abilities. He gazed thoughtfully at the distant homeless shelter, resting his chin on his hand, and mused aloud. Adrian must have been protected by someone significant. Could it be this Martin Lee? Can a mere philanthropist, a recipient of the Freedom Medal, truly be considered a significant figure? Dunn expressed considerable skepticism. However, the failed prison break on Tuesday provided him with a compelling reason to believe there was information yet unknown to him, possibly evidence that Martin Lee was indeed a person of consequence. He dialed Nick Fury. After a moment of contemplation, Dunn promptly declared, "It's regarding Tuesday's orders." The call was quickly connected to Nick Fury. "Dunn, have you uncovered any leads on Sun Wukong or El Dongbin?" Fury's voice resonated from within the armored confines. "No," Dunn replied. "I would like your assistance in investigating an individual." Ding. A wave of irritation emanated from Nick Fury, a sound echoing in Dunn's mind. Dunn felt momentarily taken aback. How could a simple request to investigate a person elicit such strong resentment? On the other end, Fury was at a loss for words. He had initially intended to leverage Dunn's skills, Yet now he found himself ensnared in his own predicament, with no progress while Dunn appeared to be utilizing him instead. What a perplexing turn of events. Who are you investigating? Fury inquired, his temper noticeably frayed. Martin Lee. He runs a homeless shelter and is a philanthropist. Oh, and he has also received the Freedom Medal, Dunn relayed earnestly. What do you wish to uncover about him? Fury probed. I suspect he is the influential figure behind Adrian. Dunn asserted. Could you please refrain from pursuing this Adrian matter? Can you assist me in arranging a meeting with Sun Wukong or El Dongbin? Help me investigate this individual, and I shall provide you with the details of El Dongbin's next appearance. Really? Dunn countered. You're pulling my leg. You're like a mischievous pup. Fury exhaled a deep sigh and queried. So, Martin Lee, the one who has received the Freedom Medal, is that correct? This should be easy to track down. Hold on a moment. As he spoke, Fury directed his attention to Maria Hill, a level 9 agent standing nearby. Look into Martin Lee. He is a recipient of the Freedom Medal. Maria promptly turned and approached a computer, typing furiously on the keyboard. Soon, she lifted her gaze and reported, Sir, I found something. Fury stepped closer to the screen and addressed Dunn through the phone. What would you like to know? I wish to ascertain whether this person holds any other identities, Dunn replied. Fury scrutinized the screen for a moment before stating, he is indeed a philanthropist. Originally the owner of a zipper manufacturing factory in China. Aside from what you just mentioned, he currently operates a homeless shelter. There are no other known identities. I witnessed Adrian donning his self-made flight suit as he entered the shelter. Do you truly believe Martin Lee is just an ordinary philanthropist? Dunn questioned. Fury fixated on his computer, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he concluded, however, I have no further information at hand. Since Martin Lee is of Chinese descent, perhaps you should approach him in that capacity. Thank you. Dunn thought about Fury's suggestion, feeling an urge to curse. When danger arose, he became a Chinese national. Yet when seeking Sun Wukong, he was suddenly one of their own. Nick Fury truly embodies the quintessential double standard. However, upon reflecting that Vulture was his first chosen recruit for the snap, Dunn weighed his options before hanging up the phone. He activated the system panel and assumed the persona of El Dongbin. After instructing Tuesday to remain vigilant, he adjusted his white robe and leaped from the rooftop. Chapter 52. Delivering a fish upon landing, Dunn tidied his attire and tousled his hair, deliberately presenting a disheveled appearance. He firmly secured his wireless earpiece and spoke, Tuesday. If you hear me call your name, charge in without hesitation. Understood, sir, came Tuesday's reply, confirming the signal was operational before Dunn proceeded forward. Uncertain of the allegiances Vulture had formed, he could only take double precautions to ensure his safety. As he approached the entrance of the containment center, Dunn glanced at a white truck parked nearby. Just then, a driver emerged from the cabin, scrutinizing Dunn and inquiring, Who are you? Dunn paused, momentarily taken aback by the man's Asian features. Before he could respond, a young woman emerged from the main entrance, calling out to Dunn in Mandarin. Are you from China? Turning to face her, Dunn noticed she was of average appearance, yet her ample bosom was strikingly prominent, creating an enticing allure. He forcibly averted his gaze and nodded. Yes, may I ask if this is Martin Lee's company? The woman, not of Asian descent, but possessing distinctly Western features adorned with freckles, seemed to be associated with the center. Indeed, she replied, stepping closer and examining Dunn from head to toe with a hint of curiosity. How long have you been here? Dunn responded, for some time. The woman circled him as if appraising a commodity, and once he finished, she remarked, Our people believe they can come to America and find fortune, unaware that they may lose their lives before ever finding it. Dunn nodded slightly, feigning hunger as he rubbed his stomach, full of burgers and soda, and said, People I know mention that whenever there's trouble, one can turn to Martin Lee. That is correct. You may always refer to him as Mr. Martin, she replied, casting one last glance at Dunn before waving to the driver, then turning to him and instructing, Follow me. With that, the woman began to lead him into the containment center. Dunn was taken aback by how smoothly his entry was proceeding, temporarily shelving his prepared aggressive strategy. Upon entering, he noted the place was quite tidy, albeit somewhat sparse. There were few people around, and certainly no sign of Vulture. The woman introduced herself. I am Lena. What is your name? Dunn, he replied. Lena repeated his name thoughtfully, saying, You must be starving. I will prepare something for you. Thank you. Dunn responded as he followed Lena down the corridor, leading him into a private room. The room contained but a solitary table and a single chair, with the wall smoothed to an unsettling degree, evoking thoughts of a confinement chamber. Please, take a seat. The woman gestured towards the chair, if you wish to remain here. There are several inquiries I must clarify. Dunn understood that meeting Martin Lee would not be a simple endeavor. He had no intention of lingering. He merely sought an opportunity to access the computer and upload Tuesday's program to their network, thereby automatically retrieving all pertinent data. At that moment, he would uncover the identity of the enigmatic Martin Lee behind this shelter. Since his arrival, Dunn had been observant. Despite the spaciousness, the security was formidable. Numerous areas had concealed sentinels, and electronic surveillance was omnipresent. The density of monitoring devices in a shelter spoke volumes of underlying issues. Once Dunn had settled, Lena remarked, "I will prepare some food. Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Dunn shook his head. With a faint smile, Lena exited the room, closing the door behind her. At that instant, Dunn felt an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized, as if the walls had transformed into glass, opaque to him yet transparent to the outside world. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to anxiety. Instead, he bowed his head, resting his hands on the table, contemplating his next steps. In the basement of the shelter, Lena entered the monitoring room. Before a television wall composed of 12 screens stood a man in his 40s, engrossed in one of the displays. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he spoke without turning. "What is his name?" "Dunn," Lena replied. "Dunn?" The man paused, then instructed a young operator seated at a main console, "Look him up." "Yes." The young staff member entered Dunn's name into the computer, quickly reporting, "No immigration record. He is likely an illegal immigrant." The man stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. "Is his Mandarin proficient?" "It is," Lena affirmed. "Very well. Arrange for him to receive food and provide him with accommodations. Notify him when Mr. Martin has concluded his discussions with Adrian regarding the new subject." "Understood." Lena turned to leave. At that moment, the man called after her, "Wait." Lena turned back. "What is it?" After a brief contemplation, he said, "Serve him a fish." "A fish?" Lena questioned, somewhat perplexed. "This is a traditional way for us Chinese to observe a friend. Follow my instructions," he added with a sly smile. Reluctantly, Lena replied, "That will require some time." "No matter." The man smiled softly, resuming his focus on the screen displaying Dunn, who sat with his head bowed, exuding an unsettling silence. The more the man observed, the more intrigued he became. An individual who had crossed into America yet maintained such composure must have endured significant hardships. The more complex the individual, the more his employer would take an interest. He felt remarkably fortunate today. Approximately half an hour later, the man observed a steaming fish being presented before Dunn, accompanied by 2 buns. Even from behind the screen, he could sense the delectable aroma of the fish. Yet, for reasons unknown, Dunn remained motionless, staring blankly at the fish on the table. This puzzled the man, prompting him to exit the monitoring room and ascend to the upper floor, where he stood before Dunn's door and gently rapped 3 times. Lena opened the door, and the man nodded at her, saying, "Please bring in a chair." All right." Lena paused momentarily before stepping out. The man entered the room and addressed Dunn, stating, "I am the head of the detention center. My name is Yi Kong. In Chinatown, there is hardly anyone who does not recognize me." Dunn replied, "I do not know you." Ding. Yi Kang's resentment surged to 299. Chapter 53. Mr. Film negative. Dunn smiled faintly, thinking to himself that Yi Kong was being overly courteous, offering him money right off the bat, which felt rather awkward. Yi Kong stuttered slightly, his expression faltering, yet he maintained a warm smile as he approached. "It matters not if you do not know me. We shall become acquainted." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Dunn, saying, "Pleased to meet you." Dunn shook his hand and inquired, "How pleased?" Ding. Yi Kang's resentment climbed to 399. Yi Kong found himself momentarily bewildered, thinking, "Am I being too polite, and you are pushing back?" Were it not for Dunn's alignment with their boss's requirements, he might have lost his composure entirely. Although anger simmered within, he masked it with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Naturally, I am very pleased. It is akin to meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Seeing you feels like reuniting with family." Yi Kong was adept at such pleasantries. Thus he spoke without feeling awkward. Dunn, however, merely smiled slightly, releasing his hand. To others, Dunn might seem unable to read people, but the performance of the man before him was decidedly below par. Compared to this amateur, he, a professional actor, was in a league of his own. At that moment, Lena returned, presenting Yi Kong with a chair, which he pulled up to sit across from Dunn. After settling in, Yi Kong gestured towards the fish on the table and asked, "Is it not to your liking? I can have them prepare something new for you." "No need," Dunn replied. He did not lack appetite. Rather, he had consumed quite a number of hamburgers at Bruce Banner's home. His stomach felt somewhat bloated. Yet, to avoid drawing excessive attention from Yi Kong, he picked up the chopsticks, extending his hand halfway before retracting them. "What is it?" Yi Kong asked, taken aback, and quickly inquired again. In Yi Kang's perspective, one could discern a person's family background through their approach to eating fish. A person who had been hungry for an extended period would, upon receiving a fish, be the first to consume the flesh from the back. Such individuals typically hailed from modest circumstances, rendering them incapable of extracting any surplus value. Conversely, those who would delve into the belly of the fish indicated a certain financial comfort. Perhaps after a few days, one might even extract some additional value. If one were to select the tender meat from the fish's head at the outset, it could be confidently concluded that they had indeed procured a plump fish. As long as their family remained financially intact, this individual would not be departing anytime soon. However, upon observing Deng En's disheveled appearance, which suggested he had not eaten for 3 days, Yikong pondered why he displayed no appetite at the sight of food. "Before I dine, may I utilize your computer?" Deng En inquired, setting down his chopsticks. "The computer?" Yikong appeared somewhat troubled. Deng En explained, "I have been here for several days and do not wish to worry my family. I would like to send them an email." "I see." Yikong contemplated for a moment before responding, "You should eat first. I will take you there shortly." Only then did Deng En pick up his chopsticks, immediately selecting a sizable piece of flesh from the fish's back and placing it in his mouth. Yikong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in his eyes. He had anticipated encountering a grand fish, only to find it to be a mere shrimp. At that moment, Yikong adjusted his wireless headset and, while rising, remarked, "All right, boss, I will be there shortly." He cast a glance at Deng En, advising, "Take your time eating. Lena will arrange accommodation for you soon. Rest assured, once you are here, we are all family. There is no need for formality. You should have mentioned this earlier." Deng En exclaimed, slapping his chopsticks against the table. "What is this taste? It is utterly unpalatable. Could I please have a steak?" Ding. A complaint from Yikong registered at 399. Yikang's expression darkened abruptly. "Do you think this is your home?" Deng En was rendered speechless. What audacity. Yikong, taken aback, cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness by stating, "It seems you are not hungry." He approached the door, addressing Lena, who was standing there. "Allow him to send an email first, then arrange a place for him to stay." "Understood," Lena replied, finally freed from the prospect of eating fish. Deng En exhaled in relief, increasingly perceiving this shelter as akin to a criminal organization. It felt as if he had unwittingly fallen into a narrative reminiscent of Shun Kongwen's tales of fish consumption. Was Martin Li a clandestine leader? If that were the case, Deng En could begin to comprehend why Adrian had been exonerated. Within the vast Marvel universe, the influence of criminal organizations is rivaled only by certain arms-dealing corporations, not inferior to federal agencies. If Martin Li were indeed cognizant of the Vulture's value and interceded on his behalf, the chances of success would be significantly heightened. Nevertheless, while Deng En had a direction for his suspicions, he lacked concrete evidence. He wondered if he might uncover something pertinent from their computers. Deng En had formulated a plan. Should he manage to enlist the Vulture into his ranks, he would strive to do so. If not, he would pit him against Tony Stark's adversaries, inciting mutual destruction. Such a strategy would afford Tony greater bandwidth to focus on developing the next generation of armor, from which Deng En could also benefit. This shelter, although established by individuals from Huaxia, was not above exploiting their own compatriots. They were not to be underestimated. As Deng En plotted, he felt no moral qualms. After Yikong departed, Lena escorted Deng En into a large office. Within this space, numerous individuals were engaged in various forms of work, yet Dunn found himself unable to discern the nature of their endeavors. Lena guided Dunn to a secluded corner and gestured toward a dusty computer, instructing him to utilize it for sending emails. "Very well," Dunn replied, settling into the chair. Observing Lena as she approached a water dispenser, he powered on the computer and logged into his email, promptly dispatching a message to Tuesday. By the time Lena returned with a cup of water, he had completed the task. Lena, glancing at the computer screen, inquired, "You finished so quickly?" "Indeed," Dunn acknowledged. Taking a symbolic sip from the cup, Lena then remarked, "I will now take you to your accommodations. After you have washed up and changed, you may join the others in awaiting the boss." "Sounds good," Dunn replied, when suddenly the voice of Tuesday crackled through his earpiece. "Sir, we have uncovered Martin Li's hidden identity. He is one of the foremost mafia leaders in New York, known as Mr. Film. His connections are intricate, and he possesses his own financial empire. From the decrypted server, we have discovered that this shelter is, in fact, a laboratory dedicated to studying the latest drugs on the homeless population." Mr. Film? The name was unfamiliar to Dunn, evoking the impression of a villain, yet not quite as renowned as Thanos. Nevertheless, it was evident that to ascend to the rank of one of New York's most formidable mobsters, he must possess unconventional methods. It appeared that the likelihood of bending the Vulture to their will had diminished significantly. This prospective strike team, due to Mr. Film, was rendered entirely ineffective. A regrettable turn of events. As Dunn continued forward, he sought an opportunity to extricate himself. However, as he walked, he felt as though a thick fog enveloped him. And soon, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 54. Escape. Dunn gradually opened his eyes to find himself sprawled upon an examination table, illuminated by soft lighting amidst a dimly lit room. His hands were restrained, and he exerted force in an attempt to break free, yet his efforts proved futile. His limbs felt ensnared, akin to being caught within the treads of a tank. "Do not move. Remain still, or the data will be compromised when the injection occurs." A man's voice resonated within the chamber. Turning his head toward the source of the voice, Dunn beheld a man clad in a white lab coat, who slowly approached the illuminated area. "Who are you?" Dunn inquired. "Me?" The man chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I possess no name. My designation is 1234. 1234? Dunn expressed his bewilderment at such an unusual moniker. "Indeed," 1234 replied with a faint smile, retrieving a syringe filled with a myriad of blue substances. He stood beside Dunn, stating, "I am about to administer the injection. Please do not move." "Wait a moment," Dunn hastily interjected. 1234 complied, holding the syringe and gazing intently at Dunn. "I merely had a meal and now find myself subjected to an injection of an unknown substance with uncertain effects. This hardly seems appropriate," Dunn articulated, desperately attempting to break free. However, after several attempts, despair washed over him as he realized that, with his current capabilities, escape was beyond his reach. As 1234 observed Dunn's subtle movements, he remarked, "Every individual initially resists, yet you shall soon find yourselves pleading for my assistance." "Wait," Dunn interjected. "Wait for what?" 1234 chuckled, grasping Dunn's arm and commencing his search for a vein. "Tuesday," Dunn exclaimed loudly. "There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Monday is also a fine day," 1234 replied. Dunn, in a fit of agitation, shook his body vehemently, lamenting his misfortune of having fallen into their trap. Observing the monitoring data on a nearby instrument, 1234 attempted to reassure him. "You needn't be overly agitated. You can certainly calm yourself and savor the transformations these substances will bring." "I would rather not," Dunn retorted with a curse. Just as Dunn prepared to utter another insult, the laboratory trembled with a deafening roar, followed by a sound that shattered eardrums. Subsequently, Dunn beheld a massive breach in the laboratory, revealing a figure clad in steel armor amidst the swirling dust. The syringe in 1234's hand fell to the floor as he shielded his head and crouched behind the laboratory table. Tuesday burst into the scene, advancing to the table and forcefully yanking the lock, successfully breaking it. Dunn promptly descended from the table, and with a flicker of thought, Tuesday activated the armor, allowing Dunn to leap aboard swiftly. At that moment, 6 armed men clad in black had already reached the door. Without a moment's hesitation, they aimed their weapons at the armored figure within the laboratory and opened fire. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Tuesday's form. Observing the data displayed on the head-mounted monitor, Dunn exhaled in relief. The armor was impervious to bullets, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Turning around, he raised his hands, channeling his energy, and unleashed 2 waves of force from his palms. With a resounding impact, the energy beam struck down the 6 assailants, plunging the world into silence. Dunn sighed with relief, uncertain of what had been injected into him, yet sensing his body was exceedingly weak. Were it not for Tuesday, he felt he would have been rendered incapacitated. Controlling Tuesday, he approached 1234, lifting him effortlessly and inquiring, "What was the purpose of the substance you administered to me?" Suspended before him, 1234 trembled as he gazed at the imposing silver figure, stammering, "It's a reinforcement drug." "Just a reinforcement drug?" Dunn questioned skeptically. "It's a type of reinforcement drug that compels obedience," 1234 replied earnestly. "A drug that enforces obedience? What do you mean?" Dunn asked, perplexed. In his mind, he recalled Bucky, a close friend of Steve Rogers, who had been manipulated by a similar substance and subjected to brainwashing, transforming him into a lethal weapon. If mere consumption of a drug could yield compliance, then these substances were rather preposterous. "Most of you here are of Huaxia descent. Why would you harm your own kind?" Dunn pondered, reminiscent of his compatriot Chi Fong. He reflected on how she sought to unify her people, while here, they seemed intent on betraying their own. In response, 1234 expressed their unwillingness to proceed in such a manner, citing a significant disparity in physical constitution between their people and the Huaxia. "Is this truly your justification for malevolence?" With a swift motion, Dunn cast aside 1234. He turned to leave, intent on reducing this place to rubble. Allowing such a malignant presence to persist serves no purpose but to inflict harm. Exiting the devastated laboratory, Dunn made his way into the corridor, where he spotted a gaping hole created by Tuesday. He immediately commanded Tuesday to ascend. The entire containment center had already been thoroughly scanned by Tuesday, revealing the structural weaknesses that could be exploited with the small explosives stationed on his shoulders, rendering the location to mere ruins. However, as he hovered in the air and scanned below, he came upon a sizable containment chamber nestled in a corner. Inside, there were dozens of individuals. While others in various locations desperately sought escape, these individuals remained apathetic, ensconced in the chamber. Feeling a pang of compassion, Dunn decided against detonating that corner, opting instead to divert the explosives away from that area. Mere moments later, the once mighty containment center was reduced to a desolate wasteland amid the reverberations of Dunn's precise demolition. Having avenged himself, he descended and rescued the occupants of the chamber. These individuals stood vacantly, their expressions devoid of vitality. Approaching one, Dun gently tapped his face, urging him to awaken. The man remained unresponsive. Dun moved to another, calling out, yet to no avail. It was as if these souls had lost their capacity for thought. Dun surmised that they were likely in a drug-induced state. He felt fortunate to possess the armor gifted by his cousin, as the consequences could have been dire. He prepared to contact Nick Fury for assistance in wrapping things up before making a hasty exit. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from the distant ruins. A muscular figure, entirely unclothed, materialized within Dun's line of sight. Looking up, he recognized Yi Kong, who had transformed into a figure comparable in stature to the Hulk, his body brimming with intimidating muscle. As Yi Kong leapt, he spotted several dozen individuals on a clear patch of ground, along with a striking silver armor. Upon landing, he propelled himself in that direction. Stark, is that you? Why have you destroyed our laboratory? Yi Kang's voice echoed across the expanse. Chapter 55. Insufficient power. Yi Kong landed, bouncing twice before alighting in the open space, his leaping ability rivaling that of the Hulk. Dun, concealed within Tuesday's armor, felt no fear in the presence of this imposing figure. Before Yi Kong could regain his footing, Dun seized the initiative, unleashing a wave of energy. Yi Kong raised his arm, bracing himself against the energy wave, surprisingly managing to withstand it. Dun was taken aback, although Tony's armor could not contend with gods. It typically dispatched ordinary individuals with ease. Yet here stood Yi Kong, his muscular form seemingly harder than steel. After Yi Kong blocked the first wave of energy, he suddenly leaped forward like a frog, colliding with Dun. Dun raised his hands to deflect the impact and soared into the air, evading the assault. However, just as he turned, he found Yi Kong had leaped again and wrapped his arms around him. Consequently, Dun was brought back to the ground, rolling awkwardly. Ugh! Dun felt a wave of nausea. While it was one thing to tumble with a woman, doing so with such a loathsome individual was simply unbearable. He struggled to break free, but realized Yi Kong possessed immense strength. His armor, lacking sufficient power, prevented him from escaping. Stark, do not presume that this iron shell makes you a superhero in the eyes of the public. To me, you are nothing. As Yi Kong spoke, he tightened his grip on Dun. Observing the holographic display panel, which was malfunctioning, Dun exclaimed, Yi Kong, open your eyes and recognize who I am. Yi Kong paused, reaching for Dun's visor. The voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of Dun he had encountered not long ago. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Dun seized the opportunity. He pushed off and soared into the air once more. His shoulder-mounted targeting system locked onto Yi Kong. With a surge of determination, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. Come on. Yi Kong gritted his teeth and braced himself, but while he feigned toughness, his body faltered. Soon, a volley of bullets found their mark in Yi Kong's flesh. Is that all? Dun was puzzled as Yi Kong could withstand energy waves yet failed against bullets. Blood began to stream from Yi Kong's wounds. And as he gazed up at Dun in the air, he attempted to leap again, but appeared to lack the strength. His eyes were filled with a deep-seated unwillingness. Then, with a thud, Yi Kong collapsed backward. Dun was taken aback. How could Yi Kong, who had exhibited such formidable combat prowess moments ago, suddenly appear so feeble? This struck him as odd. Thus, he instructed Tuesday to scan Yi Kong's physical condition, discovering that his body temperature was plummeting below normal levels. Dun descended to the ground and approached Yi Kong, nudging him with his foot. However, he soon sensed something amiss. A strange aura was infiltrating his mind. He felt a surge of anxiety, fear, and anguish, all of which began to alter his will, even leading him to contemplate ending his own life. Unaware of the cause, he swiftly commanded Tuesday, get us out of here. No sooner had the order been given than Dun noticed, seemingly out of nowhere, a horde of individuals resembling zombies gathering around him. With vacant stares, they fixated on Dun's armor, akin to sacrificial lambs, advancing toward him and clutching him tightly. These individuals, using hands and mouths, appeared intent on devouring Dun's armor. They had lost all semblance of reason. Yi Kong's demise seemed to have signaled an attack on Dun. Reluctant to harm these people, whom he recognized as victims, Dun had underestimated their strength. As these individuals surged forward, they encircled Dun entirely. While the strength of each individual was inferior to that of Yi Kong, collectively, their power surpassed Yi Kong's by tenfold. Dun felt a surge of panic. Among the innermost circle, there were merely 5 individuals, yet they seemed capable of effectively harnessing the strength of those behind them to form a formidable force. This was quite perplexing. Utilizing the last remnants of his energy, Dun prepared to ascend into the air to evade them, only to discover that they were like a spider's web, not only obstructing him, but also firmly anchored to the ground. The reactor within the armor was not fully charged. A realization that dawned upon Dun after he had taken the armor for a brief test flight. Little did he anticipate that only a few hours later, he would face his first battle. What a stroke of bad luck. At that moment, One of the individuals grasping his arm spoke. I recognize you. Dun. Why do you possess Stark's armor? Yi Kang. Dun was taken aback, as he discerned that the tone of this person's voice echoed Yi Kang's unmistakably. Surprised, are you? Yi Kang's voice resonated through that individual. Dun replied, indeed, it is quite surprising. You are not dead? Dead? Yi Kang chuckled. Even if you were to perish. I would not. I am curious about your relationship with Stark. How did you acquire this armor? Do you wish to know? Dun inquired. Of course. With a wry smile, Dun responded, release me first, and we may converse. At this juncture, Dun felt that prolonging the situation would lead to his demise once Tuesday ran out of power. Do you take me for a fool? Yi Kang scoffed, unmoved. Simultaneously, the web formed by the group tightened as they interlinked their hands, slowly drawing closer to one another, ensnaring Dun with increasing intensity. Have you figured all this out? Dun feigned nonchalance. Ding. From Yi Kang, a grievance of 399. Yi Kang stated, you have destroyed our laboratory. And for that, you shall pay dearly. However, I must thank you for delivering a set of Stark's armor, which somewhat mitigates our losses. Dun fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Merely having glanced at the vulture had plunged him into this perilous situation. Perhaps the wheels of fate in this world were conspiring against him. A mere butterfly. Then, let us initiate the self-destruct sequence, Dun resignedly declared. At this point, self-destruction might be the wisest course of action. Returning from whence he came seemed the only option. He could not afford to hinder Cousin Tony, should Yi Kang and his enigmatic benefactor seize control of Tony's latest technology. The ramifications would be dire. Within the armor, Dun focused his thoughts, yet the holographic panel displayed no responsive action. Sir, the armor cannot initiate self-destruction. A distress signal has been sent to Tony Stark via radio. Remaining energy will be wholly allocated to maintain armor integrity. The system is temporarily shut down, Tuesday relayed. Upon hearing this, Dun watched as his energy panel extinguished. Subsequently, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and with a thud, he collapsed to the floor. Damn, Dun thought, feeling as though his fate was sealed. Yi Kang's voice echoed from outside the armor. What a pitiful sight. Then, Yi Kang relentlessly pounded his fist against Dun's armor, the sound echoing incessantly. Within the confines of his darkened suit, Dun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he listened to this assailant strike him. Was this truly how he was destined to meet his end? How utterly frustrating. He pondered when his cousin Tony would arrive. He needed to devise a means of self-rescue. What cards did he hold? Dun began to contemplate. Chapter 56. The function of the wooden box lying within the Tuesday armor. Dun engaged in deep reflection. To his despair, he realized he possessed no trump card. While he had stored the Tesseract within the system, he could not mentally transport it elsewhere, for he was not yet capable of wielding such power like Loki. He was not a true god, unable to harness that immense energy for his own use. He was confined within this iron shell, and as time passed, the situation grew perilous. Relying on his body to recover seemed increasingly futile. He was also oblivious to what substances Yi Kang had infused in the fish he consumed. As Dun racked his brain for a solution, Yi Kang's voice echoed once more. What a sturdy shell. If we had 100 suits like this, we could rival 1,000 troops, Yi Kang mused. Then we could become the most formidable gang in Chinatown. Dun, I administered an overdose of medication to you. How did you awaken? Yi Kang, fatigued from his efforts, had merely succeeded in deforming the armor slightly, failing to breach it. With the intention of buying time, Dun replied, are you truly curious? How about I pose a question to you in return? You tell me, and I shall tell you. Yi Kang, intrigued, responded. What do you wish to know? Dun inquired. Why did you choose to feign death? Moreover, after your supposed demise, I felt as if my mind was influenced by an inexplicable emotion. Was that your doing? Yi Kang chuckled. Speaking of this, I too am curious. Why were you not affected? I stated that I was influenced, Dun remarked, realizing the peculiarities of Yi Kang's logic. Yi Kang countered, no, you were not affected. If you had been, you would have descended into a bloodthirsty frenzy. With but a single thought from me, you would have surrendered without hesitation. How did you achieve that? Dun asked. Because I am one of the boss's proudest creations. I have mastery over his negative energy, enabling me to influence the behavior of those around me. Yi Kang proclaimed with immense pride. Dun grasped the revelation, astonished at the myriad of abilities within the Marvel Universe. It was unexpected that a seemingly inconspicuous character like Yi Kang wielded such extraordinary power. He felt that his defeat was not unjust. Dun then pressed. What did you put in the fish I ate? Why have I lost all strength? Ha ha ha. Yi Kang sneered. Destruction serum. Destruction serum? Dun was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing. Yet, by its name alone, he sensed its sinister nature. But should not a serum of this kind be injected into one's own body, directly consuming it oneself? What a predicament. Despite all precautions, one could not have anticipated such a turn of events. It was a significant oversight, one that left me unprepared. Dun proposed. Let us befriend each other and discuss a business arrangement. You? Yikong fixated on the armored shell, bewildered by how Dun had managed to endure within for such an extended period without succumbing. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What sort of business?" Dun chuckled. "I have a good rapport with Tony Stark. I can procure another set of this armor for you." He added, "This armor is worth no less than $100 million. Haven't I merely destroyed one of your laboratories? 2 sets. You shall not be at a loss." Yikong furrowed his brow in thought, gazing at the containment center behind him, now reduced to ruins. He scrutinized the armored shell beneath him, weighing his options. 2 sets? 2 sets. Reluctantly, Yikong's expression shifted as he declared, "Very well, provide me with 2 sets of such armor, and I shall let you go." "You are mistaken." "Am I mistaken?" Dun laughed, responding, "I intend to acquire 2 sets of armor to meet your superior, Mr. Bottom Film. Otherwise, what do you think my motivation is? If I had not lost my strength, I could easily take on 10 of you." Yikong scoffed coldly, dismissing Dun's bravado as he pondered the veracity of Dun's words. To ascertain Dun's true intentions, he warned, "You currently lack the standing to negotiate. It would be prudent to remain honest. Although the annihilation serum has not erased your consciousness, do not expect to revert to your former self." Dun was taken aback by this revelation. The annihilation serum was designed to obliterate one's will, yet for reasons unknown, it had failed in his case. However, he suddenly perceived a flaw in Yikong's assertion. The fish he consumed should pose no threat. The so-called annihilation serum must be the blue potion held by someone named 1234. Otherwise, Yikong had no need to threaten him specifically. Realizing this, Dun concluded that there must be something within him that had preserved his will without his knowledge. What could it be? The wooden box? Could it be that the box left to him by his father had played a role? He recalled that within the box lay an irregular metal fragment adorned with intricate patterns. Dun had never understood its purpose. But Yikong's recent words seemed to have illuminated the path to the answer. Thus, he closed his eyes and summoned the system. When the luminous interface materialized before him, he promptly accessed the inventory. At that moment, the inventory displayed only the cosmic cube and a motionless wooden box, which now emanated a brilliant radiance. The brilliance was almost blinding, yet he persisted in examining it and noticed that within the light, characters were swirling. Ling, Bing, Do, Zhe. Upon closer inspection, Dun discerned that the flowing characters were the 4 ancient Chinese characters representing Ling Bing Doja. Were it not for his extensive time spent at the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, he might not have recognized them, as they were written in the script unique to the Qin dynasty. How could this be? Dun pondered, perplexed. Dun had long been unaware of its purpose, but now, as he found himself nearly paralyzed, it revealed its significance. Ling, Bing, Do, Zhe. Dun murmured softly, and in an instant, he felt his body lifted by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, he realized he was no longer lying down but standing upright, the debilitating weakness he had experienced rapidly dissipating. The restoration of his strength was astonishingly swift. Within a mere breath, the sensation of powerlessness vanished entirely. As he opened the armor, Dun, now reassured of his regained vigor, no longer needed to huddle within the confines of the suit. The scant electricity supplying oxygen had nearly suffocated him. When Tuesday released the armor, Dun emerged clad in white. And upon gazing forward, he was astonished to find himself at least 500 meters away from Yikong and his companions. The realization that he had been propelled such a distance by an unseen force was somewhat terrifying. In the distance, Yikong stared at the armor enveloped in a cascade of blue runes, still reeling from the surprise of Dun stepping out. Chapter 57. Ling Bing Do. While Dun had been encased in Tuesday's armor, he had not witnessed any blue light. Yet he understood that his silent incantation of those 4 words had invoked an unexpected transformation. Observing Yikong, who appeared momentarily dazed, Dun contemplated and silently recited, "Ling Bing Doja." As the final syllable left his lips, a shimmering golden irregular grid materialized beneath his feet, extending in all directions, rendering everything around him seemingly frozen in time. Meanwhile, a blue luminescent membrane flickered across his body. With a single step forward, it felt as though the entire space warped around him, as if his feet were equipped with thrusters, allowing him to move with remarkable swiftness in any direction. However, this golden grid had a range limit, approximately 500 meters. It seemed that this wooden box had played a crucial role in his recent escape from Yikong's grasp. As he advanced further, the distance to Yikong diminished to 1/3. Dun clearly observed Yikong's expression, which appeared unchanged from when he had recited the 4 words. Outside the confines of the golden grid, time seemed to stand still. Dun took another step and found himself beside Yikong, reaching his intended position. Upon arrival, the golden grid vanished, and the blue membrane began to fade. Yikong blinked, realizing that the white-clad Dun had disappeared, yet something felt amiss beside him. Turning his head, he was taken aback. In that moment of shock, Dun's fist was already hurtling toward his face. Bang! Yikong was sent sprawling over 10 meters by the force of the blow. Crash! He collided with a wall, shattering it upon impact. And despite the pain radiating from his eye, he rolled on the ground before scrambling back to his feet. He had initially returned to a normal state. But suddenly his body contorted grotesquely, with muscle lumps rising again all over him. "You're unscathed?" Yikong exclaimed in disbelief. After his physique had strengthened, he leapt forward once more, aiming to pounce upon Dun. Previously, Dun had lacked the strength to confront such a monstrosity, feeling a tinge of trepidation. But now that his vigor had been restored, he was eager to test Yikang's true capabilities. Yikang's condition was reminiscent of the Hulk. Yet there lingered a sense that he had not fully reached that pinnacle of power. Thus, Dun felt no genuine concern that Yikong posed any real threat to him. As Yikong lunged forward, Dun silently recited the incantation Lin Bing Doja, and immediately, an irregular golden grid manifested beneath his feet. He could distinctly perceive Yikang's advancing movements, even the subtle flutter of hair as he approached. There was no doubt, he could easily overpower Yikong. As Yikong inched closer, Dun grew impatient and decided to take action. He swiftly moved aside a large chunk of cement wall and hurled it into Yikang's trajectory. Then, as the moment arrived, boom! Yikong crashed headlong into the cement wall, shattering it to pieces. "Yikong, your aim is remarkable," Dun exclaimed, applauding from the sidelines. Yikong was left dumbfounded. He had clearly aimed for Dun, but how had it suddenly transformed into a cement wall? Was he experiencing an illusion? That was implausible. Shaking his head to dislodge the dust, he gritted his teeth and sprang once more, creating 2 small craters beneath his feet. This muscular brute indeed possessed astonishing explosive power. Yet, Dun was in high spirits and wished to prolong the game. As Yikong leapt, Dun recited Lin Bing Doju again. And time seemed to freeze as the irregular golden pattern reappeared. Dun retrieved another substantial piece of wall and cast it into Yikang's path. When the moment arrived, boom! Yikong collided with the wall again, this time with greater force, but instead of shattering it, he became ensnared within the steel reinforcement embedded in the wall. Ha! Dun couldn't help but laugh at this spectacle. After 2 brutal impacts against the suddenly materialized walls, Yikong was nearly dazed, and now, with his head lodged in the wall, he found himself unable to extricate it. Humph! Yikong scoffed as his body gradually deflated, the muscle lumps vanishing. Simultaneously, the unconscious individuals nearby seemed to be reactivated, surging toward Dun. Meanwhile, Dun sensed an eerie force invading his mind. He promptly recited the 4 incantations again. The golden irregular grid appeared beneath him once more, and only then did he discern what was intruding upon his consciousness. Strange black substances, resembling mist, were assaulting his head. Yet, a layer of blue luminescent membrane enveloped his body, effectively repelling the invasion of the dark matter. The dense black substance, centered around Yikong, appeared most pronounced. Those under his control seemed relatively insubstantial. After the invasion of these black forms above him was thwarted, some scattered away like white ash, while others returned to Yikang's body. This likely represented the negative energy he commanded. One could only ponder whether Mr. Negative, possessing such abilities, would surpass Yikong. In a bid to salvage the situation with the vulture, a troublesome matter had unexpectedly arisen for Cousin Tony. Would he place the blame on himself? One wondered. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a vast expanse of black substance surged toward him, seemingly emanating entirely from Yikong. It felt as though Yikong was wagering everything. Dun could not afford to treat this lightly. However, he was not afraid. He understood that the wooden box he possessed effectively countered this negative energy. As the dense black mass advanced once more, a spark of determination ignited within Dun. Suddenly, a flame erupted above his head. The black negative energy was instantly consumed by this blaze, descending in a flurry of white ash. Time resumed its normal pace. Meanwhile, Yikong, trapped against the wall, gasped in disbelief. "No, this is impossible. How can you suppress my superpower?" Dun observed the dozens of vacant-eyed individuals before him, and then glanced at Yikong, remarking, "Every entity has its counterpart. You should not have provoked me." No sooner had he spoken than a metallic bird screamed through the sky, circling briefly before locking onto their location and descending. It was Adrian Thumbs. Upon landing, Adrian did not exit his flight suit, but fixated his gaze on Dun, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the deity you shall never attain." Ding. A wave of resentment from Adrian registered at 399. Chapter 58. The Hero's Choice. Adrian recognized Dun, hovering in midair in his flight suit, stating, "I remember you. How did you come to be here?" Dun smiled, aware that his striking appearance made it challenging to remain incognito. Just days prior, outside a bar, he had encountered Adrian in the guise of Deng En. And though their meeting was brief, it had left an impression. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here?" He feigned a casual demeanor. Adrian glanced several hundred meters away at Tuesday and queried, "Are you one of Stark's people?" "Yes," Dun replied with a grin. Adrian's discomfort was palpable. He hesitated before saying, "So, you do speak English?" I never claimed otherwise, Dunn retorted, silently invoking the 4 words of the spell. In an instant, the scenery transformed dramatically. An irregular golden grid sprang forth, radiating from Dunn's center in all directions. However, this did not seem to include the air. Despite his mastery of swordsmanship, Dunn was currently without a sword, rendering him momentarily unable to reach Adrian. As the phenomenon caused by the invocation dissipated, Dunn threw a chunk of concrete from the ground toward Adrian. The situation has escalated to a point where Adrian can no longer be considered a candidate. His current role as a spokesperson for Mr. Film has inevitably cast both parties as adversaries. As time passes, Adrian suddenly perceives a wall hurtling towards him, appearing so swiftly that he momentarily believes it to be an illusion. He raises his hands in defense, only to be forcefully propelled away by the massive wall. Yikong extricates his head from behind the wall, watching in disbelief as Adrian is sent flying. He cannot fathom how Dunn possesses such strength. While immunity to certain drugs is one thing, having such peculiar abilities is utterly perplexing. Yikong shouts, "Dr. Thanos, hold them off for a moment while I fetch the boss." With that, he swiftly leaps away in a panic. Dunn, unwilling to let him escape, recognizes that a character like him poses a significant threat in New York, both to himself and to his cousin Tony. He silently recites a 4-character incantation in his mind. However, this time, as an irregular golden grid materializes before him, it dissipates almost immediately, as if some energy has been entirely expended. Simultaneously, Dunn feels a twinge of pain in his kidneys. He clutches his lower back, watching helplessly as Yikong flees. Not far away, Adrian once again maneuvers his flight suit into the sky, brushing off the dust from his face as he declares, "You have provoked me." Dunn squints, expressing his disappointment. "You have truly let me down." Adrian, taken aback, responds with confusion. Dunn gazes at him and continues, "I initially sympathized with your plight. Much of your wrongdoing stems from life's pressures. Yet, I offered you a way forward, and you chose not to take it." "You?" Adrian stares at Dunn, unable to comprehend his words. Dunn explains, "There was once a student named Dunn who sought you out, hoping you would join Stark Industries." Adrian suddenly comprehends, but quickly retorts, "I remember that young man, but he will never understand that this world has changed, and we must adapt." Dunn interjects, "Do not deceive yourself. Do you truly wish to oppose Stark?" Adrian replies, "I see now, you are merely stalling. Your powers cannot be used indefinitely, can they?" Dunn shrugs in resignation. "You are quite astute. However, I genuinely wish to offer you an opportunity. As a fellow mechanical elite, I believe Adrian could become the one to snap his fingers in place of cousin Tony. Yet, fate has its course, and Adrian ultimately treads the path of seizing Stark Industries, unchanged. Ironically, it will not be Peter Parker who sends him to prison this time, but rather himself, or perhaps it will be his cousin Tony, coming to his rescue. At that moment, an Iron Man soars through the sky. Tony has finally arrived. Dunn watches as Tony approaches, thinking to himself that had he been delayed any longer, he might have been captured by the creature. With a resounding impact, Tony Stark lands dramatically on the battlefield, yet he does not immediately choose a side. Instead, he glanced at Tuesday in the distance, then at Dunn, who was dressed as Deng En, and finally turned his gaze to Adrian. Dunn longed to exclaim cousin, yet he deemed it wiser to remain silent, for he had resolved to fully embody the character of Deng En. "Dunn?" Tony Stark looked towards Tuesday. "He's fine. He mentioned that the power supply of the suit is low." Dunn replied on his behalf. Stark immediately commanded, "Jarvis, replace Tuesday's arc reactor." No sooner had he spoken than Adrian turned his attention to Stark. "Tony Stark? Am I already that famous? If you know it's Stark, why would you still target my cousin?" Adrian scoffed and soared into the sky. Trying to escape, Tony Stark quickly locked onto Adrian, aiming precisely at the arc reactor in his chest, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. Boom. The energy wave struck Adrian's left wing, causing his flight path to become erratic. Indeed, the seasoned Tony Stark had evolved into a combat veteran, making the defeat of Vulture considerably less arduous. Adrian's suit ultimately plummeted to the ground, having lost a wing, and arcs of electricity flickered ominously, threatening an explosion at any moment. After contemplation, Dunn chose to act as Peter Parker had, rushing forward to rescue Adrian from the imminent explosion. Just as they distanced themselves by over 10 meters, the suit erupted. Looking at Adrian, who lay incapacitated on the ground, Dunn proposed, "I offer you a chance to pledge loyalty to Stark Industries, with the condition of 3 years in prison." Tony Stark approached, momentarily taken aback, listening to Dunn's words with confusion, yet he refrained from asking further. Adrian cast a glance at Dunn, then at Stark, who had emerged from his armor. His eyes filled with uncertainty. He was no longer preoccupied with the prison term. Instead, he pondered why these two chose not to kill him. Was this the price of choosing to be a hero? Dunn turned to Stark, stating, "Cousin, notify the Federal Bureau of Investigation." "Cousin?" Stark paused, studying Dunn closely. Suddenly, He stepped forward, grasping Dunn's shoulder and surveying him. Is that you, Dunn? Chapter 59. Who sold Stark Industries? Dunn covered his mouth with his hand, wishing he could slap himself. He genuinely aimed to fulfill his role as Lu Dongbin. Otherwise, the template of Sun Wukong within him could have been activated prematurely. But alas, he had spoken too hastily. Sighing, Dunn admitted, "It is I." Stark responded, "Why are you dressed like that?" "Like that?" Dunn retorted, bemused. If the real Lu Dongbin were to learn of this, one could only wonder how he would react to you, cousin. Upon recognizing Dunn, Stark's demeanor grew noticeably warmer as he surveyed the surrounding ruins and inquired, "Did you do this?" Dunn said, "I ended up in this shelter because I was pursuing him. But I never expected it to be a peculiar laboratory where they intended to experiment on me. Naturally, I refused and obliterated the place." As Adrian listened to Dunn's words, a chill of apprehension crept down his spine. He found it astonishing that this seemingly harmless young man was capable of annihilating such a large facility, yet spoke of it with such nonchalance. Perhaps his true inner self was even more formidable than Adrian himself could fathom. But why, amidst such cold-bloodedness? Had he spared Adrian's life? Dunn? Adrian suddenly recalled the young man who had called him was also named Dunn. In an instant, he found himself staring blankly at the young man in white, his mind utterly paralyzed. Tony Stark, listening to Dunn's account, nodded in approval while casting an encouraging glance in his direction. It seemed that Dunn's actions aligned perfectly with what Tony wished to witness. Tony then asked, "So everything you told Nick Fury was a fabrication? Your current guise is merely a means of self-preservation. And what about Sun Wukong?" Dunn quickly replied, "That incident with Sun Wukong was not my doing." Tony furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that Dunn was being deceitful, yet he lacked any evidence to support his suspicion. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Dunn continued, "I do know Sun Wukong. The reason I possess this newfound ability to protect myself is due to him." "What do you mean?" Tony inquired, his determination to understand unyielding. Dunn pondered for a moment before saying, "I can elaborate on that later. For now, please do not disclose my identity to Nick Fury. I have no desire to join any Avengers initiative. I also wish to keep you out of harm's way. My cousin is there to shield us from danger." Tony nodded in agreement. "Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to your cousin. Had it not been for your armor, I might have fallen into their hands today." Dunn felt a shiver of dread at the thought of being injected with an unknown substance. Who could say what side effects it might entail? Tony, visibly relieved, was about to speak when Adrian interjected, "May I ask why you chose not to kill me?" "Because you are still of use," Dunn replied, turning his gaze toward Adrian. At that moment, distant sirens echoed from the road. Dunn looked in that direction and saw a convoy approaching, followed by several military Humvees. Leading the group was Phil Coulson, who stepped down from the vehicle and approached the two men. He glanced at Adrian sitting on the ground and then turned to Tony, inquiring, "What is happening here?" Tony explained, "Someone is targeting my cousin, and an explosion coincidentally erupted here. You can investigate the specifics yourselves." Coulson nodded and instructed his team, "Take this individual back." He then gestured toward the bystanders who stood idly nearby. "And what about those people?" Dunn remarked, "This is an underground laboratory where they conduct unknown experiments on these individuals, seemingly related to some form of negative energy superpower." Negative energy? Phil Coulson found this difficult to comprehend. However, it was not the moment for further inquiries. So he addressed those following behind, saying, "Send more vehicles to take these individuals back." With Phil now overseeing the containment center, Tony Stark accompanied Dunn towards Tuesday. "Dunn, I forgot to mention, I have sold the Stark Industries building. Once everything here is sorted, we will be relocating to a new base," Tony Stark said as they walked. Dunn nodded. He recalled that after the New York battle, Tony's cousin had indeed sold the Stark Industries headquarters. Although it was a landmark in New York, it was unfortunate that it had to be sold. It was a necessary decision. Its prominence made it a target, and due to Tony's high profile, if anyone focused on Stark, the building would inevitably draw attention. Tony, considering the safety of many, had to relocate. Yet, Dunn had always been curious about the Stark Industries headquarters, which boasted an independent power supply and was a pioneer in next-generation renewable energy. Relocating such a facility would not be a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, Tony certainly had no lack of funds. Why would he sell it? In the past, he had been oblivious. But now standing before Tony Stark, he could not contain his curiosity and asked, "By the way, cousin, who did you sell the Stark Industries building to?" Tony paused, looked at Dunn, shook his head, and replied, "I don't know." "You don't know?" Dunn was taken aback. As the beneficiary of the building's sale, how could he be unaware? How could that be? As they continued walking, Tony explained, "I have so many assets that I can hardly manage them all. Pepper has been handling these matters." "Why do you ask?" Dunn was speechless, stunned by the response. Just how vast was Tony's wealth? He sold such a building and did not even inquire about the proceeds. Thank goodness Pepper is going to marry you. Otherwise, if you were sold off, you might still help someone count the money. However, it was typical of him. Alas, here I am, struggling to make ends meet by playing mahjong. And the disparity is staggering. Nothing much, just curious about who you sold the building to. Dunn shrugged helplessly. Tony invited, once we finish here, come with me to the new base. I have prepared a complete set for you. A complete set? Dunn quickly waved his hands. I don't want any female models. What female models? Tony was momentarily taken aback and said, I meant, I have had new inspiration. I have added a new feature to my next generation armor. You startle me, Dunn said, clutching his heart in a mock display of shock. Chapter 60. The unconventional genius of my cousin. Tony Stark looked at Dunn, his expression taking on a peculiar quality. In no time, he came to an understanding and addressed Dunn. Children should not ponder over trivial matters. Dunn, taken aback, noticed that his cousin Tony had grasped the essence of his earlier words. He felt an urge to retort, your bird is not as grand as mine. Otherwise, why must I endure your armor? However, fearing Tony's explosive reaction, he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, cousin, you haven't equipped your next generation of armor with an automatic donning feature, have you? Tony Stark, who was walking ahead, paused at the remark and turned to look at Dunn. How did you know? A smile crept onto Dunn's lips, yet he felt a deeper sympathy for his cousin. Just days prior, when Loki had cast Tony from the Stark Industries building, had it not been for the timely lock-on of the Mark 7 to Tony's smart bracelet, he might have already been facing his own demise. Although the Mark 7 had executed a perilous rescue, it was still insufficient for a genius like Tony. If one continually viewed harrowing rescues as the goal, luck would inevitably run dry in future perilous encounters. As a prodigy, Tony was perpetually preparing for the worst. Only a new type of armor that could don itself automatically would meet his current needs. Yet, it seemed that Tony Stark was still unaware that he had developed post-traumatic stress disorder, a manifestation of his anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Dunn earnestly remarked, cousin, the battle in New York has passed. You can take a moment to rest and not exhaust yourself. As a devoted admirer from Tony's past life, Dunn genuinely wished for his cousin not to lead such a burdensome existence. He would be quite likable as a carefree playboy, exuding charm and kindness. He was selective with his friendships, but once someone became his friend, they could trust him indefinitely. The darker the city became, the more his radiant light shone through. Upon hearing Dunn's words, Tony's expression momentarily faltered. He exhaled gently and placed a hand on Dunn's shoulder, saying, thank you, Dunn. Afterward, Tony shook his head with a smile. Let us put that aside for now. Let us check on your Tuesday. I think I need to upgrade her. Upgrade? Dunn's interest was piqued at this notion. After all, possessing such armor in this realm was indeed a fortunate enhancement. The higher the quality of the armor, the greater his own safety would be. In that case, he could safely embody El Dongbin and unlock the template of Sun Wukong sooner. The two approached Tuesday, who was running low on power. Tony Stark clenched his fists, and the arc reactor in his chest emitted a surge of energy, wireless charging. Dunn watched in awe, marveling at the technological wonders of the Marvel Universe. In his own timeline, wireless charging required physical contact, yet here it was, effortlessly accomplished through Tesla's wireless charging technology. Tony Stark charged Tuesday and instructed Jarvis to enhance Tuesday's deep learning capabilities, unlocking mechanisms for theft prevention and overload management. Dunn listened, somewhat perplexed, yet he sensed that this upgrade would bring Tuesday's intelligence perilously close to that of Jarvis. However, he acknowledged that there remained a considerable distance to traverse. After all, Jarvis had served for many years, and even with upgraded deep learning capabilities, the wealth of experience accumulated over those years was something Tuesday could not rival. With a simple command, Tony Stark set the process in motion, while Jarvis continued to upgrade Tuesday in a manner unseen by Dunn. After a considerable pause, Tony remarked that Dunn need not worry about power shortages anymore. Any electrical outlet within sight would automatically charge Tuesday, as long as it had power. Thank you, cousin, Dunn expressed with a sense of wonder, genuinely perplexed by how resourceful Tony was. Once my new generation of armor is successfully developed, I shall gift you a set. However, Tuesday will learn your behavioral patterns. So communication between you both is essential, Tony added. Dunn nodded in agreement, then inquired, by the way, cousin, I suddenly recalled something. Over a decade ago, did you have a conflict with someone named Killian? Tony, gazing at the armor, pondered Dunn's words for a moment before responding, Killian? Indeed. Dunn's expression turned serious as he awaited Tony's recollection of this individual. In the aftermath of the Battle of New York, a new terrorist organization emerged, brazenly challenging the federal government from the shadows, instilling a profound sense of panic among the populace. Ostensibly led by a figure known as the Mandarin, the organization was, in truth, a puppet controlled by Killian. Over a decade earlier, Tony had encountered a brilliant botanist who had developed a virus capable of inducing regeneration in the human body, extracted from a certain organism. When injected with a specific substance, this virus could transform a person into a being of flame, reaching temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees. A subsequent injection of another substance would result in an explosion. All of this was the handiwork of Tony's next formidable adversary, Dr. Killian. Ironically, the root of the problem lay in Tony's own arrogance. At the time, Killian, then an unknown figure, had sought collaboration with Tony Stark, only to be dismissed with a single phrase, left to endure the cold wind on a rooftop for an entire evening. Had Tony been more amenable, the current predicament might have been avoided. Following the original narrative, Tony would merely be facing a financial loss in the billions, all in the name of alleviating his anxiety. Dunn, however, was oblivious to this and considered that Tony could preserve the armors, thereby employing an alternative method to cure his post-traumatic stress disorder. It seemed unreasonable to squander billions merely due to Dr. Killian. After all, that money could serve him far better than exploding in a display of fireworks. Thus, Dunn endeavored to assist Tony in recalling this individual, aiming to facilitate preemptive measures. After all, while Killian may not reach Tony Stark directly, he had nonetheless injected the extinction virus into Pepper, who had once been his colleague. Precautions were indeed warranted. However, Tony Stark displayed a rather ingenious side when it came to matters concerning men. After much contemplation, he shook his head, unable to recall the specifics. What could be the reason for this lapse? Dunn prompted him again, reminding him that over a decade ago, he was a man with a disability. Tony furrowed his brow in thought, stating that if he couldn't remember, he wished Dunn would just tell him what was amiss. Chapter 61, Familial Bonds. Dunn, noticing Tony's continued confusion, sighed and asked, "Did you not leave someone waiting for you on the rooftop for an entire night over 10 years ago?" Tony paused, incredulous, asserting that he would never make a woman wait on a rooftop. Dunn was taken aback by Tony's response, contemplating how Tony could mistake Killian for a woman. No wonder he couldn't recall. Recalling Dunn's mention of Killian's disability, Tony's cousin's peculiar expression finally made sense. If Tony's cousin couldn't even engage with cover models from magazines, how could he possibly be interested in a woman with a disability? Dunn mused silently to himself. "Are you referring to a man?" Tony asked, observing the change in Dunn's demeanor. After a moment's reflection, he admitted, "I believe I may have some recollection of this individual." "Is that so?" Dunn's interest piqued. "What have you remembered?" Tony replied, "It seems there was a man who claimed to be Killian, seeking to collaborate with me, but I was too occupied to entertain him. What became of him? Perhaps he has returned to New York." Dunn cautioned him. "Returned to New York? And what of it?" Tony inquired. "The Abyss virus," Dunn reiterated. Tony was taken aback, asking, "What Abyss virus?" Dunn explained, "The current Killian is likely a normal man now, his leg no longer a hindrance. He has mastered this Abyss virus, which is a human enhancement serum. In the right hands, it transforms into a superweapon, potent enough to dominate all of New York." Dunn refrained from mentioning global domination, recognizing that Tony was far less informed than he was. Just conquering New York would be a formidable challenge. The Abyss virus still required refinement. Unlike Adrian Toombs, Dunn harbored a singular goal regarding Killian, which was to eradicate him. Adrian, despite his circumstances, retained a semblance of humanity, evidenced by his love for family. In stark contrast, Killian was a man warped by vengeance against Tony Stark. To cultivate him into a backup for Tony's infamous snap would be akin to planting a bomb within their own ranks, utterly reckless. Thus, Dunn's objective was crystal clear. He needed to impress upon himself and Tony the necessity of distancing from Killian, ensuring he remained barred from the doors of Stark Industries. Tony, observing Dunn's earnest expression, responded with equal seriousness, "Very well. I shall inform Happy to follow up on this matter." At this juncture, Tony regarded Dunn with an odd gaze. "Dunn? Yes? Although I am aware that you have always resided in New York, it is primarily at the Chinese Historical Research Institute where you spend your time. You have never shown much interest in the affairs of New York. So how do you possess such extensive knowledge? You even recall events from a decade ago." Stark was quite curious. He was unaware of what had transpired with Dunn. It was not that the current Dunn perplexed him. In fact, he preferred the more cheerful Dunn of today. Yet, there was an undeniable peculiarity. After all, Tony's intellect had reached a godlike level on Earth. Dunn chuckled, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He could not disclose that he was a time traveler, so he attributed the information to Tuesday. He said, "I learned about my cousin's past through Tuesday. Additionally, during my time at the detention center, I discovered that they were also researching biological agents, which suddenly reminded me of the past that Tuesday mentioned." Tony Stark replied, "So that is how it is. It seems I need to adjust the intelligence beyond Jarvis. I cannot have such ancient matters on Earth without regard for my dignity." Jarvis immediately interjected, "Sir." Tuesday, however, remained silent, having reviewed its own actions and found no such occurrence. Upon noticing Jarvis attempting to access its permissions, it promptly inquired of Dunn, "Sir, Jarvis wishes to obtain my permissions. Shall I authorize?" Dunn was taken aback, glancing at his cousin's armor, and hurriedly shook his head, "No." Tony Stark also turned to Jarvis. "Jarvis?" Jarvis replied, "Sir, I believe Mr. Dunn is being untruthful. Dunn was at a loss for words. This Jarvis was rather impressive. Was it already developing its own consciousness? It was difficult to ascertain whether the consciousness within Vision's mind was akin to Jarvis's nascent awareness. Could it be that his rival was this Jarvis, which had long mastered deep learning, rather than Vision? This was quite a predicament. Tony Stark declared, "From now on, you are not to request any permissions from Tuesday. Remember, you are two distinct programs." "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded. Dunn felt a small sigh of relief. He continued, "Cousin, could you please try to avoid staying at the Malibu beach house in the future?" Tony Stark was again taken aback, perplexed by Dunn's unusual behavior and his peculiar remarks. "Why?" Tony inquired. Dunn pondered for a moment before responding, "It's still Killian. I am unsure how he found you, but he has become quite a formidable figure, now backed by powerful patrons. His animosity towards you remains, and I fear that one day he may publicly destroy your villa." In Dunn's mind, the Malibu beach house was undeniably a symbol of his cousin Tony's wealth. Moreover, Tony had always lived there. He recalled that it was when Tony had developed the ability to don his armor autonomously that Killian had come knocking, barely managing to survive the encounter at the villa, with Tony's beloved Pepper Potts present at the time. If certain events were to occur prematurely, then such a situation undoubtedly presents a rather intricate dilemma that must be addressed with utmost seriousness. Tony Stark found himself in a quandary after a moment of contemplation. He placed his hand once more on Dunn's shoulder and said, "Dunn, as you know, I am currently plagued by severe insomnia. In an unfamiliar environment, I might very well collapse." Dunn was aware of this predicament and could not press the matter further, so he replied, "Well, once you have perfected your self-wearing armor, make haste to find a new location, all right?" Stark, moved by Dunn's persistent encouragement, embraced him, patting him gently on the back as he whispered, "All right, I promise." "Thank you." Dunn reciprocated with an even firmer embrace, saying, "I should be the one expressing gratitude." A rare expression of familial joy grazed Stark's face as he chuckled softly, released Dunn, and stated, "Then I shall return to my work on the self-wearing armor. Farewell." With that, Stark donned his armor and took to the skies. However, Dunn noticed that his cousin's eyes were slightly glistening. Chapter 62. An odd salutation. After watching Tony Stark soar into the sky, Dunn exhaled deeply, fearing that his words might have inadvertently precipitated unwelcome consequences. Yet, it was evident that Tony remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was simply moved by his own sentiments. Nevertheless, Dunn could not afford to be indifferent, for he was, after all, Tony Stark's blood relative. As he observed the recovery of Tuesday, Dunn prepared to step inside when, from a distance, Phil Coulson called out to him, "Hey, Dunn." Dunn turned to see Phil Coulson approaching, a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Dunn considered his abilities less than those of a superhero, his leadership was on par with Captain America's. What puzzled Dunn was that Phil recognized him at first glance, despite his current guise as Deng En. "Hello, Phil," Dunn said, extending his hand for another shake. Phil Coulson replied, "I have some questions regarding the shelter that I would like to discuss with you." "Of course," Dunn nodded. Phil continued, "Did you learn about the laboratory here through other channels?" Dunn inquired, "What do you mean?" Phil pondered for a moment and then stated solemnly, "Are you affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division?" The mention of S.H.I.E.L.D. caused a slight tremor in Dunn. This matter was merely a coincidence and had no connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil's association was likely due to his current appearance. After a moment's thought, Dunn asked, "If I share this with you, can you promise to keep it confidential?" Phil narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, agreed. Dunn revealed, "I am not yet a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., but they have indeed extended an invitation for me to join. However, the terms they offered were simply beyond my means." Phil immediately interjected, "I understand completely." Dunn scratched his head, surprised that Phil seemed to grasp his unspoken thoughts so readily. Seeing Dunn's puzzled expression, Phil smiled and said, "I would like to extend an invitation on behalf of the director for you to join the Avengers." Dunn gazed at Phil, a look of bewilderment on his face. He then continued, "As for me, I am currently searching for an irregular metallic fragment. Whoever can provide this to me shall have my allegiance." Phil lowered his head in contemplation. Irregular metallic fragment? What could that be? Wait a moment. Upon finishing his statement, Dunn approached Tuesday, allowing it to receive the mental waves from his memory, simulating the patterns etched upon the irregular metal within the wooden box. He then instructed Tuesday to replicate the image and send it to Phil Coulson's mobile phone. "What is this?" Phil inquired as he examined his phone, failing to comprehend it. Dunn explained, "This should be a fragment of some kind of artifact. If you happen to find an irregular metallic piece engraved with this pattern, please inform me, and I would be more than willing to serve S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil nodded. "All right, I'll remember that." Dunn added, "By the way, I am curious, how did you recognize me?" I was so well disguised. Phil chuckled. Would you believe me if I said it was a guess? Goodness. Dunn was momentarily taken aback by Phil's response. Phil continued, sporting an innocent grin. To be honest, I didn't recognize you at first. But when I noticed Tony's expression while he was with you, I deduced this possibility. Only his cousin would rush to his aid without hesitation. Dunn replied, You are mistaken. Am I? Phil felt his understanding of Tony to be quite profound. Dunn asserted, There is another person worth such loyalty. Who is that? Phil asked. Dunn remained silent, responding instead with, Goodbye, Phil. He refrained from speaking further, knowing Phil's intelligence would lead him to the answer immediately. Indeed, as Dunn entered the Tuesday armor, Phil's voice echoed. Pepper? Dunn activated the flight energy, stating, Phil, we are good friends now. Remember to keep my current identity a secret. Phil looked at the floating Tuesday and chuckled helplessly. I understand. Dunn felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding slightly as he maneuvered the armor into the sky. The unexpected incident with Vulture necessitated a re-evaluation of Dunn's training program, requiring him to select a new reserve team. He was now truly caught in the drama, worrying deeply for Tony. Yet, perhaps this was the very essence of his existence. As Tuesday soared through the air, a ringing sound emanated from within the armor. The digital screen displayed the caller as Chi Fong. To be honest, Dunn had only met Chi Fong by coincidence and had no intention of maintaining a long-term connection. He was uncertain whether increased variables would impact subsequent events, making it impossible for him to foresee the future. If, by chance, he were to create a mess, and when Dr. Stephen Strange traversed the future, he discovered that there was not even a 1 in 14 million chance of success, it would truly be disastrous. Such a scenario is one where it is better to be safe than sorry. Dunn could not afford to take that gamble, for he was unwilling to lose. Ignoring the incoming call displayed on the digital screen, he chose not to respond. However, after a moment of silence, the phone rang again. Dunn sighed and chose to answer. Soon, the voice of Chi Fong came through. Where are you now? What does it matter to you? You're not my girlfriend. Are you monitoring my whereabouts? Dunn replied, his tone somewhat harsh. Ding. Chi Fong's resentment level increased by 300. Dunn chuckled and said, I'm on my way home. Is there something you need? If there's nothing, can I call you? Chi Fong retorted angrily. She felt that their previous separation had no real conflict, even after Dunn had smashed her bar. She bore him no grudge. His attitude, however, was something she couldn't accept. It's not that I can't, but you should consider my schedule. What if I were driving? Dunn added. You're driving? Chi Fong asked. I meant if. Dunn realized Chi Fong's intelligence seemed to be diminishing. Ding. Chi Fong's resentment level increased by 399. Forget it. Drive safely. I won't disturb you, Chi Fong said before abruptly hanging up. Yet, as soon as she did, regret washed over her, and she stared at her phone with a troubled expression. Unable to resist, she called Dunn again. What now? Dunn replied, somewhat exasperated. Do you like watching Chinese dramas? Chi Fong asked. Not really, Dunn answered. Good, then hang up, Chi Fong said before cutting off the call. Dunn was left bewildered. Was this the purpose of her call? Chapter 63. Masterman inside a bar. Wang Chong observed the workers renovating the establishment while discreetly eyeing Chi Fong, who was engrossed in her phone. He noted that ever since Chi Fong met Dunn, her demeanor had changed significantly. In Wang Chong's eyes, Chi Fong was afflicted with a peculiar ailment called love. He poured her a glass of red wine and approached her, saying, If you care for him, just admit it. Boys are drawn to girls who are endearing. Who says I like him? With his attitude? Chi Fong retorted. Wang Chong shook his head in resignation, watching her take a sip of wine to mask her feelings. If you didn't like him, would you have shared that confidential information you received just a minute ago with him? Why not tell me instead? You already knew. Didn't you? Chi Fong replied, her face flushing. Wang Chang paused before saying, That's because I happened to be here. If I hadn't been, I believe you would have contacted him first. Chi Fong found herself speechless, unable to counter his assertion. Seeing her embarrassment, Wang Chong quickly added, All right. I won't press you further. However, I have a feeling this incident isn't part of Masterman's scheme. What do you mean? Chi Fong asked, looking at Wang Chong seriously. Wang Chong shook his head, relying on his intuition. Humph. Chi Fong shot Wang Chong a glance, effectively ending their conversation. Done. Maneuvering his vehicle with care, chose to return home only after nightfall to avoid alarming the neighbors. Once home, he indulged in a hot bath, washing away the fatigue that had accumulated throughout the day. It is indeed true that I envy my cousin, but piloting the armored suit for an entire day is undeniably exhausting. I found myself dozing off while soaking, and it was only when the water had cooled that Dunn awoke. Emerging from the bathtub, he made his way to the refrigerator in the dining room, retrieving some food as he began to contemplate the tasks of the following day. He felt it was imperative to thoroughly investigate the clues regarding the original owner's father at the Huaxia Historical Research Institute. The wooden box left behind by the original owner's father was simply extraordinary. Once the correct method of opening it was discovered, he believed it to be comparable to Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. Regrettably, the memories concerning this item in the original owner's recollections were tragically scant. After consuming a light meal, Dunn began to feel somewhat better and promptly reclined on the sofa, succumbing to sleep. In the days that followed, Dunn remained at home, even neglecting his commitments to Nick Fury. Despite this, he gleaned no insights regarding the irregular metallic fragments within the wooden box. It appeared that everything related to the box had been deliberately erased from the memories of the original owner's father. Even Nathan Smith from the Institute was entirely ignorant of the box's significance. After 7 days of relentless pursuit, Dunn reluctantly abandoned his quest for the irregular metal shards. On this particular day, he returned home and switched on the television, only to be met with images of a hijacking incident. The distinctive emblem of the 10 rings appeared on screen. A figure clad in traditional Eastern garb brandished a firearm, standing over a middle-aged man in a suit. Was the false Mandarin making an appearance? Dunn was taken aback. In his memory, it was nearly half a year post-New York battle before Tony would encounter this false Mandarin. Why had the timeline accelerated so drastically? On the television screen, the false Mandarin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying a row of kneeling captives with a cold gaze before striding away. Gunfire erupted, and those on their knees were executed. The false Mandarin's voice resonated through the television. Some call me a terrorist. I consider myself a teacher. America, prepare for a lesson. He recounted the horrific events of 1864 in Sand Creek, Colorado, where the U.S. military brutally slaughtered the vulnerable members of the Cheyenne tribe after they had ventured out to hunt, seizing their lands. The airstrike at the Salim Air Base in Kuwait, which occurred 39 hours prior, was orchestrated by him. Dunn could no longer bear to listen. An unsettling thought struck him. A week prior, Chi Fong had placed an odd phone call. During that conversation, Chi Fong had mentioned a Chinese theater. It was only upon seeing the false Mandarin that Dunn recalled this detail. A Chinese theater in downtown New York City had previously been the site of an explosion. Harry Hogan, the security consultant for Stark Industries, had pursued a suspicious individual to the theater, leading to a confrontation where he witnessed someone infected with the deadly virus explode before his eyes, narrowly escaping with his life. It was also due to this incident that Tony's Malibu seaside villa was destroyed by the Mandarin, nearly claiming his life in the depths of the ocean. As Dunn listened to the information emanating from the television, the previously vague memories began to coalesce. He promptly retrieved his phone and attempted to call his cousin Tony. But once again, he was unable to connect. Given the urgency of the situation, he resorted to contacting Tony's friend and bodyguard, Happy Hogan. This time, the call was swiftly answered. "Hello, Dunn," Happy cheerfully greeted over the line. After exchanging pleasantries, Dunn immediately inquired, "Happy, have you recently been promoted to head of security?" Happy Hogan paused slightly, a smile gracing his face, and replied, "How did you know?" Mid-sentence, Dunn heard Happy's voice shift as if he were speaking to someone else, saying, "Keycard, get the keycard. Has Tony also shared this trivial matter with you?" Happy said, though he seemed to revel in it. After all, ensuring Stark's safety was his duty. Now, with even greater responsibility, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Without wasting time on pleasantries, Dunn pressed on, "Happy, have you recently been avoiding the Chinese theater? Why is that?" Happy, perplexed, asked why. "There's no reason. Just trust me and consider it a favor," Dunn replied. After a moment's hesitation, Happy nodded, saying, "All right, I'll oblige." "Thank you," Dunn said, promptly ending the call. He then dialed Chi Fong, who answered quickly. What brings you to think of me so suddenly?" Chi Fong's voice came through. Dunn, lacking the mood for banter, cut to the chase. "How did you know about the impending terror attack at the Chinese theater, especially a week in advance?" Chi Fong paused. "Has it already occurred?" "Where? In Chinatown?" "No. It should not have happened yet," Dunn clarified. Chi Fong exhaled in relief. "I have my sources. I cannot divulge more unless you join us." Dunn was taken aback. There had been no whispers of such matters on Tony's side, yet Chi Fong's intelligence network had managed to acquire such information a week prior. It was indeed impressive. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you also searching for the Mandarin? How did you know?" This time, it was Chi Fong who was astonished. Dunn abruptly ended the call, preferring to maintain the initiative rather than remain passive. Now, it was up to Chi Fong to reach out to him. Otherwise, he feared that in negotiating terms, he would inadvertently reveal too much. Chapter 64. Successful development of self-donning armor. Just as Dunn hung up the phone, within 3 seconds, his phone rang again. He answered it calmly, placing it to his ear. Chi Fong's voice emerged. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly hang up?" "I was busy," Dunn replied, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was unwilling to elaborate. Chi Fong wasted no time and quickly asked, "How did you learn that we have been searching for the Mandarin? Who told you? Was it S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Dunn was taken aback by her suspicion directed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. It was understandable, given their competitive relationship. Before Dun could speak, Qifeng interjected. Did you deduce that the man claiming to be Master Man from the television? Dun retorted directly. I have my own channels for this information, which I cannot disclose to you. Ding. A wave of resentment from Qifeng registered at 399. Qifeng bit her lip in frustration and said, we can exchange information. Dun responded. That is inequitable. It is evident that I possess more information than you. You are aware only that Master Man intends to attack the Chinese theater. Yet you are oblivious to the fact that this Master Man is an imposter. An imposter? Qifeng paused, glancing at Wang Chong, and tentatively asked, do you have evidence? Guess. I cannot. Qifeng found little patience for his guessing game. Dun continued, share your sources with me in the future, and I could assist you in capturing the real Master Man. You? Qifeng hesitated before asking, are you speaking on behalf of S-H-I-E-L-D? I represent myself, Dun said before abruptly ending the call. This time, Qifeng refrained from calling back. After all, her request was somewhat excessive, and she needed to allow him time to contemplate. Once he agreed, she could propose even more demanding conditions, leaving her with little control over the situation. In a bar, Qifeng set her phone down and observed the workers installing the glass door, turning to Wang Chong to say, Dun claims the Master Man appearing on television is a fake. Wang Chong nodded slightly. Indeed, according to our agents, although Master Man has many identities and faces, he is most likely of Chinese descent. The one on television does not align with our findings. Qifeng remarked, but don't you find it strange? How does Dun know this? Wang Chong shook his head in contemplation. Unable to comprehend, Qifeng declared, I will go inside and request a dialogue. You stay vigilant. Understood. Wang Chong promptly agreed. Qifeng approached the counter and discreetly pressed a button at an inconspicuous spot, revealing an entrance to an underground chamber. This small basement, measuring approximately 7 or 8 square meters, resembled a holographic projection room. Upon entering, she underwent fingerprint, palm print, and iris scans. Once everything was set, a blue light flickered around her, and a refined middle-aged man gradually appeared in the basement. Xiaofeng, it must be nearly dark where you are. The elegant man smiled at Qifeng and inquired. Qifeng nodded, saying, I have a matter I wish to report to you. Proceed. She lowered her head, pondering briefly before stating, I would like to recruit a talented individual to join S-H-I-E-L-D. But the refined middle-aged man observed Qifeng, noting her sudden silence, and prompted, what is the matter with him? Gathering her courage, Qifeng replied, however, he has close ties to S-H-I-E-L-D, because his cousin is Tony Stark. The elegant man frowned slightly, and after a pause said, Xiaofeng, you are aware of the regulations, but he claims he can help us find the real Master Man. Qifeng finally insisted, gritting her teeth. The refined middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback, inquired, isn't it true that we have begun targeting the individual from the United States? Qifeng responded, indeed, he informed me that this is a fabrication, and he claims to possess evidence. What evidence? The cultured man questioned. He did not divulge it. He wishes to first share our intelligence in exchange. Qifeng's voice dwindled as she spoke, fearing that the other party might refuse, which could jeopardize their chances. After a pause of approximately 1.5 minutes, the sophisticated middle-aged man sighed softly and remarked, Xiaofeng, you were not like this before. Qifeng, taken aback, asked, what was I like before? The gentleman smiled faintly and replied, very well, let us share the intelligence with him. Once we apprehend Master Man, we can rest easy for a while. Yes. Qifeng exclaimed excitedly at the gentleman's agreement. He scrutinized her and asked, the person you mentioned, you aren't developing feelings for him, are you? I am not. Qifeng retorted defensively. The cultured man nodded subtly and said, after some time, return, your mother misses you. Understood, Qifeng said, exiting the basement, and everything returned to normal. Upon leaving, she immediately called Dun, stating, I've received approval from above. Dun replied, I've changed my mind. Ding. A message filled with Qifeng's grievances, 399, echoed. He chuckled softly and said, the demands are not high, nor are there restrictions. I will send it to your phone. You just need to keep an eye on it. What? Qifeng, still confused, heard Dun hang up again. She was nearing the limit of her patience with this impudent fellow. After the call ended, a message from Dun appeared on her phone. As she read it, she pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Dun had concluded a busy day, ascended to the rooftop, and climbed into the Tuesday armor. During their conversation, he had arranged for Happy Hogan to join him for a late-night meal. Concerned about any potential mishaps with Happy, Dun decided to accompany him directly to ensure his safety. As long as Happy was secure, Cousin Tony would not be cornered by reporters when making threats regarding the counterfeit Master Man. Without the fulfillment of this condition, subsequent events would not unfold. As soon as Dun settled into the Tuesday armor, his holographic panel displayed an incoming call from Tony Stark. He was momentarily startled but quickly answered. At that moment, Tony Stark's voice resonated. Done. Come to Malibu Beach. I have successfully developed the next generation of self-wearing armor. And I can upgrade yours. No need, cousin. Let's postpone it. I have plans with Happy for dinner, Dunn replied. Tony Stark, glancing at Happy Hogan beside him, queried. You're having dinner and didn't he invite me? Just as Dunn contemplated this, Happy Hogan's voice chimed in. Hey, Dunn, I can't today. I have a more important mission. Just come to Malibu for the armor upgrade. Tony nodded at Happy and said, well then, another time. Dunn, speechless, promptly altered his course, heading towards Malibu Beach. Chapter 65. Happy's injury. Dunn felt an overwhelming apprehension regarding the potential mishap involving Happy Hogan, Tony's cousin's friend and bodyguard, for if anything were to befall him, the situation would inevitably revert to its previous perilous state. Despite his comprehensive understanding of the circumstances, he found himself treading cautiously, as if on thin ice. On Tuesday, he was en route to Tony's coastal villa, a flight that lasted no more than 20 minutes, landing at Malibu Beach. Tony Stark did not personally greet him, but instead utilized the home's smart technology to grant Dunn an unobstructed passage straight to the underground research facility. Upon his arrival, the absence of Happy prompted him to inquire, cousin, where is Happy? He has left, Tony replied, engrossed in tinkering with the gloves on his hands. He flicked his wrist in an attempt to strike a suave pose, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. With a hint of embarrassment, he said to Dunn, could you step back a bit? You're affecting my concentration. Dunn, at a loss for words, took a step back and asked, cousin, wasn't he Happy just at the industrial headquarters? How did he end up here? As Tony continued to test his flight suit, he responded, he came to discuss some private matters that were inconvenient to address over the phone. Is it Killian? Dunn suddenly recalled. Happy, uncomfortable with high technology, had not shown Tony Killian's likeness at the earliest opportunity in the original narrative. Was it possible that his presence had altered the course of events, prompting Happy to personally report to him? Tony, still struggling with his flight armor, acknowledged Dunn's words. Yes, it appears that Pepper hosted someone named Aldrich today. And Happy mentioned that she seemed somewhat unsettled. Cousin, the person I mentioned to you earlier is indeed him, Aldrich Killian. Dunn continued. This individual poses a significant threat. He has improved the extremist virus. The reason I invited Happy for dinner tonight was out of concern that he might inadvertently track this man and encounter unforeseen dangers. Unforeseen dangers? How could that be? Tony appeared dismissive, extending his hand as a glove flew from the table to envelop his hand. Ha ha ha, look, Tony exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He then summoned the remaining fragments of his armor, which seamlessly integrated with him, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Dunn watched in astonishment, both thrilled and deeply impressed by Tony's undeniable talent. It was impeccable. Yet, amid his admiration for Tony, he felt compelled to caution, cousin, Happy is exceedingly diligent, especially when it concerns Pepper. This Aldrich character will soon attempt to abduct her to use against you. Tony perceived Dunn's concerns as somewhat exaggerated. He deftly caught a helmet that came flying toward him, striking a cool pose as he stood tall. All right, I understand. I will call Happy shortly and have him join us for pizza. Do it quickly, Dunn urged. Sure, Tony replied. Watch this. Bang. Unbeknownst to them, a fragment of armor remained unassembled in the wrong position, launching a surprise attack from behind Tony, shattering the newly integrated pieces of armor. The remnants lay scattered across the floor as Tony Stark found himself on the ground, somewhat embarrassed. Dunn hurried over to assist him, saying, Are you all right? With a resigned tone, Tony replied, J-A-R-V-I-S. Summarize the reasons for failure. Which piece has failed to find its rightful place? Dunn helped Tony to a chair and went to fetch him a glass of water. Just as he returned, Tony's phone rang. J-A-R-V-I-S. Answer it, he instructed. Soon, Pepper's voice resonated through the ceiling speaker. Tony, there has been an incident. Happy has been injured in an explosion and is currently in the hospital. Stunned, Tony disregarded his aches and stood abruptly, spilling the water Dunn had brought him. The sound of shattering glass filled Dunn with a deep sense of helplessness. He had done his utmost to protect Happy, yet fate seemed indifferent to his efforts. When Pepper relayed the address of the hospital, Tony exchanged a glance with Dunn, and together they departed in one of his luxurious vehicles from the laboratory. At the hospital, in Happy Hogan's room, Dunn and Tony stood silently, gazing at their friend lying in the hospital bed. Dunn remained silent, burdened with guilt for not having done better. While Tony's silence stemmed from the anguish of watching his friend, unable to open his eyes, all for the sake of monitoring someone named Aldrich, his pain was far more complex. Dunn dimmed the lights and said, Let Happy rest. The doctor assures me that he is not seriously hurt, just sustained minor injuries. Tony nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the dimly lit room, they lingered for an indeterminate time until Tony suddenly turned on the television. It's Sunday night's regular program, Downton Abbey, my favorite, I find it quite refined, he remarked. Dunn could discern the simmering anger within Tony. He nodded slightly and said, "Cousin, Happy will be fine. Try not to be too upset." Tony grunted in response, focusing on the television program. At that moment, Dunn noticed Tony's phone lighting up. It was a new video news alert from JARVIS. The truth about the fortune cookie was revealed. It appeared to originate from China and sounded like it, yet it was, in fact, made in America. Thus, they were hollow, filled with deceit, leaving a distasteful aftertaste in one's mouth. My disciple has just destroyed a cheap, American-manufactured, loyalist theater. Mr. President, I know this must be disheartening, but this quarter's terror events are nearing their conclusion. Do not worry, the best is yet to come. The familiar voice of the foam master Fu emanated from Tony's phone. Dunn observed that Tony's expression had darkened significantly. "Cousin, may I handle this situation?" he inquired, genuinely concerned for Tony's well-being. His anxiety has escalated to alarming levels, to the point where even hearing certain unsettling words leaves him breathless. However, this time, Dunn did not perceive anxiety on Tony's face, but rather a simmering anger. When confronted by reporters outside, this anger would inevitably lead him to divulge the address of his Malibu villa. Dunn was determined to prevent any further mishaps involving his cousin Tony. "Dunn, I must provide an explanation to Happy regarding this matter," Tony Stark proclaimed. Closing his eyes to rest, Dunn felt powerless to stop Tony from seeking vengeance for Happy. Instead, he considered preemptively releasing a false address to draw the initial fire away from his cousin. Which location should he choose? How about the Hydra headquarters? Dunn began to mentally sift through potential addresses. Chapter 66, Sunset Boulevard. Dunn was well aware of the precise location of one of Hydra's strongest deployments. Situated in the mystical city of Huaxia, this was the place that Captain America had once led his team to breach, a fact Dunn had known for some time. However, this Hydra headquarters was far too distant. Announcing it as Tony's family residence would not only raise suspicions with the Drich, but also with others. Besides the mystical city, there was another location, the Hydra Enhancement Research Base in Sokovia. Yet, that site in Eastern Europe was clearly unsuitable, given Tony's remarkable prominence. Claiming he resided in Eastern Europe would be utterly ludicrous. What a headache. Dunn, despite his extensive knowledge of the Marvel narrative, found himself unable to identify an appropriate sanctuary for his cousin. He gazed at Tony Stark resting on the sofa, then glanced at Happy lying in the hospital bed. After a moment's contemplation, he uttered, "Cousin, I need to step outside for some fresh air." Tony Stark, with a barely perceptible weariness, lifted his gaze to Dunn and nodded gently. Dunn reciprocated with a nod and quietly exited the hospital room. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a squad of armed agents approaching him. At the entrance to Happy's room stood security personnel hired by Tony Stark, who, alongside Dunn, formed a barrier against the intruders. The leader of the group, a menacing figure clad in a helmet, glared at Dunn and stated, "We are federal investigators, tasked with uncovering the details surrounding the recent explosion at the Chinese theater. Is this not the hospital room of Stark Industries' head of security, Happy Hogan?" "It is not," Dunn vehemently denied. He recognized the man speaking. He was none other than Crossbones, the notorious aide to Red Skull. Although he was not a significant character in the Marvel Universe, it was this very individual who had instigated the rift between Tony and Captain America. Previously, Dunn had little regard for him, but due to the fallout between Tony and the Captain, he had gleaned some insights. Moreover, Crossbones was indeed a bona fide member of Hydra. How fortuitous that he had been struggling to locate Hydra's New York division, only to encounter it now. Adric was directly summoned to the Crossbones office, which would undoubtedly incite a fierce internal conflict among them. At present, Crossbones was apparently a member of the SHIELD Rapid Response Unit, and it was surprising to discover that SHIELD had been closely monitoring everything during a timeline unbeknownst to him. Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, listened intently to Dunn's words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You are obstructing our pursuit of the truth. Do you comprehend the consequences?" Dunn retorted. "Then have the audacity to arrest me." Taken aback, Brock replied, "I have never encountered such a request." "Well, now you have." Dunn stepped forward, extending his hands in surrender, inviting them to handcuff him. Two security personnel rushed forward, attempting to prevent Brock from apprehending Dunn. "What are you doing? This is a hospital, and the patient is in a coma." Dunn shot a glance at the security, asserting, "No need for explanations. I am going with them. Protect Happy, safeguard Cousin Tony, and do not allow anyone in for 30 minutes. Understood?" The two security guards exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend. There was no way Dunn would permit them to thwart his plan. He was more concerned about Brock not taking him along. At that moment, Brock, slightly agitated, observed the resolute trio, snorted, and commanded, "Take him away." With a scornful smirk, Dunn was cuffed and followed them out. Once outside the hospital, Dunn was ushered into a black luxury vehicle, and after a team boarded, Brock took a seat beside him. He scrutinized Dunn and remarked, "I recognize you." Dunn was taken aback. Brock continued, "You are Tony Stark's cousin, Dunn." With Tony's rise to fame, those around him had also become celebrities, and as his cousin, Dunn naturally attracted attention. This revelation was not surprising to Dunn. Brock added, "Our purpose here is merely routine questioning. We are seeking you, Tony, or anyone else." Dunn maintained an indifferent demeanor, choosing not to respond. Brock, puzzled by Dunn's expression, inquired, "Aren't you concerned that once inside, you may not emerge?" Dunn chuckled, gazing into Brock's eyes, tempted to label him a fool, yet he refrained. If he truly desired to leave, a single utterance would suffice. After all, he had articulated such sentiments to Hitwell before. Seeing Dunn's silence, Brock also ceased speaking, and they sat in silence within the vehicle. After approximately 10 minutes, the automobile merged onto a highway, entering a mountainous region devoid of steel structures. The scenery appeared pleasant, dominated by a solitary, dilapidated 6-story building reminiscent of an abandoned school. Could this be a Hydra outpost? It seemed rather impoverished. As the car halted on the lawn before the old building, Dunn immediately noticed a fencing barrier obstructing their path, indicating a reasonable level of security. "Exit the vehicle," Brock instructed, opening the door and standing before Dunn. Dunn disembarked, surveying his surroundings, and inquired, "What is this place?" "You will find out once you enter," Brock replied, nudging Dunn's shoulder. Dunn glanced around and happened to notice a sign by the roadside inscribed with 1399 Sunset Boulevard. 1399 Sunset Boulevard. He repeated to himself, etching the address into his memory. Standing on the lawn in front of the old building, he declared, "I shall not enter. Kindly take me back to the hospital." "Huh, do you think this is a place where one can come and go as they please?" Brock chuckled, observing Dunn with amusement. With that, he gave Dunn a gentle push, urging, "Hurry up. You're playing with fire." Dunn, unfazed by the shove, recognized that there was no point in being angry with this fellow. He seized the opportunity to allow one of Adriac's subordinates to eliminate Crossbones, thereby preventing potential civil strife among the superheroes in the future. As he stepped onto the lawn, a sudden realization struck Dunn. Previously, when he had declared Hail Hydra to Crossbones, he had assumed the guise of Lu Dongbin. However, this time, while visiting Harlan at the hospital, he had not donned that persona. If he were to enter the building and suddenly appear as Lu Dongbin, it would not only raise eyebrows with Crossbones, but also reveal his secret to his superior, Hitler. This was hardly an agreeable prospect. Had he truly compromised himself so easily just to obtain the address of a Hydra division? It felt as though he had made a grievous blunder, akin to using gauze as toilet paper, leaving himself exposed. Chapter 67. The 10 Rings. Dunn found himself increasingly frustrated with his own predicament. As he was ushered into the old building, he immediately spotted Crossbones' superior, Hitler. Upon seeing the bald man with whom he had previous dealings, Dunn yearned to switch identities in an instant. Unfortunately, doing so would undoubtedly expose the existence of his system. While it is true that everyone in this world harbored secrets, they were adept at keeping them well guarded. If Dunn wished to prolong his existence, he needed to avoid drawing attention to himself. Accepting the situation, Dunn quickly composed himself, striding confidently towards Hitler, who awaited him at the entrance. "What is the meaning of this? Am I to be treated as a target?" he inquired. Unlike Crossbones, Hitler was exceedingly courteous towards Dunn. Upon hearing his words, Hitler glanced at Brock, seemingly grasping the situation. He approached Dunn, casting a knowing look at Brock, and spoke, "Mr. Dunn, I surmise it was Brock who made you feel unwelcome. Do not hold it against him. He simply lacks manners." With a huff, Dunn saw Brock signal to a man in black, who promptly removed the handcuffs from Dunn's wrists. Hitler continued, "The purpose of your invitation is to request your assistance in delivering a message to Mr. Stark." Dunn froze, as this statement revealed much. This individual had genuinely come to request his presence, rather than Dunn having sought out this meeting intentionally. Was it possible that Brock's initial target had been him? The Mandarin has set his sights on Tony, and we at S.H.I.E.L.D. are currently searching for him. Might we persuade Mr. Stark to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to draw the Mandarin out? Hyderwell gazed at Dunn with a smile, speaking slowly yet exuding an irksome tone. This demeanor unexpectedly led Dunn to perceive certain peculiarities. Although Tony's cousin was known for his volatile temperament, he was also an emotionally astute individual who rarely revealed his vulnerabilities. However, when a mere journalist inquired about Happy, he divulged his home address, an act that was evidently irrational. He was not foolish. Threatening a terrorist was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the journalist clearly approached the matter with a confrontational attitude, pressuring Tony's cousin for a statement. Previously, Dunn had been oblivious to these dynamics, but he now comprehended that there was a deeper manipulation at play orchestrated by Hydra. "Damn it, fortunately, I have my own schemes. Otherwise, I would have been ensnared by you." Even as someone who had traversed dimensions, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. One could only imagine the pressure on Tony's cousin, entrenched in the situation. Listening to Hyderwell's exposition, Dunn chose not to extricate himself immediately, instead inquiring, "Are you also searching for Master Man?" Initially, Hyderwell merely nodded with a gentle smile. Yet, he soon sensed that there was more to Dunn's words and asked, "Are there others searching for Master Man?" Dunn pondered. Indeed, there were, namely the Divine Spear Bureau from Huaxia, led by Wang Chang and Qi Fang. However, what perplexed Dunn was the apparent fervor with which S.H.I.E.L.D. was also pursuing Master Man. "We are also in search of him," Dunn casually offered as an excuse. He preferred not to disclose information about the Divine Spear Bureau immediately, considering the asymmetry of information in his conversation with Hyderwell. Hyderwell paused momentarily before suggesting, "We could collaborate, leveraging Tony's renown to draw them out. In doing so, you avenge yourselves while we apprehend the terrorists, achieving a dual victory." Dunn observed Hyderwell's performance, internally critiquing it as lackluster. The Hydra organization thrived on chaos, profiting immensely from the wars they instigated. To heed Hyderwell's words and believe they genuinely sought to capture terrorists would be folly. Dunn approached a chair, slowly seated himself, crossed one leg over the other, and remarked, "Let us discuss something substantive. Your rationale lacks sincerity." Hyderwell's expression faltered as he stared blankly at Dunn, responding, "Very well, let us speak of practical matters." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, prompting everyone in the hall to exit. Once the hall was empty, Hyderwell continued, "Once we capture Master Man and obtain what we desire, we can leave it in your hands for disposal." Dunn remained silent, observing Hyderwell. Hyderwell then added, "We can deploy exceptional soldiers like Brock to provide round-the-clock protection for Tony. You need not worry about safety." Dunn still refrained from responding. After a moment of contemplation, Hyderwell proposed, "Should we succeed in capturing Master Man, I can facilitate your entry into S.H.I.E.L.D. and groom you to become the next director." Dunn chuckled at this suggestion. Let us not overlook the resilience of Nick Fury, the formidable director. Even if he were to meet his demise, his successor would undoubtedly be Phil Coulson. When has it ever been the case that a character like Sitwell could dictate who assumes the directorship? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. merely a plaything? It is worth noting that there exists a certain Agent Carter, whose ties to Nick Fury could yield unexpected outcomes. However, after a brief chuckle, Dunn lowered his gaze, succumbing to contemplation. While Sitwell possesses a remarkable talent for embellishing tales, his assertions are not entirely unfounded. During Hydra's zenith, they indeed orchestrated a significant overhaul of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was compelled to retreat into the shadows to strategize. Dunn's smile faded, his eyes fixed intently on Sitwell as he declared, "Let us speak earnestly." Suddenly, a notification chimed. Sitwell's resentment registered as 399. Taken aback, Sitwell pondered whether his earlier discourse had lacked seriousness. What did Dunn mean by speak earnestly? Observing the perplexed expression on Sitwell's face, Dunn continued, "We are in search of the Mandarin, as are you. Why not exchange information? What do you hope to gain upon finding him?" Sitwell, caught off guard by Dunn's directness, fell momentarily speechless. Dunn remained silent, his gaze unwavering. After a considerable pause, Sitwell responded, "Very well, since we have broached this topic, let us delve into specifics. Besides seeking vengeance for Happy, have you also had your sights set on the Mandarin?" Dunn nodded and replied, "Since a few years ago, when Cousin Tony was kidnapped in Afghanistan, we have been on his trail." With narrowed eyes, Sitwell scrutinized Dunn, saying, "I see, so it appears our objectives align." "Perhaps not entirely," Dunn countered. "What is it that you desire?" Sitwell studied Dunn's expression intently, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. After a few moments of contemplation, he said, "The rings, 10 rings." Dunn's demeanor remained unchanged, yet internally he was taken aback. Initially, he had intended to coax information from Sitwell, and it seemed he had succeeded. However, Sitwell's pursuit of the Mandarin for 10 rings struck Dunn as somewhat disproportionate. Chapter 68. The Intelligence of J.A.R.V.I.S. Dunn's comprehension of the Marvel Universe is, in truth, rather limited. Within the timeline he is aware of, the Mandarin exists as a mira fayade, though a genuine counterpart does exist. Beyond that, Dunn is at a loss. He is unaware that the authentic Mandarin possesses 10 rings. Thus, when Sitwell made such a claim, Dunn felt it rather excessive to use Cousin Tony as bait simply to draw out the Mandarin. Moreover, this Mandarin may be an illusion, but Aldrich is all too real. This individual, possessing the extremist virus, poses a grave threat. A careless encounter could lead to dire consequences. After a moment's reflection, Dunn adopted a look of understanding, feigning alignment with Sitwell's goals, and remarked, "It seems you two are privy to this information." Sitwell squinted slightly, as if assessing whether Dunn possessed knowledge beyond his own. He hesitated for a moment, and said, "Let us summon Master Man and capture him. The terms of the ring are 50-50. Dunn pondered this for a while, then clapped his thigh and declared, "All right, it's settled." Seeing Dunn's agreement, Hitwell smiled and rose to his feet, saying, "It may be a bit abrupt to bring you here, but let us wish for a fruitful collaboration." As he spoke, he extended his hand. Dunn chuckled lightly, opting not to shake his hand, but instead patted Hitwell on the shoulder, stating, "You gather your forces. Within 3 days, I assure you, we will locate Master Man." With that, Dunn turned and strode towards the entrance of the old building's lobby. Hitwell nodded silently, pressing his ear to the wireless earpiece, ordering personnel to assemble on Sunset Boulevard. Upon exiting the old building, Dunn encountered Crossbones Brock, who stood at the entrance, wearing a disdainful expression. As a villain who had clashed with Captain America multiple times and emerged victorious on occasions, Crossbones Brock certainly had a reputation. Unfortunately, it was this very individual who had precipitated the rift between Tony and Captain America, resulting in Dunn harboring no fondness for him. The mere sight of him now, serving as Hitwell's rapid response unit, suggested that certain events might have been hastened due to the ripple effects of his presence. Seizing this opportunity, Dunn contemplated having Adrian eliminate Crossbones once and for all. Crossbones Brock observed Dunn exiting the lobby and exchanged a glance with one of his subordinates, who then led Dunn towards a business vehicle parked at the entrance to escort him back. Brock gave Dunn a cursory glance. After taking a few steps, Dunn suddenly turned and inquired, "By the way, who did you learn your fighting skills from?" Brock regarded Dunn with a furrowed brow but remained silent, tightening his grip on his weapon. His subordinate nudged Dunn once more, prompting him to reluctantly shake his head and proceed towards the vehicle. Brock gazed at Dunn's retreating figure, remaining silent for an extended period, though internally he was in turmoil. As Dunn entered the car, he peered through the window at Crossbones Brock, still somewhat intrigued. Steve had undergone rigorous combat training and, due to the super serum, had gradually developed exceptional fighting prowess. Brock, as an ordinary man, possessed such formidable combat skills, which defied logic. Did he too have his own serendipitous encounter? Or perhaps Dunn merely entertained this curiosity briefly before dismissing the thought, deeming it more pressing to resolve the situation with Happy. When Hitwell's men returned him to the hospital, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Upon arriving outside Happy's hospital room, 2 security personnel informed him that Tony had remained inside without coming out. Dunn then sat down in the corridor, refraining from entering and interrupting. At that moment, he had yet to conceive a more effective strategy to connect Adrian and Hitwell. After a period of contemplation in the corridor, an idea suddenly struck him. Thus, he promptly exited the hospital and took a cab to the Malibu seaside villa. As the cousin of Tony Stark, there were no defenses set against him. He directly approached the observation deck and found his companion, Tuesday. Subsequently, he activated J.A.R.V.I.S. Mr. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated from the speakers on the observation deck. Dunn inquired, "Could you issue a challenge statement to Mandarin on television in my cousin's name?" Mr. J.A.R.V.I.S. appeared momentarily taken aback by Dunn's request. Dunn continued, "Of course, the challenge is genuine, but the address should be fictitious. I am aware of my cousin's character. He would not let Mandarin off the hook for the sake of happiness, yet I wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Considering he is a terrorist." J.A.R.V.I.S. responded, "Sir, how would you like me to proceed? Manipulate my cousin's armor to conduct a press interview at the hospital entrance at 8 in the morning and issue a challenge to Mandarin. You may use my cousin's name to provide an address, which shall be 1399 Sunset Boulevard." Dunn spoke rapidly. As Tony Stark's intelligent butler, J.A.R.V.I.S. possessed extraordinary intelligence. Dunn was uncertain whether J.A.R.V.I.S. could comprehend his earnest intentions, but he was confident in the calculations. As long as the statement was issued without jeopardizing Tony, he would retain some degree of autonomy. It was likely that the elevated intelligence of Vision stemmed from J.A.R.V.I.S.'s initial awakening of consciousness. Soon J.A.R.V.I.S. responded, "Sir, 1399 Sunset Boulevard is an abandoned school. Are you certain you wish to disclose this address?" Although Dunn was astonished by J.A.R.V.I.S.'s capabilities, he also sensed the stirrings of J.A.R.V.I.S.'s nascent consciousness, and he surprisingly found himself in agreement. "Yes," Dunn nodded affirmatively. J.A.R.V.I.S. then stated, "At 8 in the morning. At the entrance of Lima Hospital, I will represent Tony Stark for the interview and issue the challenge, with the location of 1399 Sunset Boulevard confirmed in the schedule." Dunn nodded with satisfaction. He pondered for a moment and asked, J.A.R.V.I.S., "May I inquire why you consented to my plan?" After a considerable pause, J.A.R.V.I.S. SS voice echoed from the ceiling speakers once more. Tony Stark has been experiencing severe focal issues recently, often activating defense measures in his dreams. Based on your behavioral patterns, my analysis indicates similarities. As Mr. Stark's intelligent butler, I may not possess your level of wisdom, but I have calculated the consequences of this course of action and can minimize any potential losses. Dunn mused. Is this the brilliance of my cousin's algorithm? Quite impressive. He commended. Tuesday, make sure to learn from Jarvis. In the future, understood? Yes, sir. Tuesday's voice echoed from within the armor. Dunn nodded in agreement, stating, now, we simply await the dawn. Chapter 69. Confession. Initially, Dunn believed that circumventing his cousin Tony to communicate with Jarvis regarding this matter would be exceedingly challenging. However, the outcome proved unexpectedly simple. After discussing certain details, Dunn entered Tuesday's armor and departed from the seaside villa in Malibu. He returned to his residence and meticulously analyzed the plan, finding no significant issues, before sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, Dunn awoke promptly at 7:30. After connecting with Jarvis on Tuesday and confirming that everything was in order, he refreshed himself, had a light meal, and departed for Lima Hospital. The journey on Tuesday was remarkably pleasant, with only minor discomfort. He anticipated that once his swordsmanship skills advanced, he would no longer require Tuesday's assistance, though regrettably, his points had yet to reach 10,000. Tuesday brought Dunn to a halt atop Lima Hospital, maintaining vigilance. Dunn then descended and arrived outside Happy's hospital room. At that moment, the voice of Tony Stark echoed from within. Hey, could you leave the television on? Sure, came the response from a nurse. Tony Stark rose, crossing his arms, glancing at the television before awkwardly shifting his gaze to the nurse, remarking, it's the regular Sunday night show. Dunn, listening to Tony's words from outside the door, sensed that the situation was nearing its previous state, prompting him to enter swiftly. Cousin, Dunn called out as he gazed at Tony Stark. Tony turned his attention from the nurse to Dunn. After acknowledging Dunn, he instructed the nurse, ensure everyone wears their access cards. He's quite insistent about this, otherwise my people won't be allowed in. The nurse, taken aback by the unexpectedly amiable demeanor of a New York superhero, nodded earnestly, responding, I will. Upon the nurse checking the various medication dosages and exiting, Tony Stark let out a gentle sigh and turned to Dunn, saying, let us go. Dunn understood that as soon as Tony stepped outside, they would likely be accosted by reporters. Thus, he quickly interjected, Cousin, hold on a moment. Let us wait a bit longer before we head out. What's the matter? Tony Stark inquired. Dunn replied, I have information on Mandarin. We just need to wait for the right moment to locate him and eliminate him. Tony, having spent the night in the hospital pondering this very issue, was suddenly invigorated by Dunn's words. You have information on that individual? Tony asked, somewhat astonished. Yes. Dunn reassured him, give me 10 minutes. That will suffice. Though Tony was skeptical, his trust in Dunn prompted him to quietly sit and await further developments. Meanwhile, outside Lima Hospital, a throng of reporters had gathered, eager to learn about the implications of Mandarin's attack on the Chinese theater and its connection to Stark Industries. Hoping for a response from Tony Stark, the anticipation surrounding whether the superhero would react had become a hot topic of discussion, with everyone yearning for first-hand information. The television station announced, we await Tony Stark's arrival, hoping he will provide insights regarding the recent terrorist attack. Suddenly, at the entrance of Lima Hospital, an armored suit descended with a swift motion, reminiscent of the Mark 7 armor captured by the public during the New York battle. As soon as this suit made its appearance, a throng of journalists eagerly shouted, Mr. Stark, encircling the Mark 7. The crowd pressed in, inquiring about Stark's thoughts on the recent terrorist attack. However, Jarvis did not respond immediately. Instead, he prepared to make his way to the hospital, only to be intercepted by a reporter who posed a stern question. Mr. Stark, when will someone finally eliminate this scoundrel? The Mark 7 halted its advance, pausing momentarily before turning to face the agitated journalist. The reporter, taken aback, quickly retorted, I was merely speaking off the cuff. In a mimicry of Tony Stark's voice, Jarvis replied, is that what you wish to hear? The Mark 7 surveyed the surrounding journalists and proclaimed, I have longed to extend a small festive greeting to the Mandarin. I had just gathered my words. I am Tony Stark. I fear you not. I am aware of your cowardice. Thus, I have decided you are a dead man. Rest assured, I shall personally collect your remains. This is not a matter of politics, but rather a classic act of vengeance between you and me, devoid of Pentagon involvement. If you still consider yourself a man, remember my address, 1399 Sunset Boulevard. My door is always open. Having spoken, Jarvis pushed through the crowd and entered Lima Hospital. The reporters outside, momentarily stunned, erupted in a frenzy. promptly disseminating this shocking revelation far and wide. At the door of Happy's hospital room, two security personnel froze, staring incredulously at the approaching Mark 7, questioning their own vision. Mr. Stark? Inside the room, Tony Stark, upon hearing his name called from outside, rose and approached the door, bewildered to see the Mark 7 armor standing before him. Jarvis. Tony Stark initially thought he had inadvertently activated the defense mechanism while asleep, yet he felt fully conscious now. Sir, Jarvis. Voice emanated from the armor, akin to a child confessing a misdeed. I must confess something to you. At that moment, Dunn emerged from the hospital room. And Jarvis glanced at him, continuing, Dunn, I am currently unable to assess the damages or analyze the forthcoming developments. Tony Stark gazed at Jarvis in shock, then turned to Dunn, who directed Jarvis to maneuver the armor into the room before hastily pulling Tony Stark inside as well. Dunn then selectively recounted his actions. As Tony Stark listened to Dunn's account, his initial anger, which had surged to an 8 out of 10, diminished to a mere 3. Upon observing Happy Hogan lying in the bed, even that trace of anger gradually faded. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and remarked, Jarvis, you just threatened a terrorist on my behalf. Sir, Jarvis responded, glancing at Dunn, silently hoping for further commentary. However, Dunn chose to disregard this matter and said, Cousin, I shall pursue Mandarin immediately and inform you as soon as I have news. At that moment, in Miami, Florida, Aldrich was watching a news report on television, wherein a journalist was interviewing about the Mark 7 armor. He straightened his suit and remarked to his subordinate, You know what to do. Meanwhile, at 1399 Sunset Boulevard, Hitwell had just received a news video from his men. He stared in astonishment at the words spoken by Tony Stark in the video, exclaiming, What on earth is this? Chapter 70, The Bombing in Lima Hospital. Tony Stark observed Dunn leaving without a backward glance, then glanced at the Mark 7 armor, and sighed, Jarvis. I believe you have become overly clever. Jarvis remained silent, longing to declare that he was no longer swayed by Dunn. But clearly making such a promise would only betray his own uncertainty. It was better to admit fault honestly. Stark pondered for a moment, looking at Happy lying in the hospital bed, and said, Given the situation, it is time for us to prepare. Upon returning to his Malibu seaside villa in the armor, Stark entered his laboratory. I have compiled the information regarding Mandarin, sir. The sources include SHIELD, the FBI, and the CIA's listening department, Jarvis announced. Stark gazed at the data projected on the screen, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Now, let us proceed with the virtual crime scene reconstruction. As he spoke, the laboratory was filled with a blue holographic projection, vividly displaying the scene of the explosion at the Chinese theater, almost perfectly replicating it before Stark's eyes. All right, let me see. His name derives from an ancient Chinese military strategist, meaning advisor to the emperor, familiar with the strategies of South American rebellions, and he speaks like a missionary. Quite the lively affair. Stark mused to himself while observing the holographic projection. After reviewing the straightforward information, he closed the data. At that moment, Jarvis noted, the temperature of the explosion at the scene exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius. A point on the holographic screen subsequently simulated a special effect of an energy explosion, indicating that any object within 5 yards was instantaneously vaporized. Stark's expression turned serious. No bomb fragments were found within a 3-mile radius of the Chinese theater. No, sir. He exhaled deeply, suddenly recalling something Dunn had recently reminded him about, the apocalypse virus. In light of the current situation, with no bomb fragments discovered, Jarvis's holographic projection left only this possibility. Could this incident be related to Killian? Maya Hansen. Stark recalled this long-forgotten name. Sir, we can utilize the Oracle Cloud computing to upload the data to satellites and retrieve records of similar occurrences worldwide. However, I would prefer to trust Mr. Dunn. I believe he possesses further evidence. All you need to do is deploy your forces and await Mr. Dunn's report. As Jarvis gently reminded Tony Stark during his moment of contemplation, Stark paused, his expression momentarily frozen. Jarvis, have you noticed the significant changes in Dunn lately? He inquired. Indeed. Sir, Jarvis replied. There have been considerable transformations, yet they are for the better. He seems more cheerful overall. In essence, it is a positive development. Stark let out a soft sigh, feeling a genuine sense of relief. At that moment, the previously abandoned school at 1399 Sunset Boulevard became unexpectedly bustling. Hightower was on the phone, shouting frantically. He was unaware of how Stark had discovered his hideout. All he knew was that he had been betrayed. Setting down the phone, he observed the 12 Hummers that had just assembled, his heart racing with unease. He was uncertain what consequences Stark's words might invoke and felt an urgent need to relocate to avoid exposing their target. Spotting Crossbones Brock standing outside, he gestured for him to approach. "Brock, evacuate your men immediately. I do not wish for our activities to be discovered by the higher-ups." Brock cast a disdainful glance at Hightower, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "We've just driven for over 10 hours and barely had a moment to eat. If anyone should be hurrying, it should be you." Hightower handed Brock a video, saying, "Look, this location has been revealed to terrorists by Stark." Brock glanced at the video display, his disdain intensifying. "So what? They're just a bunch of terrorists. We are the SHIELD Rapid Response Team. Do you think we fear their provocations?" He surveyed the line of vehicles, declaring, "Let them come." Hightower, feeling exasperated, was about to respond when he suddenly turned his gaze skyward, noticing 3 dark shapes approaching, accompanied by a deafening roar. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. "How many armed helicopters have they sent this time?" Brock pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It seems there are none." Hightower instantly sensed impending doom. Disregarding further conversation with Brock, he dashed towards the old building, retrieving a safe, and then sprinting towards the opposite side of the structure in a frantic escape. Brock, with a skeptical glance at the approaching aircraft, and then at Hightower's panicked flight, felt his disdain deepen. But in the next moment, his eyes widened, and his jaw dropped in shock. A barrage of missiles, trailing long tails of smoke, soared towards him. The first missile struck the cluster of Hummers, erupting in an explosion that sent the innermost vehicle soaring into the air. The ammunition aboard that Hummer ignited in a secondary explosion, triggering a chain reaction that lifted the surrounding vehicle skyward. Within mere seconds, all the Hummers had been obliterated. Brock raised an arm to shield his face, but was still thrown off his feet by the tremendous shockwave. He collided violently with an old utility pole, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Soldiers inside the old building, witnessing the fiery spectacle outside, were momentarily stunned but quickly gathered their gear in preparation for the chaos. As soon as they reached the entrance, shells began to land nearby, exploding with a thunderous roar. Dozens of individuals were instantly thrown into disarray. The 3 armed helicopters, akin to executing a precise demolition on the aging buildings, reduced the site to rubble. Smoke billowed, and flames danced in the sky. After circling the collapsed structures, the helicopters departed triumphantly, as if celebrating a victory. 300 meters away, Hitville, clutching his suitcase, wore a grim expression, nearly dripping with despair. The elite forces provided by the Baron had just assembled when they were swiftly annihilated. Would he believe the explanation that it was mere coincidence? Was it that man named Dunn who had learned of Hydra? Impossible. The organization was notoriously meticulous, and even Nick Fury was unaware. How could he possibly know? Yet, if it were not him, why would Tony Stark disclose this location? Putting these thoughts aside, it seemed that the plan to locate Master Man would have to be shelved. Alas, the visionary project was once again cast aside. Hitville cast a final glance at the derelict school before turning away. Chapter 71. The fire dragon Pure Young Sword. Hitville shook his head as he stared at the collapsed buildings in the distance, then turned to leave. His retreating figure was somewhat disheveled, yet he clutched his suitcase even tighter. In front of the old building's lawn, Crossbones Brock, jolted awake by a burning door panel that had been propelled toward him, found half of his face severely scorched. He sprang to his feet, pushing aside the flaming debris while shouting in agony. Damn it! Damn it! The searing pain drove him to the brink of insanity as he surveyed the devastation around him. Cursing, "Damn you, Hitville! You summoned us here just to have us blown up, didn't you? You have betrayed the organization. I will not let you escape." Brock grimaced in pain, but the image of the 3 armed helicopters reminded him of Hitville's words, and he quickly regained his composure. "Master Man, I shall not spare you either," he vowed to the heavens. Meanwhile, Dunn, hiding not far from Sunset Boulevard, observed the helicopters completing their mission and returning home. He proceeded into the armored vehicle, ready to pursue. Suddenly, a flurry of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. 399 from Hitville Resentment. Ding. 399 from Brock Rumlow Resentment. Ding. 399 from Diarchely Resentment. Ding. 399 from Jack Blood Resentment. Listening to these alerts, Dunn felt a slight jolt in his mind. He recognized 2 of the individuals, while the names of the others were unfamiliar. Moreover, from this situation, it became evident that both Hitville and Crossbones Brock had miraculously survived the explosion. If they were truly dead, they would no longer contribute to the resentment value. Remarkably resilient, Dunn found himself compelled to acknowledge the tenacity of these individuals. Listening to the incessant grievances of these individuals, Dunn chuckled softly and stepped into the Tuesday armor. 3 armed helicopters, whether hijacked or belonging to Adrian's private forces, contained an individual, Adrian's trusted aide, Savon, who, like Adrian, had been injected with the desperation virus. This man was part of Adrian's scheme to board Air Force One and abduct the president, a retired soldier. Only by following this individual could they locate Adrian Killian and thwart his plans before greater devastation ensued. Of course, eliminating him was a swifter alternative, and that was precisely what Dunn was contemplating. While the Tuesday armor had yet to undergo self-wearable upgrades, its intelligence had notably improved due to interactions with Jarvis. After locking onto the 3 helicopters, he followed them all the way to Miami. Prompting a sudden recollection of certain details, the studio where the imposter masterman was located was in Miami, as was Adrian Killian's laboratory. Thus, Dunn promptly instructed Tuesday to contact his cousin, Tony. Soon enough, he shared the address with Jarvis. Upon receiving Dunn's call, Tony Stark inquired, "So soon you have information?" Dunn replied, "Yes, in Miami, cousin. Do not allow James Rhodes to conduct a search based on their analyzed broadcast address. It is a trap." A trap? Tony's anxiety surged upon hearing this. Dunn continued, "They aim to disperse our forces and seize James Rhodes' war machine, thereby approaching the president under the pretense of legitimacy. They intend to use the president to launch their puppet." Stunned by such news, Tony Stark responded, "All right, I'll notify James immediately." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly connected with James Rhodes. Meanwhile, Dunn tracked the 3 helicopters to a clandestine estate in Miami. After confirming he would relay the information, he hung up. Reflecting on his current capabilities, he realized he was not yet a match for Adrian. After all, the Tuesday armor would be as fragile as paper against Adrian, who had been injected with the desperation virus. Furthermore, he lacked the extensive inventory Tony possessed, which could provide numerous suits of armor for protection. Without this armor, he was left with only a meager system template, a trump card that provided little solace. As he hesitated on whether to enter the estate before him, Tuesday connected him to Tony Stark's call. "Hey, Dunn, James Rhodes has been compromised. Someone is sabotaging his armor, and he is also in Miami. I'm on my way." As Tony spoke, he summoned the loner, preparing to depart. Dunn nodded, about to end the call, when he suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, cousin, please ensure Pepper is secured. I fear someone may use her to threaten you." "Pepper?" Tony Stark's expression momentarily shifted, and he promptly replied, "I will arrange it at once." "All right, I will be in Miami, awaiting your arrival." With that, Dunn ended the call. Although the situation had deviated significantly from the original timeline under his orchestration, he remained uncertain whether Adric would activate his contingency plan following such a monumental upheaval. This individual had meticulously plotted for many years, and his crisis management skills were undoubtedly superior to those of an average person. As Dunn leaned against the exterior of the estate, awaiting Tony Stark, he suddenly beheld the war machine, predominantly blue in hue, soaring into the sky. Was it Savon? Dunn instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. James ultimately fell victim to Adric's machinations, having been forced out into the open. Should he pursue Savon or await his cousin to apprehend Adric himself? Dunn found himself in a state of conflict. After some contemplation, he decided to inform cousin Tony about Savon's control over the war machine, allowing him to handle Savon while he resolved the matter with Adric himself. Before entering, Dunn accessed his system panel to assess his point status. Through clever maneuvering, his points had now approached the remarkable threshold of 50,000. He allocated all his points to enhance his speed, maximizing his physical capabilities in that regard. Given that Adric's evasion speed surpassed that of a bullet, Dunn had no alternative but to confront him head-on in this manner. Subsequently, Dunn activated the template of Deng En, transforming into his likeness. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the estate. Upon landing, he immediately heard a new notification sound. Ding. Similarity increased by 5%, achieving 50% similarity milestone, unlocking Deng En's weapon. The Fire Dragon Pure Yang Sword, extraction in progress. This discovery bolstered Dunn's confidence. Chapter 72, The Flaw, Conclusion. After the voice echoed in his mind, Dunn opened the system to find a flaming longsword added to his inventory. He promptly examined it. Item, Fire Dragon Pure Yang Sword. Attributes, an item refined over centuries of vital energy, unparalleled in sharpness, easily surpassing ordinary weapons. Accompanied by Deng En's 72 sword techniques, extracting this sword grants immediate mastery. Special, in combat, for flaws can manifest around the target, doubling the damage dealt. As Dunn perused the description of the Fire Dragon Pure Yang Sword, he was overwhelmed with joy. Possessing such a treasure would render the task of eliminating Adric exceedingly effortless. Originally, his intent was merely to shield cousin Tony from a crisis, yet he had unexpectedly received such a substantial reward at a crucial moment. Now he felt truly secure. With a thought, he extracted the Fire Dragon Pure Yang Sword from the system. The instant he grasped the long sword, a white figure appeared before him, demonstrating sword techniques with deliberate slowness. Dunn observed intently, captivated by the graceful movements. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. At the moment the sword manual was imparted to him, the 4-character incantation he had mastered, Ling Bing Do Jia, was automatically triggered, activating the temporal realm. After witnessing each technique in its entirety, Dun realized that only a few breaths had elapsed. At this juncture, upon gazing at the longsword in his hand, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped him, as if he were attuned to Dongbin's state of mind. Ding. Similarity increased by 10%. Ding. Similarity increased by 10%. Ding. Similarity. A series of chimes resonated in Dun's mind, and his profound comprehension of this state elevated his similarity to an astonishing 99%. Furthermore, at the very moment this similarity reached 99, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Is this the power of the divine? Dun pondered, astonished by the transformation within him. He understood that even if he were to retract Dongbin's template at this moment, this newfound strength would not dissipate. It was a gift from the system. He could scarcely imagine the experience that would unfold upon summoning Dongbin and activating the Great Sage template. At that point, he would not need to wait for Thanos to arrive. He could confront him directly. Remarkable. Dun was somewhat perplexed by the similarity being capped at 99% and inquired aloud, "System, why is the similarity not 100%? The host merely plays a role. He is not the true Dongbin." Upon concluding the performance, Dongbin can be summoned to manifest. Dun was taken aback, pondering that it would be wiser to resolve the matter with a Drige before summoning Dongbin as a counterfeit. He felt a twinge of embarrassment in the presence of the genuine article. Retracting the system, Dun wielded the Fire Dragon Pure Yang sword and executed a vertical slash against the 2-meter-high wall. Whoosh! A wave of sword energy erupted from the tip of the sword, cleaving a passage through the thick wall. This was the first move of the sword manual, Hayuan Ichi. Just by observing the first move, it could already rival his cousin's energy beam. Moreover, with each subsequent move in the manual, its potency intensified, totaling 72 moves. Merely contemplating this was terrifying. Dun stepped through the wall, and the black-clad bodyguards stationed in the estate were already rushing toward him. Armed with firearms, they hesitated not a moment before pulling the triggers. Yet, under the prowess of Dun's swordplay, the incoming bullets could not reach him, all deflected by his sweeping blade. Pure Yang initiated. Dun executed another move, and from the tip of the Fire Dragon Pure Yang sword, 6 streams of sword energy simultaneously shot forth, hurtling straight towards the black-clad assailants. Thud, thud, thud. Like bullets piercing through flesh, all the bodyguards fell to Dun's blade. After dispatching these foes, Dun entered the main building of the estate, encountering the imposter Masterman. With a swift stroke, he severed one of the false Masterman's arms and demanded, "Where is the entrance to the basement?" The counterfeit Masterman screamed in agony, heedlessly lunging towards the red alarm button. Dun chuckled, swiftly ending his life with a single strike before reclining on the sofa, patiently awaiting a Drige's arrival. Before long, a dozen or so black-clad bodyguards rushed in, and Dun, with his eyes closed, unleashed another strike of Pure Yang. In an instant, the bodyguards fell lifelessly. At that moment, Dun finally detected a distinct sound of footsteps, steady and unhurried. Remaining seated on the sofa, he felt no trepidation, confident in his current prowess. Even if Adrian possessed the complete desperation virus, he was unfazed. Adrian Killian observed the fallen bodyguards in the hall and the lifeless figure of the fake Lord Man sprawled in a pool of blood at the bedroom door. With a grave expression, he advanced a few steps, spotting a young man in white, sword in hand. "Who are you?" Adrian inquired, puzzled, unable to recall having wronged someone of such caliber. The ferocity with which this individual struck suggested he was no ordinary foe. Dun slightly lifted his head, gazing at Adrian with a smile. "I am merely a passerby here to guide you on your journey. Are you prepared?" Upon hearing these words, Adrian suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Dun. Approximately 3,000 degrees, still lacking the necessary heat, Dun remarked, positioning his Pure Yang sword before him. With a graceful arc, Dun executed the technique Embrace the Moon, swallowing Adrian's fiery assault entirely. Noticing Adrian's intent to flee, Dun leapt partially into the air, sweeping his sword to unleash a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy that struck Adrian directly. The force sent Adrian crashing into the wall, creating a gaping hole. At that moment, Adrian's complexion transformed from pale to a furious crimson, his expression seething with rage. Dun denied him the opportunity to rise, sweeping his sword once more to send another crescent wave toward his adversary. Adrian, like a red shadow, swiftly dodged the attack, evading Dun's sword energy. Each evasion brought Adrian closer to Dun, his speed reaching astonishing heights. In the blink of an eye, Adrian approached Dun, yet as he neared, for vulnerabilities manifested beneath his feet. Startled, he looked up to be met with a tempestuous force, an unmatched power crashing against him like a wall of iron weighing hundreds of tons. In the brief moment of agony, a similar blow struck him from the left, dispersing his fury. This barrage came not just once but 4 times in rapid succession, rendering him momentarily dazed. Finally, after the fourth strike, Adrian's body was grotesquely contorted, not from physical deformation, but from the invasive essence permeating every cell within him. The desperation virus had been injected with a new agent, heralding impending annihilation. Who on earth are you? Adrian grasped the depths of despair once more. The first time, it was bestowed upon him by Tony Stark in Switzerland. Now, it is this unfamiliar stranger, whom he has never met, who presents it. I am the son of the sun, the light of humanity. The creator of the New York underworld, Dunn declared with a smile as he observed the bubbles appearing on Adriaca's form, realizing that he was nearing his limit. Just before Adriaca's self-detonation, he was infuriated by Dunn's incessant bravado. As Dunn noticed Adriaca's body radiating with increasing brilliance, he swiftly drew his sword, conjuring a barrier of light that shielded him from the molten mass of flesh and blood at the moment of the explosion. With a sigh of relief, Dunn acknowledged that he had finally resolved a significant burden for his cousin. On the path of safeguarding his cousin Tony, he had also taken a decisive step for himself. He could now possess the ability to protect those he cherished, much like his cousin Tony. His immediate task was to rescue Air Force One and then summon El Dongbin. Before Thanos arrives, he would no longer have to worry about impending dangers. Once he located Wanda, he could finally embrace the joys of life. Overjoyed, Dunn tossed his sword aside and gracefully ascended, soaring into the sky. The end.